Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Rise and shine, Dota folks. It's a Dota time. Day 2 for the Riyadh Masters kicking off here at the Esports World Cup as we get through this group stage, play-in stage with some wonderful Dota 2. And I'm joined by Wagamama as we get into day 2. Hopefully we get some 2-0s as day 1's usually full of 1-1s.
Hoping so, and you know, we had a lot of 1-1s yesterday. It was definitely quite even. A lot of the teams evenly matched. We had some who managed to eke out those 2-0 victories, but in particular, Group A was very draw heavy. So yeah, of course, we like to see the one, you know, where teams come out and really take advantage. So we'll see if we get some 2-0s here in today's matches. I'm happy for the games we have.
Yeah, just a bunch more 1-1s and we get the like 6-way tiebreaker or something like that at the end. That's what we kind of dream for. More Dota, more action, and those kind of, you know, bittersweet moments where you've got that, you know, best of 3 or best of 1 to kind of knock somebody out. Yeah, it gets pretty spicy here as we can take a look at a video explaining exactly what the group championship is.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event. So make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
So many layers to this. That group championship, of course, and then you've got to win one of the game tournaments, get your top placements, and then you can be, crowned the champion of the world pretty much in esports. And honestly, Waga, I had the pleasure a couple of years ago of going to Riyadh and going to that. It's honestly a town they've created. It's an esports town. Like, can you imagine that? You just go to Stockholm or London or something, and they've got this little, Chinatown, this bit of that. Go to the,
the esports
the
section.
theater district, and you've got the esports district over there. It's honestly sick.
Maybe it's a future that's coming. Who knows? I mean, gaming is still getting bigger and bigger, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of bigger and bigger, the prize pool as well. Thinking about that, a $60 million total across all the games, $5 million for Dota 2 here as well is pretty hefty stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money that the teams are here competing for. We'll see who's going to be able to, grab that 1.5 at the very top. But it's a nice distribution of money all the way down, honestly. I mean, the top 8 placements are all 200,000 to the bottom one. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's always nice that, everyone involved gets a bit of the prize money as well. Because, you've qualified. It's kind of a long, it's the road to Riyadh, right? You've spent all this time and effort getting to the event and, of course, getting paid out. For attending, right? You've managed to qualify, get your way here. It's definitely worth your time to get a little bit of that prize pool, take a bite of the pie, as we can start thinking about what we've got in store for us today, right, Waga? A couple of best of twos for us, 4 on the stream. First 2 is going to be me and Waga covering it, and Beast Coast against Entity is our first series of the day.
Very excited for that one. In particular, I find it to be a pretty interesting one that we'll talk about because of the coach that Entity have is actually from South America. He has experience. But yeah, we got some highlights from yesterday's games that we can take a look at as well.
Yeah, we did plenty of Dota yesterday. Tons of exciting stuff. I mean, it was. What was your favorite game? Your favorite series from yesterday?
Oh, I think probably the LGD one still, actually, because I liked watching PYW and how he plays. I find him to be a pretty standout player. Like the way he plays, even when they were behind, even in the game that he was struggling, just doing some wave cutting. I think he's a very creative player. And honestly, the impact he had on the Snapfire game was wild. I can't believe the damage he dealt with, a Mech Atos build. Still doing that much damage in team fights is crazy.
Yeah, look, and then FNG is like, oh yeah. Snapfire's a good hero, huh?
That was the story of the first series for us, for sure. The Snapfire was high impact from that support role for both these teams. FNG even going for the Ricochet 2, the more unusual facet there. But yeah, here we see the game where Sven got kited, TA2000. He looked like he was going to be big and strong in this game, going up here against this aggression coming in from Heroic, but he just couldn't lock on to them. They were way too slippery. All these super maneuverable heroes kind of just overtook the team fights.
Yeah, it wasn't super noticeable for me at the start, but that as the game progressed, it felt like this was an outdraft in game 1, and then game 2, Quest kind of came back very strong, right? In particular against that Slardar.
Yeah, definitely. They had a better approach, I feel, against the Slardar at that time. With the Troll, did really, really well. And then we have this game as well. This is one of the games that we weren't casting, but also happened right after. And look at that net worth lead, 46k in 43 minutes. It was not very kill heavy. I saw a start to this one. It was like 3-3 at 25 minutes in. I'm like, okay, wow. We're having a bit of a slow start here. But methodical, does it. Blacklist did take game number 1 in a very, very methodical way.
I guess that happens when it's like Morphling TA is 2 of your cores. You're going to be a bit slower and steadier about how you're progressing things. And here we've got Blacklist up against G2IG. Second match. That's Monet just getting caught out.
Of course, Blacklist, one of the few teams who actually did manage to eke out some 2-0s. Did play really, really well. And they are now sitting at 1 win, 1 draw, 3-1. They're at the top of their group. Only team in the Group A that actually did get to have a win by 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, that felt like a little bit surprising. Like, of course, the names on that team and there's like high expectations around them, but recent results for Blacklist haven't been that impressive at all. You know, they won the Predator League at the start of the year in like January, but that was against primarily Filipino, Southeast Asian teams. Outside of that, kind of on the more global stage, they've definitely struggled a little bit. As that final series, Mouz against Heroic. And Heroic, the way they team fight is just incredible.
Heroic just looking really good. Day one was not a bad day for them. I mean, they had a very competitive first series going 1-1, and then here in their second series against Mouz, just looking pretty dominant. And they come in with high pace, high intentions of team fighting. Look at their draft again. Very, very focused around taking those fights. Definitely not the same approach that we saw from Blacklist, perhaps with a little bit slower, more farm-centric. Heroic are here to just go at your face. And yeah, look at that. A lot of emotions. That's from the first series. They're a fun team to follow.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Davai Lama always. Oh, look at John Well there. I don't know what he's giggling at. Something's gone wrong.
He's having a real good time, though.
He's fully going for it, yeah. Someone's told a funny joke in the background somewhere. His coach has poked in with Davai Lama's like so close. Like, don't worry about it. Talk about it after game. I mean, yeah, just seeing these kind of, visceral reactions from players is so nice. They're not robots. They are human beings, and I guess it can sometimes be easy to forget that. With the distance you have, right, as a viewer or even as a caster, you're there, watching from bird's eye view, seeing their heroes, but there's always that human being on the other side of the screen that is feeling happiness, joy, sadness, ecstatic elation or whatever it might be in the moment.
In some cases, right, it's very different. Some people are just like stone cold, no emotions shown. There's a lot under the surface, but yeah, it's fun to see the more, visually excited players. I think we can have a look at the schedule here of the day as well, see what we have coming up in store.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be action-packed here on the B stream. Entity against Beast Coast, like I said earlier on, our first series up. Azure against Mouz, Beast Coast G2IG, and Mouz against Aurora Gaming. As Azure, Mouz, they've got to try and pick things up. Day one of the group stage, these kind of shortened group stages compared to previous years of these longer tournaments. You've definitely got to get the dubs in as quickly as you possibly can. So faltering in day one, like Azure had, it's definitely a big wake-up call for them.
I think the second series here is going to be the most important, honestly, because Azure Ray between Mouz, I mean, right now we have Azure Ray at 2 losses and Mouz are sitting at 1 loss and 1 draw. And since the bottom team is eliminated in this group stage, the match between these two can be very decisive for where they're going to start ending up here. Of course, it's still early days. Anything can happen. You can still turn this around, but I think this is a very, very important match for both those teams.
I mean, you say it's early days, right? There's like 3 days of group stage.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the day when we used to have 6 days of group stage, and day one was like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. Teams like EG and OG would just be lose a couple of matches, come in day 2 or day 3, and sweep things back up. As our match of the day today, I believe, is going to be our first one up. That's Beast Coast up against Entity.
Yeah,
series starting things off.
That's going to be a really exciting one. I'm looking forward to it, particularly because of Astini joining Entity as a coach. It's so interesting to me. He's the old founder of the Midas Club in South America, and also coached like V8 and Dendy, coached Nouns the entire last year. Yeah. And him bringing that South American knowledge as well to Entity here, going up against Beast Coast, could be very useful information.
Yeah, I was watching the stream yesterday, and Watson in a little interview was saying, yeah, one of the big changes, with our success, the past couple of months, Entity have just been beast moding everything. They've looked incredible, and Watson just straight up said, yeah, Astini joining this, the coach joining has given us kind of new avenues, new ways to play or understand the game and kind of, unleash our full potential somewhat. And I think, everyone's got room to grow, but Entity are definitely hitting their stride entering the Riyadh Masters here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, for sure. And I think we have a prediction as well that people can make for the matches if they want over on STC. So you can check that out if you want to make predictions for who's going to win the games that we have today. But yeah, what do you think? What do you think for your first series, Gareth? You got any feeling for which way this is one is going to go?
See, my gut read is Entity are going to 2-0. But my heart, covering South America for so long, I kind of think Beast Coast can take a game off them. I think it's probably going to be a 1-1 for my heart and for the viewers out there. We need to drop some gars in chat and build up the hype for Beast Coast, because they have been stepping up and looking better and better as their play progresses. It's just Entity have been incredible recently.
Yeah, I think so. Entity have really found their style. You know, they're enabling Watson in a very good way, and I think no one is also, you know, really starting to shine quite a lot in that team. So he's obviously a player with tons of experience. You can't really ask for more experience on a mid player than him. So yeah, exciting to see how they're gonna do here against Beast Coast. But I think you know, Beast Coast, they have a lot of potential. They're a team that fluctuates a bit in their highest and lowest performances, but if they're on a good day, I think they can definitely take this.
We can take a peek at Entity themselves here as their little team video comes up. I love that juxtaposition of like smiles and thumbs up, and then we have the gamer pose with the crossed arms, like serious business time now.
I love no one with this funny pose there during the hero shots, having a little bit of fun with it. You know, that's what we like to see, these players. You know, the media day, some of the players can get pretty bored doing these shots, but we see Beast Coast here as well. Have a look at them.
So a pretty big project here, Beast Coast. You know, there was an interview with Mariano earlier on yesterday, talking about how he's kind of been given the reins, you know, since Beast Coast and EG and Thunder Awaken had that big tumultuous shift a couple of years ago where, you know, Dark Mago and Chris Luck and K1 all moved around, and of course now over to Heroic for a number of those players. Beast Coast kind of grabbing some of maybe lesser known players who played on Infinity and Hokori, the kind of, not necessarily tier 2 teams, but that's step below Beast Coast and Thunder Awaken, and they've kind of grabbed them and built this team around them, and they've started to, you know, that growth and understanding that you can't just roster shuffle. You keep that core unit and you start to build.
Yeah, definitely. You have to build, and I think what they have as well is, you know, the potential to build. I think a lot of people got their eyes open for Pyke in particular as one of the, you know, really big performances that he pulled in some matches. He also, you know, same as I said earlier about Beast Coast, fluctuates a bit between highest and lowest level, but there was a moment when people were talking about him a lot over in Europe and NA, you know, because he played some really solid performance on his carry.
Entity. I mean, you talked about, you know, no one coming back in and having that experience. It was a little bit surprising to see him come back. You know, he's one of the old guard, right? And he's kept up that skill level, that reaction times. He's just like as incredible as he was back in the day on VP.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been famous for having very quick reaction time, so I'm not surprised that, you know, even now, it's many years since his prime, perhaps, I still think that he's a super phenomenal player, and he has the chance, just like any other player here, to make it. And, you know, the experience that he brings is a big part. He has that calm. Like, going to this tournament, I think a lot of people can be overwhelmed. This is a huge tournament and massive chance, but, you know, he's a multi-tournament winner over many years. So,
yeah, like how many majors and Mercedes
there was the time they dominated. Yeah, there was the time VP just dominated every single major for like, I don't know, 4 majors in a row or something. They were like clobbering everyone, and that was on the back of him as well.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 ESL ones as well. I'm pretty sure that like Solo, No One, and whoever, like Ramsey's got a Mercedes from the old sponsorship, right? Just free cars abound. But anyway, we've got a draft in front of us. First ban phase already done with Enigma, Monkey King, Ember Spirit, Grimstroke, TA, Hoodwink, and Gyrocopter all banned out. And I wanted to talk to you about Gyro because I don't think we've really seen it, but currently he's sat at 4 wins, 0 losses.
Yeah, I mean, looking very solid. It's an interesting one I haven't seen in too many games, honestly. He didn't get much attention. Saw a little bit of carry Gyro in some pro games before this tournament, but yeah, I think overall the hero is kind of sleeper, you know. Some teams are waking up to it to actually ban it in the first phase, so I guess this is just reaction here. But for me, what stands out as well is, you know, Beast Coast definitely making their right choice here. I think doing their research and banning out the Enigma, something DM has been playing a lot. Not something he historically has been playing that much, but he just picked it up, played a lot of it in this patch since it's super strong, and he's been spamming it in his pubs, so why not ban it?
And then is it a similar story for that Hoodwink ban as well?
The Hoodwink ban is just Beast Coast have liked Hoodwink for a long time, so that's just a hero that they have been enjoying going as a first pick. You know, a lot of teams have. It's not super odd of a pick, but yeah, I think they are perhaps one of the teams that would cling to Hoodwink a little bit more, even after she got some nerfs.
It's felt like there's like good Hoodwink players, and then there's crit. You know, there's players where Hoodwink is kind of an auto pick, and maybe, you know, El Misho here is. I got in that signature hero list. Oh yeah, here we go. Right, Elder Titan again. Who was he? Was it Ducalis yesterday?
Ducalis was slapping everybody with this Elder Titan, doing some serious damage in the early game. Yeah, with correct micro on that Ancestral Spirit, you can or Astral Spirit, you can really get tons of damage. So you cannot underestimate this hero in the early game. He is similar, in my mind, to an Undying in the sense that he protects the carry really, really well.
Right.
It's a little bit deceptive. You think of ET, you don't really think that, oh, he doesn't have that much to protect the lane, but you know, every now and then he swoops in like a cruise missile, and at that time you gotta kite him.
Oh, but Entity have got the classic combo, Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. And we've seen plenty of times just a Spirit Breaker on his own can cause problems for a lot of core heroes. I feel like especially for mid, you know, the Shadow Fiends, the Storm Spirits, before they get their levels and their kind of tankiness up, just being charged at causes a lot of issues for you.
Yeah, they have to expect this though on Beast Coast, because this is what they picked first phase as well against VP, and then VP turned around and picked the Spirit Breaker Darkseer against them. So we have a lot of steal your strats going on here. But yeah, they've been playing it before, and it's a classic combo. It's very strong lane. That does mean that they can customize a little bit what they have as a safe lane. Of course, you can have some nice carry against the Darkseer. We saw Sven played against Darkseer earlier, did pretty well.
Bane now as well. Is this Weaver is still flexible, right? Elder Titan 5, Weaver can still go where he wants.
Yeah, I would say so. Weaver's definitely flexing. ET, I think, is hard locked into that plus 5. I want to say plus 4 even is a little bit weird. You really want to be on your safe lane a lot of the time, so that opponent have a long lane they have to run up, so you can wrap around them. Because it's kind of hard to dive tower with him, but if you're out in the open, ET runs down people really well.
I'm just thinking here, you know, against Darkseer, you see Spirit Breaker and Bane with single target spells. Is it anti-mage time? Bring out the old AM later on in the draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure about anti-mage current patch. Even hearing it makes me a little bit nervous.
Cringe.
Like, oh, I don't know, Gareth.
I don't know about that one, buddy. Okay, we'll leave that until later. Maybe when it looks a bit better for him, we'll bring that one back out again. But Dragon Knight and Beastmaster going to join the ranks of the banned heroes here. As Beast Coast, they've got to start opening this draft up a little bit. You know, show one hero for one of their lanes somewhere.
Yeah, they are so far only showing what seems to be 2 supports, so they gotta reveal a little bit of information here to us. I would like to see them get some more form of reliable lockdown against the Darkseer and Spirit Breaker, and there we go. Get the lift from Rubik, very, very nice for instant catch on the Darkseer, and a few decent spells to steal here. If you ever steal Nightmare on Rubik, that's a pretty gross one from the Bane.
And you have like guaranteed cancel against the Fiend Script, right?
Yeah. Also, you can charge after Spirit Breaker when he charges away. That's the most important one, perhaps. Hot Pursuit. Cameraman has to be ready if that happens.
Yeah. You still surge and then you still charge, and you're like, let's go! Freaking speedy boys. Pangolin for Beast Coast here. We're seeing a fair amount of offlane Pango, so still could be there. But potentially ET Rubik locking that Weaver into that carry role now. And they do have last pick, so they could wiggle things around if they want to.
Yeah, with the Pango pick, you know, there's limited flexibility as well between if he goes mid or if he goes off lane, so that's really what they're keeping up mostly, I see, as flex on Beast Coast now. You can change it up. Entity gonna react by saying, okay, we'll play Storm Spirit. Storm does really well against Pango overall, so if Pango does go mid, that's not a fantastic lane for them. And if the Pango gets locked to the off lane, they can react to that too now.
This is fearsome. You've got Surge, Charge, and Ball Lightning. You just get global initiation from like 3 different heroes, basically.
Yeah,
very, very
it will be
sweet.
hard to be Rubik here, because they're going to dive the back line a lot.
Right.
And possibly they have the right heroes to punish a Weaver, right? You got the Charge to reveal him during Shikuchi, and you can keep chasing him. Pretty good heroes for shutting down a support Weaver.
Yeah, and even though we said that Rubik's pretty good here against Spirit Breaker and Bane, he's not going to be good against, you know, all these heroes. He's basically the only stun they have right now to try and disrupt that initiation. Man, when they go in, they go in super hard.
Yeah. I guess even against Carry Weaver, the Spirit Breaker is going to be amazing, because they do most likely run it carry here.
Yeah.
Though I would love to see, Gareth, here's my dream. Mid Rubik here. Don't send the Pango mid. Send the Rubik mid. Honestly, that's a hero that is really strong lately mid. His damage is so high, but a lot of teams are, you know, playing a little bit safer than that. That's definitely a risky move to make. And when there are so many heroes who can jump the backline, I doubt that this is the series we're going to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a little bit of it, right? Like Thompson mid Rubik, Whisper offlane Rubik as well, with like Dagon Rush has been fun in the past.
Whisper likes to just buy Dagon on anything, dude. Anything can offlane Dagon Rush. That's something, I think I bought it on Timber's awesome game I watched too. It's like, oh, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. Just insta-kill anybody pretty much. Now, with
Bloodseeker
Entity...
ban, huh? Wow.
Yeah,
It's protecting the Pango, but I mean, Bloodseeker in current patch, I'm a little bit surprised. Super high high-paced carry, but Bloodseeker is so weak early game nowadays with the new Thirst that I haven't seen anyone play him.
My dude, it's the move speed patch. Like, I've been telling you. I've been telling you.
But you don't heal. You get last hit, your HP is the same, man.
Just sprint, just run faster. But that's kind of a question that I'm asking myself is, what is this last pick for Entity now? Because they're going into this penultimate pick thinking we have four heroes that can fight non-stop. Do we want a fifth hero that can join, or a fifth hero that can kind of just AFK farm? And it looks like it's going to be the farm route initially anyway.
I like the troll. He can somewhat join. I was gonna say, you know, if they didn't ban Sven would have been fantastic for them, so it was a good read by Beast Coast. But troll, you know, a hero that generally can be pretty good, but they have pretty nice heroes to kite troll. I'm not 100% on board with the pick here. The Weaver, you know, high mobility, you can stomp him with ET when he's in ulti to disable him. Rubik can toss the troll away.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, it's one of these things where in case there's a lane swap, like, oh, if they put Pango in against Storm, okay, Pango's not going to have an exceptional time. But
Yeah.
let's say we picked a melee carries entity and Beast Coast picked Slardar, right? There's that counter pick potential where it's kind of spooky, and Troll just says, no counter picks, I'm going to be good in lane.
Yeah,
no matter what, right?
Yeah, no matter what, they're going to have a strong lane. And I think that's a wise way to go about it, because having strong lanes, it sets you up to get into that mid game in a very nice way. And Troll, I think he delivers in most lanes, having the spammability of the axis. Usually you can find some kills even. If it's a Troll Bane lane, which it looks like, then that should be pretty potent.
Oh, hello.
Okay, we get to see some Invoker coming out here. Exciting stuff going up against the Storm Spirit. Of course, the mana burn can be massive here, so we'll see how well he can lane here.
This is one of these heroes that is not like bothered that much by Spirit Breaker. You know, I mentioned that Storm, Shadow Fiend kind of deal where you're getting charged, it's annoying. You have Tornado, you have Cold Snap, you have Ghost Walk, ways to get out of things. Kiting the Troll with those same spells. Super nice as well.
Great read. Looking at the heroes of Entity and thinking a bit closer about Invoker, this is such a fantastic game to have, especially high levels in Wex. I don't really want to see him max out Exort early, but if he goes across Wex build here, the EMP is enormous. You get multiple ways to cancel the Fiend script as well, having Cold Snap and Tornado, like you said. Right. And the control against the Spirit Breaker and Troll Warlord will be very, very effective. So yeah, I love this pick. I think it was maybe the best last pick they could have gone.
Yeah, I would not have called that. I've not seen Invoker in quite some time, but yeah, nice to see it picked up here.
Yeah, he's just sharing some tunes there. He's like, here's some audio for you. You got some bangers.
Yeah, I'm just still kind of wondering about entering team fights for Beast Coast, because it feels quite simple, like step by step for Entity, right? You Iron Shell, Surge, Charge, Ball, Lightning. You see a hero, you jump them, they die. Then you kind of move on forward with a fight from there. What is there a similar game plan for Beast Coast? Are they kind of looking for anything in particular to enter team fights, like item-wise, level-wise?
I think maybe they will be a little bit more dependent on timings from items, because Entity, like you mentioned, the draft is very straightforward. You just jump in. Storm doesn't really need many items, to be honest, to even be able to do that. It helps to have items to bring down the solo kills, but together with the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker, you can be hyper aggressive. Beast Coast, I think they might want to get some key items, like an Orchid would have been great against the Storm. Having the early Vessel perhaps can be huge for sustainability in these fights. So we'll see what they're going to go for. I also think this is a very good game for them to go for a Lincoln Sphere against the Bane and Spirit Breaker. Even against Storm, pretty handy to have. So we'll see what item build we're going to see out of the Weaver in this game. Imagine he's going to probably get that fairly early. Maybe not first item, but it doesn't look bad here.
I guess then you're also looking at what the Storm's doing as well. I guess it's quite rare now, but I've seen a couple of these Orchid Rush Storms getting on top of people. Could be handy here against Pango, Weaver, and Voker. Three heroes that like don't want to buy BKB until much later into the game.
Yeah, very common to still see the just Witchblade into Kaya type builds.
Right.
Those are definitely
More
played
scaling.
a lot. Yeah, the downside with the Orchid build is that you do feel like you have a big power spike, and then the moment Dispel items come out, the BKBs come out, you just feel like you fell into a cliff. Like, oh, what happened here? You know, like you got nothing. So we'll see what item build he goes for. Probably gonna play it more safe, but against Weaver, there is an argument that if you hit that timing, get the Orchid, Weaver can't show on lanes anymore, and Weaver doesn't farm jungle that well compared to some other heroes. You generally want to be on the side lanes, like we saw K1 on his Weaver, always split pushing side lanes.
Yeah, shoving all the way to like tier 2s and tier 3s, and then kind of cycling back through the jungle on your way out. I was looking at the Beast Coast, team fight wise, it feels like there's a lot on Vitaly's shoulders here with that Rolling Thunder, just to get stuff done. But maybe I'm getting too caught up in like early team fights. Like Beast Coast scale pretty well. They kind of want to go to mid game for this Invoker and Weaver to look good.
I think so. I think they're actually very happy taking this both mid game and even late game. Sure, late game Storm and Troll, they do scale to become really strong. But I would say when you have Invoker here in this game, and some of the control is just amazing. The Echo Stomp can't be overstated how good it is against Troll ulti. Because if Troll doesn't have BKB during ulti, you just put the Spirit on him, he's going to be very predictable in his movements, and you just stomp him 4.4 seconds of you doing nothing. As we have the game underway now, players are back into the lobby, and we quickly have entities smoking up, heading out towards the river.
Yeah, Beast Coast, not smoking. 3 down mid, 2 down bottom. Doesn't look like they're even holding a smoke here, so very likely
no
just to be
late
sitting on high ground waiting to see what comes.
Yeah, not always we see the teams do the smoke for wards. I do find myself a fan of it in general, though, because you get information. Like right now, Fishman ran up there and his smoke got removed, so he knows that someone was sitting in the tree line. He doesn't know for sure that there's a ward, but it's just all the bits of information that you can get. Very useful in the early game. And no one doing a little bit of faking, by the way. He walked down, stood in the river as the smoke ran out, and moved his Iron Branch into his backpack and then into inventory again, pretending that he just placed a ward. He's such a sneaky bugger.
Oh, I love that.
I see you, and they saw you too, but I don't know if they fell for it.
I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, just shuffle some stuff in the inventory, fake it out, make your enemies waste a sentry. Waste that bit of gold. Looks like Elmisha not falling for it just yet. Pinging that bottom rune though, looks like they're going to gather up and try and take it down there. Maybe Vitaly can snipe out the top one if he's lucky.
Yeah, a little look at the facets as we have Elitist Invoker here, which is the most common, I would say, as well. It's the, very reminiscent of the old Invoker in a way. I do like the other one too. Getting damage when you level up the Exort is pretty fun, but this one, of course, it matters which orbs you have invoked, so it's a bit more true to the style of Invoker.
It makes me feel like the old days.
I watched, I've got a good friend in former Entity player, Stormstormer, who's got like 5,000-6,000 games on Invoker, something like that.
Jeez.
And I watched some of his recent games. Yeah, he's absurd on Invoker, so, shout out to him. I watched a little bit of his recent games, and he's been going for double point Quas early, just for that lifesteal per instance of Quas. And it does a lot in the laning stage. You get 2 points in that, and you're already healing for 12 every auto attack that you do. That's a lot of lifesteal in laning stage. So quite interesting to see how Invoker's laning has evolved, I guess, over time.
Yeah, and I was quite surprised and confused. One of the first times I saw this, newer Invoker played, just using Ghost Walk for HP regen. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
why is he ghost walking under tower at like 50% HP? He just spent all of his mana. Oh, wow. Yeah, you get quite a lot of HP regen when you ghost walking.
You even get your mana back pretty fast as well. So if you just have a few points in Wex, you sit in Invis for a little bit, you're going to get the mana back. So it's not too costly to do it.
That's kind of incredible. Looks like we're having a little tech pause here. No one's going to step back.
Yeah, currently no one is out of the lobby, so we see he's getting help here from tech.
You can zoom in onto the observer wards. Oh, look, the flying Pango.
Yeah,
look at him.
In his natural habitat,
Above
hopping
the
around.
trees.
He looks like he's about to shoot someone, dude. He's spotted no one retreating after the fake ward. See if we can get an angle here. See the storm in the distance. Let's line up the shots. And there he is. Yeah, he's aiming.
Straight across the river. And we briefly saw my cousin there on stream, the other ginger English lad that works in Dota 2.
Oh yeah, very nice.
The Kenwin, Mr. Big Man Admin. Yeah, looks like we've swapped out a PC. Should be underway in just a couple of minutes here for Entity up against Beast Coast. And again, just thinking about where we are, day 2 of the group stage for the play-in here at the Riyadh Masters. Lots on the line as, you know, this play-in stage. You do not want to be down at the bottom of that group. You do have a second chance if you're in those 4th, 5th slots to play a best of 3 at the end. But ideally, you want to be going straight through the this play-in group stage into that main event.
And this is a very, big chance for either of these teams, as they both drew in their first day. They both went 0-0, as in 2 draws on the first day each. And here they have a chance to make a little bit of a name for themselves, making a statement and take the advantage, because there are 3 spots guaranteed in the upper part of the group. And, right now you want to set yourself apart. In this group A, we have 4-way draw right now for the second place in the group.
Which group do you think is harder, actually?
It's a good question. I mean, we got Blacklist International, Beast Coast Entity, LGD VP, G2IG, then Aurora Heroic, PSG Quest, Nouns Mouse, Assure. I would probably say Group A.
Yeah.
I'm leaning that way, at least. I feel like Entity is a really strong team. Blacklist, again, they've been starting to get in good form, and they have really strong players. And, I don't know. I feel like I have high expectations from both LGD and Beast Coast as well.
And G2IG, they did qualify for the international, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah, I think I have high expectations from pretty much everyone in Group A.
Yeah.
Now, maybe Beast Coast, you'd argue, is like the dark horse, but Blacklist, with their star-studded roster, they're meant to be one of the best C teams. They've come in here and looked pretty hot so far already. And then, Entity, LGD, VP, G2IG, even though some of them didn't qualify for TI or have had some struggles recently, or maybe didn't get good results at a Dream League or through EPT points, they're definitely very good teams still. Whereas, I don't know, maybe Group B is harder because they're all kind of closer together and all clumped up. Where Aurora's going to be like out of the top, and then everyone else is just, who's going to win?
Yeah, definitely. I think my heart goes out to Group B a little bit more, though, as I have one of my former teammates recently in one of the teams there, Mouz. We got Bengan, a Swedish player.
Oh, right.
Great guy. I actually met up with earlier this year, or last year, where we won the Swedish championship together at a LAN event.
Huge.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Who else was on that? Oh, hang on a second. The game started back up again. Battle over the runes. Just a bit of trading. No real kill threat there.
Yeah,
and back off the lanes we go.
Head back to their lanes and take it easy. And still, good start for Radiant here, getting the triple runes. Of course,
very true.
Weaver, always good to have during the runes as well. Feels so easy to try and steal runes when you are in possession of Daishikuchi. Such a good spell.
Invoker versus Storm in that mid lane. Already a deny up for no one. Yeah, Lumpy going straight into that Wex for EMP to burn through the mana. It's going to be very irritating for the Storm Spirit in this kind of lane.
Yeah, he's continuously taking the aggro, making sure that the Invoker is tanking creeps for as long as possible here. But ultimately, Invoker going to go on the tower and, again, use those frosts to heal up.
DM? He's going to be okay. I say okay there with some strain in my voice because he has pretty low HP and not happy about things. But He's fine. Spirit Breaker has dragged the wave, though. Boots first up for Katomi means he can drag that wave around, get this Darkseer up a couple of levels, and then he can think about playing aggressively.
Normally, you're happy about this pull, right? But at the same time, we see Mouz right on him, bothering him a little bit. And look at what Weaver has done. He has pulled the wave with double range creep and 4 melee creeps. So he actually has a very large creep wave here and can fully deny one wave, can deny the next wave too if he needs to. So still dealing with it in a good way here, Radiant, as the shenanigans commence.
Yes, nicely done. And they have blocked a small camp, I think. There's a dire sentry over there. No access to that at the very least. But yeah, you're right. Pyke has just managed to munch through all these creep waves. One range creep remains.
He wishes he was Invoker right now so he could get experience for all those denies he's racking up. 6 denies already. Meanwhile, Invoker sitting at 4, so he's getting some value. That's one full creep experience right there.
Oh, the career snipe, the mace of the Spirit Breaker, long range. But now he's got the swarm on him and a TP out. Okay, no stuns coming. Even more wave dragging as well, while Mouz pulls that dire wave across the small camp.
Rubik fighting against 2, but he can't stand his ground.
Straight up dead to this Troll and Bane. I mean, it's a nasty lane, double ranged, a lot of harassment coming in. I mean, Rubik can use Fade Bolt, and that's it.
Yeah, we talked about it during the draft that this lane is going to be very strong for Entity. A tough, safe lane to go up against here, but at least Pango is, somewhat decent. He's able to keep CSing. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the support.
Was it you I was talking to? No, I guess it was in another cast. But so Rubik in my head for years on years was like the best lane trader. Fade Bolt and right clicks. Rubik's going to do the job. But every hero is kind of power crept up, got stronger and stronger. And I think one of the biggest things for me was like Disruptor's laning stage, Phoenix's laning stage, getting that much better. Rubik is now in a camp for me where he's no longer even like top 5 lane traders. Like Bane beats him, Disruptor beats him, Phoenix beats him. Well, Rubik is now more of like a mid-game hero than a laning hero.
Yeah, it's not just about power creep though in Rubik's case, because he also went from having flat damage reduction to percentage damage reduction. That was the big one. So he has 5% damage reduction on level 1 Fade Bolt. That's like nothing. Nobody cares about that. Whereas previously, if you paired up Tide and Rubik, that was the old classic Tide Rubik damage
or
reduction.
Dragon Knight.
Yeah, something like that. Then it could be very hard to fight at all. Now, it doesn't feel like the damage reduction is a relevant part of Fade Bolt until the mid and late game.
Yeah, that's true. And he just kind of sits there. Take the heat away from this Pango as much as he possibly can. And currently, Beast Coast doing much better across their lanes than their counterparts. Weaver, of course, we've seen have a tremendous time down south. Pango's picking up a fair amount of CS, even with his Rubik dying here. Kind of a sacrifice to give Vitaly a better time. And Storm Spirit, I guess dead even with the Invoker right now. Both getting some good denies, though.
Yeah, very high deny lane, which should favor the Invoker. And if we look at experience, we can actually see that Invoker is almost level 5 already, whereas Storm half a level behind, roughly. So the advantage coming in there. Those 9 denies really add up.
The Lotus. DM. Again, scraping away. Just a little bit of health. He's got a salve to fall back on now. And Katomi looks like he's just gathered up the wave to drag it back there for them.
Very intimidating having this angry Elder Titan always looking for a chance to kill you down here, but they're doing fine for now. They're not putting that much pressure onto the Weaver though, but yeah, the Darkseer wishes he was not bothered by this ET, who again is having big impact in lane.
Punch. Did I just see that correctly? Did no one glyph the mid creep wave to stop the tornado killing the range creep? I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think he did.
I just love these little plays. Like, who cares about glyph the first 10 minutes? Mid players, that's it. We use it for diving towers and denying creeps.
Dude, every game, you gotta grief your opponent mid with a glyph.
Yep.
That's also getting under a lot of people's skin. People are like, why would you waste glyph like that? Yeah, some mid players really get thrown off because they miss a banner creep or something for it.
Spirit Break, yep. Iron Shell on him, but yet to make a move. Looks like he's just going to be farming the small camp in behind enemy lines, try and get what he can. But they are sending Bane down bottom. Fishman's going to pop through the Twin Gate. And this could be an opening onto the Weaver.
Yeah, they want Weaver.
Difficult kill to get. He used Shikuchi quite early there. Raindrops, a bit of protection. The vacuum misses. Now ET going to try and turn this one around. They don't know the Bane is coming in, though. So the second round of attack here from Entity, I don't know if this is going to culminate in anything. They've even got TP rotation now from Beast Coast. And they decide that's not worth it. They cancel it. Just turn on to Fishman. Big
they're
damage
fine.
from Mouz. Big punches. Lay it in thick. Well, you got 200 damage on his Elder Titan, just whacking people. Pike, Shikuchi away. 10 stick charges. He's absolutely fine. Entity with a failed move here. Going to try and charge back into Mouz again. Not sure they can actually bring him down. Just a bit of chip damage there.
Watch out
but
the
yeah,
smacks.
the smacks are
coming
coming
again.
yet again. 125 bonus damage. Going to give them a bonus kill.
Yeah, they'll take it. A trade 1-for-1 there, so of course Darkseer gets something as well. Not the worst for them, but yeah, really good fight bottom there, not having to bring in the Invoker. Good understanding. Invoker could have TP'd. He didn't get cancelled by an opponent. He just said, yeah, you know what? You don't need me.
Can they kill this Weaver here? They can with Fishman. So in the end, a 2-for-2 in a 3v2 situation. Finally, Entity get the kill they came for. And in that mid lane, looks like Spirit Breaker trying to help out no one because El Misho's come in here. Another Tornado EMP into lift. Cold Snap, very well done. No one is level 6, tries to turn and fight here with the Remnants, but still dies. Probably realized he couldn't ball lightning far enough away. And
Cold
Lumpy
Snap,
with
too
his
bothersome.
urn. And bring in Watson in here. Troll, he wants to kill off El Misho. Blood Grenade chucked at him. Fishman yet again joining the fray. Some chaotic, hectic action in this first 7 minutes.
Yeah, and look at Invoker just running under the Fishman. Bane here, of course. Again, gonna take his mana away. Feels so bad getting EMP'd. At that point, he was running top right now, but without any mana at all on Bane. Do you really want to do that? Maybe you just go base. He's actually gonna run to Storm, who might bottle him. Nah, too far away.
It's just really painful being cold snapped as well. You know, you're an Earthshaker or a Bane or something. It's like, can't Fisher, can't Nightmare. I'm lifting my hands. I'm trying to cast spells.
Yeah.
It's not just stopping you.
Yeah, some heroes really suffer to it. Fishman has run top, but again, like I said, very low mana pool. He only has one spell with his magic stick here. Tango even thinking about doing something under tower here. That's the ulti, of course.
It's been a pretty good job here of like Beast Coast winning out in other lanes, causing noise elsewhere, and giving this Pango a better time than I expected. Against the Bane and a Troll, I thought Pango would be, you know, down at 2,000 net worth, struggling to hit level 6. But he's here up in the top 3, double brace already, and they'll just dive under this tower for Fishman. And Vitali, with the help of the Rubik and the Elder Titan, swing into action. I mean, Fishman's going to drag their attention, try to deny himself to neutrals, but that's a kill for the Pango.
Tries to dive to neutrals, but instead you just increase the efficiency. Now they just farm with the shield crash as well as killing you. So Pango having a very good start now after what was a tough lane at first, but now him and the Weaver leading the way in CS. So see Darkseer starting to use the Ancients a little bit here to try and come back into the game. It is something that Darkseer can do, but it's not really like ideal. You generally want to be pushing lane and farming jungle a lot as Darkseer. This is more a last resort kind of thing.
And look at this Invoker. It's 9 minutes in. He doesn't have an urn charge, which is a little bit awkward, but he's looking at Watson. What have we got? 4, 2. So 1 point is being held by the Troll for that battle trance if he needs it. And the scan there from the Dire as well, going to give the read. They understand something wasn't quite right as Beast Coast had 4 members up top. A little bit sad for the Invoker there.
You can always see as well before they put a point. You can see if their talent tree is like flickering, if they have leveled something or not. It's an easy way to tell if they're holding a skill point.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. Shiny golden talent tree. Look at me.
Yeah, pick a talent. You're level 7. Imagine we get like level 5 talent next. Just add more stuff. You get
When
the
can you
choice to
start
skip
leveling
an
up
ability.
stats?
Is it level 3? You can't do it level 1. I think level 3 is the earliest you can put a point.
I really can't remember.
Yeah. I am so sad I took it away on level 1. Anyway.
Mouz down the bottom taking a chunk of damage. Gripped up now as well. They've killed off Kataomi and traded out for the Elder Titan. And Vitali trying to roll across, but it's a Storm grabbing a regen rune. Fortunately for no one there. So he able to get himself away from danger.
Lucky you find regen or haste. Pretty badly needed there for him to get away. He's gonna get out of this place and farm really fast in jungle with the regen as well. So he's happy and fight ready.
That's urn charges now for the Invoker though, so Lumpy's gonna have a nicer time when he's making these Ghost Walk rotations. It looks like down the bottom they're trying to set up onto this Darkseer. No, just a stomp to let Pike farm. It's a farming move from the ET. Protect the Weaver at all costs. And Vitali is the one to die to that Storm Spirit and Troll up at top.
That's a big kill. Storm needs to get involved in some kills like this. Generally a hero that wants to accelerate his kills nowadays, especially with the Bloodstone that he got built into himself. He's basically got a passive Bloodstone, right? So he's getting a little bit galvanized here.
Strengthen himself. Get that mana regen going.
It really adds up if you get a few kills.
And it could be looking for even more of those down the line with that Orchid build. And he's still a fair distance from it. No, it's like 2,000 gold away. But when he has it, a potent threat on the map here for Entity.
Misho got the D-ward, but he got the D-ward by putting an Observer Ward on the high ground cliff. So I think Entity might return the favor and D-ward that cliff afterwards.
Well, it's felt like Beast Coast, you know, great laning stage, done very well. Things have been kind of comfortable for them. Entity, though, coming down bottom, held back by the tornado. They do jump the Invoker with another strike on the charge, and now Storm Spirit arrives. So this is the thing, suddenly out of nowhere, there's 5 heroes here. Entity blow up a couple, and they're the ones with the 2k net worth lead. It's felt like they've been behind this game.
They still have been farming really well. They've been behind a little bit in having to give up some things. What is that Rubik's Remnant? Jesus.
It's massive!
Yeah, it's massive. It's also flickering out a lot. I guess he has the AoE increase facets, so he's gonna have big spells. I wonder if there's some cool stuff he can steal. Vacuum, I guess, with big spells? Just have an enormous vacuum.
I mean, if it works on Remnant like that, does it work? Does it work on like Tombstone and Supernova like that? You have a massive Tombstone.
Oh, Supernova, yes, I think. Tombstone, maybe? I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it has very funny interactions. Played around with it a little bit already. I found the spell to be very good that I didn't expect was the Avalanche from Tiny. It's just enormous if you get a few spell cast. And it's a very annoying stun to get caught by.
That sounds huge.
He's hovering the area here on Rubik. Sees the Bane.
Anyway, suddenly things have flipped now. I'm trying to charge in with a Rubik. Nice Nightmare to try and dodge the danger. Fishman has a Brain Sap and a bit of healing out of his magic wand to stay alive. No one's killed off Vitali in the meantime, while the Weaver going deep for the Bane kill and not able to even get it. Pike now has to try and shift away because Entity have held their ground, kill the Pango, and Troll just goes straight back to farming.
Fishman, he knows his limits on Bane. You know, if there's any player who has a lot of games on Bane, it is this guy. He loves playing it, has been doing so for a long time. Pushing himself to the absolute limit there. Nice dodge with the Nightmare and gets out safe.
So what's kind of gone wrong for Beast Coast here? Because kind of transitioning from laning stage, they were top, you know, out of the top 5 net worth, their 3 heroes were up there looking very good. Now Invoker's kind of slipped a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it's the Invoker rotations haven't really worked out. That's the big component, like you mentioned there, because he's the one they have to play around. He needs to find kills, and he's only been involved in 2 kills all game long. So I think the only one they can really hinge on is him, because he have a little bit clunky support. You know, ET he can somewhat set up, but it's not that great. Yeah, I see that theft going on, and not only that, they're sticking around a little bit. Making sure that Storm gets the rune, and they're still turning this into a smoke gang into the enemy triangle. Not going to be lucky enough to find anyone, though.
And DM got the other one. And Beast Coast caught napping a little bit by Entity now.
Yeah, they are. And this is a good timing, right? This is the power spike the Entity want to play for. They went for the Orchid on Storm. We talked about it during the draft earlier, how the timing on Orchid is very strong early on until you get those counter items. Weaver only has a Maelstrom so far, so right now, Storm is very strong.
Yeah, right. There's nothing to protect any of them. You know, Pango's not going to buy Manta or BKB or
Invoker's
anything. And the Invoker, he will get there with Vitali onto the Bane. And Fishman, the first point of contact, going to get blown up there. Beast Coast just holding this Dire Ancients area for quite some time now, trying to boot Watson away from that safe and efficient farm.
Meanwhile, no one is just farming on the enemy Ancients. He's kind of confused how nobody's here yet, but he's going to find Mouz. That could be a kill, running into a Solo Storm.
Yeah, I mean, this Orchid, with the help of the Spirit Breaker, global initiation, easy pick-off potential. Let's see if they can transfer
more galvanized.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Every kill just adds up.
He's up to 10 now on it, so yeah. Mana regen passively at 14.0 now. That's pretty good at 15 minutes, almost 1 mana regen per minute. Keep that pace up and you'll have a pretty good regen.
Oh, that's not too bad. Now we can push out wave, go back to farming jungle. Kill on a support, so not able to really transfer that into a hardcore tier 1 push, as neither of these teams really want to make that first step just yet. If something comes their way, sure, they'll fight back, give a couple of punches, but right now it's all about farming up the troll, getting yourself ready with a Darkseer to really get into these mid-game battles. While Beast Coast, we talked about their potential to scale into that mid to late game. I don't feel they're struggling or scrambling. They're patiently getting their Weaver ready as well. And are we going to be looking at BKB timings for Beast Coast?
Yeah, it might be. I feel like they're falling a little bit into a trap of we have to be active with our Invoker here. Okay, they will get the Spear Breaker, it looks like here. He does get all the way on top of him on the Invoker. Gonna set up with the ET ulti too.
That's nice. Charge cancelled by the lift as well.
This was very needed though. They've invested so much time and resources into running around and ganking with the Invoker. Even with this kill, he's still very far behind the other cores.
Invoker going to show himself down bottom immediately. Nightmared up. EMP with a combo going onto this Bane, and Rubik was also charging across the map. He's charging onto the Darkseer though, as Vitaly tries to finish off Fishman. Misses the swashbuckle though, needs to go in with the raw right clicks. Rubik did connect that charge onto Darkseer, but he's going to come back across to help out kill the Bane. Wasn't really needed in the end.
And importantly, they can go in now and try and steal some from the triangle here. There's even a double stack on the Ancients that Troll was gonna farm, but since people died, he had to abandon the area, give away this farm to Beast Coast. Beast Coast swing back a little bit after they've been struggling, what I would say, connecting in the early game here. At the same time, though, the Storm is finishing up Kaya, so he's kind of amped up that mana region even more. He's being charged right now.
He is indeed. Well, is there also a case to be made that Beast Coast are, now very afraid of this Storm Spirit Breaker, so they have to group as 5? Like, can the Weaver actually, pre-Lincolns, go and do the split push stuff on side lanes?
No, not really. He can't do it completely alone. That's why he's like all the time trying to read where the Storm is, and he's playing on the opposite side, or he plays where the Storm is only if he has friends nearby. So Pake has a really hard game in this, just reading the map.
Understanding where he needs to be and where he needs to not be, as he does turn around, and a lot of damage onto Katomi there, thanks to Vitaly with his Rolling Thunder. Trying to crash into the backline there. Watson, though, with DM, the vacuum wall, Gleipnir connect. Massive stuff from Entity to bring the Weaver down. They've got a return wall, but doesn't really hit anybody. And Entity will get a bonus there onto Mouz's ET.
That was such a nice patience coming out from Entity. You could see how they were just saying, okay, we lost one, but we can reset this. And all of them kind of just formed a concave waiting for Beast Coast to run in. And when the Weaver full commits like that, the Orchid is a serious threat. You don't have a saving support right now. You don't have anyone dispelling you. You don't have an item. So you have to be very careful about this Storm. You don't have vision on him.
Yeah, no one is like out of control right now. I mean, here it starts like, okay, there's a DD rune, Weaver wants it, turn around, kill the Spirit Breaker.
It looks good. At this point, it looks really nice, but they get a little bit too confident here going up. And look at the sentry. That sentry, MVP right there. They didn't have the sentry down, no way they can do this, but they see the Weaver all the way, go right after Shikuchi. Meanwhile, back in the game, they're going on Weaver again.
Well, he's nightmared. Have they got vision of him? Pike trying to get back in the trees, but Vortex dragged back with a vacuum, the kill again. And this is the issue now. Entity just snowballing out of contention in this game, number 1. 6k lead. The chat wheel line, but it just says it all right. Dropping them all.
Yeah.
Killing off that Weaver is massive.
Yeah, it's huge. And now Storm even building even more. He got the Kaya complete and more kills. So looking like he's got 24.2 now. It's, that's a lot of battery. Top lane. There's a charge on the Pango, but he's going to wisely TP out.
And this is kind of the normal build for Pango now, right? This Echo Saber, Blink Dagger. Do you want to see something? What do you want to see next from him? Aghanim Scepter?
Yeah, I feel Aghanim's is really, really good. And the Blink makes sense to be able to like quickly get on top of the Bane, stop his Fiend Script, or catch the Storm. So I kind of like it here. Otherwise, I would say Echo Saber into Aghanim's without Blink is probably more normal this patch. But in the game, it makes sense to have the Blink Dagger. But yeah, he's going for a Lotus next. It is a fantastic Lotus game against Bane, Spearbreaker, Storm. I don't know if it's the item that that you want to build on your offlaner though. It feels kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess thinking about how and if and when they're going to win this game, right? At some point, you're going to have to go high ground And who is your high ground hero? Weaver's going to go up and hit tier 3s. Buy Lincolns on Weaver, put Lotus on him.
True.
You need all the protection in the world for this. Like Alacrity, Lotus, Lincolns, buy a Solar Crest, just put everything on Weaver.
It's also to protect people from the Orchid of Storm immediately.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get caught right now. Blinks quickly, but cancel the charge.
Oh, okay. A little bit too deep for them there, and a stolen wall. Sunstrike coming in. DM is backing them up here though with that potential turnaround. Yeah. Another double wisdom rune though for Entity.
That was some fast reaction by Vitaly. If he didn't react that fast, he would have definitely died. Actually, Spirit Breaker did charge him, but as he blinked down and Storm jumped up, he decided quickly to cancel that.
Rolling Thunder Blink, connecting onto Storm the Darkseer. No one feeling pretty safe here, just holding his ground and waiting for the rest of the team to come in, which is a charge onto the Pango. And Darkseer, you're right, has Greaves still alive, but doesn't get to use them. A chain control well done there from Beast Coast to kill off DM.
Not gonna stay alive. Lumpy actually walks on top of the invisible Spirit Breaker here, but there's no way of knowing that, of course. Spirit Breaker with the Shadow Blade.
Oh, okay, they got him with the Gleipnir. I don't know if the Sunstrike gave vision, but they definitely knew where he was. No one with this Galvanize, though. Tons of mana regen. 24. Still not going to be able to slip away from this, surely. Into the creep wave, and then he'll die. No way of escaping. And Beast Coast, important moves here.
Yeah, big takedown. Surprised that he stuck around for that long even. That's a 1100 gold kill there as well. Going the way of Vitaly, getting a lot for himself and his teammates. A little bit of signs of life here, because otherwise it was looking like Entity are just taking over the game. And this is what you need. You need to get kills. You need to get kills where Invoker is involved, so that he doesn't keep falling behind here.
Yeah, the story of this game has been Beast Coast just bring 5 to every fight. You know, if you see a Storm or a Spirit Breaker, like you've been saying, there is backup coming.
Most likely. And we see big rotation bottom now. Rubik gonna get caught out as he was trying to smoke reveal, but that does mean the Roche attempt is thwarted here, and maybe they will go for it themselves. They have Troll.
They do.
Against the ET is very scary though. You can just send Spirit in.
That's Troll with BKB now as well. And ET Spirit is used with a Stomp, so yeah, they move into Roche. Watson, realizing there's a window of opportunity here now. Where are Beast Coast going?
They're just leaving. They're looking for Storm. They're hunting Storm right now, saying they don't want to fight in the Roche pit, but that's a big decision to just give away this Roche. I thought they could contest this some way, but it looks like they have no intention of doing so.
Yeah, looks like the call was made. I mean, right or wrong, they did everything together.
Yeah, I mean, it's a BKB timing on Troll. They're respecting that Troll was super strong, and that could have been a very dangerous fight. If they lose a Roche fight right there, that could just, you know, spell disaster.
And then Storm shows on that top ward, and Beast Coast are like, ah, shit, he's up here the whole time.
They were hunting, but they didn't find him. No one farming at the right place. He, by the way, is going for a BKB as well, so no one is just 600 gold away from his own BKB. Pango has the entire Lotus Orb now as well, like we talked about. Very big timing for him.
Radiant's top tower is
Other than
under
that,
attack.
Weaver's still waiting to get his BKB. He hasn't committed to any of the items, but he is the recipe away. He's now queuing up Lincolns instead. Changed his mind. And then he bought the Perseverance and then sold it, and then queued up the BKB again. He's changing his mind a lot here. The BKB is going to be the final choice, I believe. Unless he sells the items again here.
What do I want? I want this, I want that. No, back to this again.
It's the shopper's regret or something. The anxiety. What do I get?
Buyer's regret, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
I
one.
also saw that Invoker, first time this patch buying Boots of Travel. I guess Invoker is just so rare nowadays that we've not seen him buy bots.
I mean, it's a pretty common item for Invoker. It's more that, yeah, more Invoker is just not played that much.
Definitely keeping himself in the game. That's always the struggle with Wax Invoker. And no matter what patch it is, falling behind definitely something you've got to be aware of. He's not
Look at the speed on this boy. Does he still go down?
In and out. Oh, vacuum wall drop. Not quite landing as DM had intended. It looks like it's kept Katomi alive though with a nice grip out of Fishman. They've called up the Pango. The cancel there with the Tornado does come into play. And Vitaly trying to finish off Katomi here, but the Nightmare save again just to make sure Spirit Breaker stays alive.
This is where you feel some regret as Beast Coast, because you picked Pango into the Bane. Bane is usually picked as a counter pick to Pango, right? Or at least I believe it was that order. Because Weaver went first. Yeah, they did. So we see him get big value there with the Fiend Script.
It's been a pretty hard game.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, like, Vitality's top of the net worth, and it feels like they've given him a lot of space and a lot of the room on this map to kind of do good things. But you'd much prefer this Invoker be up there rather than the Pango, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, all this net worth on Pango, it's still, you know, still you're just going to be rolling around in a team fight, right? It's one of those, it doesn't matter what items you have if you're just going to be doing the same thing anyway. That's why Aghanims can be very appealing to have on Pango, because you're now doing more damage while you're rolling around. You're starting to get more value out of the shield crashes. But, of course, itemization is understandable in this game. I just don't think that he's going to be the solution for Beast Coast to get back into this game. This troll is getting enormous, and nobody can man-fight him right now. So they need plenty of items on Invoker and on the Weaver to be able to kite here. Now, Weaver, good news, is only 10 gold away from the BKB. So he's finally going to feel like, okay, I don't just die to an Orchid. But you know who does die to an Orchid? It's Mouz.
It's the Elder Titan. Yeah, it's like the Orchid plus the Gleipnir of the Troll as well. They're just super nasty for this Weaver to deal with. It just feels like Beast Coast right now. Well, hang on a second. Does Lumpy get this connection with Pyke arriving? Ah, yeah, no one has a BKB. He goes back in, sits on the Invoker. Backup arriving with a Spirit Breaker here. Yule Scepter and a Lotus Orb, though, buying time for Lumpy to survive, and they've got the kill on the Storm in the back. Lumpy still up and running. Kataomi not able to finish the job, and Pyke should be able to here with a Shikuchi to chase him down and kill off the Spirit Breaker. A killing spree for the Invoker. Beast Coast fighting back, as it has honestly... Okay, Fisherman TP's out there. It's felt like Entity have this, you know, steamroller, you know, movement forward. It's an unstoppable object, and Beast Coast is starting to put up some brick walls.
Yeah, good stuff from Beast Coast. You could see Entity get a little bit overconfident there, saying, okay, we already killed ET, we can keep fighting here, but they didn't have Troll anywhere in the area, so you're not playing with your Aegis carrier, and all of Beast Coast went together and fought off the intruders of Entity there. So get another valuable takedown on the Storm Spirit, and even just a kill on this Spear Breaker. That's 800 gold. You see again the Pango chasing after, and the Blink, like we mentioned, very good for getting on top of the Storm. Slippery fella. Mouz again in trouble. Bottom now, getting run at by Watson, who's got S and Y.
Ooh, good full staff there.
There's a tier 1 neutral item as well in this troll. Surely there has to be something better for you in the tier 2, Watson.
They'll find something. Just wait for tier 2 items are garbage. Wait
straight into tier 3. Yeah. It's an investment. Skip it.
But honestly, I find myself doing that quite often nowadays. If I don't find Philosopher's Stone in tier 2 item, I'm like, screw it. I'm keeping my Fairy's Trinket or whatever it is I've got on my my Seeds of Serenity.
Seeds of Serenity is a good one. I mean, it's a very nice item to have. They buffed it so many times. But yeah, it looks like he finally will get something something more valuable. He's actually... Did he send out a tier 2 item now? No, he just sent home the tier 1 item. He didn't even find a tier 3 yet.
Oh.
There we go. What does he get? Oh, the charge onto the Rubik. Can I catch him?
And down he goes. Well, that is the fear. Like you step under an observer ward at any point and you just disappear.
Yeah, they have such a solid grip on the map right now, controlling everything. I mean, they're even farming the enemy Ancients right now. This Troll Warlord with SNY and BKB. There's no way you're gonna burst him before he clicks that thing or clicks his ulti.
All the lanes are pushed in as well. You know, was it Pango up there farming the outer ring of jungle camps? Probably needs to start thinking about cutting waves, but again, that difficulty of not knowing where the Storm or the Spirit Breaker are, it can be very difficult to get a
Meteor Hammer.
Oh, Storm. Nightmared up. Saved from a bit of that control.
It's a little bit. Yeah, sorry.
Go on. I was just going to say, like, when you get behind as Beast Coast, it's very difficult. Like, you're down at the bottom of a well with no ladder, right? You're scratching against the walls, trying to push out waves. All 3 lanes are pushing into your base, and if you try to split push and step out of base, you need to smoke as 5 to do it. So you also can't clear waves.
Oh no, the jump again. Weaver
caught down at bottom, has the BKB up. Does Beast Coast want to turn and fight this? They're going to try and do something with his BKB. No one going to use his own one to just TP. Away we go. They've caught the Bane, though. Fisherman looks like he's going to be the sacrifice. But the fear struck into the hearts of Beast Coast there. You can feel it.
Yeah, even though you won that fight, that was your 9-second BKB used on Weaver as well, so it doesn't feel fantastic for you. They did, of course, get the Storm. Storm zips all the way out for a regen here, so quick trip back to base and out again. And he might want to do something with this regen. Looking for anyone who can jump right now. That's a lot of region value.
This de-warding battle is so important for Beast Coast. But yeah, so what is the solution in this kind of scenario? Where if you step out to control waves and push waves, which we talked about yesterday, rule number 1 of Dota 2, right? How do you do it against Storm Spirit Breaker?
It's
like,
all
do you
5-man Dota. You gotta do baits, you gotta do 5-man Dota a lot, which means you're gonna clump up a lot. Bottom, Storm zips in.
He's not even under a ward, he's just being scouted here. Rubik all caught up in it again. Mouz gonna get pummeled by Watson. 2 supports down once more.
The support's so quickly taken out, and Weaver is out there on the map, but he's scared to go anywhere even. Like, you show on Weaver, you might immediately get charged, you might get jumped by a Storm. And right now, you probably need to be ready to come home as well, because this troll looking like he wants to knock on your door. Actually got Pango. Fishman found Pango.
3 in a row. The question marks above his head. But yeah, this is the thing. Like, Bane is also this perfect setup. We used to see Bane with those IO strats back in the day. The Nightmare the Grip gives you the chance just to move across the map with his global prowess very quickly.
That's very true, actually. It synergizes really well with the Spirit Breaker and the Storm. The long duration of that Nightmare can really allow people to come in. They did fix Nightmare at least to not be 8 seconds duration, by the way. You know when all the stuns were reduced by 20%? Bane Nightmare, it said that it was reduced, but it wasn't. It was still 8 seconds, and I found that out after a while, and then, you know, it got fixed a little while after. It was interesting to see how he kind of slipped away.
But what it was like, it was 8 seconds on enemies, but it had the correct duration on allies. Something like that. It was kind of weird.
Oh, yeah. I think allies might have been fine. Which is even better for you. I mean, that's just a buff.
They're just super buffed.
Arcane Rune now on the Storm.
How many runes has no one had? Like, it feels like just all of them.
All
Entity
of them.
have had map control.
He is in so firm control of these runes. They're always on the edge of the map on the side of Beast Coast. They're not able to step into the center of the arena, so to say.
We're just meteor hammering mud golems. Like, how much fun is no one having right now?
Even buying the meteor hammer and, you know, pushing mid there is kind of funny. The meteor hammer meta is kind of off on Storm, but still a very cheap upgrade from the Kaya. And Kaya Sanj isn't what it used to be, so I approve. The meteor hammer is still, you know, worth purchasing if you want some high ground crack, I guess.
And it's also like one of the highest mana regen items in the game, right?
Oh, they're going in. The charge into them.
Weaver protected. And Vitaly like just jumping on him there to body block any spells coming his way.
Oh, the
That's
Sunstrike.
cool, actually.
The small victories.
Ah, yes. A bit of damage in the vision given over on the Spirit Breaker. So what, Vitaly jumped there with Lotus Orb on him to make sure that Weaver didn't get gripped, right?
Yeah.
They still jump in. Another flurry here from no one. Kill the ET with his BKB.
Very early BKB usage here.
ET has buyback. Potential here for that Roshan fight in the bottom right-hand corner. Beast Coast edging towards it, but Entity just stepping forward with DM.
Yeah, hard fight to take here for Beast Coast. They're trying to stand their ground, but meanwhile Troll is starting up the Roche, and I don't really see them being able to take this fight. They are going to buy back into it though, so they want to.
I gotta do something here. Can't just be letting them have a free Roshan. Pike is going to try and push out that bottom wave, but Kataomi has scouted out Vitaly and Storm Spirit. He zipped in pretty deep here, looking at the Invoker.
Storm is low mana though. This is kind of awkward for them. You don't have the resources for a fight on Storm.
And Roshan's like 30% health. This could get kind of awkward. Another Sunstrike for Vision. Vitaly, he's thinking about this Rolling Thunder to go back in onto Fishman's Bane in the tree line, catching him out. Hang on, this Weaver getting held in place, but look at Watson just open up and shred Almisha and Mouz. Destroys the 2 supports. Fishman is still alive. There's no way. He's finally got to die.
Troll is hunting. Gets the range bash.
Though, the Pike Weaver caught up with the roots and the bashes Watson. The time lapse is there. Pike still caught out by the Storm Spirit though. Zip zap. Vortex in a triple for Watson. And in we go towards Vitaly's Pango now as well. Give him the ultra. Look for the rampage. Elmisha's about to die. DM has stolen it. You monster!
How could he do something so rude? Taking away a man's rampage, and he deserved it. He range toggled with the Berserker rage, of course. If you attack in range form and then go melee, you have a melee chance to bash. So he gets the bash trigger there as well as he was chasing down the Weaver, I believe it was, right? Or was it Pango? I can't remember which one.
Yes, everyone just chased everyone, didn't they?
Yeah, we get to see a little bit of a replay here as they're going to push. But yeah, Troll so quickly disposed of the supports there. Good jump on the back line. And then we just see him go in this little ring around the Rosie down the Roche home here. Yeah, it was the Weaver. Look at this bash. Boom. Perfect.
And it felt like that tornado kind of griefed him a little bit. Bane was kept alive by the tornado. The Weaver couldn't hit him, you know, kind of delaying things, buying a bit of space and time there for Entity just to finish things up.
Targeting was a little bit weird for them overall, yeah. It didn't really feel like they had the easiest priority there for who to kill. And their damage is just a lot lower. Even though Weaver is a strong hero in this regard, I feel like he can't compete with the speed of which the troll disposes of the supports if he gets in there. He just hits way faster. Now going for a steal here on the Tormentor as well. I think there's no way Beast Coast can even be aware of this or do anything about it.
They are hemmed into their base yet again.
So Shard for the Darks here. Gets the Surge leaving a trail. This is super annoying to fight into, by the way. It is a 50% slow if you step in that trail. It is really gross. Probably one of the more underrated shards, I think, in the game.
The purple fog slowing you down. Oh, no one has bottled an amplified damage rune. And this could just be lights out for Beast Coast in game 1.
Has the cheese as well, backpack ready.
Yeah, very true. 27k lead, 27 kills. Putting the troll up on the high ground. Watson feeling very comfortable with where he's sat right now. Aegis, BKB, not a worry in the world. He steps out of the stomp and a vacuum there with a zip in as well. A good Yule Scepter from El Micho buys a little bit of space for himself to stay alive. And he's already lost to tier 3 though. And it looks like Watson is going to go for this range barracks and then the melee after.
Yeah, he's just pushing, throwing question marks here at Radiant. What are you going to do? Mana burn, going to do something, but he still has 300 mana to go, and Reaves are good for these situations.
Meteor Hammer! No one! Let's go.
Yeah, he's doing his part, pushing. Troll being cautious here while the glyph is up.
So I guess this is the kind of situation where, you know, I asked a question earlier on at the end of the draft, thinking about how things play out when you're entering team fights. Entity, it's felt like, you know, everything has gone as expected. You ball lightning in after a charge, you vacuum, you set up with a nightmare, etc. Beast Coast right now, how do they start to fight? They're just kind of throwing spells and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, that's basically a strat right now. It's very difficult. It's not clear who's going to go in first. Basically, it has to be Pango. Nice 3-man vacuum. Where's the Storm Aghanim's?
In we come. Storm trying to get in a little deeper there as they killed the ET, but no one has to pop the cheese, and BKB stands his ground and thinks about fighting, but it's barracks and buildings they came for. So Watson going to shred through a second lane as he shifts right down into bottom as well. Yeah. Chuck tornadoes at him, throw some EMPs his way. Watson, nice attempt on the nightmare.
Yeah, trying to dodge it. Doesn't really land. Gets the range bash on the Weaver, who, you know, dared step close. Another 3-man back.
Storm is here as well. The BKB's on the Beast Coast, but I don't know if it matters all that much. Ice Wall there. It's irritating for Watson with a meatball dropped on his head. But again, this is a 2-life troll with BKB still in hand. Pango all gripped up, trying to Rolling Thunder, crashing onto Watson, but he gets out the BKB just in time to bash into the Pangolier, kill him off. Everybody's dead, and GG's called by Beast Coast. Entity with an incredible Game 1 victory.
Yeah, fantastic. Very, very controlled throughout the game. There were moments where Beast Coast, you know, they were doing some stuff. They were managing to find a few pickoffs with the Invoker. But for all the time invested in running around, they did not find too much. So Entity, good read the entire game on where Beast Coast were hunting. And they just kind of outscaled them with their lineup, farming a little bit more and focusing on getting that growth.
Yeah, it's like early laning stage looks so good for Beast Coast, and it turned on its head, toppled very quickly. I mean, no one's Storm Spirit in this one looked incredibly good. As Entity take game 1 in its 2-game series over Beast Coast. We do have a second game coming up, though, as we'll have a short break and come back with that.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
It was an interesting draft from Beast Coast. Trying out that Invoker looked kind of cool. A lot of elements that could have gone right, but in the end, Waga, a lot went wrong for them as Entity just had a very simple to execute draft that clicked into place perfectly.
Yeah, the fights were just looking very comfortable for him. Everybody could jump the backline very quickly. The Storm was always in there when the Spirit Breaker connected. The two of them hit at the same time, which very often brought down the supports very quickly. That's kind of the story of the first game. I feel like the supports were just broken apart, and then the cores couldn't really stand their own anymore on Beast Coast.
Yeah, and I guess this is one of the problems that you face when you have a lot of backline heroes, like you're saying, right? The entire team composition of Beast Coast is pretty much, play from Fog, play from backline, and starting fights then can be quite challenging. Entity, they put the Troll on the front line, and then you've got several heroes kind of, staggered back behind him, ready to strike and go in. And Beast Coast starting fights, does Rubik move forward and telekinesis? He's going to die. Does ET try and stomp? Does Pango try and roll? Everything's very telegraphed.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult, especially if Pango goes in, then he just gets caught by the Fiend script as well. But yeah, we have some highlights from the game that we can take a look at as well, see some of the stuff that went down.
Yeah, because early days, laning stage was pretty good with moves like this. 7 minutes in, getting in onto that mid Storm Spirit, unlocking that Invoker a little bit early on, but from here on out, Invoker kind of struggled to find his footing.
Yeah, like I said, during the game, he spent a lot of time and he didn't really have too much involvement in kills, whereas the Storm found so many kills early on, got a ton of mana regen from it due to how his hero scales up. And yeah, we could just see the little bit of a difference there in how well they connected into the game already here. Like Storm just happily zipping after people.
Yeah, sees a target, goes on the target. Good vacuum walls as well from DM as well there. As the game progressing, multiple Aegises, Roshans for Entity. A good kill on Storm, but this was one of the chances Beast Coast had to fight back. But primarily, if you look at the minimap, this is due to the Troll with Aegis being nowhere nearby.
Yeah, they were kind of gifting a chance here, and the chance was taken by Beast Coast, but nothing massive transitioned out of it. And here we have another fight where Troll just cleans up. This is the stolen rampage right here. Gets the double kill immediately on the supports, and he's just a wrecking ball in this fight. Everybody's running away. Look at the panic on Weaver and Pango. It's like, we don't want to be here.
Yeah, it's like our supports have died. Who's going to control them? We've got damage, but we don't have any stuns anymore. Complete freedom for Entity to do what they wanted. And some quick fingers there from Watson. Get off the BKB, not get crashed by the Rolling Thunder. And just taking down the barracks with ease. Simple stuff from Entity. What do you reckon? Execution-wise, draft-wise, was Beast Coast kind of left hanging by their hero choices?
I think so a little bit, yeah. I think the last pick still was very fine for them. The Invoker was like probably the best they could fit into a draft, but ultimately the 5 heroes together that they had just looked very difficult to execute compared to what Entity are running. And again, the draft, you know, the Entity has a lot of things that were unanswered. Who's going to deal with the Troll? You know, how are you going to shut down the Storm Spirit? There was quite a few things that Beast Coast just didn't have the tools to deal with.
Yeah, it's like, again, kind of these elements, right? Like ET, good in lane, protects the Weaver, did a good job there. But as it gets to mid game, would you do you wish that was a Clockwork? Would you rather that be a Clockwork with a hook shot and a cogs to kind of trap and kite the Troll or get on the Storm Spirit, stuff like that? You know, a do shit hero. A hero that goes in and gets the job done. Don't care about dying, but initiate, start things off, because that just gives you a bit of breathing room for the Pango to choose his moment, pick the target, Invoker to kind of come out of Ghost Walk and figure out where he wants to be. Otherwise, you're kind of just showing your hand as Beast Coast and saying, hey, we're starting our fight with an ET Stomp, and Entity complete freedom to kind of understand that and position themselves around it.
Yeah, you can also look at it a little bit like the Weaver pick. While it's a very strong hero, didn't really turn into that much this game as a carry because he couldn't really split push and get that much done against the Spirit Breaker and against the Storm. So didn't get that much out of the course as well. Kind of just well done by Entity overall. They prepared the draft well.
That was absolutely brilliant stuff there to take game 1, and we'll come back in a little bit. Another break before game 2 is coming your way. Sorry about that. Welcome back, everyone, as I remember to unmute myself before we start the broadcast. Whoopsie doopsie. That's my fault. But we are back here for the Riyadh Masters. Game 2 in this 2-game series between Beast Coast and Entity about to kick off. And so far, it's looked like Entity have the upper hand in draft, execution, and just comfort levels, Varga.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of the draft that we saw as well was due to their coach coming in and helping out here. We have Astini, of course, for Entity, the Brazilian Dota 2 coach, who also has been, caster and working TI events and so on. But he has a lot of experience with South American scene. Maybe he has been telling them, they like to play aggressive, they like to split up, pick some stuff that can punish, because that's definitely what it looked like in the first draft here. Seeing how they picked the Spirit Breaker, the Storm, these heroes that are great when your opponent split up a little bit. Maybe Beast Coast will swing back with a more team-centric draft.
Yeah. That's definitely a possibility. I mean, I've had the pleasure to work with Astini, the Lima Major. He's jumped on a couple of DPC broadcasts back in the day for South America. He's the kind of person who, is just calling every pick. It's like 80% success rate or whatever as he's looking at the draft and calling. This is what they're going to do. This is what he is a master of doing homework and understanding, what the thought processes are behind the picks for, like you say, especially South American teams. He has a lot of experience and information there for sure.
Yeah,
it's always nice having these little additions to your squad.
Apparently, he made a prediction once that Thunder Predator would go 2-0 4 times in a row when people didn't expect them to, and he was correct. And he's kind of known for that as well. So yeah, he definitely has a good finger on the pulse of the South American scene. If you want anyone to bring the expertise, he's a good choice.
Absolutely. I mean, so you say team-centric draft. We can jump into the draft and find out what we're dealing with here for game number 2. Are there any specific heroes that you would like, or that you would consider a more team-centric hero, or is it just the composition of all 5 that has to come into play?
Yeah, maybe you want to first start prioritizing getting rid of, or maybe getting your hands on the Darkseer, I feel, for Beast Coast, because that hero, if they give it away again, it's very, very strong. I've been saying that I think it's the strongest hero on the offlane currently, and they are not gonna ban it out, so I feel like we might see Entity just take it again here as their first pick. This does leave Weaver. It leaves a few of those heroes, but Beast Coast, yeah, I would like to see big ultimates, big prioritization on things that win these 5v5 engagements, because that's what they were really lacking last game. And there it is, Darkseer given away and taken gladly by Entity.
We're not having a full repeat here, right? Bane has been banned, so it's not exactly the same.
We're going down familiar territory, but with the Bane ban, that means you can pick Pango without getting as punished. So maybe that's a little upside at least, but I'm still not 100% sold about going down the same way. I mean, if I was to be a Beast Coast fan right now, I'd be concerned, because this Darkseer, they also didn't ban out the Spear Breaker, so they could just try and go for the same thing here, but surely they ban it here.
Sure.
I mean, there's no way they give it away, right?
Not a chance.
They could take it for themselves. It's a pretty good hero against the Darkseer as well. I mean, it's a good synergy with him, but they also have the first pick here, so they could get their hands on the Spirit Breaker if they want, play some aggressive stuff around it. I wouldn't be against that. Just don't give away the same combo again. It's very, very potent.
Yeah, especially with just doing like creep manipulation in the first couple of levels, right? Because it's not necessarily good laning duo until they hit like level 3 or 4 or whatever, and you want Darkseer to be having solo XP for the most part. Okay, there we go. That's what I asked for in the previous game, right? At the end of the game, I was like, wouldn't you rather the ET be a Clockwork? And Beast Coast say, yes, we would.
Yeah, this is a good counter as well. It's preemptively saying, okay, pick your Spirit Breaker. We now picked Clockwork, a very, very, very good hero against him. So you can always catch him, you can battery assault him, and he can't use his ulti. It's a good way to stop the combo without picking it yourself. And perhaps Clockwork will synergize better for Beast Coast than picking a Spirit Breaker would have in their own draft.
Man, how a good way to start the fights. I'm definitely curious to see if Entity will respect the Clockwork or just go back for that Spirit Breaker like you're talking about. Because like now the Bane and the Storm are gone, some of these very important elements are either banned or potentially answered already. Might have to go down a different trajectory for Entity.
Yeah, we'll see what it's gonna be, but even with Storm removed and Ember removed, some of the aggressive Spirit heroes, sure, but no one. He is an experienced mid player. He has a big puddle of heroes. Not even a puddle, it's an ocean of heroes that he can play. And, you know, they deliberated a little bit over it. Should we do it? Should we not? And ultimately they say, okay, fine. Clockwork, you're a bit annoying, but Spearbreaker is still great against Weaver, so, you know, it's win some, lose some.
I was honestly kind of hoping for Tiny. I'm not sure if Entity are like a Tiny flex team, but could have been cool there as like a pos4/pos1, pos2 hero to come in, toss people out of cogs, get a good amount of damage onto Weaver, plays decent with the Darkseer. But yeah, Spearbreaker,
yeah. I mean, Tiny is a hero that they've been running support a lot in the past, so it's definitely something that they have as a possibility for them. They've been playing it on Kataomi in the past.
Yeah, that's for sure. I was just wondering if it's like a hero that could flex into mid for no one, but
yeah, I like the idea of having a Tiny against Weaver, but we'll see what they're gonna go with, because also I have double melee lineup already against the Clockwork. You kind of want to have more ranged heroes added into the draft here.
Sure, something. And is this the time where you grab Rubik for yourselves? Because it felt like, in part, that Rubik pick by Beast Coast was to kind of block it. You don't want, Rubik versus Weaver, so Chikuchi's nice. Rubik versus Clockwork could be handy. But a Disruptor is like classic Eastern European Dota now. With Darkseer, Spearbreaker, Disruptor. This goes back to the old like Vegas Squadron VP days. We were talking about no one, right? Yep. In his old form. This is the kind of draft that he used to play with.
It definitely is, and again, a good hero against the Weaver, so a lot of emphasis on shutting down the Weaver, which could be important because Weaver does lane pretty well against the Darkseer. So making sure that you now have a few heroes that can later on address if the Weaver gets out of hand is a good way to start. SD gets picked up for Beast Coast. We've seen that combo with the Weaver before. Good to have a saving hero so Weaver doesn't get bursted. It's usually one of the dangers of running Weaver carry.
Most banned heroes. Tiny at 23 with a Monkey King right up the top. Shadowfiend up there as well. I didn't really expect Tiny to be right up there as most banned.
He's very, very strong right now. The flex between mid and +4 is super nice, and he's even passable as an offlaner. So yeah, crash landing Tiny, and we've even seen him played carry by some teams.
Oh,
it's gonna be a Void Spirit coming in.
Yeah, Beast Coast have won game 2. It's over. No, I don't know.
Like Void Spirit?
Well, I think I've just been unlucky in the games that I've cast and I've watched. I had this discussion with Snare the other day, and the past like 20 games of Void Spirit in top level Dota that I've either watched or cast, I've seen him lose. I have not seen Void Spirit win a game in like a year. Well, I know he has, and I know he can be good. It's just I have not seen it.
It's fine. You're gonna get to see it now. No One God is gonna show you how to deliver on the Void Spirit. He's got some experience in this hero for sure, and it's not a bad game for Void Spirit here. You have pretty bad lockdown on the side of Beast Coast. He can easily step out of the cogs whenever he wants to, and SD doesn't bother you at all when you Void Spirit. You're a fantastic hero for jumping around. Even if you try and disrupt save someone, you can just sit on them and still kill them afterwards as Void Spirit with the Ether Remnant.
And I guess, a nice replacement for the Storm Spirit as well. Again, you've got this global prowess across the board with Surge, Charge, Glimpse, and of course the Astral Step just to get on top of people, find your target, kill them off, and then go for the +1, right? Chaining kill after kill seems to have been Entity's MO the past few games.
Yeah, very reminiscent of the previous draft here. And if they go for an Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, they'll have another source of silence here, so they'll have pretty good disruptive abilities against the Pango getting his ulti out, or against the Weaver getting his valuable ulti or Shikuchi out.
And Beast Coast again, speaking of being reminiscent, this Pangolier 4th pick when they have last pick, kind of keeping things open for the mid or the off lane Swapperoo.
Yep.
Change things around, but like Weaver carry, Clockwork 5, Shadow Demon 4 is what we're looking at here, more likely than not.
Yeah, wonder what they're considering putting against that Void Spirit mid. Gonna ban out the Troll though, don't want a repeat of that as Weaver struggles a bit to stand his ground against it. This does mean that some heroes like Sven made it through, who was banned last time, and Sven Darkseer, very nice combo. Not a bad lane combo with the Darkseer, or Disruptor and Sven as well. They lane pretty well. So I think that's probably going to be the most likely for Entity. They could also go down the road of like a CK here or something if they want more kill potential.
Yeah, I just remembered that there's an old Dota clip. I think it was No Tidehunter, one of the Dream Hacks back in the day. Maybe it was the old Alliance. where they had that, like the first time we really saw that massive combo. It was like Darkseer was buying Helm of the Dominator back then. It was like Vacuum into Centaur Stomp into Sven just cleaving people.
Yeah, I mean, Sven is very happy when you get, and with the amount of 3-man vacuums that we saw last games as well, that's a good sign that you can definitely rely on this guy. Oh, they're gonna go for another hero that abuses the low lockdown on Beast Coast here. Gonna go for the Morphling against an SD who doesn't have great ways to stop Morphling. Clockwork can't really stop him, and you can turn into Weaver with Shikuchi for Morphling. It's not a bad Morphling game, to be honest.
So they have lockdown issues. Do you feel Beast Coast have damage issues as well?
Damage is a little bit more fine, actually. It's not terrible. They can have a little bit burst issues, but at least for the first 20 minutes or so, they're pretty fine. After that, they really rely on the item scaling, and if Weaver goes all defensive items, they might be in trouble, but I don't think he has to in this game. He just needs to have, like, I don't know, either the Lincolns or BKB, one of them, and then a lot of damage items.
Well, last pick the Beast Coast to try and figure out where this Pango's going, how do they deal with the Morphling.
Yeah, this is going to be a Watson Morphling as well. He plays it very well. He's, you know, very known for being really, really fast at farming and accelerating his item progression. It's sort of the big thing they made his name for, is how efficient he is as a gamer. And I feel like Morphling, definitely a hero that you can push yourself to the limit with. And against the Pango as well, not a bad lane.
Is there any kind of, like, looking at this Huskar ban and Doom ban, you're protecting the Void Spirit, protecting the Darkseer. Is there a gotcha pick here as we get down to like 5 seconds left?
That's really a gotcha. I don't know. I'm thinking like Puck is kind of good, but nah, they're gonna go for Slaughter. Puck struggles to lane against Void Spirit. Slaughter will have a much better time in laning stage. And this does give them some damage boost, right? You were considering if they are lacking damage, you just put the Slaughter ulti on someone, and now they're going to take a ton of damage. You have 3 cores, all providing minus armor. So that's pretty synergetic. But the problem is that I feel like Slaughter, he might struggle still against the Morphling at some points. The high elusiveness of waveforming around.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a question. How to deal with this Morphling? How do they contend with these tanky, unkillable, maneuverable core heroes?
Even just something as simple as the Disruptor dropping down his field, right? Can keep the Slaughter in place pretty well as long as he cancels his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, both him and the Weaver, right? Needing their movement speed rather than kind of displacement or movement abilities like the Spirit Breaker or the Void Spirit and Morphling have. And yeah, so Slardar offlanes. It's going to be Slardar, Shadow Demon as a lane against this Morphling. Wait, is Morphling plus the Disruptor?
Most likely? Yeah. Most likely going to be the pairing. Yeah, it looks like a pretty damn strong lane for Entity, and their safe lane, I feel. Shouldn't underestimate the Pango off lane, though. Pango can be really tricky to deal with. Or did they send the Pango mid?
Pango's mid.
Oh, okay.
Pango's mid and Slardar. It looks like it anyway. And yeah, I have a problem with object permanence, if you didn't realize. As soon as the heroes disappeared off the screen, I forget what they are immediately.
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit surprised because I feel like this game, I would probably rather have had the Pango against the Morphling rather than the Slardar against Morphling in lane. And, you know, Slardar does so well against melee heroes, so I thought that it would have paired him against the Void Spirit here. But I guess it's just player comfort as well. You know, we have a Master tier on the Pango for the Lumpy, so he feels like, you know what, give me this hero. I just want it.
It's a very good gamer name, Lumpy. I'm a big fan of just, you know, adjectives as names.
It's very very Chinese, right? A lot of Chinese players just pick some adjective or something.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember what team he plays for, but the L'Enfer c'est les autres. Hell is other people. That's got to be one of the best usernames all time in esports.
Hell is other people.
Hell is, yeah. I can't remember. I don't know if it's a Sartre quote. It's some French philosopher, I'm sure.
I see. There's some great stuff. You know, as a fellow introvert.
Yeah, hell is other people.
Wireless gamer here. You know, wireless mice, you know, they're actually really nice nowadays. I used to hate them.
Well, they used to have like input lag and stuff, right?
Yeah, it used to be input lag and also, you know, arguing that, but charging and, you know, whatever. But you know, I kind of changed my mind. I feel like it's fine now. The only wireless mice I don't like are the ones that are super heavy from batteries. Because a heavy mouse, actually, there's a little PSA for our viewers here. Heavy mouse can lead to wrist injuries, and it's bad for you. I used to work as a massage therapist before I became a full-time nerd. And
yeah, I always get confused. Like, so the Logitech mice that I buy, the wireless one, G903, my favorite mouse for a long time now, and they come with little weights you can put inside. I'm like, I don't want to add weight to my mouse.
Well, it greatly depends how you use your mouse, right? Some people move the mouse mostly with their wrist, whereas some people use their entire arm. They like in FPS games, it's more common as well. People move their entire arm a lot more. Then weight can be more fine. But if you only move your wrist, then I would say you really want a light mouse, because otherwise the wrist injuries can set in.
Yeah, I'm sat here moving my mouse and figuring out I'm using wrist.
Yeah, I'm only using my wrist for moving it as well. So I use a super light mouse. I'm not gonna sell out any brand here, but I can recommend it.
How do you control your camera in game?
I use all kinds of methods, dude. The middle mouse wheel, the arrow keys, the edge panning, all of it.
What do you mean arrow? How do you use arrow keys when you've got
sometimes
your
it's arrow keys, you know?
What?
Yeah, sometimes. Not all the time. Sometimes it's arrow keys.
How are you pressing your buttons when you've got arrow keys on the other side of the keyboard?
It's not when I'm pressing my buttons. That's when I'm pressing my arrow keys, man.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not doing that mid-team fight. That's not the time. But sometimes you like cruise control, you know? It's nice.
I can't remember what it was. I think playing Warcraft 3 and like Age of Empires and stuff, I always got really pissed off at edge pan. So in Dota, one of the first things I did was like learn to play without edge panning. I'd disable it. Like putting my cursor at the edge of the screen, I do not want it to move. Yeah. I am a middle mouse click only gamer. Yeah, honestly, middle mouse click is really good. The click and drag. We have Kataomi walking into a few here, but he should probably be fine. He has the boots on Spear Breaker, so I'm not feeling too worried. And what was that? A sentry blocking the Ancient camp over to the far left side as well. Yeah, a little bit of farm prevention here, as we did see Darkseer rely on the Ancients last time. And they also put an Observer Ward to spot the Ancients on the other camp being stacked up. So they saw that Darkseer came back into the game after a bad laning stage by using the Ancients.
The battle begins.
Pike and Mouz. Nice Shikuchi to grab the bounty rune. Fishman down
in
the bottom
trouble.
might actually be in big trouble, surrounded by 3 members of Beast Coast. Lumpy would love this kill. Oh, push back. Oh, that's good. So it doesn't give it to the Pangolier, which would have been great for Beast Coast there. But it pushed him back towards his mid lane efficiency. He gets to where he wants to go anyway, so they do get the kill. No trouble there. And little first blood over on one of your supports always feels good. Gets to have an early Null Talisman from the start here for SD. So nice mana region. That's pretty cool. Void spread against Pango in the mid lane. Both very good attack animations. Both universal heroes. This is like a very close matchup between the two of them. Yeah. Oh, creeps are all low. Gets 2 CS on that Pango. Top lane, we do have the Weaver, of course. Strong laner here, so we might see shenanigans coming out from the Darkseer lane. He's in trouble again. You're a Radiant player. That's the dire side of the river, my friend. Where are you going? Dragging Vitali pretty far away, but still dying there. It's 2 kills to the good. Beast Coast kill Fishman yet again. Wow. That leaves Watson alone for a long time down here, though. He's dead with no TP. 40 seconds cooldown on this teleport, so this is really gonna... You know, Morphling is the one who's gonna pay the price for this. That's painful. Up at top. A bit of dragging around. Kataomi going to give DM the creep wave. Mouz and Pike just trying to step up and do what damage they can. Again, so far, decent stuff for Beast Coast. You look at Slardar's last hit values, though. 2 and 1. He's had to waste a bit of time kind of chasing the Disruptor down. He's putting pressure on Watson. But yeah, not getting as many last hits as he would have liked. Yeah, but he's pulling ahead a little bit now. So, of course, the Morphling is alone being bullied here. Power CSing coming in. 2 heroes versus 1. Getting every single deny. Every single last hit. Watson is crying, right? He's like, why would you get out of position? I'm the one who has to suffer. And Fishman's just like, I'm dead. I'm chilling in Fountain. Just watching the suffering happen. Not easy times for this Morphling down bot. Yeah, the fact that he has Glimpse level 1 on Fishman as well means that he can't that easily trade into this SD right now. Glimpse is pretty common level 1 skill, but here he really would want to have the Thunderstrike, I feel, to be able to fight. Just look at that, a bash into a couple of punches. Watson straight down to like 30% HP. And this should be a double wave for the Radiant going to be pushing pretty close to that dire tier 1 tower, so a long lane there. Fishman and Watson gonna have some struggles.
Yeah, it's all coming back to that first blood, really. Or, well, more importantly, the second kill, I guess. But Fishman has a lot of work to do to recover this lane.
And Morphling Illusion's very strong from this disruption as well. Give it a trip down there onto Fishman.
Yeah. So Lotus coming up. Both teams fighting for it a little bit here as Fishman wants to go over.
The glimpse away. Slaughter, get out of here. Elmisho and Fishman. It goes to the disruptor. Fishman grabs it.
Yeah. Up on top lane as well. It's going to go the way of the clockwork. So Dire get their hands on it there.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Morphling really down in the dumps. 7 and 5. Pango Weaver, the winners out of their lanes. 16 last hits, 3 denies for them. And up at top, yeah, forcing DM to expend his entire mana pool just to sprint away from this clockwork. Really just getting up in their face at any given moment.
Yeah, really. Top lane trading a lot here, using the Iron Shell whenever they can to try and have favorable fights on the side of Radiant. But it is Dire who are a little bit stronger in the lane. Weaver doing his best, landing a lot of auto attacks here. The 17% comes in.
Yeah.
All your hard work just gone. One bash and suddenly they were up the exchange.
I'll trade with you. My RNG is better. 11 denies on a Slaughter, though. Like, yeah, Disruptor dying a couple of times, but Vitaly doing an exceptional job. Really just stacking up the pain and despair there in that bottom lane.
Yeah, two of them did a great job just power ceasing together, and now we have a bit of chase glimpse. Can I keep him safe here?
And DM has the bug on him, and a battery assault's come in.
Ooh, he's trapped.
Trapped inside the cogs, and down he goes, it looks like. But hang on, the Weaver stuck on the left-hand side, couldn't get through the cogs, doesn't get the damage in, so Darkseer survives.
Wow, he got blocked by his allied cog there. I guess it perfectly blocked the little path through there between the tree. So that looked like it should have been a short kill, but because of him being trapped on the wrong side there, he actually gets to live.
And with a Blood Grenade Iron Shell there, Spirit Breaker, the kind of hidden damage from him. Didn't need a bash or anything like that, just chases him down with the Iron Shell. Tickle the clockwork to death.
And that's going to be a good feeling for the Darkseer as he's running back to base. He gets that kill. Almost has mana boots now.
We've left a little alone up top and pretty low HP.
So yeah, TP bot refill to mid, so refill for the Pangolier. Can I get some love here from the Clockwork?
No one's still level 5, but never really going to be under too much threat of dying in this mid lane. Dissimulate's always going to protect him against the Clockwork. And maybe we'll see that move around 6 minutes to come in for this active rune. In fact, we're already seeing that move, right?
Yeah, they're sitting there just kind of controlling the preemptive ward here, but it was spotted by the Clockwork. They already had a ward overseeing all of this.
The double die, the double die ward in the Ancients in that top little spot. Kasumi gets his Observer down. In 20 seconds to come. We've also got Shadow Demon making a pretty early move, but Shadow Demon very adept at kind of stacking and getting other stuff done while he's wandering around.
Yeah. Oh, did he not check him? He has a sentry on the Clockwork, but he hasn't de-warded this yet. He's waiting. Or maybe he's baiting the Void Spirit to come here.
Right, come for the rune, boys. Who? Clockwork with the cogs. Remnants there, and the Arcane Rune bottled by no one. Mouz gonna walk it off.
Yeah. Morphling is starting to recover a little bit in jungle now. He is starting to farm a little bit faster, has the gloves, and full power threads is coming out on his courier.
It really does feel very similar to game 1, though. This kind of, Beast Coast winning the lanes, getting themselves into a good spot now. But Entity, the Networth lead isn't that drastic. They're not completely losing out. They're finding little scraps of farm here and there. They're keeping themselves competitive in this game.
Yeah. So surprised Mouz didn't find that ward. He actually didn't see the one planted in river. I guess he just didn't click the Spirit Breaker before he checked the rune there.
Okay, yeah.
He went in and blocked the camp instead. Unless he has another sentry to D-ward with, but I don't see why we'd pass up on a D-ward.
Oh, Wisdom Rune time. Fishman. Yeah, he stepped up again.
Oh,
He's going to find Lumpy and Elmisho here. What is this, the third kill for Beast Coast? Is going to be the third death for Fishman's Disruptor.
Yeah, it's all Fishman. The good thing is it's all Fishman. The bad thing is it's all Fishman. So at least the water boy of Morphling, he is farming away. Meanwhile, getting some space during this, but they're starting to bleed a little bit too much on this Disruptor.
Look at that, like a full minute difference there to hit level 6. No one coming out ahead in a few of those stats as well. And now he'll get his first bottle refill from Disruptor, so that will even up that stat. Move from Lumpy down to bottom, though. Slardar and Pango both level 6, and with the catapult, getting some good damage on this tier 1 bottom, which has just been left completely alone. But that means Entity can make moves elsewhere, snipe out moves in that mid lane, and put a bit of pressure of their own onto a tower. Well, up at top, DM has no surge, so Pyke is going to chase this one down. Swarm was
actually dropping pretty fast here, but
Shikuchi,
the double iron
Iron
shell?
Shell with the creeps on him. Pyke time lapses away. Close, too close for my comfort. As Pango will roll into the mid lane. Fishman yet again being found here. El Misho with Lumpy trying to snipe him out. No one in Kataomi returning fire
Huge
quite
barrier.
nicely. It's a shielded up Pango that cannot be touched anymore, and Mouz is going to trap Kataomi inside the cogs now. Poisons are being stacked up. Lumpy will come in with another swash and crash probably in a second. A good charge to bonk them back though, and Lumpy not wanting to dive any deeper. Mouz is dropping lower and lower here to no one, who kills him off, and a swashbuckle kind of short range there, allowing Void Spirit to drag him back with a remnant, and the sentry ward gives a lot of coverage here to allow them to go in even deeper, but Vitali has arrived. The crush to save the life of Lumpy, keep the Pango up and running, and Elmisha
they're dropping low on Radiant.
The poisons that run out of mana on the dire side though. Shadow Demon can't offer too much, but the Weaver has come in. Everybody and their mums in the mid lane trying to fight around these rune spawns and tier 1 towers. Kataomi drops the glimpses there to maybe protect no one. Buy a bit of time for the Void Spirit to get another bottle refill and stay alive.
He stays alive, but he can't really do too much here, just getting run at by so many heroes from Beast Coast. And we see this is Beast Coast kind of doing what Entity were doing in the previous game, just finding each other on the map, having a lot of aggressive heroes just run in and punish. So Entity a little bit down the exchange there, and Beast Coast, you know, good utilization of the Slardar coming in as well there.
Just everybody coming, like Slardar joins.
Weaver picked up a kill.
Again.
Yeah,
Weaver suddenly there.
Yeah, everyone got paid basically for coming in there as well. The Slardar helped get the kill on the Darkseer.
Disruption. Protects him from the glimpse, but not from the Morphling and the Blood Grenade. Vitali realizing very quickly that's not where he wants to be. Still being charged at here as Elmisho jukes around the trees. The Shadow Demon surviving, but Vitali might not be so lucky. He's been surrounded and caught up by these maneuverable core heroes to kill him off, and Elmisho does get found by Fishman in the end.
Finally does go down, slowly chasing him around the corner there. Not sure he knows about the ward on the cliff there. Put his own observer on the ground to try and see him around the tree line, by the way. Okay, he does find a ward on the cliff as well.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder up at top. Nets them a kill on the docks here, so Beast Coast at least getting something on the map there. As they lose a couple of heroes bottom.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Having a pretty good game. Top of the net worth by about 700 gold. That's where this Weaver needs to be, though.
Yeah, Weaver doesn't really scale as hard as a Morphling going into the late game, so he definitely wants to have a strong start here and start doing stuff as early as he can. So Gleipnir Rush probably going to be the build, and then look for him to start hunting this Void Spirit.
A Void Spirit who, like you said, goes straight into the Agnum Scepter. And another layer of silence against all these heroes is super handy.
It's a very good item. When you're a universal hero, you get a lot of damage from it as well, so it's going to help him do something in these fights. I'm trying to get level 6 on Fishman right now. It's 11 minutes in, still don't have that Disruptor ulti. Similarly, Clockwork, pretty far away from level 6, by the way. He is level 5 and barely any experience on top of it.
Yeah, 11 minutes in.
That's when you come mid, you know, the great pilgrimage for the level 5 heroes, the low level heroes. They always come mid and sit there and look at the creep waves.
Send a rocket flare from time to time.
Yeah.
Nobody look, don't perceive me, don't look at me. I'm not here.
He is on food stamps right now. Spearbreaker a little bit more confident, has that level 6, so he's sitting mid, but also getting to farm mid. SD, kind of smoke protecting here, but he might get jumped anyway.
Well, Misho breaks the smoke and walks straight into a static storm. Got the banish off on the Void Spirit, a Pango roll, causing a few problems. Great cogs there, allowing the Pango to bash and bonk into the Fisherman's Disruptor. Swashbuckle back up, but Lumpy, disengage out from no one, gets the distance, turns into a little piggy. Vitali, though, chasing this, but a good wall there. A bit more protection as well for no one to drop a remnant and skip away to safety for now. Again, the supports, the casualties, a 2 for 1 there as Shadow Demon trades out for a Disruptor and Spirit Breaker.
It was a lot of resources to bring down a Shadow Demon as well. They dropped the Disruptor ulti immediately on him and then The Spirit Breaker also committed ulti. I'm not even sure he had to ulti him there because he was kind of ticking down. But they do get one kill, but definitely not what they want. Now mid tower getting slapped a few times. You know, Beast Coast not playing any sort of slow Dota, starting to play very, very vigilant on the map.
He got that banish off just in time before the static store. Yeah. Bought a little bit of time for him. And he had another strike on like 1 HP. Yeah,
I feel like he was, you know, dead no matter what there, but either way, I think that fight was gonna look a little bit weird for him anyway, since they dropped the Disruptor ulti like that. Mid tower now starting to go down. Beast Coast just sieging down. No response yet from Entity. They don't have the power spikes. Is he going for this Aghanim's first item on Void Spirit? He's kind of far away from a power spike. Morphling just wants everybody to forget about him. You know, like he had a tough day in the laning stage, so he just wants to have like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you know, as much as he can get to recover into this game.
Yeah, he just wants to sit down with his Big Mac, watch his favorite streamer, have a bit of alone time. You know, you go into that flow state of eating and watching.
Yeah, Watson is literally just muting Discord right now. You know, he's not listening to people.
Nice hook shot in from Mouz. Sets things up onto DM with a Demonic Purge to follow, and even a Rolling Thunder here.
Oh my god, the pinball machine.
Kill off the Darkseer with some good cogs there. And 4 members rotate top, 3 ultis, kill Darkseer and pressure tier 1. Steal a Wisdom Rune as well, hey? Couple of seconds until that spawns. It all clicks very nicely into place for Beast Coast.
Yeah, they do get to steal, but at the same time, there's a little bit of theft going the other way here. The Void Spirit actually going in and having one. But meanwhile, Beast Coast, they're, you know, playing towards objectives. They're getting this tower, top tower removed. These fixed objectives being taken. 3 towers down, and they have not lost a single tower themselves.
Oh, that Slaughter and Weaver doing some tremendous building damage. Much cleaner from Beast Coast here, kind of transitioning out of that laning stage into some bigger things.
Also not really the best pushing lineup, right? Like, their heroes are not meant to take towers that easily, but because of how they're dominating, they are. Fishman. Setting up Vision here on Lumpy.
Static Storm there for the Shadow Demon. Doesn't catch the Pango though, and the wall's dropped in as well. Again, expenditure galore as Lumpy does get dragged back. Blood Grenade and the final touches there. Get them a double kill for DM.
Yeah, good time to fight when Pango doesn't have his ulti available. He tried to jump away there, but the Glimpse pulls him back into fights. So first real, like, good engagement, I want to say, for Entity going their way. And also DM specifically getting those 2 kills. He had a pretty rough lane. You know, the solo death to the Weaver and the rest of the stuff. This helps him get back to his Guardian Greaves. Not too far away from that right now.
Yeah, and you can see it feels so much better when they're able to, in unison, use their ultis, right? Having Static Storm and Wall and Nether Strike on top of each other rather than piecemeal putting them one by one as we've seen in the previous fights. Entity's 5-man is very strong.
Yeah, it is. It has a lot of potential. But similarly, you could say for Beast Coast now, with the Gleipnir in hand on the Weaver, he's very ready and looking to get involved in this as well. You can see by him staying mid right now, he's looking to get into some of these fights.
And Blink on Slardar as well. Vitali's ready to strike. I can't see anybody right now, though. Dire Vision on the far left side. They have just seen the Morphling farming Ancients.
Oh no, they remember there's a Morphling in the game. All he wants is to be forgotten.
Oh, heck, guys. There's a blue water fella there farming Ancients.
Always funny moment when it's like 30 minutes in, it's like, oh god, there's a Terrorblade, we forgot.
What's worse, though, is when it happens on your team or the enemy team? Like, we have a Terrorblade, or they have a Terrorblade?
we have one? That's always a funny moment. Bottom, Clockwork now, getting a little bit caught by the Void Spirit here. Quick glimpse.
Straight back in. It's going to hook shot. There's no chance of survival, though. Maybe Slardar can make a meal of this, though, with a nice Blink Crush on 2. Static Storm's dropped as a bit of protection here. Maybe they can get no one out, but bashed up, controlled with Dissimulate down to the south. He's still scouted by the Swarm. A double kill for El Micho. Oh, DM! They found him with Lumpy. The Pangolier here crashing and landing in onto this Darkseer as he disappears. I was worried about damage output, but this Slardar with amplified damage and the Weaver just shredding people. Shuts me the hell up.
Yeah, in fairness, they had the DD rune there as well in the Pango, so he was, you know, packing quite a punch into that Darkseer as well. But this is great for them. They can even set up on Roche here. They have the Swarm, they have the Slardar ulti, so really, really fast. The triple minus armor heroes, like we mentioned in the draft, they do take Roche really well. SD's here too to protect his team.
I mean, how many times in these games do we see this kind of stuff start with a Clockwork kind of baiting?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Schofield factor, right?
Yeah.
And again, look, Clockwork is hooking. He's not even saying like, oh, we have to kill this guy. This is more like, yeah, I'm just creating space. If they fight me, it's for whatever.
That's just noise and chaos.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker. Gonna charge himself away from that.
Sometimes the mindset you have to have as you play support, it's not every fight has to be about you getting a kill on them or even you getting an objective. Sometimes it's just causing the distraction is all you need to do.
Yeah, it's like you can get caught up in being, you know, results oriented or thinking about the destination, but sometimes, yeah, it's just about the journey.
It's the journey.
It's the journey.
Back to Fountain.
It's the friends you make along the way.
It's the journey back to Fountain over and over as you have to sacrifice yourself for your friends to shine.
Yeah, we've had some cracking performances out of, you said Schofield, with FNG on Clockwork yesterday as well. Just this tanky little guy, you know, getting up in people's faces, dragging them into really nasty team fights.
He's a very strong hero still. The expanded armature is a very good facet.
I'm just every couple of seconds I'm looking at that net worth board though, and like, okay, Morphling has gone from 6th to 5th to 3rd to 2nd.
He's working his way up. Yeah, he's collecting scalps right now. He's and one day we're gonna see him show up in a fight with items. Today is not that day. Not yet.
Deja vu. He's farming the ancient camp on the left side of the map.
Yeah, they can still see him. Like, guys, he's still there.
I mean, this is a guy that is definitely not thinking about the journey. The journey is long and hard. He's climbing
all
Mount
about the
Everest.
results.
It's all about getting to the peak right now.
When I'm at the summit, Gareth, that's
Yep.
when I will take the picture, and that will be immortalized forever. God damn it. Nobody cares about how you got up there.
What is it? Everest has the Hillary step, right? Is that the last hurdle before you reach the summit? And it's a very difficult climb you've got to make.
Okay.
Hopefully he doesn't
stumble
down. Yeah.
towards the end. If he dies here, it's the Hillary death. Oh no, he's
DM.
under vision. Might have jinxed him, but
TP.
his read is good. They do have a ward mid. The top rune ward actually keeps them safe here. Well, keeps him safe.
Okay, 15 kills for Beast Coast. How many are Fishmen?
Without looking, I would say like 6.
Where are we? 7. You were close.
Okay, 7. So even more. It's
So about half.
Yeah, I wanted to not do him dirty, but I guess he's,
10.
it's the valuable deaths here at least. This time, you know, he was around trying to provide some safety for his carry.
You know, that's the thing, right? We've talked in the past about stuff like kind of converting net worth into impact, you know, that kind of theoretical stat, right? And here, Fishman is converting deaths into net worth of his carry, right? This is not necessarily feeding on purpose, but he's out there on the map, again, making noise, waving a flag, saying, look at me, I'm grabbing lotuses under your nose, what are you going to do?
I would also argue he's being converted to net worth for the enemy carry in some cases here, but it's true. He's trying to have a silent impact, let's say, in a way. Quick Tormentor was grabbed by Beast Coast stealing the enemy Tormentor, so they got the shard on SD. A really nice shard to have in any game, I find. Now you can remove the Thunderstrike, make sure that's not on top of you, and generally just nice to have that little bit of extra healing.
Super handy. Especially when you've got a hero like Weaver, who very often toes that line, right? Waiting to press the time-lapse button. Just give him a bit of protection, a bit of dispel and heal, cleanse him up.
The dispel against the Aghanim's Void Spirit can be huge here because he has that double silence, so you could maybe save your Pango or Weaver from being chain disabled, basically.
That's very true.
Hike did a good job of shoving bottom lane all the way here. Void Spirit's got TP as a response.
Yeah, this is the big difference, right, to game 1, where we had this whole conversation about, you know, K1, hang on a second, spoken to
they're on him.
Weaver, there, they've got him.
He needs help.
First life down. Now, Fisherman does have a static storm here as well, but a rolling thunder. It's going to cause problems. The storm is too late. The Weaver has escaped. The Pango's still rolling about in the midst of them all. He's crashing onto the small thing, but he's been bashed up by Kataomi now, and Lumpy's going to die under the wall. El Misho and Pike trying to skip away from this. They stuck around to maybe think about fighting, but they're going to lose out 3 heroes now, just trying to protect that Weaver's retreat.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, right? Your carry gets caught out and everyone else has to die for it. Like, why were you there, buddy? Now they lost Aegis and 3 kills going the way of Entity. Huge moment here for them to start grabbing some objectives. They have not been taking too many. Only got the top tier 1 tower before. Now finally, Watson getting involved, taking the mid tower. And while I say he's been, you know, playing a very slow and silent game, he is 2-0-3. He hasn't died a single time. He has been in good positions, and he is halfway towards his butterfly now. So this Morphling is becoming a serious threat. I would say almost there's a little bit of a clock on Beast Coast in this game.
Yes. Yeah, it does. It feels like that for sure. I've just got to try and activate my ADHD brain, go into the mind archives. We saw the stats there. The gold gained during the Aegis was, I think, 1.3k for Beast Coast. And then the team fight that ensued was 2,300 plus for Entity and minus 500 for Beast Coast, which is like 1,800.
So they lost their power play, is what you're saying.
They lost their power play and 500 gold extra.
Yeah, and then some. That's it was a very decisive moment. The Weaver did choose to go on the Darkseer a bit there as he crossed past with him. Was a very aggressive choice. He felt like he could because of the Aegis, but he was a little bit too isolated from his team. Yes, Pango could save you, but then everyone else got caught in a weird spot. And Pango, right before his death, by the way, he was mid-shield crash, trying to get a 4-man shield crash, but he got vacuumed out of it, so he didn't get the shield crash, preventing him from getting the barrier. Was a nice little detail. But,
that's a good catch. I didn't spot that.
Yeah, anything that pulls him out of it. He got pulled out of it by Glimpse earlier as well. So things that stop his shield crash from connecting, it needs to slam into the ground. If you don't slam into the ground, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Which
we saw the like storm against Pango mid lane a lot, right? And that was always one of the big things with the Vortex.
Yeah,
kind of preemptively.
Fishman just sitting mid with a Shadow Amulet right now, trying to protect his wards a little bit. It's a funny thing where, you know, some skills like that actually matters the terrain in Dota if it's high ground, low ground as well. Because if you jump from the high ground to the low ground, it takes longer before you get shield crash than if you jump on the flat ground.
I never thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, these are nerdy details, but stuff that matters a lot on Marcy as well. You get the high ground, low ground rebounds, right?
Dispose.
Yeah, dispose. I mean, you can yeet people. If you throw them low ground, they actually fly way farther. If you throw them high ground, they land super fast, so they don't go very far.
Yeah, I think I've only ever thought about like the Z-axis when we had all the discussions about neutral camps and the spawning, like with torrent stacking kind of thing, right?
Yeah, we've seen cool stuff as well where like
cold feet with tiny toss.
Oh, big moment here. Entity smoking up towards the tier 2 tower. Got a charge onto the Pango.
We go in for this. We do. Oh, the jump in, jump out.
Ooh, it's a whiff though.
Doesn't land in onto the Pango. Is looking for someone else a little further behind. They will find El Micho, but in the meantime, Mouz, he's been annihilated by Watson. Morphling joining in the fight. He's turned into Weaver, Shikuching around, looking for the next target, which is the charge and the damage in onto Lumpy's Pangolier, and they've got the damage to take him down. A double kill here for Watson. Pike, time that's back, barely scrapes away with his life. Vitali might still get chased, but it looks like the Slardar has the sprint and the move speed to get away. And they're still hunting this Weaver.
I guess be careful.
Pike, the Shikuchi's going to end in a second, and Katomi, oh, with a Gleipnir there. Pike actually turning and fighting. They've got a Demonic Purge over onto someone, as Vitali will jump onto no one. Always trying to astral step out, but the Weaver bugs, the minus armor all stacked up to get them a massive kill on that mid laner.
Yeah, he's a little bit sold by his Morphling, who says, you know what, I'm going to farm neutral camps. I'm not going to dive the tier 2 tower for even longer. Respawns are coming up. I have no interest being there. They did get a buyback out, at least, out of El Micho, but yeah, we saw the first big fight there for Morphling showing up, and he was a force to be reckoned with. They couldn't fight him at all. Everybody was running away from him. The butterfly timing, he is looking like a monster right now.
I guess that fight recap was split into two different things. It looked like Entity came out on top in terms of net worth, but as a second fight recap, which swings it back the other way as well, thanks to these additional kills at the end. It looks so good for Entity as it started off here, but yeah, they very quickly lost their Darkseer. And then this follow through on no one was very nicely done.
Back in the game, we have some fighting.
Oh, we do. Darkseer with the help of the Static Storm trying to deal with the Slardar, but he's so tanky, just stands his ground, batters back into DM, gets the kill. In comes Pike as well, looking for Katomi, who just disappears. That's a reasonably tanky Spirit Breaker, who in a matter of seconds is annihilated by the minus armor of Beast Coast.
Very quickly bring down these heroes. It's the only Morphling that's really tanky against it. Slardar does have the blink ready. No one is playing very risky, even just being in the area here. Looks like he wants to clear the creep wave, get out again.
And we jump with no one.
Oh, they're going for Weaver.
Jump onto Weaver, but he's been protected. The bubble will save him, gives time for the lapse back to full HP, and now Watson's the one being turned on. Waveform in 2 seconds, Butterfly in 1, charges protecting, and he's got the waveform back towards high ground, but it's kind of leaving no one alone here. Astral Step in 2, Manta is ready, but he's just blown up. can't cast anything.
That was a bold move, going 2v4, going into that initiation there. And of course, the SD sitting behind El Misho in position, has the blink dagger on the SD, so he's always going to be there to protect whoever you try and burst. So Weaver looked like a juicy target for them, but they lose no one. He just respawned as well. Not a fun time to just die immediately again. We have Wisdom Rune coming up soon, but Roche is the bigger objective. Both teams are looking towards.
We've got to set up for it. A couple of minutes until it shifts.
Weaver's looking so strong now. Lincoln Sphere complete. BKB, Lincoln's, Gleipnir, and Paladin Sword. Always nice to have. A little bit of lifesteal.
Yeah, very handy. No Rolling Thunder for about 20 seconds. And this could be a window for Entity. If Flare flies over. What have they got? They've got a lane ward here with Obs and Sentry. Scan Connect as well. So they know Beast Coast here and they straight in. Go on the Pangolier. The hook shot might have bought time for Lumpy with the disruption as well. Static Storm is dropped in the back on Shadow Demon as El Misho. He's the first one to die. Pike will turn with Lumpy here to look at Kataomi and bring the Spirit Breaker to his knees. Lumpy finally gets off the Rolling Thunder, and alongside Vitali, they shred through the Fishman support. Watson's got the turn and run. DM is bailing away from this one as well.
Spirit Breaker buyback
on their heels, but look at this Vitali Slardar again with the initiation. Jump straight in.
Watson fighting.
Down. A double kill for Pike, and Watson, he is trying to turn and fight. No one has rejoined in here, and Vitali, he's getting bashed away at by this Morphling with a bash and the hits. He's got the kill, and Pike, he's like the last one's left standing now. Kataomi and no one on his tail. This back and forth fight. Entity started, Beast Coast fought back valiantly, but in the end, they're going to get wiped off the face of the map.
Oh, that is a big fight right there, and Tips coming out for no one there in that fight who had some really nice impact. The silence is coming out from him.
Look at that Morphling, dude. 8,500 damage.
Yeah, he was shredding. I mean, he did the big damage dealing, but I think some of the setup plays there from his team was really, really valuable. You could see the impact of the catch as well. Also, that wraparound was beautiful. They got perfect start, basically. Now Beast Coast in trouble. No Weaver for 40 seconds, so definitely losing their top lane. Fortunately, they have tier 2 tower mid, so they can't go for a second lane here. Otherwise, I think they would have.
Safe and sound. Let me go back to farming Watson.
Yeah, Roche has moved down to bottom. He just has time to settle in his new summer home and immediately get some visitors.
So they start on a Pango, they kill the Shadow Demon. So this is where it kind of starts to look good for Beast Coast, though. They lose SD, yeah, but the Pango survives, gets off his roll. Slardar came in from the right-hand side, which is like keeping tabs on no one, right? He comes into the fight,
we might see
then
a
he
hook
resets.
shot on the Roche. Doesn't get it.
It's still going to move in on this Pangolier, though, with some bashes and the Static Storm. Disruption, again, just delaying the inevitable death here of Lumpy and El Misho. Another sacrifice as Entity clean up another massive fight.
This is big for them. They have a timing to just go up the high ground now. Aegis on the Morphling, almost has the full Satanic as well. 2 heroes down. And they know El Misho does not have buyback. He used it earlier. It's looking very grim for him on the side of Dire. They have a little bit away. They need 1,000 gold and Slardar for BKB, so that's not going to be in time either.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
We need a bit of breathing room.
All right.
Need to decide, do I buy back on the Pango?
Yeah.
Do we defend the mid lane? Tier 2 still standing.
Puppy paws.
Yeah. Kanda there for the Morphling. Just tremendous damage out of Watson, who was... You know, it's kind of classic Morphling things, right? Very quiet for 25 minutes and then this burst of energy.
Yeah, I mean, he's played some really, really good team fights. And I liked seeing him turn into Slardar. Pretty funny with the butterfly. He actually hits so fast, he can almost go for the perma bashing, you know, while being a Slardar. But yeah, he is a huge force. And the big thing that Morphling struggles against is magic damage. And you're playing as the triple minus armor strat, so they are physical damage fully.
Many thanks.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, not too much. They can just straight up burst him.
Yeah, without MKB, how do you hit this Morphling? I feel like there's just no solution here. I'm looking at their heroes clicking around, looking for an item or something, you know, to save this. But I don't know, man. I think you just kind of didn't win hard enough early, and now it's Morphling time. He reigns supreme.
Consequences to your actions. Yeah, like I was about to make the argument of maybe you just ignore the Morphling, kill everybody else, but Morphling has Satanic now. Like, he can 1v5 you.
Can kill people pretty fast. If you ignore him, he's gonna cut through your lines before you kill the rest.
Weaver has done a massive amount of damage through this game, but not the be-all and end-all of carries in this kind of match. Oh, Lumpy stuck in the rocks. Slardar has gone in deep. Static Storm's dropped. Fishman's dead. Rolling Thunder crashing into the back, but El Micho is just annihilated by Katomi and no one. 3 heroes down. Buyback will come out of Beast Coast, but you've barely scratched the surface of Entity's lineup. You killed Fishman for like the 10th time this game. Congratulations! You've killed a Disruptor, but now you have to contend with this massive Void Spread and Morphling, forcing an early BKB out of the Weaver. Pike has got to try and turn and run away as Watson just goes diving tier 4s. Look at him. He's 1v4. The rest of his team don't even have to bloody help him.
There's nobody who can do anything. Look at him. He's just asking, who's going to fight me?
Question mark? Question mark? Yeah,
he can basically park right there. He can stand right by their fountain. Item drops. What?
DM just stands up near the fountain, also asking questions. Beast Coast, no clockwork for a minute. They've got 4 alive now, but your throne's exposed. And DM is toying with them, vacuuming them around. Void Spirit back in again. Don't get crushed up, but Watson's arrival. He's going to secure a kill here onto El Micho for sure, and probably more. Pike time lapses back into Fountain, but this is Fountain farming of the highest order.
They're just making a home here.
I mean, we talked about the well and scratching on the walls. Beast Coast find themselves in that exact same position yet again.
Morphling is in the fountain. He's where he wants to be.
Cares? None.
Yeah. Absolutely dominant once we hit that mid-game stride. Early on, it was all Beast Coast. They were dominant. They had all the tempo that we want to see. Weaver even ends this game 9-1 and 9, so he had a great game overall, but you cannot out-hard carry a Morphling who's been left alone that much.
Right, that's the thing, right? You had a great game, but you were a first-pick hero, and were you, the great hero in that game? Answer is just no. The Morphling out-carried you, out-farmed you, and Entity take game number 2. A 2-0 victory there for them over Beast Coast as we take a quick break and return with what comes up next.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes, color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered Magic Portal, Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset, 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back, folks, as we round out our first series of the day here. Day 2 of the play-ins for the Riyadh Masters as the Dota 2 tournament kicks off big time. A 2-0 victory for Entity over Beast Coast. A pretty important one, right? Thinking about, day 2 of the group stage, getting some 2-0s after so many 1-1s. Victories are just so important.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big one. We mentioned it going into this as well. They were tied even here with Beast Coast and looked like they were just better prepared here for the match that they went into. They had, a draft that looked really good in both the games and they played to their strengths as well. So gonna be interesting to hear what the players have to say. I think we have someone on the line for an interview here.
Yeah, we should have Fishman joining us. Hello, hello.
I'm different Fishman.
No, it's Astini. Hello, Astini. How are you doing?
Hello, guys. Hello, Garrett.
Yeah, all good.
Hello,
Congrats on that 2-0 victory.
How are you guys
good
doing?
Stuff for you guys. First question for me I want to ask you is it illegal for people to let you have Darkseer? It feels like Darkseer is too strong.
Yeah, I think the hero overall is strong. It's like this aura meta. So if it's aura meta, Darkseer is top 1. And yeah, I think DM is just like master of the hero. He's been winning like rankeds with the hero. If it works on rankeds, we try on screens. If it works on screens, we try on event, and it's working. It's good.
Did you have any worries in these games? Because like Beast Coast looked very good in the laning stage. The first 6 or 7 minutes were great. Did you kind of plan for that and aim for more mid-game timings?
Game 2, I was kind of worried. Like when we drafted Disruptor, we kind of knew that laning stage would be kind of weak. But I didn't know that we would try our best to lose for like 15 to 25 minutes because we pick up so much bad fights. Like we were like, holy shit, we want to make this harder, like just like going on there and picking some really, really weird fights, some doubtful fights. But at the end, Watson was able to carry it. So I wouldn't say it's like the cleanest execution game 2, which made us kind of worried. Some trolls, but it's fine, right? It's the second day of event. We're getting better and we still get the win. So I believe it's all good.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, congrats on the 2-0. That was a very, very nice series for you guys. Looked really, really nice finish there as well with a big fountain dive. Guys looking confident. I want to ask about the team. Who's the most vocal in Entity? Who is the one who speaks the most in this iteration of Entity? Like from what you see?
I'd say it's mostly no one. Like, right thing to do is usually like the stronger hero should be the one speaking more and shot calling for more things. But usually like no one is the mid laner. He's like moving the game and he's also like let's say more experienced player. So he also does like some major calls in the game. But I'd say overall like we split well responsibility. There are games like where DM is like a brewmaster, free lane, destroying game, and you hear more from DM. And let's say this game Watson's like carrying on Morphling, so I'm pretty sure like he's shot calling for every objective. So we kind of split well, but I'd say Fast the one that's mostly saying it's no one.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I have one more question as well. I want to ask, this series, it looked so smooth overall, how the drafts worked out for you guys. Were you surprised at all by what they picked, or was this exactly what you had prepared for, that they were going to pick this kind of skirmishy draft? Because they didn't have that heavy focus on teamfight, it felt like. Or was there anything that surprised you by the way they drafted?
Not at all. They were read like a book. Like, when they banned Ember first phase, I knew they wanted second phase Pangolier. So like we picked Bane because we knew they would Pangolier. And they still Pangolier on top of Bane. So second game, they banned Bane and it's like, oh, they want Pangolier again. So what we want against Pangolier? Like we don't even see the Pangolier yet, but you know they're picking Pangolier. So I'd say, yeah, was not really surprised. Yeah, they already played like 4 games, so we could expect a bit what they would play. And the things like this LAN tournament, things are kind of rushed in some way that you just get to play the officials. So you know it's really hard for enemy team to develop something in between matches. It's really, really hard. So either you treat the matches as like screens where you're able to try something new, or you just play what you're confident with, but then you're totally predictable.
Yeah. No, I think you guys look confident. I hope that you can carry that confidence going into your future matches as well. Thank you so much for being here and answering our questions.
Yeah, thanks and congrats on that 2-0. Hopefully see you succeed in the future. Thank you. It's good to hear it from the man himself, right? Touched on that a little bit, where he's very good at predicting the drafts and picks and bans and stuff as a talent, but as a coach, that kind of knowledge of I don't see the Pango, but I know it's coming is just so important to have.
It's nice to hear him say that as well about they picked Pango into Bane, because that's also what I felt when I looked at the draft. Like, you have Bane, you already have a counter to the Pango role, and it played out that way too. So he felt like he had done a good prep work, probably expected that Pango even before they picked the Bane themselves there as well.
Yeah, I mean, when your coach is saying stuff like "we read them like a book," you know, that's the real deal. We can take a look at some of the highlights from the previous series as well, just to watch how Entity did dismantle Beast Coast in that 2-game series. Here, it looks like we're stepping into game 2, as we've already had the highlights from game 1 earlier on. A couple of these fights, very, very scrappy, very in and out from Beast Coast.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Beast Coast, they had moments where it looked really nice. This is like one of the fights where they early on rotate to try and get some stuff done with their Weaver and the Slardar. They tried to activate everybody, but this was a big decisive fight. Big wraparound play by Entity up on the Roche, and they get a perfect positioning, get on that SD, bring him down quickly, and from here on the fight was just pretty straightforward. They just brawl, and their heroes do really well in brawling, to be honest. The Morphling is too strong for anyone to stand toe-to-toe with.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You called it at the end of the draft, this Morphling's going to be the be-all and end-all. If he's given some room, 25 minutes of farming, he joins that first fight, like 25 minutes in, stomps it, and from there on out, it was just like the Watson show. At the end of the game, he's just standing at tier 4s in the fountain saying, fight me. Come on, show us what you got.
Going for a swim, yeah. Just a little skinny dip in the enemy fountain. Why not?
Some beautiful stuff there. I mean, look at him turning into Weaver, turning into Slardar. Lots of things for him to maneuver even deeper and further into the enemy ranks, and just standing there and walloping people. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, it was a very nice cathartic moment for him, I think, after having a rough lane where he couldn't really do that. He went jungle, like level 4, level 5, he was already into the jungle. So he felt like, all I'm doing is just farming. For the first 20 minutes, we barely saw him on a lane, but minute 30, he hit his power spikes. The butterfly was the big turning point in this game, and that's one of the traps you can fall into. If you have an all physical damage lineup and the enemy last picks Morphling, you're like, oh, what do we do now?
And no one on that Void Spirit. No, I don't have faith or trust in the hero, but no one proving me wrong, showing some great things there. It's like, they let me have Void Spirit at the end, giving me one of my best heroes, just popping off on it. But I think that point you made being a kind of a cathartic moment for the Morphling, it must be, right? So you have this pressure building where your lane stage goes poorly. Pressure is building there. You've got to go and farm in jungle. You don't want to get caught. You're under vision. I need this time. I can't die. And then you just get to release, right? The game ends just like, okay, right, I'm just killing everybody. Everything's good. But yeah, that's our first series of the day complete. We can take a look at the standings across the groups, I believe, to see exactly where we are here for the Riyadh Masters, as we've had a fair number of 1-1s, but now some 2-0s are starting to appear as Blacklist race right up the top of Group A alongside Entity.
Yep, we have of course the map, the individual round wins here, so we can see exactly what the scores are. And yeah, we have G2IG not doing too hot right now, and Azure Ray sitting at their 0-4-0, of course, from yesterday.
Yeah, some rough stuff there. I mean, Aurora Gaming started pretty hot day one. They're currently sat at 3-1, looking pretty solid. So they had a 2-0 and then a 1-1, and I guess Group B hasn't played yet, so we'll see how that all pans out later on today. I like the little addition of the Neustadt score there as well, because we're gonna be looking at tiebreakers as day 2 comes to a close. Day 3 is that day of will we have them, will we not?
Yeah, we'll see. But Blacklist's looking to be in a very good spot right now, and Entity, they're also solidifying that spot in the top 3. If they keep up the performance here, they're looking very good. Beast Coast's gonna have to fight hard to keep staying up here.
Absolutely. Well, definitely got to pull out all the stops, draft-wise, execution-wise, try and get a couple of dubs for themselves. As rounding out our first series there, nice 2-0, lots of action-packed team fights, a bit of back and forth, even though it was a 2-0. Beast Coast did pack a few punches. And day 2, series 2, Azure Ray against Mouz. Wagga, talk to us about that series.
I think it'll be a pretty exciting one. I mean, I feel like Azure Ray, they need to start delivering here, need to do something. At the same time, Mouz, like I mentioned earlier, I'm hyped to watch it because Bengan, he's a great guy, and we played together before, so I hope that he gets to deliver. He's been just grinding up on the rank he was ranked 1600 or something, just shot up to rank 100 on the EU leaderboards immediately with a very minimal amount of grinding, so he is a stellar player on that support role.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting mix of nationalities and players as well, right? Romania, Czech Republic or Czechia, Philippines, which has a very similar flag to Czechia, which always catches me out. They've got the colors kind of flipped around, but similar style. Mongolia, Sweden, and of course Immortal Faith, their Romanian coach as well. So a nice kind of European with a splash of Southeast Asia and I guess even Central Asia with Mongolia there as well. It's always nice to see these big old mixed teams bringing nationalities together.
Yeah, I always like to see these constellations where you have people from all over the place, because it doesn't really matter where you're from, as long as you play the game, you understand the game really well, then even language barriers can be pretty irrelevant. It's whatever. You just all speak the same language. It's Dota.
Yeah, and I guess just thinking about that in general, we've had kind of the rise of Central Asia recently, right? With the fact that previously Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, countries like this kind of had to play in China. Then China, you can't play there anymore. You got to play in Southeast Asia. So ping issue was definitely an issue. Then you see players like TA2000 and Watson come out and play on LAN, and you're like, holy shit, these guys are good. They've played, high altitude training with 200 ping their entire life. Now they're on LAN. Man, these guys are absolute monsters. So yeah, super excited to see, Nauman, what he can bring from Mouz's side in that one. As we'll get ready for our second series, we'll have a quick break and come back with Mouz up against their opponents.
Sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so roll on back to her before you wake up in the morning regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before. I roll my eyes, but I see that you're typing, so go back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, lover, friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, lover, friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. 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 This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. You're technical.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper, appear like the magic man. Deal with the money like David James. Save and save and save and save. Lock it in a box like David Blaine. Discipline thing, I ain't playing no games. Money for run, I got plans and aims. Man, I yard, man, I live by the old school sayings. Every mickle must make a muckle is true. Big up my granddaddy, showed me the way. More times that notes and I act bro, cause I'm like Houdini, I'm trying to escape. Passport's gotta get another new stamp, so don't say a word if you see me on planes. Winter time, man can't see me again. Pop up in the country with a mad name. Little man, I don't wanna hear no talk when I come for the money like Biggs and Wayne.
This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, you're technical.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper, appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper, appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk.
See the stack levitate like dynamo. I keep it low key, I don't like to show. Corridor eyes real, a man like to steal, so I don't watch face and I mind my own. But it's a minor though, I flex really, I ain't that type of bloke. I like getting paid over the limelight still, man, no I ain't in a them type of show. This ain't new to me, matter of fact, man, started a while ago. I just wanna live a life where the choice how to spend my time is mine and mine alone. Blood, you best try to know, I wanna yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. You're technical. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. You're technical.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man.
Hey, this is Purge here with Watson for Team Entity. So you guys qualified for TI recently as well, so you guys have been hitting the big tournaments. Seems like you struggled a lot in the last year, but in the last couple months, you've been doing really good. So what changed?
Our coach?
He joined end of May. It's July now, so he made a big difference?
Yes. Like, we start to play a lot of better. And, like, new things we learn, we play better, yes.
Hey, this is Purge here at EWC. I'm here with Mariano. He is with Beast Coast. Can you tell me a little bit about your team right now?
We were trying the entire year to qualify. We were failing at first, but then we, with some roster change and with hard work, we still maintained it united after one change. And we managed to qualify to the two most important tournaments this year. There's Riyadh and TI.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment. You're obviously known as Pepito previous to this. What's with the name change?
It just felt like it was not right. Like being old and being called Papira, it didn't feel right. I know everyone still calls me the same way, but I'd rather be called by my name, but I don't mind. I don't mind being called Papira or Mariano, it's fine.
Okay, so in terms of your guys qualifying for the tournaments, what was the expectation like in the team prior to those qualifiers? Did you guys anticipate to do so well and be so successful?
Well, I tried as a coach to make a path where we would qualify for these tournaments. At first, it was like understanding the team, seeing if we actually needed some changes or not, and just give the team time to adapt to Beast Coast. And then we made one change. It became like a process of understanding each other when the new player came, Misho. And so I think it was honestly the right timing. We tried to do everything perfect during our path, and then we just managed to qualify at the best time possible because we didn't qualify to any other tournament.
Yeah, I mean, man, amazing timing. How did you become the coach for the team? You said you worked with Beast Coast before, but obviously you played professional before. So how did you get here?
So I worked with them in the past for the TI when they were with Chris Lack, Whisper, and Hector, and I had good relationship with them. So they had this team with Parker, Sacred, and Darmago for TI. I was like kind of in the backstage for them. I was watching the project. They told me that they wanted me to be like in charge of the next project because they liked my discipline, hard work. They wanted like a project like that. So that's when I started working with them, and they told me I was in charge of making the new team for them. So that's how it happened. And then I tried, scouting, watching replays for every player, and just managed to get the correct roster. So they could feel happy with it.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ourselves into the second series of the day here for the Riyadh Masters play-ins, as we get ourselves all set in the lobby to see what Mouz and Azure Ray are up to. I'm joined by Wagamama as we're looking at this series as a pretty important one for the lifeline, really, for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a very decisive game already. I feel you want to start pulling yourself up higher here. Azure Ray definitely desperately need a win here because this group stage does have elimination, and if you're at the bottom, you will be immediately eliminated. Azure Ray yesterday had a rough day, going 0-2 in their matches up against Aurora as well as PSG Quest. Yeah. So today they need to deliver, and Mouz at the same time, they want to set themselves apart. They want to start getting some wins here. They got one loss and one draw yesterday. That's just not what these teams are here looking for.
Yeah, I guess it's like maybe not as punishing when you first look at it, but it's still 2 teams dropping out of the groups, right? There's that kind of second chance for that third place team, the third team in that bottom 3 to kind of get themselves out and clamber away with a best of 3. But yeah, it's still rough times if you go 0-4 in your first day group stage. You need 2-0s now.
Yeah, they do. They need a strong win. And like you said, you don't want to be the team fighting for elimination as well at the end of the group stage between the 4th and 5th place. You know, that's just a hard place to be in as well. So ideally, you just want to go in here and secure yourself your 2-0. I'm a little bit biased, you know, I got some friend here on the team of Mouz, but I will try and stay non-biased in the cast here.
No.
They need all the energy they can have as well.
Sometimes bias, I mean, I think quite often bias can be good. You know, it brings out emotion, energy. You can be neutral. You can, you know, argue things both ways. But sometimes if you feel strongly about something, you do it. You go for it. And we take a look at the standings to just prove our point a little bit, see visually exactly what's going on with these teams. And as we do see, like you say, down at the bottom, Azure there, 0-4. Their Neustadt score also at 0 as we head into Group B here. Yeah, I mean, Group B has looked more 2-0-y than Group A so far.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Group A has been very competitive, I want to say, and Blacklist starting to look like, you know, some of the top talks. We also just watched Entity play. They look really good right now, at least against Beast Coast. They had an impressive performance. In Group B, I want to say Heroic have been fun to watch. Every single game they played, just a strong team with a lot of tempo.
Yeah, kind of a far cry from the old days where K1 was kind of AFK farming, waiting for minute 40. Now they're very much, you know, active, team fighting, getting involved, and just battering people, looking very, very good indeed. I just want to come back though, you know, Bangan, where did you play together? What squads were you on?
Oh, so yeah, Bangan, the +5 from Mouz here. We played in a sort of, it was supposed to be a 4-fun team, Swedish team, and we ended up playing in the Swedish championship tournament they had, which was, you know, I ended up playing more than I expected. We thought we were just going to play maybe 1 scrim a day or something. We ended up playing a lot more scrims than that. And we went to a LAN event and had a really good time. We ended up winning it. And yeah, just great vibes all around. Great people. Bangan is a top-notch dude.
It's always the way, right? Dota goes from fun to serious very quickly without too much in the way of thinking about it. But yeah, you can have a bit of fun and get some predictions in over on stcplay.gg. There's a leaderboard there. You know, compete with your friends, see who can get the most predictions correct through the Riyadh Masters, play-ins, and the rest of the tournament, of course, and see who comes out on top of that one. Yeah, I had similar things where, you know, Dota goes from being, we'll just have a bit of fun in a 5-stack to suddenly thinking, this is the grand final for TI. You know, you're playing Battle Cup and it's like serious business, guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes so quickly. Very, very easy to get caught up in Dota and just overcommit. But we had a great time. And Bangan was, you know, he was deep in the World of Warcraft trench, but we pulled him out back in Dota now.
Yeah, an incredible mix of nationalities, that roster there bringing together, you know, multiple continents, which is always real beautiful to see. As we were talking about earlier on, you know, Romania, Czechia, Philippines, Mongolia, and Sweden across the board. Just missing out on, you know, a North American and a South American player, bringing in some more nationalities, maybe coach or add a player in there as well. But yeah. Mouz. A team name that has been around for a long time. Of course, they're, you know, still around in CS and stuff like that and have been a big name there, but they were a big name in Dota for a long time. And coming back with this roster, honestly, it's so nice to see. We had a similar conversation about Beast Coast, but bringing a roster and building it, right? You're keeping that team together and you're going the long haul, going the distance with them.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, Mouz, they've been kind of in and out of Dota several times, but I hope that they stick around as well and that they keep sponsoring because, you know, they're great to have in the scene. And on their roster here, they have a lot of experienced players, you know. Ulmit, real mercenary player. He's been in a lot of teams. I think we have Asher Ray as well. We can take a look at that and see what players we have on them and their hero shots.
There we go. Azure Ray, who have definitely had some struggles, some difficulties here in the group stage, early days for them. But this is a roster that, like, honestly, look at the
it's
players.
star-studded. Yeah,
like, it's ridiculous, right?
It's crazy. Yeah, the roster is absolutely wild, and sort of the some of them are like the old guard, been here for a while. But they are, you expect such greatness from them just by their names, right? You can't help it. So them having a tough start definitely feels bad for a lot of Chinese fans, for fans anywhere of these players. I mean, they have a lot of people who really have seen them do crazy stuff throughout the years.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly been kind of a hard year and a hard run for them. Coming through these qualifiers and looking decent in them, but kind of struggling in main events. The greatest result I think they've had recently is in February for Betboom Dacha, coming 4th place. Outside of that, it's like 5th, 6th in Dream League, 15th in PGL Wallachia. Going through close qualifiers and stuff, but again, the big one is always going to be TI qualification. They dropped short to G2IG in that final slot, that final placement position, which was kind of unfortunate for them. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Just, star-studded roster. You expect great things from them. We'll see what happens. We do have a draft ready for us here as Mouz take on Azure Ray, and just reiterating, super important series for both these squads. But in particular, Azure Ray, household names, bottom of the group. It's time. It's time to show what you're made of, or just get off.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is going to be exciting because I haven't seen this constellation of Mouz play, to be honest. It's very recent changes here with Bengham playing as well, and they're pretty young roster here, so see what they can bring to the table. I like to see this. Azure Ray, they did their homework. I can tell you that ban on Witch Doctor is not just because the hero is strong in this patch. We haven't seen a single Witch Doctor ban throughout the entire games we've been casting in the first phase. And Bengham, he's one of the beastliest Witch Doctors you can imagine. He is a monster on it, so getting that ban in first phase, that's respect towards him.
I don't think I've heard those words used in conjunction before. The beastliest Witch Doctor player.
Dude, he is a monster, dude. I'm telling you. 10 kills is like normal. 10 kills minute 25 or some shit. It happens all the time. So you got to give respect to it, and we'll see if it gets through it all in this series.
Incredible. And we're seeing some of the classics here. Monkey King, you can see there, 25 bans. Shadow Fiend has finally pipped Tiny to that second spot at 24, just due to the 4 picks he's got over the Tiny's 3. Templar Assassin and Phoenix, of course, up there in terms of ban rate as well. But we are starting to see the rise of some other heroes. We touched on the Gyrocopter earlier today, a fair few games for him, as well as heroes like Beastmaster, Spirit Breaker, Ember Spirit, all with 10+ games played and 70 to 80% win rate. Could definitely be picks later on down the line. Yeah. We got a Tiny first up for Mouz.
I like the cold opening Tiny. I think that's a pretty good one. Hard to counter. It can be played flexibly as well. You can put it +4. But I personally am a big fan of seeing the mid Tiny as well. I think he brings a lot of tempo. He's easy to play around, and he scales pretty well into late game as well. But yeah, we will see. There we got the most contested heroes, of course. The Weaver and the SF definitely have seen quite a fair bit of that. Tiny, we haven't seen played much. Have we seen a single Tiny game played on our streams?
I don't think we have. We've not had the pleasure to cast it. It's either been banned or kind of ignored because they wanted a Shadow Demon or something instead as a +4.
Yeah, usually. We'll see what they go for as a reaction here on Azure Ray. There are quite a few.
We had Darkseer Spirit Breaker a lot, right? That kind of, we picked the hero that Tiny would fit the role of.
Yeah, they took up the Snapfire, a hero that would combo pretty well with the Tiny, but also pretty good against him. You get some tanky hero. High HP pool is always nice to have against Tiny, so you don't make yourself an easy picking. So if this is going to be one of the supports, it can be a little bit challenging to burst for Tiny. He needs to get a few items before he can do it. And that's really an important thing. You don't want to pick stuff like, oh, let's go Crystal Maiden, let's have no HP at all.
Shadow Fiend out. Templar Assassin also gone. Who else is left out? There's those big ones that we were looking at. Hoodwink has been picked a lot. Oh, Weaver, of course. No, yeah. Weaver's banned.
Weaver was banned in the third, but yeah, Hoodwink being one that is still not through, or still not contended. I'm not sure if either team will focus it here.
Yeah, I guess they want to keep the tiny flex and the snap flex, so it's like we don't want to pick Hoodwink too early on.
Ember
Maybe
is
Pango can come out.
also not being touched here. He's been a hero that's been banned a lot. You can play Ember against tiny mid. It's not too bad. So that's a possibility. But again, you don't know if it's tiny mid. It could be something else. That's the concerning part about picking into it.
God, looking at some of these stats, Brewmaster, 33% win rate. It's 6 games, but he's gone from a hero that has looked incredibly dominant to kind of being ignored in the games we've seen.
Yeah, he's fallen off a bit. But yeah, I mean, this is very small sample size overall, but there we go. We get to see the Gyrocopter, the hero that we've been talking about a little bit, who has been on the rise here on the team's radar. Let's see what Azure Ray can bring to the table with it. I do like the synergy between Snap and Gyrocopter. I think the two of them work well together, since you have tons of AoE damage, and you have a kind of tanky support who can go in front of the Gyrocopter. The lane pairing is pretty strong too.
Well, let's see who's been playing it. So Monet's played it, Natsumi's played it. Looks like it's just been carry Gyro. 23 has played it.
Yeah, mostly carry Gyro. That's support Gyro is not as popular anymore. They did nerf that a little bit. Some of the facet changes, the movement speed nerf. But they go for a Grimstroke and a Pangolier on the side of Mouz, securing a little bit of team fight with Pango. Grimstroke, another hero we definitely have seen him bang on before in his previous games, so probably gonna be his hero.
And Grimstroke just such a great way of activating Tiny and Pango. You're looking at Gyro as a carry who doesn't like heroes getting on top of him and being in his face. Now you've got two of them which are amped up by Grimstroke with that Ink Swell.
Also a semi-block pick, right? Because if you pick Pango, you don't want to get Grimstroke bound. So by taking Grimstroke, they don't allow Visual Ray to go down that route. But look at Azure Ray. They're just saying, okay, you know what? Our core heroes most likely going to be exactly this. Then again, we have seen, this might be the post 5 Sven here. Something that has been played a little bit lately. It's been under the radar, let's say. In high-ranked games, we've seen post 5 Sven actually very high win rate.
Well, where's the Gyro going then? If it's not post 5 Sven?
If it's carry Sven, then yeah, then you're basically forced to have a support Gyro, like 5 Snap or 5 Gyro, whichever. But I think this is an interesting draft coming out from Azure Ray here. I wonder how creative they're gonna be. Just knowing Azure Ray and what I think about them, I think it's gonna be a carry Sven and support Gyrocopter. But I would love to see support Sven.
Yeah, it'd be definitely super cool here. I mean, going up against a Terrorblade now, physical damage galore from him and the Pangolier.
Yeah, very high damage team overall from Mouz. You got the magical damage coming out from Tiny, the Grimstroke can pack quite a bit as well, and then of course the Sunder coming in for big HP swings. Looking at the high HP pools of Azure Ray could be pretty valuable.
Oh, look at that stack of papers. Yeah. Which is those 3
He's carrying
players
a bunch
on
of
your
papers.
screen right there. The wealth of knowledge they've got is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this team definitely has the experience. They just need to find their group and find their style. Off to a bad start, but if there's any team that could recover from a bad start in group stage like this, it should be players of this caliber.
A little bit of a more concerned face from Ori, but let's see exactly what he gets to play later on down the line. And Tianming just very stoic. Yeah. And this is the part of the draft, right? You're looking for a mid lane hero. Ori's stepping up, saying this is good, this could work here. I'm banning out the Keeper of the Light. Does that indicate anything to you?
I think Coddle would just be too good against the heroes they already have, so it's not so much foretelling the future pick here. I think it's just the heroes that I have would get destroyed pretty hard by both the Blinding Light and Solar Bind, either thing. But yeah, we will see what they're thinking about. I like Mouz banning out the Primal Beast, by the way, because when you're playing Terrorblade, it's a pretty horrible matchup. You take way too much magic damage.
Just get blasted and nuked down. I'm taking their sweet time on this last ban, though. Think very carefully about what you want. And last pick is Azure Rays, so they've got a ban into ban, and of course, Mouz have to show what their hero is going to be. Is it offlane Pango? Is it 4 Tiny? Is it mid Tiny? They've kept this very open for themselves through to the very end.
Yeah, they really have. I feel like more likely than not, it's going to be a support Tiny, but yeah, they could really still curveball. They're banning out mid heroes on the side of Asheray though. That's what you have to assume here. Oh, actually banning out off lane as well.
Yeah, covering their bases a little bit there. Ban a mid. It's like Kotl's like a mid or a pos 4. Yeah, potentially ban out him and the Doom. Get rid of a lot of these options. I guess. I'm kind of wondering why the Doom though. You know, Doom, we've seen him banned like against Darkseer, against some of these Aura bars and stuff like that, but maybe get the Gyro here. Stop him from life stealing.
Yeah.
The last pickup going to be a Jakiro for Mouz.
Okay. Jakiro, so which direction is this heading? Is it just going to be a mid Tiny and it's support Grim and Jakiro?
I'd assume so.
Do get a bunch of team fight from this, so maybe that's what they felt they were lacking a little bit, you know, adding more big AoE spells here.
And the speed at which, I guess you get into this position where you see the enemy has Beastmaster, Sven, Gyrocopter, and you think, okay, like, you know, 15, 20 minutes in, they're going to be pushing tier 1s quickly. Having TB and Jakiro kind of gives you the option here to trade out and play that, like, mirroring style. Dodge the fights if you need to, push out towers elsewhere. As Azure round out this draft with a mid-Earth Spirit, in fact.
Okay, yeah, so Ori gonna be on that Earth Spirit to try and set some tempo. Gonna be going up against Supreme's Tiny. It's a pretty decent lane for Ori on mid lane, honestly. Not too bad against the Tiny. You can kick him under your tower if he ever goes too aggressive. And both of them are looking to be real pace setters here. I have to say, I don't mind the draft of Azure Array here. I kind of like it. I think Beastmaster is just amazing in the current patch. Picking TB into it as well is a little bit spooky. Yeah. All that magic damage from the Aghanim Scepter can really burst you down. And yeah, I just kind of like the synergy between the heroes they have.
And even just on, I'm going to bring it to like a basic level here for my Neanderthal brain. Just looking at the heroes from Azure Ray, they're all unkillable. they're all so freaking tanky. You know, damage-wise, Supreme's Tiny, he would love to go in and just blow someone up. And you know, maybe you can do that pairing up with the Grimstroke, but it could be difficult in extended team fights to keep things going.
Yeah, and also that means, yeah, we're gonna see some interesting stuff as well with this heavy plate Sven coming in. You know, I didn't want to see carry Sven, and I get my wishes. It's gonna be Lou on the Gyrocopter, so farming Gyrocopter. This will be interesting. Aura is what we had in the interview as well. We heard from our interview earlier with Entity's coach that, you know, it's an Aura patch. You want to have the auras going for you, and Sven honestly is a great Aura bot.
Always love that chat wheel line. And it looks like we'll get ourselves into game 1 here of this 2-game series. Azure Ray against Mouz. Again, if you're just joining us, very important here. Azure Ray down at the bottom of their group, needing 2-0 victories to scramble back up toward the top 3 of the group stage as it gets very challenging here. Already day 2, halfway through the groups. You need every little scrap you can possibly get. And Mouz in a slightly better position, but a similar story. You want these wins as often and as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah, for sure. Both teams smoking it into the enemy jungle here. Not going to connect to anything.
I'm just going to take a watcher. Put some observer wards down. Nobody found there as Mouz have taken up that northern jungle spot. I'm waiting to see what comes up the staircase, if anything at all. Now, you were saying Bangon has a banging Witch Doctor. How's his Jakiro?
Also pretty good, but I haven't seen him play it as much. You know, it's mostly been... this is not a hero he has a lot of experience on, so this, you know, he's a solid player, but I think this is out of his comfort zone.
Hello there. Tianming just walked straight into the Grimstroke. Narman turning, though, with that stroke of fate. Blood grenade thrown. Tianming about to die. Walloped by Supreme's Tiny. Narman's still alive, but Ori trying to get in there on top of him. Rocket Barrage doing some good work, but so far a 2-for-1. Mouz favored. A double kill for your mid lane Supreme Tiny. And maybe a little bit more here as they do turn back onto low, but no further disables there. And Supreme just chased a little bit by FY, but a chip damage coming his way.
What a start for Supreme. Yeah, two kills there, so he gets to go to the lane with a nice advantage here. Gonna get a very early bottle and can build towards the power turrets really quickly as well. And all that without having to skill something else than tree throw as well.
That feels so incredibly good. Just cleaving and hitting people as Azure walk into the meat grinder.
Yeah. We'll have to keep our eyes on this support Sven, by the way, the post 5 Sven. I haven't seen it much, but I've you know, seen its win rate and I've seen its increase in popularity, but I haven't gotten to watch too many games of it.
Yeah, and another case of Dota being cyclical, right? This is something that has happened before. We think back to, I don't know if it was VP days or whatever it was, but I remember Solo very clearly playing some of these, you know, position 5 Svens and Brewmasters who just bring a lot to the table without too many items. Similar kind of story here for the plus 5 Sven. Just bring that Warcry, bring a stun.
Yeah, now that it actually adds a barrier, you know, it's 240 barrier at max level physical. It's quite a bit of damage mitigated.
Now all the hectic nonsense has stopped. The fighting comes to a close. We can have a look at these lanes up at top. Force and Narman getting on top of low, just trying to make sure this pull isn't super heavily contested. Sven expending his entire mana pool to try and keep them back. It's a bit of lane shenanigans, dragging things back to give Mouz that easier time closer to their tier 1 tower. In the mid lane, Tiny 9 and 4, so definitely coming out on top thanks to his 2 kills. While down at bottom lane, Snapfire drops to the Jakiro Terrorblade.
Yeah, the Metamorphosis and the Reflection, and of course the Jakiro with the Ice Pass, it does a lot of damage when you dual breaths and Liquid Frost at the same time. It ticks you down a lot, so his level 2 power spike is really strong. TB off to a pretty good start. Of course, mid lane for Radiant here, Mouz gonna have a good start with the double first blood that he got there, getting 2 kills.
It always feels really good for the TB when you get more than just like a range creep kill from your first Metamorphosis. You know, so often it feels like it's just for killing creeps. Finding a kill, nice little bonus for him. Well, we don't have the Ricochet 2 or whatever it's called on a Snapfire. It is the full bore again for that Scatterblast upgrade. Oh man, top lane. The Gyro just being punished heavily here by Narman and Force. It's felt like the Sven not really able to bodyguard the Gyro as maybe a Clockwork or a Treant would have been able to.
Yeah, no, he's not quite as strong in lane, for sure. A little bit weaker, but Gyrocopter's fairly strong. Ooh, they're putting a dangerous fight, though.
Hey, he's got a pretty big magic wand there, the Gyro, though. And Force's shield is coming to an end. Does have another swashbuckle, but yeah, the damage output from Mouz in this top lane is pretty tremendous now they've hit level 3.
Yeah, Narman and Force going in here. They have a lot.
And with that shield crash, it'll land the Inkswell. Make sure the Sven is sliced down. And they're even pinging to go deeper. Low has been booted out of the lane. And he's just being ran at here. He's tried to reconnect with his tier 1 tower. Stroke of fate there, and Force a final touch with a swashbuckle gets him a double kill.
What a lane. This offlane is doing fantastic right now. And with the double bracer, this Pango, you know, even though he's low HP, he's gonna get it back pretty fast here. Just regenerating. So off to a horrible start for the safe lane for Azure Ray here. Gyrocopter will TP back, and they do have the pull camp available, so they're gonna try and stack that up with Sven, try and stabilize this lane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess saving Grace's Pango's farm isn't like tremendous. You know, Gyrocopter isn't looking that great either. But you look at the other cores. Terrorblade 24 and 6, 23-7 Tiny. Beastmaster's doing all right for himself, as is Ori, but across the board here, Mouz just racking up victory after victory.
Yeah, their lanes are just looking a little bit stronger overall on the side lanes. They have way more mid lane. Courier gets sniped by Ori, walks up and hits Supreme's Courier.
That's his boots gone.
Oh, no, Lumen trouble again.
Oh dear, he made a good Stormhammer from Tianming. But this is just not... Like, what does he do here? Tango up and sit by tower, hope he doesn't die?
Yeah, and the dive is coming. You know it's coming. They did a pull already, so going in on a tower here with the creep wave. Can't really hit the Sven, but look at the Gyro. He's nowhere close.
And they've lost FY down bottom again. I don't even know if that was Metamorphosis needed. It's just this Jakiro going to work.
Yeah, no meta, just Reflection and Dual Breath. Pretty strong combination. They have the pull camp as well, so I think Mouz are going to reset the lane bottom. They can easily just pull the small camp here.
Absolutely incredible start. And we were talking about how well Supreme's going to be doing with his 2 kills off of the first rune fight. But it's these side lanes that are just popping off. Yeah, FY not able to really accomplish too much. Now leaving Bak's Beastmaster alone bottom to get what experience he can. Tianming's pulling just to try and drag that wave back to create safety for Gyro. It is an uncomfortable, bumpy ride for Azure Ray in his first few minutes.
It really is. And this is where Ori is also thinking, like, guys, please stop dying. I'm coming soon to gank. You know, he's level 6 now on Earth Spirit, so he's ready to make his rotation. He's gonna go bottom. First roll.
Morphs us up. Roll comes in, doesn't connect though. Magnetize onto Ulnet, who is a level 4 Terrorblade, so taking a fair amount of damage with no Sunder as a reaction. But it looks like he's okay with Stick and Raindrops to survive under his
there's
tower.
a lot of
And
Magnetize.
turn around.
Refreshing it.
Magnetize. It's very irritating, but it's not doing enough damage to finish anyone off. They need that Scatter Blast. They need another kick. A lot of expenditure there to kill off a support hero down bottom, while up at top, they've got that Ink Swell and good damage onto the Gyrocopter. Mouz towing that line again, though. Shield Crash going deeper, looking at the Courier, knowing they can't really finish off these heroes. Just applying the pressure.
Yeah, just going in. It's the battle of the barriers. Pango has his barrier, and then Warcry coming out from Sven. But Pango's barrier is a little bit stronger. And again, here he goes, the combo. Just jumps onto the support, and the poor Gyrocopter, he can't really do anything to help.
I know you said poor Gyrocopter, but my brain translated it to support Gyrocopter because
I mean, you could say that too, dude.
Right now.
You could say that too. I was gonna say Chain Frost is coming in, but it's just this Courier, which is looking like a Chain Frost.
Supreme's made a move up here. Gyrocopter, what's he got? Raindrops, Wand. Nice attempted guess there at the Twin Gate play, but Low has actually slipped away.
This is like you're alive, but what kind of a life are you living moment?
Exactly.
Like, yeah, you're technically not dead to this gank, but you know, effectively, how much are you farming right now? This is horrible stuff. I would rather have died in this situation. Respawn full HP at least.
Yeah, Bangan gets away from the roll as Ori makes another move down here to kill the Jakiro. Supreme arriving, but can't latch on to anybody. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like at least the Gyro didn't give gold to the enemy team. But still, that tier 1 tower is taking an absolute beating.
It really is. They're laying into it, and you know, halfway done.
Supreme, this is a massive kill. Tiny came down here alone to try and find a snipe after the dive, but now he's been cookied upon, bore slowed, and little shredded down. Down he goes.
Yeah, just completely in his own little place here. No friends nearby, so doesn't have any chance to survive against the 3-man of Azure Ray here. It's going to be a bottom rune too, so Ori gets reset and can actually go top and defend, or...
There he goes. Right now, Azure Ray absolutely on the back foot. You can kind of feel, Ori's impatience almost, knowing how important it is to try and connect on some of these bigger kills. Taking Jakiro down, Tiny was good, but now you've lost Beastmaster bottom to another meta.
Yeah, just the same combo over and over. The dual breath and reflection do so much. You basically can't move. And then, of course, he gets to lay those auto attacks in with meta. It's a nice lane. Nice lane, and they're playing it really well. I think that kill was very important for them too. Just slowing down that Aghanims on Beastmaster is crucial. We've seen what that hero can do when he gets hit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it just becomes unkillable. What, he had like Vampire Fangs in that game yesterday?
Yeah, you got lucky. You got the best tier 2 item roll.
Just disgusting stuff. Now, at what point does the Sven say, screw you, Gyro, I'm leveling Greater Cleave?
Well, I thought you were going to say at what point does they screw you, Gyro, and leave the lane, because that's what I'm almost expecting here, but he's staying here for a long time. I think 1 point Greater Cleave isn't even that bad to be able to shove lanes in general, but he probably needs to skill his ulti on level 6 on the Sven.
That's true. It just feels like he's been kind of sat, like he is playing the lane, right? Gyro is now full-time jungling. He's gone freelance. It's jungle time.
Yeah, he really is. They're creating stacks, but it's not even stacks for him to recover, by the way. It's like Beastmaster wants this for his Aghanim Scepter, so it's also not a game where you can just say, oh, it's fine, I'll clear like a, penta stack on Ancients and I'm back. Nah, those Ancients are reserved.
Yeah, Beastmaster made 7 of them, and those 7 belong to him.
Yeah.
And he's going to clear out some nice, juicy Ancients for himself. Now up to 8. There we go. DD rune for Supreme. Now, this is the big thing for me. Supreme got those 2 kills, had a decent laning stage, rotated bottom alone, and kind of fed. What's he got? Tread, Soul Ring, Bottle 1, so a lot of little items before his blink.
Yeah.
But that's the big timing, right?
It's always going to be the blink, yeah. Ooh, he's rolled on.
Yeah, with the kisses landing. Supreme, the TP, not succeeding. Down he goes. Force tried to come here to help him, but not successful. So, yeah, Tiny kind of giving Azure Ray away back into this game almost.
honestly a bit of a mistake using the TP. You can't TP out against an Earth Spirit unless you have someone else there to stun. But, you know, Pango TPing in, but there was no one to stop the Earth Spirit from just continuing rolling onto you. No matter how fast you click it, if you get roll stunned with a Remnant, then you're always going to get stunned again before a TP finishes.
Well, a good scan reads the next move. Terrorblade has managed to tuck himself a little deeper in the jungle. And who's that? Jakiro, yeah, TPing back to his tier 2, in fact. Just to make sure Azure don't have that nice carving move through the bottom jungle.
Yeah, nice TP away there. Stay safe.
He steps up into them. Looks like he's far enough back, and Ori's just rolled onto the Jakiro. Difficult target, though. Jakiro's reasonably tanky in his own right. Roll not landing this time as well, as Ori steps into that.
The Blade Mail.
Fire and the flames. Blade Mail is there to turn the damage back onto him, though. Azure bail away.
Yeah, that was a nice kill, but they didn't get what they wanted. So Jakiro kind of served his purpose there, shielding the TB, allowing him to keep farming is what you want from your supports. Make sure they play around you. But at least they get some momentum down here. Azure, for how bad the laning stage was, they're still only 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just Ori. That is the story of this game for me, is Azure have done very poorly, except Ori has made these moves where he's just screaming like a madman, right? Running into bottom lane, running into mid, diving, getting a bit of help from FY Snapfire, especially once she hit level 6. And Gyrocopter has had all the space in the world the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's been allowed to farm jungle, but he farms slower in jungle than the Terrorblade would, so it's an okay trade for Radiant. The bigger story, again, for me, is going to be the Beastmaster, who's just clearing up another enormous stack on Ancients here. This almost puts him, you know, within striking distance of his Aghanims here. He is going to be 1,100 gold away, roughly, after taking this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Terrorblade's gonna be a big boy.
Yeah. Sven is helping the Gyrocopter farm now, just auto-attacking the creeps, helping him. Oh no!
Huge from Supreme. You helped him, but now you stood next to him. Big ink swell, massive avalanche toss. Gyro's pretty speedy though. The call down, the rocket barrage. Look at him zoom away.
God, what is that speed, man? The Afterburner is truly living up to its name here. Wow, a full Afterburner gives him a lot of speed. I didn't realize it's that much.
He's going like 600 move speed or something, just zoomed away from it. Looked like he should have died, but
Guess,
full wand.
Guess Gyrocopter is showing why we see that hero be one of the priority heroes here at the tournament as well.
Move speed patch. Yeah, it's the spirit breaker with that stupid, you know, charge into infinite move speed. Gyrocopter the Afterburner. All sorts of maneuverability being put to show here.
Spotted from the smoke here. They're looking for a kill, but they need a lot more, I think, to kill Tiny.
Or he's going to go straight onto Bengun. Magnetize. Does connect on to 3 of them. A lot of damage from that Macropire, but they'll clear out all the little irritating bits of damage coming his way, like the Phantom's Embrace. Heal him back up.
Yeah, Wisdom runes are up. Neither of the teams are playing for it right now, as the Power rune is the priority for the mid laners here. Ooh, nice blink.
Great jump. Straight on that Earth Spirit, and that's recovery for Supreme in that mid lane against Earth Spirit.
That was good stuff. Gets a nice free kill.
We chasing this? Metamorphosis and Reflection. Where's the Tiny? There he is. Supreme comes in and takes another.
This is starting to bleed pretty badly for Azure. They do have the Aghanims flying out now for the Beastmaster. They need to rally the troops around him and start doing stuff together with him, because they're lacking damage to kill the big tanky cores. Like Tiny just doesn't die to an Earth Spirit alone. You need something more continuous, like the Aghanims.
Yeah, like you said, it's always that timing around this Blink Dagger on Tiny. Once he gets it, he's chained, what, like 2-3 kills in a row. Starting to look very good on Supreme. And the map starts to get very, very small for Azure. No tier 1 mid or top means the northern jungle is very spooky. And we still have that Sven just bodyguarding the Gyro, placing some wards down as a bit of coverage. But yeah, we need this Beastmaster to clear the stack and get involved, go group up together. And like, do you want them to smoke and just play aggressively into the enemy triangle? Or what's the...
Either farm aggressively or smoke aggressively. Dude, I never get tired of watching a Tiny just kill a creep wave by using one toss. It's so funny. Already at level 2 ulti, he's basically clearing it immediately.
Crash landing is nutty stuff.
Yeah, it's a very, very powerful timing. But yeah, they're starting to go towards the gate here. Looks like they want to make the move towards top. Maybe make a stab. Are they gonna go through? Sending through the boar first. Test the waters.
Little scouter. Little recon mission. Go forth, my small minion. Find the enemies.
None can go through. It's very spooky to go through the gates. Even if you have one scout.
It does mean Mouz sees everybody coming.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
We see a
attack.
smoke up from the tiny Grimstroke and Pango right now, wrapping towards mid. Pango has a full pipe, so he's ready to mitigate that damage from the Beastmaster.
Oh, jeez.
Already prepared.
What's he got? Vanguard pipe? Double bracer? Ah.
Vanguard pipe, gonna go for maybe a Crimson Guard. Yeah.
That'd be good. Well, smoke breaks. Shield crash into 2. Supreme with the Soul Bind. That's it. Lights out for your Snapfire and your Earth Spirit. And this, there's going to be a move in onto the Sven and maybe the tier 2 mid. He'll Storm a Hammer and hold them back.
2 seconds. Tiny could blink. Might be able to catch him. Not quite. A little bit too fast, but 2 good pickoffs there, and they can start pushing towards mid tower, or even just go and reset the lanes. Bottom lane is pushed very far, so they prioritize just stabilizing.
Well, look at that. You see through the gap in the trees 2 juicy heroes.
Yeah,
Perfect
we saw
for
the
this combo.
Soulbind interaction with toss as well is pretty funny, because it's when the first toss lands, you toss again. So got double toss there as well.
The seesaw. One goes up, one comes down, and back up we go.
And none of them live.
Nope. I both die.
Yeah, Gyrocopter making a dangerous move down bottom here.
Oh boy.
He sees Pango, so he's backing, but Tiny sees him.
Oh man. Not quite enough to finish him off. Let's see if Bangon can come in from behind. On his path. Misses, sadly. No finishing touch, but again, like you said earlier on in the game, it's that situation where Low now has to walk back to base. That's 20, 30 seconds, then decide where he goes next. That's a minute of time wasted. And Gyro's not farming as he's bottom of the net worth of the cause, while TB up near the top. And Mouz have read this pretty perfectly here. They're TPing up north, smoked up. They're going to get scouted. Earth Spirit Illusions. Going to know this is coming. Let's see if Azure Ray can finish off Roshan. They can. Give Aegis to the Beastmaster, but the move on forward. Toss across, 4 sent in towards back. Aegis immediately claimed. Duration,
They're
6
coming in.
seconds.
Snap is here.
They've got a nice path there. The snap with the kisses, roll in deep. Beastmaster dying, the bongo drums are going. The Slom is coming, but he's soul-bound up and burning alive. Macropire does all the work. TB mattered up and kills off Earth Spirit. Narman is dominating along with Olnit, and this poor Snapfire annihilated by force.
One single item there making so much difference in that fight. Oh, you want to burst someone quickly? You want to kill my Terrorblade? Pipe. Just pipe. It took away so much of the damage output there. Gyrocopter now being eyed up by Tiny and Grimstroke. Can they feel where he is? They're gonna see him soon. They have a ward on this cliff. Buff coming in. Here comes the jump.
Poor Low. Oh, dearie me.
Nice. I mean, it's kind of sad to be like the highest CS and then the lowest net worth. When you called earlier, Day was the lowest net worth. He was actually most farmed on the map in terms of CS, but yeah, he's not having a game.
They're all kobolds and shit. All
Yeah, it's just satyrs and kobolds. It's inflated CS. Meanwhile, TB is all ancients.
But Supreme just keeps on going. Dominating stuff from Mouz here.
Supreme and Force are just going wherever they want, can do whatever they want. And I like that Olnit is playing into this now. Look, he's not just sitting back and farming. He could say, oh, I don't have meta, I want to play slow guys, I want to farm. But he's realizing that right now, they have a solid grip on this game. So just go take towers. What can they do on Dire?
Do you remember what we were talking about earlier, where I said, you know, what's worse, a team thinking, oh, they have a TB, or you thinking, oh, we have a TB? It's exactly what's happening in this game. As you're rare, like, shit, they've got a Terrorblade.
Yeah, they have
forgot about him.
They have not been able to make a single effort really at shutting him down. They made like one attempted gank bottom, and that was just running into Jakiro instead. And they were like, well, we killed Jakiro, and then yeah, let's call it a day. Let's go home.
Radiant's top tower is under
Now,
attack.
Tormentor being quickly eyed up here by a Mouz. They don't want to give away that nice resource. This is usually what you do when you're behind as well. You want to take that Tormentor because you have a limited map, but not even going to leave that possibility. Mouz just taking away everything. Oh.
Win after win after win.
Yeah,
This
shard
is-
for Jakiro. The 2.5% max HP burn on the Liquid Frosts. Pretty good.
Pretty damn good. Well, this is an uphill battle now for Azure. And BKB's up for Beastmaster. Just Gyrocopter needs a little bit more for Aghanim Scepter, but that Aghanim Scepter is always that, you know, middle ground item. BKB Satanic Daedalus going to come down the line later on.
He needs
And-
a lot more. He needs like 6k net worth before he's ready to fight. He needs, like you said, the Daedalus. He wants a Satanic, you know. And by the time he gets those items, how big is the TB going to be? Because he's working on a Skadi and not too far away.
And that Skadi has long been considered like the counter to Gyro.
Yep.
Stop that Aghanim Satanic nonsense. Stop his healing. Slow him down.
Oh, rolling for
Roll
Jakiro,
Ori.
finding more than he
That's
wants.
pretty deep. Avalanche immediately. BKB up from Ori though. Turned on with the physical damage and the roll. That Ice Path held the Sven in place while back runs forward in towards the Tiny, but he's so tanky. Supreme just breaks out of the stuns, walks it all off. Now the turnaround from Mouz back on to the Beastmaster who gets cookied away, but the damage raining down on his head. This Terror Blade. Substantial stuff. No kill yet on the Beastmaster. One on Ori, and now Force will get in front of Bach. Chase him down with another shield crash to finish him off. While Gyrocopter, where did he come from? Where did he go?
Yeah, I think he TP'd base and then tried to run out and join the fight, but he was spotted by a ward that was placed already, so they just caught him again. It's just tough, man. I mean, the roll in there, they baited. Again, the supports with little baits. Did you see Bengan just walk out? Oh, I'll push a creep wave. I'm all alone, guys. Earth Spirit rolls in, wants to find Jakiro, finds the entire family. That is not what he wanted.
Where was the gyro? Yeah, look at the pings on the map in that replay.
Okay, so he tries to TP there, but he got his TP cancelled. Yeah.
And Supreme's back into action again. So yeah, previous fight, 3 cores die. Sven dies now as well, so 4 heroes wiped off the face of the map. It is dark and cold outside of the Dire base right now for Azure.
Starting to look very grim. Can't really leave base at all. And the wards are coming down. Good vision here. Planting another ward on the triangle. Make sure that they have vision there.
Oh, look at Ulnit, man. That focus on his face right there. That is a... Look at it. No blinking.
No mercy.
Look at that. That is a gamer if I've ever seen one.
He is in the game, dude. He's immersed. And he's thinking about the next move. He's thinking what they can do. And he's drawing for his team that they can go top and push now. Recognizing power spikes. He has his Skadi. And Metamorphosis, not that far off cooldown. 25 seconds.
And gem for Tiny. So it's not just sad outside the Dire base, but it's completely getting de-warded now. That final Observer ward. Sorry, there is another ward off to the right-hand side of the map, but I'm not sure how much info that's ever going to give them.
Yeah, no, probably not that much. By the way, I'm viewing this game in the client with the kill spree effect. Currently, everybody except for Jakiro is on a kill spree on Radiant. So it's a bad sign when every hero is glowing on my screen. That means yeah, it's fairly one-sided at this point.
Oh man.
They really need a big item on Gyrocopter. They need some massive damage. It's the only way they can turn around the game with. The Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster didn't hit its timing because the pipe was already there to counter it. And that means they just have to rely on the big physical damage.
Okay, easy solution. Next team fight, Jakiro gets 4 kills and Pango gets 1. And then we have 5 mega kill streak for everybody. Everyone's on 5. Easy. Balance.
That's one way to do it.
Well, high ground defense time. Azure 25 minutes in, really on the back foot here. Just kind of hoping that Mouz messes up somehow. I've got a bit of split pushing going on with the Gyrocopter down bottom, but he's being eyed up by a Tiny right now. And Low gets back into the trees. TP is ready.
He sees him here, right? Is he behind a tree? That wasn't behind a tree.
Oh?
But they're pinging it now, but I don't think they saw it at first. He was not standing behind a tree. He was like in vision. Or I guess that was behind a tree. Yeah, never mind. He walked back and wow, it looks like that vision should be open. It's not.
It looked like there was a little angle through, right? But I
yeah,
guess
it's not though. Apparently, it's that those trees block vision. Interesting.
Does Gyro have like a smaller model size or something?
Or is Tiny just blind? You know, can blame the hunter.
And what is it? A rolling stone gathers no moss.
Yeah.
He's been rolling around a fair amount. There's no moss over his eyes, blinding him.
Oh, the TV illusion makes everyone scared immediately. Pop the war cry, run away.
And wouldn't you be? Look at the weapons on that guy.
At this
He's
point,
got an entire cutlery drawer of knives and forks on the Terrorblade weapon, spikes everywhere.
he is so edgy. The edgiest of Dota heroes for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And he's bringing those edges to the tower here. He's gonna go straight for it. Metamorphosis ready.
Knives against volcanic rock.
Yeah,
Who
good against
wins?
blunt buildings.
Dan goes to tier 3.
They are on a wraparound here with Deer and Earth Spirit.
Where is the gyro? Mid lane? He's going to TP and join this. They'll roll onto Supreme. Not the ideal target to start on, though, as they BKB up the Earth Spirit, toss forward the Terrorblade to slow down the Earth Spirit on his way out. Inkswell, not quite connecting as the BKB expired, and now full retreat mode again for Azure Ray. Rolling Thunder chasing in towards FY. Will connect on the Snapfire here, and should be able to bring her down with the Terrorblade arriving.
You know, you don't have to be fast. You just have to be faster than everyone else. And Snapfire wasn't faster than everyone else, so she is the weakest link.
Well, the old, if you're running away from a bear, you don't have to. You don't have to outrun the bear. You have to outrun the last person in your group.
Same goes for running away from a TB.
Oh yeah. Any of these apex predators. And Supreme, the apexest of the apex, straight onto back Beastmaster, forcing another defensive BKB.
He almost could have let him use the roar there. He Manta disjointed it, but wouldn't even been a good roar, I think, if it landed. So Olnito on point with his dodge, disjointing animation.
Straight into the next tier 3 tower. And do they have creeps coming in? I guess top wave is there and pretty solidly cemented to allow Mouz to keep going on tier 3. Mid and bottom have been cut and pushed, so at least Azure Ray are going to be able to defend the next lane.
I mean, they can delay pretty well. They have the Crimson Guard as well on the Beastmaster now. So Crimson Guard and Warcry combined, and then the Solar Crest on top of that, they can block a lot of damage. I just don't know how much damage they're bringing to the table themselves, right? You can block all the damage you want. Eventually, Mouz will get through.
Is it, like... I mentioned Daedalus on the Gyrocopter earlier on, but are we now at the point where he just says rapier time?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have one. Yeah, I think you could definitely start getting pretty desperate.
They need the big damage.
He really
does. Or
does.
at least it's finding a couple of runes, that DD, that Arcane he's just picked up as well. Can be quite handy, but Mouz are just beelining it for the Roche pit right now.
Straight Roche, get yourself an Aegis over on the TB. The smoke is coming, so Azure Ray, they feel like they have to contest this. They don't want to see an Aegis on TB. They can be in time. It's close.
They're sprinting for it.
If they go straight for it, I think maybe they're in time, but look at Pango. Force, he knows that you can't burst me. He walks up. He's gonna shield it.
And the Radiant scan on that left-hand side, it turns red, and the Kisses coming means they know what's going on as Olnet's BKB metamorphoses up. Turns and tries to fight back in, kills up a 4, looks at the wards. Azure Ray gonna reset though.
Spells
Rethink
being
their
used.
entry. A lot used here. BKBs, Macropire, Metamorphosis. I mean, Azure Ray got to think about getting into this Roche pit though, as the Aegis is nearly going to be claimed. Low does not have cooldown, but he's got his own BKB ready just to walk in and try and fight this. Rolling towards the Terrorblade with Ori, but Supreme's here with the Avalanche Toss. Blows up the Earth Spirit, and Low has realized the Skadi slow and the Rolling Thunder coming in are very difficult hurdles to get over. They've brought back on Ori though, and Roshan's nearly dead.
Nice Thunder.
Thunder there, half HP Gyro getting tossed into the air into the Ice Path, and he's dead. No, he's not. He BKB's up, but Supreme got the Aegis.
We got the cheese.
He got the cheese. Back to full HP. Gyrocopter somehow.
He's not in there.
An absolute miracle for Low to survive. Buck and Tanming in trouble though, as Supreme, Force and Bangan running up the staircase and chasing them down. Low caught in the Ice Path now and slow to a crawl as Ori tries to roll deep, looking for the back lines, but Low is down and out. Supreme is claimed finally.
Beastmaster? The support Sven is here.
Just his first life. A tiny respawning of the back of the Aegis. Olnet's still up and running. 2 down on Azure Ray. A third one here. The third quarter follow. GG called, and that's it. Mouz take game 1. Tremendous performance as they stomp Azure Ray.
Yeah, big. They won the side lane super hard. They got double kill for Tiny before the lane started on mid, so he had a great time. All the lanes just went exactly as they wanted. And the big story, they never got anything out of the Gyrocopter on the side of Azure Ray. He was 0-4-1, just didn't really get to play the game. And I have not seen anyone so far in all our games, Gareth, look that sad in laning stage. like support or core. That was just a horrible time for the gyrocopter.
Yeah, like what was the what was the Sven the problem? Was the gyro pick the problem? This is the first gyro was 5-0. Now he's 5-1. First loss of the tournament for a carry gyro.
Yeah, I don't know whether you can say that it was one or the other really that was the problem there, but that was just a tough time really, and I'm not sure. Not sure whose fault it is really, but the outcome was horrible. Yeah.
Well, it's another day in the office there. Look at them, very focused, very serious. Supreme, of course, off the back of that first couple of kills, a good laning stage. Had a few struggles, kind of transitioning. Went for a lot of small items, right? He had like soul ring, bottle, wand, treads. But once he got that blink dagger, man, this tiny popped off and just slammed every door and window in the game that was available to Azure Ray. Just got slammed by Supreme.
Yeah, Supreme was all over the place, and he was enabled a lot by his gyrocopter, or his Grimstork, sorry, a lot as well. The Inkswell was always there, good rotations, and I also want to give a little bit of a shout out. This Pango, by the way, did no damage. He did the second least damage in the game, but he was Mr. Damage Mitigation. Force, he was just making everyone unkillable.
It felt like he had so much impact. He like second lowest damage in the what?
In the game,
ahead of Sven.
Ahead of Sven, yeah, literally the only one he was ahead of, which is surprising to me because I thought that he was doing more damage, but he was just making sure everyone else was surviving.
Touched on it. We talked to Astini about it. Everyone's saying aura patch. That's why we're seeing a lot of darks here, and Pango here, no different. He goes for the full auras, tanks everybody up. Look at that! Look at him. It's like, oh yeah, Terrorblade. Yeah, what a hero.
Yep, good time. he had his fun this game for sure. That Eye of Skadi looked amazing in the final fight there against the gyrocopter, and we see why it's one of the common counters to the hero. You just can't stand toe to toe against the TB. It's too hard.
Right, definitely difficult times for Azure Ray now. A loss here, and starting to look a bit like doom and gloom down at the bottom of the table for themselves. But a good step for Mouz, especially like such a dominating performance. But well, we've seen it plenty of times, right? Like game 1 is a stomp, and we've seen it go the other way game 2. Just going to come down to draft, confidence, execution. Can you lift yourselves up out of like the rut that Azure Ray is in? They've got Lanham as their coach, right? He's got some firm words, I'm sure, in the locker room later.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're gonna have to go back to the drawing table a little bit and just think about what went wrong, get some positive words in for the boys so they don't feel too bad going into the next game, because they are low in spirits now. You gotta lift that up, and they have the potential to turn it around at least, because you want to see these guys at their best. They're legends, man.
They absolutely are. We'll see what we're dealing with a bit later on. I mean, I think, have we seen Terrorblade through this tournament yet? That feels like the first Terrorblade we've had as well.
First for us.
It's a hero that I very often struggle to read, because sometimes his lane stage looks incredible and just dominates. Sometimes he's like jungling level 3, waiting for him to farm up a key item before he can really make a move. This kind of felt like Terrorblade could have been any other hero, and they would have done just as well.
Yeah, I think so. But we'll see what they bring when they come back. I think we're going to head to a break now, and we'll see what they can bring when we come back later.
Sneaking through the back door of my heart what your clothes are for. I can tell what you're looking for. And I could've lied and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right. And it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you got my heart skipping a beat as well as skipping the feels. Cause you make me surrender to your love. And now I wanna say, got me nothing to say, make me wanna say, damn, I gotta catch myself. I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul.
I'm here with Faith Beyond. We're about to get his photos for the event, and I'm going to start with the obvious question because last year you were literally talent working alongside me, and the year before you won the whole thing. So what are you expecting? How are you feeling coming into this event?
We just want to try our best. There's no like certain a goal or something. Just enjoy the game.
Now, I guess the question would be, last year, did you expect this to be where you were this year?
No. Last year, I think maybe this year I would be a talent again.
Hey, Purge here with Supreme from Team Mouz. How are you doing so far at the tournament?
I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying the hotel and everything. It's amazing so far.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit how your team's been doing? You guys have been qualifying for some tournaments so far. How's the team atmosphere feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been some up and downs, but right now we are working hard and atmosphere is good. I think everything is fine. We can do really good.
In terms of meta right now, how are you feeling about the current meta in the state of Dota? Do you like facets? Like, are you cool with the patch? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I love the new things for sure. I love the mid lane meta as well now. Like, all the spirits are good, so that's kind of my thing. I like that a lot. I'm very happy with the current state of the game.
Which spirit heroes are your favorite?
Storm Spirit.
What do you like about Storm so much? Is it just that you can globally initiate? Is that you can scale as a right clicker? Like, what are things that really pull you to the hero? No pun intended.
It kind of feels like the hero does everything. He is strong all stages of the game. He doesn't really lose lanes. He farms fast. His skills really good as well. He farms jungle fast. He does everything almost.
Okay. In terms of your team's overall playstyle, how do you draft like an ideal lineup to fit with Storm Spirit? Like, are there like, do you care about mana combos, or are there other synergies that you prefer?
Just a strong support that can fight for the runes, some fast playstyle, something like that, I would say.
Perch here with Ulnit from Mouz. So what are you guys doing in this room right now?
We're choosing jackets from ESL.
Okay, so what was the process like for you guys? You're customizing patches and stuff, is that right?
Yeah, they gave us these patches. We chose from them. I chose the Axe, the second one. I like it. And then just sizes.
You an Axe carry player?
No, not yet.
Did you? What else did you pick out? Just the Axe one? Anything else cool that caught your eye? Some numbers? A knife? A good quality knife?
Knife is nice for sure.
Do you play CS or any other games that kind of drew you towards it?
Just Dota mostly. I just like the Axe, you know. Play some RPGs.
Did you see other players wearing jackets too? How does it feel to get a piece of the tournament that you get to take home with you?
Yeah, it looks nice actually. It looks high quality, so I'm excited to get one.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Riyadh Masters as we kick off our second game of the second series of the day. We're about halfway through day 2 here as Mouz take on Azure Ray. And, it looks really bad for Azure Ray.
Yeah, it did not look good. Game 1 did not inspire confidence here. They are now 0-5 in individual rounds. I believe you gotta hop into your caster slot as well here, Gareth. Get yourself ready in the lobby, please. Hostage keeping the game, SMH. But yeah, the first game, very, very rough for Azure Ray. They had, some form of hope around Ori, but what can he do when the side lane is already so bad before he even gets his level 6 on mid? Like, he can't come in and salvage if everything is already completely gone to, it's bad.
I mean, Ori in that game, he went into like sweaty tryhard mode. Like you could feel it, right? Rotating bottom, trying to kill people off. Just the reads from Mouz through that game were so strong. Where Terrorblade had already gone back to jungle. Bangan's Jakiro was like, you even called it in one of the later fights in that mid lane, just showing himself. I'm a Jakiro. Look at me. You roll and you magnetize a Jakiro. Congrats, you've killed a +5. You've expended, 3 teamfight ultis just to bring down a lowly support.
Exactly. They invested a lot of resources, and that's what they had to do because they felt like they couldn't kill anything, and a lot of that comes back to the final kind of shout out we gave there before we headed off. Force on Pango there with that survivability build. We haven't seen Pangos go for the Vanguard first into Pipe second item, skipping the Aghanim, skipping the Echo Saber. He just said, you know what, if we don't take damage from Beastmaster, we're good, we're gonna win this game, and that was completely correct. I think genius itemization here, and I think that they played a very, very clean side lane game in game 1. Mouz, if they can do this again, it'll be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, and then a scary prospect down the line, right? You start looking at Mouz as a real serious threat, as they're not one of the top teams in the world. They're definitely a team that's growing, but putting up some sick performances like this, you definitely have to start doing your homework and prepping for them later on down the line. Yeah, I'm just looking at Pango's build, right? The double bracer wand, Vanguard first, Arcane Boots, and it's like Greaves and Pipe, so he's unkillable. Team is unkillable. I mean, how often do we talk about this unkillable core strategy, which it feels like Gaming Gladiators have been using 2 years ago, and it's still in force?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good recipe as long as you're somehow able to build enough damage within your team to deal with the opponents, because at the same time we saw Azure Ray try to do this. They tried to have the Sven with the Aura bot, they tried to have the Crimson Guard on the Beastmaster, but yeah, we'll see if they can provide the damage next time as well. We can head into the game and see what they're gonna come up with this time, as the draft is so important in this matchup, Gareth.
Oh, it for sure is. Yeah, we've seen that kind of Jaricopter slip in, the high win rate hero not be successful for Azure Ray. And yeah, just having this kind of back and forth, like you mentioned in the start of the game on draft, the Witch Doctor ban. Is that now something where Azure Ray are like, maybe we ban a Tiny instead and let the Witch Doctor through, then Bangan's playing the Witch Doctor, and now you're scared of that?
I'm telling you, dude, don't let it through. Don't let it through. Don't let the man do what he does. He do what he do, man. I'm telling you, that Witch Doctor, you keep it in the burn face. That's not the problem. That's not what went wrong in game 1. That's personal advice for them, but we'll see if they make adjustments here, because you're absolutely right. That's sometimes what teams feel. They have to go back and think about the draft. Is there something else we should prioritize higher? And I bet you, Bengan, he's feeling the same. They might just let me get it. He's licking his lips right now. Thinking about it.
Salivating at the prospect of playing Witch Doctor. No, it's gone! Oh.
I mean, they've done their research, dude. Like, I think he's seriously the best Witch Doctor I've seen. He is a nerd on that hero. So, if any aspiring support player watching the stream, you know, check out Bengan for sure.
That has been, I guess, one of the most interesting shifts in Dota for me over the history of Dota, right? Thinking about Dota 1 and Dota 2 in conjunction, where it was always like taught to me and ingrained in a lot of older Dota players, I know for sure, that kind of being diverse and understanding every hero is super important. And in the last, I guess since Admiral Bulldog, he was one of the first ones that really came out and showed hero spammers and specialists are absolutely disgusting human beings that can just win you games. You know, Meepo players, Lone Druid players, Witch Doctor players apparently are just super good. Having that expertise in 1, 2, 3 heroes just brings so much to the table when you can play it at that above the highest level, that upper echelon of S tier level.
Well, works really well as long as your heroes are good in the patch. If you have expertise in 3 heroes and all heroes are dog shit in that patch, then you're not gonna be too happy. So
that's true.
You gotta make sure you have heroes that are not necessarily identical, perhaps, so that you are always able to bring something to the table. But yeah, expertise, being a specialist is definitely something that we see more frequently now than in early Dota 2 or even Dota 1 days.
Yeah, I guess one of the big ones that really brought it to the forefront was Earth Spirit. Having people who really practiced Earth Spirit in the early days.
Crit, yeah.
Jirax.
I mean, I was there when the Earth Spirit spammer was born, dude. I was sitting next to him in Stockholm when...
Cupad Red Pandas, was it?
Yeah, I was sitting next to him when Earth Spirit came out. I'm like, dude, the hero isn't even available for the qualifiers. Like, you shouldn't care about it. He's like, yeah, but I think it could be pretty good. He's like, this hero seems fun. I'm like, okay.
Vitu.
Exactly. Some Turil.
Well, here we go again. Tiny first pick for Mouz. Still flexible, and I'd love to see it in the hands of Supreme again, but absolutely can be popped into that position 4 role. And we're left with a Darkseer open here. Something that Azure are going to ignore for now and just straight up pick Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma also a very, very good one. So get their hands on a lot of team fight there. Last game, they felt like they couldn't really take the big engagements. They were lacking the damage on the carry. They were lacking the impact from the offlane due to the pipe on the enemy team. But Enigma is a hero that pretty often makes it so you could always threaten to take a fight. Even if you're down like a lot of gold, one good black hole could bring you back. So I like the approach to take this hero here. Also a pretty strong hero if you play it correctly. So we'll see what the adjustment is going to be from Mouz into this.
Grimstroke out, Dragonite out. So we're left with the Razor and the Pango still in the pool. So Razor was a ban from Azure Ray previously. And I guess that was just like a cover for their gyro pick, which is not going to happen this time around.
Yeah, I think just making sure there's no counter to their Enigma. And yeah, they're going for something different. I like it. You shouldn't do the same thing back to back. If it didn't work in game 1, I'm not a big fan of just trying the same thing. So,
unless you're Puppy.
Yeah, well, even then I'm not a fan. I'm gonna be honest. The stubborn draft, I've seen it many times. Sometimes it works, then you look like, oh, you were right, but a lot of times it doesn't work. It's like, why?
That is known as the stubborn fool. Yeah. Rubik going in here.
Of course, amazing into both Pango and Enigma here. One of the hardest, if not the single hardest counter to Enigma. Actually, I have another nerdy friend who has 5,000 games on Enigma, and he says that Rubik is the worst hero to play against. He actually doesn't even mind Silencer as much as Rubik. It's one thing if they stop my black hole, it's another thing if they steal my black hole. That's not okay.
That is not okay. That's the thing, right? Like, when you're against a Silencer, you get into this kind of standoff thing where you're just waiting for each other. And
right.
It feels like Enigma comes out on top of that because you have other shit to do. You don't
just go
have
aura
to use
builds.
black hole.
You just don't play around black hole, yeah. But Silencer is like, well, this is what I do. I silence people.
Yeah. Okay, nice. A bit of clockwork going in. So a way to enter the fight, and that will enable this Pango and Enigma to get stuff done.
Yeah, fantastic against both the Rubik and Jakiro here. Neither of them have a way to get out of the cogs. Rubik can, of course, toss the Clockwork out for a little bit, but he just walks back in. The expanded armature allows them to get in easily.
Yeah, no escape for the Tiny either.
I like Azure Ray's opening here, I have to say. I wasn't as comfortable with what they were doing in the previous draft. It was interesting to me, but this looks a little bit easier to execute than what they ended up with last time. As for Mouz, you know, they're not changing too much. They just fit in a Rubik. Otherwise, they're doing Tiny and Jakiro again. Worked out really well.
This feels very much like Azure Ray is saying our lanes were bloody atrocious last game. Like picking Enchantress, Clock, Enigma is like we're coming out to win lanes here, boys.
Yeah, calling in an expert. You know, the Enchantress, she is a lane winner for sure. Can do so much work in the early game, so it's nice here to get on the field. She is a little bit on the lower HP against the Tiny. Could maybe get bursted, but if she gets over that threshold where she doesn't die to the Avatos combo, then she can become unkillable as well.
That's a way to deal with Black Hole again. Dawnbreaker coming into play.
Yeah, not a hero we see that often anymore, but I guess it's going to be forced on the Dawnbreaker here, most likely.
I guess, she can get out of cogs with the Celestial Hammer, right? Yeah.
Yeah, she like gets pushed in the back, I guess, if you don't do it over a good angle. But yeah, she can get out. The problem is that she can't use her ulti, I guess, if Clock is nearby, but it's a minor thing. I think it's a pretty good pick here. Makes a lot of sense to me, and she isn't bothered that much by Enchantress. Since you can easily use your Q and just swing into her with physical damage.
That's pretty nice to have. Yeah, very, very good against this kind of Azure Ray looking like they've got a dogpile draft where you hook shot, you Rolling Thunder, you Black Hole, you kind of go in. And Dawnbreaker can kind of reset, break that up alongside this Tiny and Rubik. Seems pretty nice.
It is a BKB piercing stun right now, so the Dawnbreaker ulti, it did become a lot better against stuff like Enigma, and even good against the Pango to a degree, being able to stun him.
Where is this Enigma Pango going, by the way? I've been meaning to ask you for a while. We keep getting distracted by all the shiny little things. But is this like mid-Pango offlane Enigma for sure?
I feel like it should be. I think it's definitely going to be that, and they're just waiting with carry here. And I think Mouz are right, because you can't really do too much else if you try and... I mean, there's no real way you run a mid Enigma in this game against Tiny. It's not a great time. And since they need a carry, they need a right clicker.
One bound to go.
Let's see what they want to protect themselves. So they banned out the Bristleback first, thinking Tempo, and then they ban out the PA, which has been surfacing a little bit. The Methodical PA apparently has been played a few times. Not in our games, but Methodical PA has been having some hit or miss success.
Methodical is a facet, I'm assuming?
It is. It is the one where you basically get rid of your blur. You don't have blur at all, you could say, because it makes it so atrocious. You can't use blur to farm creeps. The other facet, you can blur and kill Roach. So the difference between the blur and the two facets is pretty huge. Okay. But Methodical is the guaranteed crit every 4th hit on creeps or 6 hits on heroes. So it's interesting. I've played around with it, I've experimented with it, but I can't bring myself to say that it's better than the other facet.
Okay, fair enough. I've kind of
There's
been a fan of...
something appealing though about the guaranteed crit. If you blink in on someone you know you just need to hit them 6 times, you will get the crit.
Yeah, exactly.
That is
I've been a fan of that kind of stuff coming into Dota because it was like a Heroes of New Earth feature for a long time. Having these, Axe and Slardar and stuff like that have these percentage chances, then kind of get, turned into guaranteed after X amount of inputs happen, whatever it might be.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have the choice of being it or not now. Facets are really opening up a new avenue in Dota. We'll see what they ban out as the last ban here for Mouz, though, considering I feel like for them, they're looking for a carry who can hit Pango in the roll and still be strong against Enigma in lane. So what do they ban to protect it? They ban out the Lifestealer and take the Alchemist. Okay, so that's a hero that can really thrive on killing off those little Eidolons.
You sure can, yeah.
I have some fantastic Aghanim Scepters to gift in your team if you ever happen to have that kind of money to spare. And yeah, not a hero that gets bothered too much by Enigma in the laning stage. So I like the idea here. It makes sense that they ban out the Lifestealer. He would do really well against that.
And usually the big like nuke damage comes from like a mid or a pos 4. So Alchemist also not really worried too much about being burst before he can get off Chemical Rage or BKB in the duration of like a black hole or something.
To me, this looks like a racer game for Ashure. I don't know. They need some tempo, right? You're against Alchemist. You don't want to let him hit that massive timing. Either that or you double down on late game. Okay, they double down late game. That is a quick response.
Triple down on late game.
They do, yeah. Void comes in. Loot on Void. That's the Temporal Impunity. It's an interesting choice. They don't have the best things to lay into the Chronosphere. It's like usually the first kind of checkbox that I want to tick if I pick Void is like, what do you have to dip into this? Yeah, you have Ench. That's like the best hero actually in their team. And you could kind of like swashbuckle in there. Your Eidolons could attack in there, but they don't have they don't have that big like meatball from Invoker or like
OD.
Skywrath ulti. You know, they don't have the massive threats. So the Void, he's mainly picked here for high survivability. Kind of hard to kill if you don't burst him. And he can be a very strong hero if you go to late game here. Late game is definitely a Ashure favored, but question is, how do they get there? They did not emphasize lanes that hard with this final Void pick, and last game, laning stage was horrendous.
Yeah, it's like they've picked for lanes, and then it's kind of ignore the mid game, guys. Mid games, just run around with Ori, FY, and Tianming, find some stuff, kill off a couple of supports. A buy time for Bach and Low here to really get off the ground as quickly as they possibly can.
I feel like Mouz have a little bit more of an advantage to go into this game with good tempo, right? Their heroes, all of them, don't need too much. Dawnbreaker pretty ready early on. Tiny just needs Blink, and both the supports are very fight ready immediately.
And this Alchemist carry is also reasonably tempo based as well, right? You're kind of farming until you hit that timing of Blink, Radiance, Blink, BKB, and then at the drop of a hat, you're ready to go.
It's also a hero that Olnit plays pretty well. I still am a bigger fan of his Sven. I feel like Sven is by far his best hero. Olnit plays a beastly Sven. Like he kills people, man. But Alchemist plays a little bit similar to it. You have the same kind of, your melee tanky hero, can jump people and stun them immediately and try and burst them. The playstyle is similar enough that Olnit does really well in this too.
Yeah, you both have like armor manipulation.
Yeah.
I like that little like bending of the red range indicator when there's a hero standing in it. Void stands in that mid lane near the tower. A little red line bends around. Temporal Impunity. Classic double jump.
Temporal Impunity. He didn't go for the Times Square. I'm disappointed. Oh, Bach just gonna shake hands a little bit with the entire enemy squad here.
Well, that's a lot of hands.
Yeah, especially Jakiro coming in and shake hands with both of them, the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Yes.
Well, back to good start for Bengan. My boy, he gets the first blood. That's good. Don't give it to your mid. Don't give it to your carry. Steal it for yourself.
Take it for that Jakiro. Jackie boy takes it. Still 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. FY comes in and sneaks one in the back there against that Jakiro.
So the Dawnbreaker map hack activating there. We'll see it again in 10 minutes.
Oh, goody.
I haven't cast a pro game with Dawnbreaker since that thing was added. It's very interesting. Just getting full vision every 10 minutes.
Yeah, me neither.
And apparently, there's no Spirit Break in this game. I want to see the interaction. If Spirit Breaker charges Dawnbreaker when it happens, he gets her vision. So then he also gets the global vision, is what I've been told.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't confirmed this, but it sounds hilarious.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Also, I wonder how much the game would lag, because it always makes the game lag when the vision comes in.
Just revealing everything to everyone. Nothing is hidden by fog anymore. All of a sudden, units have to be rendered and spawned everywhere. Well, we'll get ourselves into these lanes. Bach looks like already managing to drag that creep wave close to his tier 1 tower. Keep those Eidolons going as the FY Clockwork is like wandering around, dragging waves himself. And down at bottom, Force and Narman down here. Up against Tianming's Enchantress. She's so good at trading in these lanes against Rubik and a Dawnbreaker. Shouldn't have too many issues there in the first couple of levels.
He's doing great right now. A lot of damage being dealt by the Ench. He has 2 melee creeps helping him. These are his allies. And with the protective wisps as well, he's pretty tanky on Ench. He's just laying into them.
He's
gonna go down. Did he push too far?
Has he? Oh, the final bit of damage. There we go. I cursed him. He steps too far. Look at both of them. Both of them are like 200 HP. He spread his damage across too many heroes. And Narman might be dropping here. Oh, he's got Fairy Fire. Never mind. Time dilation is never gonna finish
You know
him.
why he died, by the way? He had a pretty good read that, oh, I should be able to heal and survive here. The 2 creeps he had helping him, they stole his heals from the overprotective wisps. So he didn't get all the heal from his ulti, his nature's tendons there. So I think he had a pretty good read, but then he didn't calculate that.
Holding hands with his melee creeps. That's why you don't form relationships with your work colleagues.
Yeah, exactly. Keep the
don't share
creeps
the
away.
healing. keep them out of here.
See Pango trying to hit the Tiny. His damage is going down more and more right now. 12% damage reduction from Craggy Exterior. Trading to Pango. Trading to Tiny is so hard.
Well, have fun with that one. Where's he sat now? 8 and 4, 9 and 4, so still pretty even in the last hits. Not throwing too much in that regard, at least. Up at top, Eidolon killing time. There's some denies coming out there, but it looks like Ulnit and Bengan still able to kill off a few of them.
I mean, every single Eidolon that dies is a big amount of money for this Alchemist if you can get it. But they're doing a good job. Still, you gotta use your Eidolons pretty aggressively here and deal damage.
And Chanmeng again has stepped up. This time around healing himself and not his creeps. And good damage here with a bash from low. Getting on top of Force. Looks like the Dawnbreaker's gonna get taken down with that final charge. Thankfully for them, goes to the Faceless Void. While up at top lane, Ulnit does throw the concoction, but has already died to these Eidolons and the Clockwork stepping up.
Yeah, that's a good takedown for them there. Otherwise, the Alchemist looks like he might be able to get some farm here, but they kill him and they keep the lane really far back. So pretty hard for Alchemist to get any real farm going here. There's a 1 HP big Centaur here, but that one's gonna get snagged away by Centaur, or by Clockwork.
Thank you very much. Freebie for him. Concoction again. Just throwing some spells aback. There's a big dire wave coming in as well, so lots here for the Enigma to lap up. I think FY was thinking, you know, Bounty Rune has spawned. Maybe he goes for a bit of a wander, but he's going to stick around there and just stay playing with the Enigma for now in lane.
Yeah, wants to stay close because this Alchemist, look at how they're enabling him. Bengan goes in, uses the dual breath, and now the Alchemist could farm all that. You know, bottom lane, of course, being a little bit more chill now. After a few kills have come in, Mouz are playing safer.
It's always such an awkward position to be in here. Like, FY is trying to drag this wave around. He's concoctions thrown at him. Alchemist can't step up and play the wave properly, so potential here for some denies to come in for the Enigma again. And both of Azure heroes are kind of low HP, low resources, and FY might just die here to the Jakiro as Bangan comes in and just gets a kill.
That's my boy, Bangan going in there. Look at him, just denying stuff.
So where's my Alchemist? Come here, hold it. All right, buddy.
Alchemist is thinking about resetting the lane. He was looking to pull the big camp, but, you know, seeing what Bengan is doing, he's like, okay, I'll just come around, I guess, because otherwise Jakiro is going to farm this instead. Huge solo kill there, though.
Oh, I see the Clockwork coming back in. Kill off a cog, walk through it. And it's that Pango TPing in to try and help out. Looks like with this Battery Assault, they should have a secured kill on the Alchemist there. So maybe in the end, you know, resetting the lane might have been the better idea, but it's Azure making some good reactive plays.
Yeah. This is where Bangan is like, why are you down there, silly? You shouldn't be there. just play safe, man. What the hell?
It's like the where's my Alchemist, but in reverse this time.
Yeah. Well, good rotation. First little move there. Coming in and picking up a kill. Or giving a kill to Enigma this time.
Bang on a killing spree. What was it last game? Everyone had a streak. A mega kill streak except for him. And now he's the
only one with one. Yeah. He's redeeming himself, you know. Last time he had to be the sacrifice. This time he's going to be the carry. He's level 5 soon on the Jakiro, dude. At minute 5 is absurdly high level for a support. Yeah, a little bit of pulling. They need to get some stacks going for the Alchemist, but there's been a jungle block here. They realized it's blocked. Gonna try and deward it, but it's too late anyway. The sentry would have timed out on its own by now. These were the early pre-laning stage wards planted.
Precious bounty.
So far, it feels like Azure have done a very good job just kind of holding these lanes, you know, by their tier 1s, making sure there's not too much forward play from Mouz. A bit of damage again onto Force and Narman down bottom. Still waiting to see these first big moves out the mid lane. You know, Ori has gone top, but no Rolling Thunder was needed. Alchemist had already died. It looks like Supreme here. 6 minutes 30 means Wisdom Runes are coming up shortly. If they can play aggressively top with Bengan dying, but kind of baiting this fight, holding it. Low-level Alchemist doesn't want to stick around and play forward, but he's got to, because Supreme's arriving. Avalanche not connecting him back. The tree toss will. Toss forward of the creep, trying to catch up to FY. They'll get the double kill on Supreme here and protect the Alchemist.
This DD rune. He's looking for a toss again. He needs something to toss so he can't get the vision. Did you see the damage? Yeah, the Enigma would not have died if it wasn't for a DD rune, and I don't think Clockwork would have either. Just, you know, the DD rune making all the difference there.
The Force needs a bit of help down bottom. Celestial Hammer, try and help out with the Rubik. Oh, he does pop a bit of a heal there. The double bracer, double gauntlet. Dawnbreaker TPing out. While top lane, fight breaking out yet again up here as Ori stuck around, got the Wisdom Rune. Supreme also here to try and fight back.
Yeah, Supreme stuck around. He hung next to a tower, waited for Enigma TP in. So Enigma just TP'd in and died again. Huge setback for him.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Yeah. And now looking for the Pango, who wasted his swashbuckle.
Where is he? There he is. Yeah, Bangan's here as well. Big man Bangan banging at your heroes.
Yeah.
FY is going to come in and try and kill him off because there's a couple of killing sprees on the table here. But look at this. Macroplier, dual breath, the damage.
Solo kill.
FY, look at him go.
That's my boy. I'm so proud. Look at him. Look at him go. You would be so happy about the players in our team, by the way, because we had Bangan, and then we also had a player called Bang. It was the Bang Bang team. Yeah. we had to come up with a solution for what we were going to call people.
Ben 10, bang on, bang bang.
Bang bang. Yeah, you're Bing and you're Bang. We had very straightforward ooga wooga.
Oh, man.
Run at the enemy and smash him. Dota.
And what is it? In Malay, Abang is big brother as well, I'm pretty sure. Just throw one of them in there.
Ah, right, yeah. Laning stage going really well here for Mouz, and I want to say big thanks to the Jakiro. I mean, he is 5-1 and 2. He is countering the Clockwork hard, always killing the cogs immediately with his double attack. It used to be that Clockwork was super good against Jakiro, but it's not really true anymore.
Nope.
Nowadays, you just kind of, especially if someone else gets trapped, you can help them so fast as a Jakiro. Just pop some auto attacks.
Like, I don't know. I legitimately never in my life thought I'd see a day where Jakiro was the big impact player on a team.
Yeah.
But both of these games has looked like a tremendous pick.
And this is his silver tier hero, man. You should see him at his prime.
We should.
Oh, Jakiro could wrap around the Enigma. Not gonna catch him, but maybe his babies.
It's harvesting time. Enigma has sown the seeds, grown these beautiful plants, and Alchemist is hungry.
Yeah, they look like money. 2.4k gold on the Alchemist. Of course, going for the Radiance, the standard build. Nothing weird happening here. Meanwhile, Supreme looking pretty farmed too. He's at 1700 gold. He needs his Blink Dagger first, of course.
Double brace of Soul Ring phase bits for Dawnbreaker, so pretty tanky in that bottom lane just to self-sustain, keep things going.
Yeah, here comes the map pack.
Rune spot.
Boom.
I see everything as it turns night today.
Relatives are pulling up the Vindem.
Beautifully done. Oh yeah, so has Supreme gone for that same item build with like the Tread Soul Ring, little bits and bobs here and there? Or is it a faster blink this time? Let some fight continually. Be battling away. That's what we're getting here. A Spirit Vessel for the Enigma. Used to be a like a hardcore answer to the Alchemist, but Alka's got a couple of dispels to play with now, right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, if he decides to go for the Shard, we saw it last time we watched the Alchemist gameplay, was Skirtic going for the Shard as well pretty early just to have that dispel available. But even just once he gets his BKB and he has his ulti, that's 2 dispels already. So pretty happy.
Yeah. Kind of difficult to convert these Spirit Vessel charges into anything meaningful. A few camps being stacked there, nothing tremendous, and especially not on Azure Race side. They have been very focused on just sitting in lanes and 2-on-2 setup until now, like 11 minutes in, where they bring a couple more heroes mid. And something we've not really seen here from this Enchantress is that move mid, where around catapult waves with a creep, you're kind of pushing tier 1, hasn't happened.
I haven't felt the huge impact that you want to see from an Ench in the early game. I'm going to be honest here. Ench, I feel like if you pick this hero, you want to dominate the early game. She does fade off pretty hard otherwise. Bang-On could be caught here. Big, high-level experience support.
Kill the cogs. No, turn and macropire. Oh, hang on. Oh, with a heal. In comes the Dawnbreaker.
He's still alive.
Saves the Jakiro. Keeps him alive. Oh my god, Bang-On survives. Narman also joining the fray with Supreme hit. Lowe's Faceless Void has showed up. Is he going to get comboed? No, it looks like he's okay. Time Walk was on cooldown, so a little scary there.
He TP'd here. This was a fight really close to a tower, so he wanted to join and do something, but that was a beautiful Dawnbreaker ulti by Force, just landing a really nice save there, and of course the follow-up as well within the team. That's another attempt to move in and shut down the Alchemist, right? They wanted to gank the Alch, they connected on a Jakiro instead, and didn't even get that. So things are falling apart hard here for Azure Ray. They need to get something going for themselves.
Yeah, rough stuff. Again, a lot of this really falling firmly on the shoulders of Ori. The Pangolier has to get a lot done here, and this move from Mouz might be able to snipe him out. They're looking at Tan Ming, but they would want something a little bigger. Azure Ray going to turn and fight this as well, as it looks like they wanted to roll Thunder, but no, he's just hopping, skipping, jumping over the cliffs, and off he goes.
He's gonna stay safe. Meanwhile, bottom clock lands the hook here, but the W is ready on the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Well, she gets pushed actually, yeah, because they push you in.
And they push you in. Can't escape with a Celestial Hammer.
I guess with this facet, you can't actually escape as a Dawnbreaker. If you get hooked, you're just kind of trapped.
Here comes Supreme though. Oh, the two-man Avatar's combo. No kill just yet. Concoction onto the Enigma with the acid spray there, but a bit of healing coming out from the Enchantress and the rest of the fellas as the Alchemist
could be a fight for Azure Ray.
This could be big with the cogs there, but this Macropire zoning them. The Ice Path good as well. Another Avalanche toss combo, but Back is still alive. Chrono whiffs, doesn't land on the Alchemist, connects onto the Jakiro and Rubik, and the high fives, they turn onto low. Faceless Void. Oh man, a head in hands moment there for Low, honestly. What a mess, says the Alchemist. And it looks like this Enigma might still die as well. Bark has tucked himself in the trees by the tier 1 tower, but he's caught.
This is all despair. That was their moment to turn this game around, but the Macropire again, that was what turned it around. It looked like, maybe we can get a great fight here. Enigma had Black Hole ready. The Chronosphere is going to set it up and then maybe follow up with a Black Hole. But the Macropire just split the fight in half, and it also cut the HP pools in half in general there.
That's one of these situations where it starts off well, like, yeah, we killed the Dawnbreaker. And then this fight extends so long, she respawns and comes back into the battle.
Yeah, truly long brawls, and that Chronosphere was just unfortunate, man. He got caught in the avalanche for too long. And then, yeah, couldn't really connect cleanly on the Alchemist, who already regenerated too much. Top lane Void just wants to fight some farm on this map. Not having the Chronosphere ready, that's the big downtime for this hero, and runs into Alchemist, who he definitely can't fight.
Time to go back to jungle Low.
Yeah. Dawnbreaker ulti is ready as well. If a fight breaks out top, she is able to get over there.
And global presence. So useful. I found FY here. Not wanting to commit super hard on the clockwork, they're kind of poking at him to find additional targets. Nicely done by Supreme there. So think about the greater team fight there. You know, a kill on the clockwork would be nice, but if anyone from Azure Ray shows, I could maybe have gone for something bigger.
Yeah, not really able to get deep enough there with the blink on Tiny to follow up with the Dawn ulti. Just keeping that defensively. Probably gonna hold on to that a lot, just trying to prevent the black holes. Meanwhile, though, Enigma is thinking about the Dawnbreaker. Doesn't have any Eidolons here.
Black hole again. Was that FY hook shotting it as well? Well, two big ultis. Hang on a second.
She's healing a lot with a W. Yeah. Puts down the ground and stands in it.
In the meantime, Ori has also died though. So Narman gets the snipe on the Pangolier and they shift quickly into the tier 1 tower. And this is the thing, right? This is now a sprint where Alchemist, he's hit the ground running. He's got Radiance and Blink Dagger, and Azure Ray needs to have answers. These next 5 minutes are vitally important.
in the next like 2 minutes, they don't have anything basically, 2.5 even. With Enigma using his black hole means that Alchemist has all green lights go here for farming aggressively. Look at him invading into a triangle, has great vision in the area, gotta farm up some ancients. He is accelerating. Gareth, he's growing.
Larger and larger. He's a big boy.
10k net worth, 11k already at the 16:40 minute mark. But it is a tempo hero. We've seen Alchemist fall off, right? We know that this hero doesn't scale super well into hard late game, but this is the type of game you want as an Alchemist, though. He is ramping, and they just need to keep this pace up and then close out the game. With Azure Ray, they need to figure out how they're going to survive to late game, because at this pace, it's not looking good.
I like a little bit of sunburst from the Dawnbreaker. Burning away at creep waves.
Ooh, they're behind you, Enigma.
Oh, you're right. Look at Supreme.
Pango is the bigger target. Since he has
shot.
ulti.
Straight in onto this Dawnbreaker. But look at Supreme here. Massive combo bursting down the Enigma. They lose the Dawnbreaker as Narman, the rolling green cube, is aiming for FY on the back lines. The master of the Rubik is going to get turned on by his own hero and slain by Narman. And the move onto the Enchantress should secure them that 3rd kill in a row. Olnet joining in for the slow kill on Ench, but it will be there in the end. And this has just been utter domination. Game 1 and Game 2 from Mouz.
Another great wraparound there. They have a complete read of where Azure are moving and what they're doing. And right now, with so few tools at their disposal, the Black Hole being on cooldown right there wasn't too much they could do. No Chrome Sphere, no Black Hole. So Mouz just move in with insane confidence that, yep, this fight should be super easy. And it was. And like you said, FY, he may be the master on Rubik, but Narman, he's no mere apprentice. He is quite well versed as well. I like the rolling chase there. That looks so funny.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm watching, you know, initially Rubik rolling around. That's what my focal point was in the first run of the team fight. And watching the replay there, I'm like, where's Ori? Watching the Pangolier rolling around, just not connecting on anything, not having any follow through. Just really just lacking damage here from Azure Ray. Like you say, when they don't have these big ultimates ready, they don't have the extended team fight that they need to unload their damage.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like they're just lacking damage spells at this point, and like this part of the game, they're weak. And the problem is, some of them are supposed to be strong later. Like you can excuse the Void saying, yeah, well, you're supposed to carry later. But this Ench pick, it just hasn't worked out. Like your bottom net worth, you have no power treads, you have no farm, 0 points impetus still at 19 minutes, and you're not even really keeping people alive that well. So I don't know. I just feel like you didn't get what you wanted from this hero.
No, definitely not had the impact that we needed. And this, pre-20 minutes, this is the moment now. BKB Alchemist. It's time to go. And Supreme's going to make the first move. Have a bit of a poke at this Faceless Void. Now, Azure do have Chrono and Black Hole ready now, but look at Narman. Comes in with a Rolling Thunder, chain stunning the Void. He's got Time Walk in a second, but he's taken down before he can use it. And the green cube just keeps on rolling. Enchantress will attempt the TP. Ice Path not quite in time or in place as they move even deeper here onto Ori. The chain stun's very irritating. He dies before he can even roll away. The double kill for Supreme.
Oh boy, they don't even stop. They keep going.
They just avalanche toss, blink on Enigma. Bark is here. Does he try and Black Hole to survive? No, of course not. He's just going to try and run and hide. All it now will BKB up, chase the Enigma down. Bark is out. And Mouz are just screaming and storming through this series.
Supreme is just in. Oh dear God, Mouz are completely in the lead. And you know what, Gareth? There's a reason they call it an avalanche, all right? The Tiny is showing us this is how you play it. You just keep going. One kill is not enough. Go for the next, and they're just bleeding all over the place. Azure, you have to stem this. You have to do something.
Get the Void. Supreme force of nature here from Mouz. Stolen Tormentor, hookshot from FY. All the Tormentor going to go for Radiant. Now we come in with Ori rolling Thunder, trying to catch up to Bengan. Nice Chrono there on a couple of supports though. But the Dawnbreaker, the Guardian, it heals them up and keeps them alive for the Ice Path to come into play. Supreme on the right-hand side, trying to run away now as Narman's getting sliced and Ori double kill comes out. Pangolier finally hitting his stride a little bit. They can't catch up to the Alchemist, though. No real core kills to be seen. And that's it. You've spent Chrono, Rolling Thunder for 2 supports.
they got 2 supports, but at the same time, those 2 supports give more gold than any of their heroes would feed if they died. So you get like 800 gold for killing each hero. You get basically 800 gold for killing Rubik as well. So there's a big payday for just getting any kills. When you're this far behind, you have to just make sure, get the easy kills and try and make something out of it. And they're doing that. They're going towards the tower, thinking maybe we can crack open a tier 1 here. Get some breathing room, because this map has been just haunting for them.
Scriff, hey now, buddy, don't hover on that void's damaged. leave him alone.
Yeah, he's not done that much yet. It's late game, Scriff. It's late game.
I was looking at like Tiny with close to 20k, and the void is like 4.8 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they can get there.
To be fair, Tiny has spent the majority of the game just stomping on people, and Void has mainly been hiding in the jungle, you know, so he'll work his number up, I'm sure. The BKB will solve it.
Oh, for sure. No more measly jungle creeps, so go for bigger ticket kills.
Speaking of kills, smoke up coming in here from Mouz, going behind their Tiny. Not smoking the Tiny, wants to shove the next creep wave first. It was good practice.
That shouldn't be allowed.
Yep, the damage is fair and balanced.
Oh yeah. There's a pretty big flurry of items there arriving on both sides as well. I just saw the Pango Aghanim Scepter come in, but there's also like a Solar Crest and Mech for Jakiro, stuff like that.
Yeah, they have Aghanims on the Clockwork as well, which is interesting.
Ooh.
So he can spam those rockets now, which I guess could be a decent damage source in their team. There's no pipe on the enemy team, so, you know, there's somewhat of a possibility to do magic damage. Ideally, you want that level 10 rocket flare cooldown as well, so you can keep spamming even more. But during Aghanims, it's fixed cooldown, I think. Yeah, it is. Either way, still Mouz who are firmly just building on their lead.
Yeah, and it's not as if Azure Ray have like a fast Roche taking lineup or anything like that. You know, like theoretically, another draft here could have snuck into the Roshan and taken it.
Yeah, they're thinking about going through Portal. Maybe they find Alchemist here. Alchemist is not suspecting this.
Did he just blink as well?
He did. Blink on CD.
Oh, they spot him.
It's huge.
Straight in with the Malphite Black Hole, right onto Ultimate. The Solar Guardian. Is that going to heal him up enough for the BKB and the Chemical Rage? The Alchemist
still alive.
Oh my god, Ultimate's still alive.
He's not taking any damage.
Low is trying to kill the Alchemist, but the missed chance, the hookshot comes in. The
He's
Alchemist is
alive.
unkillable. You can't take him down. Stolen Chrono.
No way,
from
dude.
Norman and Bengan. Azure Ray. This is despair. Absolute despair.
Oh god, dude.
Ultimate didn't even fucking react. Look at him. Guys, I did not die.
Ultimate is stoic, okay? He's the type of player, he gave a little smile now. Like 20 seconds after the fight's over, he's like, yeah, that was pretty funny.
That's because he's back to hitting creeps. Now he's happy.
Yes. Yeah, he doesn't like the obstacle course of having to deal with the 5 heroes trying to stop you from farming.
I mean, the term kitchen sink doesn't even cover
Look at the
it.
poor Lou, dude. His face is void. Is just wailing away on the mischance from the Radiance, the evasion, and then a stolen Chrono saying, no, Pango, you won't do it either.
I mean, you can see Ori there, that little, like, rise out of the seat. You know, you can feel the tension in his body after that kind of situation. Yeah, sad stuff for Azure Ray. Ultimate did react. We saw that little cheeky grin come out after surviving that one.
I mean, that was absurd, dude. He literally stood in place for like 20 seconds and just stayed alive. That's all he needed to do. I think that Vambrace was MVP right there as well. The unsung hero. 8% magic resistance doing a lot for him.
Incredible. I mean, a Dawnbreaker allowing the BKB Chemical Rage. Great stuff as... Oh, it's all supreme.
Bah.
That's naughty. Finds the Enigma. And Bart's dead for 50 seconds. And Mouz on the doorstep now again.
I mean, maybe when they have BKB on the Void, he can dream of actually getting to auto attack. But then again, the Dawnbreaker, you know, her ulti stuns through BKB, so he still has to dodge that. It's not easy to deal damage to an Alchemist first here. Spam. Clockwork's trying best he may to shove these people away. The Aghanims is very good for shoving lanes out and trying to hold on to the game. But their high ground defense isn't that crazy on Radiant, right? Like, they have a late game lineup, and yeah, Enigma is good at high ground defense, but looking at the rest, like Clockwork, Void?
Maybe? It's kind of, yeah, they've got like decent high ground defense as long as they've got ultis up, but an Aegis kind of just undoes all of it, right?
Yeah. They don't have the spam as well. The long range damage isn't there. It's like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Swashbuckle, I guess?
It's Dogpile. They've got Dogpile, but no poke.
Yeah. So, and Dogpile is countered by that Dawnbreaker. We saw what happens if you stack up. Roshan is falling quickly.
But Jakiro as well. Like, I think back to the fight. So many things happen. And a stolen Chrono with a macro power as well, just to like rub salt in the wound.
Yeah,
great stuff from Mouz.
They're showing the Jakiro. You know, it's sort of similar to Snapfire to me in a way. The support impact of this Jakiro. It's a ton of damage, good amount of control, and still a pretty tanky hero that doesn't die that quickly.
Yeah, pretty damn good. Oh yes, Eidolons, give me that money. Ori rolling bottom. I'll see what he can get done here as he moves on to Bengan. Dawnbreaker and Tiny are nearby. Basically,
Jakiro first.
Catch up to
They
this
want him.
clockwork. Jakiro gets hook-shotted, rolled on, but it turns with an ice path. Dawnbreaker moving in with an avalanche toss out of Supreme. They've got the backstab onto the back lines, and Bach himself has been obliterated. And Ori is going to get found here with another ice path, isn't he? Narman, Allnet all surround him. Pangolier looks like he's done for. Down he goes. 3 gone, no return. And Mouz, the power play. This Aegis just going to levy this into even more.
Oh yeah, they're going for a record number here. They're gonna get a throne into power play. That's the real power play. Yeah, both Lu and FY just teeping out of that situation. They're like, we don't fight this. There's no way. There's absolutely no way they can fight outside base into a team right now. They can only go for maybe a pick off on a support. That's what they tried to do. They were hoping Bengan was alone, but again, that was just the bait. Doing a good job, just kind of looking like a free kill on these supports, and then turn the fight around.
Nice, incredible seeing these guys perform. And you've been, bigging up Bengan this whole time. I've just realised that I was casting Supreme, when my career started back on the Hippomaniacs. He was playing in the joint Dota leagues back then. He was a teammate of Saberlight back in the day. Now he's popping off here on his own squad, looking incredibly good.
Of course. I mean, he's no longer a beginner to the competitive scene. He's been in DPC for a long time as well. He's a fun player to watch. He likes to play a lot of these jump backline type heroes, which I always enjoy.
Mouz just opening up the buildings, tossing their alchemist around.
Yeah, also for that building damage.
Kill it off. And of course, range before melee. Oh, they're going to walk all the way back as his ulti expires.
Yeah.
And they're pinging him out. Ultimate was pinging himself, actually. I'm not sure why.
Look at me, guys. Look at me. I think he was just saying, like, I'm over here, guys. I'm farming over here. Just be ready to save me. But he has Aegis BKB, there's no real easy way to deal with the Alchemist here, so they need to find an angle. Clockwork is working on an angle right now, trying to go around somehow. That's the Kaya on Clockwork, but still no...
Wait, he still has Aegis. Not used up just yet. Ori's going to try and roll and crash into this Alchemist to hold him back from the tier 3. Yeah, that's a hard Alchemist, though. He literally shrugs it all off.
He is actually regenning
tier
this.
3 and regens through everything. Bach is blown up. A 3-man
Huge chrono.
Okay, low into the back lines and the Bengan. They'll kill Jakiro. That's one down. A black hole. That's important. Bach will allow Low to unload the damage, kill off another. Buybacks also arriving here from both teams to continue the fight around the Alchemist with his BKB going. Bach is down and out. Supreme is still going. They've used their ultimates. No black hole, no chrono, and now it's all down to this extended fight with damage over time from Mouz. I think Azure Ray, they've blown their load, they got a couple of kills, but now you just have to give Mouz what they want.
Yeah, the Alchemist Aegis is still there, intact. He can push high ground here. Macropyre comes down. He's gonna shield it a little bit as he pushes. It was a very nice Black Hole and Chronosphere combination there, but how do you kill them again?
But where's your Jakiro? Where's your Macropyre?
Oh
where's
my
your damage?
God.
Tango just disappears and there's no bite. Yeah, GG called. That's it. It's over.
It's Ogre. All Ogre now.
I mean, that might just be it for Azure Ray. Like that is full despair mode. A 2-0 victory here for Mouz is incredible for them. Like 50 minutes across 2 games, crushing Azure Ray. But this Chinese squad are now 0-6.
Yeah, for sure. That's really sad. 0-6 is I don't know if you can even not be knocked out immediately here, especially as you lost to Mouz. But yeah, that's a tough ending for them. A happy story for Mouz though, and a good 2-0 helps them in their situation. I think we'll be back in a bit as we go for a little bit of a break here.
Welcome back, folks, as we come back halfway through day 2 here for the Riyadh Masters, and our second series of the day all wrapped up. Mouz, resounding victory, and Azure Ray, I mean, the star-studded roster they have not living up to their names.
It's tragic, but they're looking like they might be the ones to go out here. You know, it's not looking great. 0-0-3 now, 6 losses individually. I mean, they're legends, but ultimately Dota is a competitive scene, dude. There are so many good players out there.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like the level of play always, you know, increasing, improving. That ceiling, that skill ceiling, you know, never stops growing and rising as we see some of these players just popping in and crushing stuff. And it's again kind of great to see, you know, this Mouz roster being built and growing together. You know, no massive, you know, roster shuffle here, roster shuffle there. We'd lost a series, time to change these two players. We talked to FNG a couple of times, you know, kind of learning from him through interviews has been a great learning experience for me over the past couple of years. Just hearing that kind of evolution, you know, arguing to a point, making sure that every problem you have is met with some kind of resolution and evolution, that he likes to put it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And we can take a look at some of what happened here in the highlights from... Oh, never mind. Actually, I think we have them on the line here. We have someone on for interview. So let's see who we have with us. Oh, is that a familiar voice?
You hear a familiar voice, do you? Let's see.
Yeah, hey, how are you doing? Great game, dude. Amazingly played, amazingly played.
Thank you.
I was so happy to cast your series. I was so happy to get to watch you. And wow, what a game too. What were you doing in laning stage, man? You were just crushing it. Solo killing people behind the tier 1 tower 1v2. What's up, dude?
I don't know, this Jakiro lane is something else for sure.
Looks
It's not that
really
hard
good
to play this.
Yeah. Did you at all expect that you would get to play Witch Doctor in this series, or is the hopes for Witch Doctor just gone?
I mean, if they ban it, you know, it's good for us. It's just one less ban for other heroes. And if they don't ban it, I get to play it, you know? So it's win-win. Because I have other heroes I can play, right? But they don't want to play my Witch Doctor.
Yeah. They don't. They didn't even change it after the first game, so I think they probably did the right thing there. But yeah, you guys are looking fantastic. Really, really strong laning stage play there. And I want to ask you, what's it like in the team? How are you gelling with these guys? Because you haven't played together for that long, so share some insight. Who's the most vocal out of your teammates?
I can't really say one specific person, because everyone fulfills different roles during different parts of the game, right? But the most vocal, I'm not sure. Supreme controls the game a lot, since he plays like Tiny, Primal and this, and it kinda controls the tempo of the game. So if I had to say one person, probably Supreme.
All right. Gareth,
That's
if you
to
got
hear.
something?
Yeah, I guess that's kind of similar to what we've heard from other teams, you know, like Entity with no one, right? You're kind of dictating from that mid lane. You've got playmakers, but whoever's feeling strong in the moment, obviously making the shot calls. And my question to you is honestly, looking at Azure's lineup, right? Got Low, Ori, Faithbian, FY, Tianming, Lanem as a coach. Did you guys have any like stress or fears playing up against, like, they are gods of Dota, right? Do you have that in your mind? Or are you just like, it's another game of Dota 2, we'll draft ourselves, we'll play our game?
Like, I'm not scared of Azure, to be honest, because we faced them before in PGL, Wallachia and such, and they're, to be honest, not a very strong team currently. So, obviously they're legends of their own, a lot of their players, but they have not looked good in a couple of months, for sure. So no, I was not very scared of them.
That's fair enough. And then I guess, you know, having your Witch Doctor banned in all these games, how good does it feel knowing that you have a hero that people are freaking afraid of?
I don't know. Feeling good, man.
Feeling good, man.
Good, man. Well, congrats on that 2-0 victory. Like, big result for you guys. Hopefully you can keep that ball rolling as well through the last day of the group stage. Congrats, and we'll let you go. Thanks for joining us.
See you, man. That was great to see, you know, familiar face there, and he should feel proud of himself. That game too, honestly, like you said during the game, I don't think I've seen a game where Jakiro takes over a game like that from the +5 role. Truly impressive and inspiring. So hopefully they can carry some of that momentum into their second game of the day. I believe they have another series today going up against Aurora, right? First Azure and then Aurora towards the end of the day. But
yeah.
We have more games coming up here. You and I, our casts are done, sir, but there's plenty more.
Yeah, there absolutely is. I don't know if we can take a look at the standings or the schedule or anything like that. We can. Oh, we've got highlights from Game 2 first up. Of course we do. We can take a peek at what we just saw and just go over that. Impressive victory from Mouz over Azure in a 2-0 sweep in pretty stompy fashion, honestly. And it's like Bengan said there, kind of nice to hear the very kind of clear and no filter, right? You know, yes, they're gods of Dota, or have been, but they've not been a good team in quite a while.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have to be true to yourself like that if you play in the competitive scene. You know, there are going to be a lot of people out there that you can look at, wow, this guy has been to, you know, that many TIs or has that many podium finishes, but ultimately, you have to believe in yourself and your squad, and these guys, they're finding each other really well on the map. They're finding each other to be, you know, thinking about the game in a similar way. You can see they're usually on the same page. Some other teams we watched have looked a little bit more disjointed, not going for the same place. But this fight, oh my god, dude, the Alchemist, I can't believe he lived through this, dude.
Oh man, that little smile there as well. I love that. Clip it and ship it, everybody. Incredible stuff. And that Dawnbreaker ulti, the stolen chrono. I mean, this here from Azure Ray was like, oh, are they doing it?
Yeah.
Are they doing it?
Like, they're trying some nice combos going down, but ultimately they ran out of gas, right? They used everything they had. Everything in the tank is gone, but then the fight keeps going. There's still this Alchemist just keeps fighting you.
The craggy exterior. Low hits the tiny like 5-6 times. It's like, I'm doing damage. I'm doing nothing anymore.
Yes,
I
so
can't do
much.
a damn thing.
Yeah, you can't kill Alchemist, you can't kill Tiny. It is poor Face's Void. He's supposed to be a strong carry, but you know, it's a bit of a weird patch for him to some degree with all the survivability focus. It can make for a scary mid-game timing, which that's not where he's shining.
I don't know what he said there, but it looked like, don't give me Jakiro. They can't give me Jakiro again. My Witch Doctor's good, but my Jakiro is also freaking incredible. Good stuff from Mouz there. Putting themselves in a decent spot, like middle of the table now as well. You know, you want to be in that top 3 slot, of course. You don't want to be down at the bottom, but it feels like now, I'm not sure if the stats or the numbers fully reflect that. Maybe we can find out at the end of the day for sure, but Azure Ray, down in the dumps for sure.
Yeah, they really are. It's pretty bad. They have a game going up against Heroic today, and you know that's pretty worrisome because Heroic, they are at the top, and you are currently at the bottom. So this is looking like it could be the final nail in the coffin here if they don't manage to 2-0 against Heroic, which is a tall order. I think it might be all and done here for them.
Yeah, what is it? There's 5 opponents, so that's 10 that you can potentially get in terms of individual
10 games per team.
10 games per team, yeah. So 4 more for Azure Ray. So the best they can end up here is 4 and 6, right? Which is right now potentially just like if Heroic and PSG Quest lose all their games, that's tying with them.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of games to go here, so it's looking pretty dark. Even if the others were to lose all their games, they already have like quite a few wins secured. But on the other side, we have Blacklist, of course, dominating their Group A, looking very, very strong with 5-1 so far. They were pretty explosive to watch. At times, they enjoy the slower games. You know, we saw the whole no-kill game that they have, basically. But they're also a very good team at playing around each other in the team fights.
Mouz must be 3-3 now, right? Not 2-3?
Yes, I think so. Because they had a draw. So yeah, it's just not fully updated. They should be 3-3.
I was just looking at that and thinking 5 is an odd number. That doesn't quite add up. They're 3-3, so still kind of tied up in that middle of the group kind of bracket there, and just needing to continue that momentum. This is definitely the kind of thing that you can have a bit of wind in your sails, build up momentum going into the tail end of day 2. As we can take a look at the next match coming up here on the B stream and the rest of the day, as we've been kind of alluding to. Of course, we do have ourselves Beast Coast against G2IG. This should be another pretty spicy one as well. G2IG haven't looked incredible. Beast Coast, same kind of story. I mean, they're currently tied dead even, I believe, in the group.
Yes, they're also dead even. So Beast Coast previously had a dead even tie versus Entity where they lost 0-2, and now they're tied with G2IG, so a little bit lower down, and they need to score this win because, this is not just tied with them, but they're also tied, I believe, with LGD, who's down there. So it's a 3-way tie at the bottom of Group A. So this win is more important, I would say, than the previous one even.
Yeah, it keeps getting tighter and tighter, right? As the group stage keeps on going, you get these very close matchups where every I don't know, I feel like a broken record, and I feel a little bit silly saying it sometimes, but legitimately in these 3-day group stage situations where you're playing 2 series a day, every individual win matters to try and get yourselves seeded into a better spot, look a little bit better for yourselves. But yeah, Wagga, that round things up for us today, halfway through day 2. So we're going to be swapping casters, as I believe we're going to be jumping over to Ricky and his buddy as we'll move on to our next series, Beast Coast against G2IG. So stick around for that. We'll see you all tomorrow.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and no
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We are halfway through day 2 of this play-ins, and we've got Beast Coast versus G2IG coming up here in just a short moment. We hope you all enjoyed the first half of the day. You guys had some fantastic casters. Now you're going to be joined by myself, Cryptic, and ZQuixotics to bring you the second half of the day. Zach, before we get started, as always, man, how you feeling?
I'm good. I got my rest. I'm ready for day 2 of more awesome international Dota, which upcoming here we have some South American Dota versus some Chinese Dota. Both teams, unfortunately, a little on the lower half of the group, but not out of it yet. So getting a win here is very important for both of them.
Yeah, there's been a couple rough series for them. I think each of the teams have a 0-2 as well as 2 draws, so kind of tied at the moment at that 2-4 score line. But I mean, it's one of those things where it's funny. It's like there's a very real chance that they just draws 1-1, and then we're just right back where we started for these two teams, you know. And they're like, okay, well, next series, we'll get out of them, you know. But it's a big series for either of them. A 2-0 means a massive jump in placements for either of them.
Yeah, it's a tough group, which Blacklist currently at the top, which I think might surprise a lot of people. I think there's some other names that would come first, such as Entity or even G2IG. Yeah, we've got it here. Blacklist International currently at 5-1, so in a really good spot, if not to directly qualify, then at least to stay in the game and move on to the decider tournament at the 4th and 5th spot if they somehow went 0-2 or 0-4, I guess, for their last 2 series. But currently at 5-1, looks like they should be able to keep that momentum going and probably directly qualify. Entity, same deal, 4-2. We are in Group A right now for this first series. So yeah, any of these bottom teams right now, 2-4. If you go 0-2 in your next series, I mean that's looking rough.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we'll take a look at Group B series as we get later into the day, right? We'll wrap things up with this group, but just like at a glance, it's looking a little bit sad for Azure Ray fans right now. We started yesterday, we casted their last series. They finished off at 0-4. They come back this morning. We're hoping for a better, you know, day 2, and then they just did not look exceptionally good against PSG Quest. But it has also been that PSG Quest looks really good. So it's one of those things where maybe it was just, you know, PSG Quest, you know, again, overperforming. But how many times can you say, well, the other team's overperforming before it's like, oh, you're just having an off event? So let's take a look at the schedule here for today, and like I said, we're coming up right now. We are going to have Beast Coast versus G2IG, and then we're going to round things off with Mouz versus Aurora, which I am super excited because we've seen a little bit of Mouz, but Aurora, I think we haven't had a chance to cover maybe since the last like ESL event or something. It's been a minute since we've covered Aurora, but if there's anything I do remember, these guys love to stack the jungle more so than any team I have seen in a long time.
Yeah, it's almost a requirement for them because they have such a greedy core lineup in a lot of their drafts, which on paper you look at and you're like, how can this possibly work? That doesn't make any sense. It defies the laws of Dota, but they make it work. And I do think stacking is part of that because you have such farm heavy cores. You've got to get them farm from somewhere, and so they end up stacking a ton. The first 2 teams right now, less stack heavy. I think we'll see a little bit more active gameplay from these guys.
Yeah, and we've got, of course, the ability to predict your game, so head on over to stcplay.gg for audience predictions. It's fun. It's for you guys to participate. It's cool. Make sure to go check it out. But I don't really know what to predict myself for this series. I'm very particular about drafts before I'm like, oh, this team's definitely got it. When you're at this caliber of a level, there's not really like a team where you're like, yeah, this team's clearly gonna win. Drafts mean so much in Dota, and we've seen things crumble off of a 24 pick, right? So it could be that everything's looking good for one team, and then suddenly you get Timbersawed on 24, and you're like, well, never mind.
Yeah, you hate to get Timbersawed on that 24th pick. I don't know. I think going into the draft, I'm not fully sure what we're gonna see, but I do know a lot of times for South American teams, there's a lot of lane emphasis in terms of lane counters, and many Chinese teams plan for a little bit later. I mean, not always, but like I feel there's usually more team fight oriented drafts compared to other regions, so that might be a little bit of what we see.
Agreed. And I'm excited to introduce these two teams. So I want to take a look at Beast Coast first here, I believe, and just kind of introduce his roster for those of you who may be a little unfamiliar. So, oh, wait, this might be Mouz. Oh, no. All right, it's fine. We'll
sneak peek at the future.
Yeah, sneak peek at Series 4. I mean, I can talk about Beast Coast. So this team, for those of you who maybe are a little unfamiliar, they've basically been kind of one of the rising teams out of South America. I think for a long time, people predicted Heroic and Boom to be the two teams to make it through, but Beast Coast kind of snuck through and surprised a lot of people, right? Pike on the carry position has been an all-star player. Lumpy yesterday played an incredible series. Vitaly, Elmisho, and Mouz, they have been a stable trio for a little bit. Mouz, one of the most deserving players to be here, personally, in my opinion. So, yeah, it's really cool. I'm a big fan of these guys. Really happy to see them here, and you know, still in it for sure. That's what we want to see. So, okay, I think we got the Beast Coast video. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Beast Coast roster here. There we go.
Yeah, this team I think is a lot of fun, and like you said, maybe a little bit underestimated, you know, South American Dota in general, but that region is seriously growing, and maybe they're not at the level to constantly take, you know, all the tier 1 tournaments, but they're getting there. The player base is there, and it's really exciting. The more these teams show up at the international stage, they just keep getting better and better, and, you know, I feel like we're not that far off from seeing some South American Dota teams win some of these major tournaments.
I think it's only a matter of time. It really is. Like the quality of the teams that have been coming out of this region has been growing exceptionally fast. And there's Mouz, the man himself, and I like I said, he's got to have been one of the most stable voices in the South American Dota scene for a while. I think anyone who watches like streams of like their favorite players, like you're gonna hear Mouz in a lot of the games. Like he is always such a vocal captain and always so good at trying to like lead the team. So it's cool to see him here, man. He's it's very well deserved. But we've got a draft, I believe, ready to go. So I'm excited to see what these two teams are going to be cooking up here. I know there's been some picks kind of more of like a priority ban, but I think, you know, G2IG, they've surprised a couple people.
Yeah, the last time you and I got to watch G2IG, I think this team has what it takes to go against the best teams, but there's often one major mistake they tend to make in a game, either around like high ground throws or some kind of like bigger team fight. And then sometimes they make it back from that, and sometimes the other team just takes that mistake and, you know, runs the game down with it. So I don't know. I haven't gotten to see their games since the last time we cast them like a month ago. Hopefully that's been worked on. It's of course difficult to simply change, you know, some mistakes. And you know, right now, rough day 1 coming into day 2. Hopefully it's you know, in the works.
Yeah, you and I, we're both big JT fans. We were actually looking at him a moment ago, but he's such a positive force of energy, I feel like, on his team, like pre the game, like before the game, during the game, and even after the games, no matter what happens. Like he just always has such a great attitude, and he's such a I have to imagine such a big part of like the team's mentality. So it's always fun to see him, and hopefully, you know, we'll get a chance to talk with him at some point. But which is the overall first pick, Weaver, and the response will be the Tiny, which we haven't seen a lot of Tiny because it's been getting banned. Also, big shout out to all the statistics we get shown on these streams. Shadow Fiend, now the most banned hero of the tournament, followed closely, you know, by this Tiny. Even Monkey King starting to kind of move its way towards the top of the ban list.
Yeah, Weaver, just that flex value. Actually, both these heroes have a ton of flex value, and the Tiny as a response makes a lot of sense. One, because he's so popular, but
that
two,
doesn't come as a surprise to me. Most contested heroes, 94% Shadow Fiend and Weaver.
Yeah, look at that. That burst damage from Tiny is
Zach, did I lose
crazy.
you? You there?
I'm here.
Might have lost
Oh,
Zach.
there we go.
Nope,
There we go.
Okay, never mind.
How about now? Okay. Yeah, that burst damage from Tiny is crazy. The crash landing, especially if you get the Phylactery and Conda. If you run Core Tiny, that burst damage is so much. And if this ends up being a support Weaver, he's gonna have to get like a Spirit Vessel, Atos, which is pretty common for Weaver. But if he wants to go for something else, he's gonna be at serious risk of just being one-shot burst by a Core Tiny. But that is the cool thing about these heroes and why they're so heavily contested, like we saw in those statistics. They are just super flexible, and you can run them like carry, for support, mid, Tiny. Well, for Tiny, like we're talking about two different heroes. But I'd love to see a mid Weaver, but I think that probably wouldn't be great.
That would be interesting. I haven't seen anything like that quite yet, but you know, I'm down for teams to experiment and give some thought to it. I think you're probably right. It just doesn't seem like too much of a mid hero because it is so good at skirmishing against supports and playing in dual lanes. Tiny,
yeah,
I really like as a response to the Weaver though, for the reason you were stating. Like Weaver is relatively squishy, and if this is like a mid Tiny and a support Weaver, it ends up becoming kind of food for the Tiny in the mid game until Weaver can get enough HP items. But it does kind of feel like this crash landing facet plus, you know, Phylactery is maybe a little bit too much that you can't even really itemize against it on some heroes.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if you do itemize against it, it is just a crazy amount of damage, and depending what's being tossed at you, like in the laning stage, it could just be a creep. It's not really a risk to him at all. He's just doing a huge chunk of damage to you. Ooh, a pretty early Ember pick.
I think they're anticipating the Tiny then.
Yeah, this does not have very much flex value, but it's just one of the best mid heroes in the game right now, and it feels like you can't fully shut him down. Like, even we've seen counter picks to Ember. Yeah, maybe he has a little bit of a rough time, but at some point you get 6 and you just start being active on the map and you get right back into it.
Hoodwink went from a 31% win rate halfway through the day yesterday now to 61%. So, and it was the most picked hero yesterday as well. So I just want people to realize, a lot of times when these first phase heroes get picked and then when they're this contested, typically they have low win rates. Hoodwink having a 61% win rate and being mostly picked phase 1 is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, she just, what does she not do? The laning stage, we were talking a little bit about
her laning
yesterday.
stage is way too good.
Yeah, the tree bounce has made her lane just so much more consistent, where if you're fighting against the enemy support in the jungle or just anyone in the jungle, previously Acorn Shot suddenly became very, very mediocre in terms of trading. But now that the guaranteed bounce, that helps a lot in the early levels. You know, later on you're still missing some extra bounces, so that's a little sad. But just getting those guaranteed early game bounces helps the Hoodwink a lot. And then she has everything she had before after that, like the Bushwhack, which I've been seeing more people level and max Bushwhack first, I think, as part of just getting active with many of the popular heroes right now, such as Weaver and Ember, who can join a lot of early fights. But then you go back for the Acorn Shot, you go back for maybe a Gleipnir, maybe a Daedalus, just because, you know, it's fun. You know, you're just throwing out Acorn Shots and doing this insane amount of damage in team fights. And it's not even that risky for you because you're just shooting the Acorn Shot out there and you're just chilling in the back. Even if you don't have the cast range anymore, it's still a really long range.
Okay, we're gonna see the Clockwork Darkseer. Oh boy. Okay, so this is a pretty sick double pick here. It doesn't have a lot of lockdown for the Ember until you get to like maybe an Orchid on one of these. Like if Clockwork goes for an Orchid this game, which is totally viable as a forward position. We've seen that actually be pretty reasonably fast. But in terms of giving yourself a strong off lane, you might still be running into the core Weaver, which is okay at playing in these, but then you would need a very strong 5 that can actually kind of keep these two at bay.
Yeah, and one of the picks we've seen is like Oracle versus Darkseer. It's often Oracle or Enchantress because they can deal with the Ion Shell, and then you just go from there. Which I think you could do an Oracle Weaver lane, and that would probably be all right. But later in the game, you've already got this Tiny, who is now pretty much confirmed mid. You can run carry Tiny. It's not as good right now, though. But if you do have mid Tiny or carry Tiny, and then you have this Clockwork, those are two heroes great at hunting down the Oracle and getting him killed off before he can do anything. So you might have a decent lane, but the game later on would be rough. Looks like they're going to continue to hide the flex value of the Weaver and going to grab their off-lane Underlord here. And then you probably need to ban to protect this right here, because there are a couple heroes who are pretty good versus the Underlord, but some of them are already banned out, such as the Monkey King. So Ursa probably coming up here. He's been really popular. You can leave Chaos Knight in. You're very good versus that.
So here's the thing. Beast Coast have first pick in the next phase, right? They don't have the 24th pick, which actually kind of benefits them if they are going to pick a carry, because that means they could potentially deny pick. Because a lot of the heroes that are good against Underlord are good against the Darkseer Clockwork. So things like the Troll Warlord, which is still in play, is pretty strong. The downside is if you pick something like Troll Warlord, you can move the Tiny to the carry position and then run Craggy Exterior. And then you have a pretty rough game. So I am a little bit curious. They are anticipating a carry Weaver here. They go ahead and ban the Crystal Maiden. A hero with a couple slows. The Root can do wonders against keeping them back. I like that idea. I don't know if it would have been strong enough. I feel like by the time you get your level 3, you might just be able to run them down. But is there any other like support you're really worried about? I mean, besides of course the Oracle that you mentioned, which we don't see a ton. Disruptor. That's the other big Darkseer counter. Okay, I like that one actually quite a bit more.
Yeah, that one would have been good. I mean, you know you're going to have to play into the Clockwork. So you don't want someone too slow and with no mobility, because you could just... that's an Ion Shell Clockwork, right? That's pretty scary. Yeah. And if you think about the mid-game, or not the mid-game, like right after the laning stage, there's probably an Enchantress running around at you, a Clockwork with Ion Shell, a Darkseer who's built an Aura, maybe a Tiny with a Blink. That's a really strong tempo. So whatever position 5 you pick, I think you want it to be decently strong in that time frame to not get run over. Jakiro comes to mind potentially, who has a fairly strong laning stage. He does not like it when Clockwork gets on top of him. That is a downside. But if you can keep your distance, Dual Breath plus Liquid Frost, and then as these 4 heroes try to run at your team in the early game, you can just Dual Breath the Creep Wave and delay the game a lot, while the rest of your team, maybe split pushes around, and then Underlord ult in when you want to take a fight. I could see that coming in, or you still just go for a carry, because I feel like Weaver 5 is all right. You're maybe lacking a little bit of initiation, but I think if you want to do that, it would be okay.
I'm a little bit surprised they banned the Lifestealer. This hero got literally dumpstered in this last patch, to the point of him basically not existing anymore. Marcy, okay. This is kind of a cool... I think it's going to be support Marcy, carry Weaver. So I think this is a pretty cool way to potentially address the Darkseer Clockwork lane. It has great mobility. It can get in and out of cogs very easily. And then you can also reposition them if they end up going and maybe getting over aggressive. Yeah, I'm curious to see how that's going to work.
And then just gonna go Sven. Yeah, okay, carry Sven. Nothing wild happening here. I think that should be okay. I'm really just waiting to see if this is carry Marcy or support Marcy. Carry Sven is very...
They are too.
Oh, what should we do? Carry Sven is very consistent, and I think I see a nice timing coming here for G2IG. We were talking about how these 4 heroes can just run together, cause a lot of mayhem. Well, you're going to have a Sven just farming up a Storm in that time, and hopefully joining with a really strong timing. It picks up a bunch of items, gets that BKB, and then just starts joining all these fights, and you try to possibly end the game on that.
Ooh.
All right, it's been decided.
Marcy. They Rochambeau. They're like, Mom, it's my turn to play the Marcy.
It's like, okay, rock, paper, scissors. Whoever gets it, gets it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, actually. So I was thinking about the support Marcy, and I think the lane would be pretty decent with the Weaver. But after that, I feel like it'd be a little bit awkward, like especially trying to get a good rebound against these heroes. I just feel like she would have struggled a bit, or like every time you go in, you just immediately die. So I kind of like that they made her a core, because once she has BKB, she won't care if she goes in. She'll be able to. She'll be doing the killing when she goes in instead of being killed. And Weaver support will be able to do what he needs to do in this game with a lot easier of a time than a support Marcy. So I like this.
I do too. It actually has the ability to kill off the Enchantress like pretty easily from the carry position, and then into the Sven is kind of a funny matchup, because eventually when you get Basher, Sven doesn't get to play the game anymore, because she will just perma bash you on every Unleash combo.
That's true.
And it's pretty frustrating to play with, because Sven just wants to get 1 stun and 2 auto attacks to delete heroes. And if Marcy's able to just stay on top of him, she will end up kind of winning that combo. It's similar to like the Troll Warlord Basher scenario, right? It's like when Troll gets on top of you and he starts bashing you, he doesn't stop bashing you. So
Yeah.
it'll be an interesting kind of duality of the game, I suppose. Like which hero is going to actually kind of get the... I guess the favorable initiation. And we have a little bit of a pause to start things off, but I kind of want to go through some of these facets while we have time. Is anything really like surprising to you? It's the Wrath of God Sven again, the crash landing Tiny. The Marcy does go bodyguard here, which I think is probably the correct one if you're playing carry.
That's the one I just have not seen a bunch of Marcy, so I don't even know if I want to say this is good or not, because it's just a learning experience here for me. I'm excited for it. I feel like Marcy carry's fun, and if Pyke thinks bodyguard's the way to go, then I believe him.
I'm trying to like understand this and read how it goes. It is an interesting one for sure.
It's just interesting. This way is like usually more support, because you like counterattack. But I suppose like as long as you go in with a teammate and now you're also attacking when they get attacked as a core, then you're doing way more damage. So I'll be curious to see how it comes into play. It might be hard to see if like there's a whole bunch going on in the fight, but should be fun. The Marcy will start a lot slower than Sven, though. No natural farming mechanic. So if you do not have a good lane, I mean, we might just never see her pick up. But fortunately, she does have a Weaver with her, which is one of the strongest laners, I would say. So if they can get her a good start, maybe pick up a couple kills, that could accelerate her to try to at least somewhat keep up with a great cleave Sven. And if he has any stacks on his team, we've seen Sven before, right? He just skyrockets in net worth.
I've played the hero once or twice. Yeah, I think I kind of get where it goes. The thing is too, like you said, they have a really good mid-game timing on G2IG, right? Like, if Sven has a good start and a good lane, you can play around this like Tiny Blink Dagger, the Clockwork Darkseer. Like these heroes can all get online and start looking for kills at a relatively early timing. So we'll see what happens. It is game 1 here between Beast Coast and G2IG. We are halfway through day 2 of the play-ins, everybody. So if you're just tuning in, welcome. Hope you've had a good day so far. It's about to get better. We've got some fantastic teams going head-to-head. I want to highlight Lumpy for a moment, because yesterday we saw one of the best Void Spirit performances I think we've seen in a hot minute. And they've got him on another similar hero, the Ember Spirit here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lumpy
expecting
was
some big things here.
He was tearing it up last game, which he could do something, or not last game, last series we watched him. He actually played a series before this. He can do something very similar, which is that he was constantly going in first, just finding the info for his team, getting different. Ember his punch towards the Darkseer and the Sven. If you can take them out really quickly in a team fight, then you're removing either all the auras and the wombo vacuum wall combo, or you're just taking out that carry Sven.
Yeah. One thing that people like we talked about, you know, Hoodwink being such a good pick, and people are probably wondering, like, why is Hoodwink so good? If when you get a chance later in this game around the 10-minute mark, we'll take a look at the damage dealt by heroes, and I will bet you it is the Hoodwink at the top of the chart. Every single time it is Hoodwink. It is ridiculous how much damage this hero does. Mid lane, NTS actually getting a pretty good start here. A lot of harassment into Lumpy as his bottles both get delivered. It is pretty standard for, you know, Tinies to have a really good start in lanes. Obviously, amazing deny potential with the tree grab. Top lane, X-Nova actually taking a beating as well. Centaur Stomp doesn't help him, and there's the first blood to Vitaly's Underlord. A lot of bonus damage under that Atrophy Aura. And I am happy to see, finally, someone taking the Abyssal Cleave on this guy. Because it is by far the better talent. It is by far the better facet. I do not care what anyone says.
Then at home.
It is so good, and it is insanely underrated.
I wonder... Yeah, I don't know. Talk me through it. Why do you like the cleave so much?
You give up like massive farming potential for 5% move speed when you ult. That is the trade-off.
Okay,
there's no way that's worth it.
Abyssal Horde comes out too.
There's no way, dude. They target creeps, man. If they fix the onto them where they only target heroes or something, I would be like, okay, it's good. But
the ones that spawn on the heroes target the heroes.
Kinda. Sometimes they lose vision and then they're just like, oh, a creep, and then they go and hit creeps. Bottom lane, Bobica in trouble. Pike unable to secure the kill there. They do manage to just run away. Very nice, but Dispose puts JT into the danger zone. It'll be all right though. Ooh, Bobica, nice bait there on the south. Oh, that's a value
Nice
cog right there.
Oh, that range creep taking that cog for the Marcy. I do think the Abyssal Horde is pretty good if you're trying to play faster tempo and more emphasis on the global rotations, but this cleave talent does seem to help with like the laning stage farm and general harass, which is maybe where they want to put the emphasis on, slowing down the Sven, dealing with this really strong lane in the Enchantress.
Uh-oh, nothing to say. In some trouble. Blood Grenade from Bobica, but that Sleight of Fist is definitely going to finish the job. Well played for Bobica, and a worthwhile rotation in the mid lane. JT should be fine bottom as a result, but that solo kill in the mid lane is going to help out this Ember quite a bit in the XP department. And the longer Tiny gets to level 6, the more value that Blightstone is going to be until he gets that armor.
It also means he's going to have a level advantage here. Level 5 off that kill. Actually, not much of a level advantage because Tiny was denying him. So actually, it's more like just even again. But I mean, that's in a way, that's ahead of where you're supposed to be, right? Because this is supposed to be a Tiny who out denies you and slows down your 6, and then you can't rotate. But now you should be right on track as if you weren't even dealing with him.
Triangle here, but there's 2 wards actually in this top river set up to try and give some vision. The one placed at the beginning of the game about to expire, and they get a second one up onto the high ground there. Ooh, bottom lane. No, they're okay. I'm trying to... it's one of those things I haven't really seen all that often, is whether or not Battery Assault can interrupt a rebound. You know? Like, if she's like mid-rebound, if she gets mini-stunned, does it cancel it? I'm sure we'll see it at some point this game, but it's like, it was just occurring to me, I was like, yeah, you should be able to get a cogs, but like, what if the rebound gets canceled by a single little battery assault?
Does it not still continue? I thought she just lands stunned.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. You might be right. Ooh, bottom lane rotation from the Enchantress. Doesn't actually have a stun here, but Bobica just gets surged on in. There's the rebound, though. El Micho, very good rotation. And here is now, in comes Mouz on the Weaver, Blood Grenade, and the Swarm. Just rips right through this Darkseers. Now they got to look for this Clockwork. They have mana. They should be able to chase the cogs up in a couple of seconds. Mouz is protected by the ice armor, but the tree bounce trick shot is so much damage. Mouz, he needs one more Sakuchi to try and close the gap here. Will he make it? He under the tower. Bobka's out. Very nice, but he's going to lose his Wisdom Rune here, I think.
Yeah, they're set up to go for this. JT.
Oh, the tree bounce! No way!
Wow.
This is why tree bounce is so good. It is a guaranteed double strike every single time. The 7-minute Wisdom Rune goes to Mouz as well. The support's level 5 as Vitali backs to grab the other. That is a huge win in just the experience. Look at the Enchantress, bro. Level 3. They are going to get a stack here at least, but that is really, really big news for Beast Coast there.
Thinking a little deep, but actually the Underlord coming in. No
Yeah,
Abyssal
very
Horde
nice
here, though.
Underlord rotation. And with Tiny coming through, he has a lot of damage off the mark there with El Misho. As Mouz continue to play off onto the side, there's going to be the Swarm.
Ember
and
coming in.
Ember coming through. They're going to maybe just settle for JT. And they do get him. Nothing to say, will be forced back to his base. As another really solid rotation comes out from Beast Coast. They could just look for this tier 1 tower, at least get a little bit of damage in there, as Lumpy needs to make his way back to the mid lane. And that is the Underlord presence, man. That instant rotation to the bottom lane. He'll TP back up to the top side.
The last 2 minutes were just crazy for Beast Coast, starting with G2IGs. What I thought was actually a really good rotation because they knew Marcy was low, Enchantress dive, right, the usual. But she's one of the few carries who has the mobility escape on the rebound. So a teleport comes in, she gets out of that kill attempt, they get the return, they get the Wisdom Rune. Off of that level spike, they get another series of kills in this bottom lane with the Underlord rotating in. So now they're in a really good spot. 6-1, 1K advantage already. But I think the big win is the XP. Both supports nearly level 6 already. Compared to the side of G2IG, where Darkseer is not even level 6 yet.
Yeah, I think it's going to be problematic as soon as Sharpshooter comes through. Like, the time lapse is nice, and it makes him a little bit more slippery to actually find kills, but it is always the Hoodwink Sharpshooter timing that you have to be very careful of, because any of these heroes that are just sitting below 1,000 HP are going to die to the Hoodwink combo. So yeah, and El Misho soaking a little bit here in the mid lane, just waiting. He's like, Lumpy, you mind killing that creep wave for me? And there we go.
6 online. He does have 1 point in Searing Chains already, so just the 2 of them alone, you could set up the chains into
Instant
Bushwhack.
smoke.
Yep, they're looking bottom, it seems. Maybe if you can get the Darkseer again, they know he's already set back off this lane and then 2 deaths.
They're going to go into the triangle instead. Vitali top lane stunned up. Monet's actually popped the God Strength here, but they're actually bringing in the whole team. Uh-oh, Monet needs to run. He thought it was to get away, but instead he's called the reinforcements, and there's the Sharpshooter. Oh, no. Nothing to say. He comes in through. He's going to have to be a little bit careful, backing away for the moment. Bobica and X-Nova here just kind of trapped into the center as Pyke even joins the fray. Pops the Unleash. Just going to rip right through the Enchantress, and Bobica just pulled right back in. 3 dead for G2IG. That is, okay, one of the better gates I've seen in a while, for sure.
That timing is so funny, too, because they went into the triangle, they see Darkseer, they're literally moments from jumping the Darkseer, and then the Underlord gate comes through and it's like, how about a carry Sven instead? And they're like, yes, that's way better than a Darkseer off lane. Insta-kill that Sven, and that tower pretty low after that, too. They did back off for now, but Underlord Weaver on the way back up. Yeah, I mean, look, that tower's full health, so not only did you pick up 3 kills, you're now going to get this safe lane tier 1, and it was a really even game, like, just
There
5
it is.
minutes ago.
10-minute damage dealt. Hoodwink every single game. This is why the hero is the most contested, most picked hero, not most contested, but most picked hero of the event so far, with such an incredible win rate. It is ridiculously strong.
Just press Q.
Just press your Q on a hero, guys. It's that good.
Yeah, you think Hoodwink is a high skill hero. It's like, oh, Bushwhack, kind of hard. Like, oh, do you plant the tree? Do you not plant the tree? It's like, just press Q. Just press Q. Q pressed.
Nice chains. Thank you, Observer, for doing that, because I completely forgot that I made that point earlier. But
My
now
own
I feel
point I
vindicated.
forgot about.
I feel vindicated. I'm like, at least I was right, you know?
Yeah, all right, so we were talking about how G2IG might have this early momentum. Ooh, clock, we're falling. Now the bottom tower. This catapult's still alive down here? What? That's crazy.
I must have
I mean,
been
if you don't
really
get-
pushed in from the fight top, because Darkseer,
Yeah.
I think, was still down here the whole time.
Yeah, or maybe it was like they did a small pull, because there's actually some neat tricks you can do to delay the catapult quite a lot. But okay, it is gonna fall now. Underlord ult going in real deep.
I mean, he gets on the Pit of Malice. Can he actually
tier
chase
2
this?
though.
Nah. Yeah, it's a little bit of a dive. They'll just settle for the tier 1 tower. I mean, you talked about the fact that Marcy, not a hero that ramps super early, but she is top of the net worth. Pyke has been involved in a lot of kills on this Marcy.
3-0 and
3-0 and 4.
Yeah.
And Battle Fury's done, baby. That is a 12-minute Treads Bracer Battle Fury.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? She's 6,600 net worth over the Sven, and she just got the Battle Fury. Sven has started with the Battle Fury, and he's behind the Marcy. So at this point, like I was saying, oh, maybe Sven might, you know, get past her, all that. I don't think he ever does now. They both have the same cleave farming ability. You're going to have to find a really nice fight to pull yourself back into this.
I think Sven's going to build for a little bit more of a greedy items, right? Like, a lot of times you go like the Echo Saber, Mask of Madness. Marcy's probably going straight BKB. Nothing to say, a blink gets right on top of El Micho, but he survives. The mech is out from Battalion now. They turn it around onto the Tiny. The Sharpshooter comes through with a counter mech here as well, but it's not enough. There's the Dispose to secure the kill. It is looking grim for G2IG at the early points of this game. As, yeah, I mean, he's got the Mask of Madness going for the Echo Saber as expected on this Sven. I have to imagine Pyke just goes BKB and just fights with his team. 14-minute Wisdom Rune. I mean, we're already at a pretty massive XP disadvantage, and they are going to get double Wisdom Rune again. They are going to try and fight here on the bottom side of the map. As Pyke, however, TPing out. Oh, so close. I like that they do put a defensive ward on the high ground here. Like, the ward vision here from G2IG is actually really smart. But it just, they're a little bit too far behind. There goes, nothing to say here once again. Gets on top of Micho, delivers this hoodwink to the Sven. Vessel out from the Weaver. Bobica here trying to trap Mouz in place and hold him here for his team to close the gap. Ends up bonking into another cog, but Mouz, he's got backup in Battalion. Here come the reinforcements once again. The slight chains onto 2 as Pyke trying to jump here in on top of the Tiny. The Surge, is it going to be enough? No, the Vessel will burn him down as now they look for X Nova. Unleash already committed here from Pyke. He just needs to get his hands on the hero. The rebound is in. Nice dodge, but it's not going to be enough to save you. Another 2 kills for Beast Coast off of this Fiend's Gate.
Underlord, I think almost every Underlord ult has been bringing people into the fights, which is totally doable, but we usually see the other way where Underlord is off on his own. But I actually really like the way they're using it this time, because they're making sure Underlord Aura is already in the fight and not showing up after his team is already half dead.
Yeah.
And they're just bringing in, well, whoever's not already with him, which has been like the Marcy, or it's been the gank squad of like the Ember, Hoodwink, Weaver. It's really cool.
Yeah, it makes a big difference too. It's a lot of times it catches teams off guard because you just see it less. You play against that type of response less. Mouz is just looking for heroes on the top side of the map here. He will find Monet as he's just being a nuisance, right? He's like, no, you can't actually farm this. This belongs to the support Weaver. He is level 9,
position 5
dude.
Support Weaver, right?
All right, Marcy on the bottom side here, found by Bobica. He needs to get out of here. There is going to be disposed. The TPs are coming. Does he get the rebound? He does not. That is an amazing kill, but in comes Lumpy, trying to just chase down these 2 supports. JT on the run. Gonna burn here to the Weaver. As Mouz will look for more, Bobica will TP on out. A really solid gank from G2IG, an absolutely necessary kill.
Yeah, and you'll take that trade. You lost your Darkseer, but you got that Marcy kill first, and she is worth way more. So they'll buy themselves a little bit more time, which at this point, it's all you need to do.
Oh,
you
unlucky for the Enchantress. The
Sharpshooter's
break's going to
so
make
much
it easy
damage.
for the Weaver to finish the job here. I mean, this Vessel, we talked about it. It's just such a good pickup on Weaver in general. Helps you tank up against Tiny, so it's an absolute like must-pick item. And then you go back for the Atos, so even more HP. And with those two items, he can likely survive the burst, but it gives him a ton of early game pressure when you're this far ahead.
Yeah, and these are some pretty tanky heroes. So even without the heal reduction, the usual part of Spirit Vessel, just the percent HP versus Sven, Tiny, even Darkseer nowadays, right? They're straight strength items.
Yeah.
So really, really value item.
Dude,
Kind of
Mouz
clockwork,
is-
and they're not even done. The scan connects on the Sven. He is already retreating.
Dire's middle tower is
Looks like he's gonna be out.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower is falling.
Good movement through the trees there. So that ward would have absolutely scouted him otherwise.
Under attack.
As bottom, Mouz TP's down here. Does need to be a little bit careful if they want to bring the Darkseer. Maybe they could burst him, but if he gets the time lapse off, it's so devastating for that commitment.
Yeah, this is a 1600 health Weaver at this point. It's
With
it's
raindrops.
not easy. Oh yeah, with raindrops. There you go. Extra value. I think Hoodwink is probably their easiest kill.
Yeah, agreed.
And then actually Ember, if they can get the chain stun, which is the hard part for them. They have lockdown, but it's not like the longest duration, the easiest to chain. You got things like battery assault, you know, which it definitely works.
Top lane, they made a play on a Pike, and it's gonna get punished as Vitaly comes through the portal. I mean, maybe Pike was just making the play. I don't really know who got who, but either way, ends up with a death for the Tiny. Sven has now finally passed the Marcy, just spending a ton of time off the map farming, which is, you know, what Sven does. It's pretty standard stuff.
Have you seen Bodyguard come into play, like, noticeably? I'm sure it's doing stuff in the fights. I'm having a hard time seeing it.
I have to imagine it's just, you use it kind of like the, oh my gosh, what's the neutral item? You kind of just play it as if it's the Defiant Shell, where it's like you just get a free extra attack. You don't really like plan around it. You just cast it on a hero that's next to you in the fight, and you're like, yep, I'll just get an extra attack on this hero for free if they, you know, do something, you know?
Gotcha, yeah.
So
and in the
kinda
meantime,
just
you just have
with the Ember and the Underlord.
Yeah, and otherwise you're just using it for the lifesteal and the base attack damage, which is different from last patch, where it was the flat damage. So now it's actually better scaling as a core. Oh, she's going to work on that Basher. You were talking about how Sven's just not going to do anything.
Sven did buy his BKB, so he disassembles into the BKB. They want to fight. They will scout it there with the ward as well, so they know that this big rotation is coming to the bottom side, and Underlord's going to grab two inside of the Pit of Malice. There's going to be the Bushwhack, the Tiny cut as well, but they toss in Vitaly. Can he get the heals off in time? The mech's there, but the damage from the Sven is just too damn much. Mouz trying to rip through Bobica. They've got Lumpy on the backside, just chain stunning them up. Mouz actually out of mana, forced the time lapse. He doesn't have it. They get 1 kill, they get 2 kills, they get 3, and the rest of G2IG is out. Really good moves from these backline here. Like Lumpy and the Weaver actually just holding 3 or 4 heroes of G2IG back.
I missed if they had an observer down already, but Beast Coast saw that rotation coming in,
did.
either through a ward or just, you go, great game sense, and they were already rotating in, which means that Underlord jump, they do eventually kill him, but it took a while. I mean, one, it's an Underlord reducing your base damage. He has a mech. He has some extra armor from his items. He even picked up Dragon Scale, so it did take them a while to kill him, and because his team had already came in, they managed to find 3 kills in return, and you're pretty happy with that trade.
Nothing to say is going to go in. He's got Pike, pulls him really far back, but he's got a BKB.
Nice BKB.
He pulls back Monet, and in comes Vitaly. Monet's forced to BKB as Bobica is going to trap the high ground off here with a really nice play as Cogs. Pike somehow kills Tiny on the bottom side of the map. They find him. Another Searing Chains to hold this clockwork in place. Hook shots up to the high ground. Ooh, that
Bottom tower is under attack.
almost managed to finish the job. Yeah, Tiny dies bottom here. It's just Weaver and Marcy just run right through him.
I really like this Mage Slayer purchase from Lumpy. It's coming back into meta a bit because there are some powerful spellcasters. I wouldn't have necessarily thought of it this game as like, oh, they have a lot of spell damage. But if you think about the fact that you're pretty ahead, then a lot of the kill threat from G2IG is the burst from the Tiny along with like Ion Shell. So by reducing that, it's like, what do you have left? You're not doing physical damage into our Underlord. We've now taken away your spell damage between the Mage Slayer and the Pipe. So how are you doing this? You've got to find a pick off on just like one hero, but we have the global rotation of Underlord. It's so hard for G2IG now to find a really good fight.
And Underlord has a pipe too, right? So instead of going for the Guardian Greaves early, he went back for the pipe, and he's gonna actually go for a Crimson Guard next. One of the few heroes that loves building this item. I know we saw Clockwork with one queued up as well. I don't know if he's actually finished it, but either way, he's going there eventually.
Not finished, and it's a little bit more expensive than it used to be, so he's still like over 1,000 away. And unfortunately, as a support Clockwork, it'll take him some time. It will be really good though versus this Marcy, who punches really fast, Weaver multi-attack, Sleight of Fist.
This is gonna be close. Okay, they got it. Never mind. The Guardian Greaves is enough. I was like,
Does it work on Acorn Shot?
Does what work on Acorn Shot? The
Crimson Guard active?
No way. Vitali finds him. Dude, JT. They steal the Tormentor, but what a good read from Vitali. A really deep Fiend's Gate just to cut him off.
I love the carry contribution. Pike pops out of the gate, one taps Darkseer, immediately goes back to farming.
Bye. Yeah. I mean, stealing the Tormentor is a pretty sick play. It's, you know, they're all in Roshan, and Bobica gets the Shard, which is fantastic. We saw El Misho get it earlier, so the Hunter's Boomerang online, even more burst damage for their team now.
Yeah, you got to find value somewhere. We were talking about, it's really difficult to find pickoffs or team fights. So you can try to farm, and then the objectives like Tormentor you can try to steal. So good that G2IG is trying to find something right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, I mean, it's a... You've got this Enchantress, which like does technically scale, but you have so many counters to her. Just like one, the carry Marcy, just she can have no problem dealing with Untouchable, but also the break from El Misho is definitely problematic. We're seeing nothing to say close in on his Phylactery, but here comes Weaver, gets on top of X Nova. He's gonna try and TP. There's the Atos. No way he makes it out of it. And Pike coming through with the typical carry contribution, couple auto attacks. Wait a minute. Wait, just leave her there. She can't get down.
Yeah, I think
okay,
it's...
never mind.
Well, okay, she had the Hurricane creep,
Yeah,
actually.
I
When the
just
cooldown's
remembered,
down, she
yeah.
could Hurricane back off. Maybe they had a quick discussion on that. They were faster than us on it.
Yeah, I forgot. The Wild Wing Ripper.
Yeah, I
Then
love
you
the
just kill
attempt,
the
though.
creep, you know?
She tried to cliff Marcy, which, unfortunately, Marcy's one of the better carries at getting down. But it's still funny. It's a mental victory, you know, in the game like this. Well, you can't... So Beastco is firmly in control of this game, finding another kill here on the Clockwork, 13k lead. But you do still have to be careful going high ground. This is like the Darkseer, Vacuum Wall, Illusions, which are stronger because you're doing so well. The Sven, AoE, Great Cleave, Tiny Crash Landing, right? The combo is there, so you do still have to respect the high ground. And I think you just take it slow. With the BKBs, I think you're relatively safe from that combo, especially if you just send Marcy in. But you just got to make sure you don't get sucked in and feel way stronger than you are, and then all get deleted together.
Damage? Bruh. That's a sad one. Ember.
They've
top of the
taken two
damage. That makes
towers,
sense.
though.
Yeah, those are just, I guess, just catapults. I'm not really sure. That's or it's Enchantress creeps. Yeah, I actually, now that I think about it, I saw her running the troll to take the top tower earlier.
Oh,
So.
I guess it doesn't count as Enchantress damage. All right, slightly misleading stat there then.
Sad Enchantress noises. Aghanim Scepter close to being finished here onto the Marcy, which, I mean, that Ags is so annoying to play around. Oh, it is done. Okay. So Unleash applying an AoE silence every single time she casts a spell or the Unleash combo finishes. We're going to see her just go in, and the backside's just, yep, getting silenced up. Sharpshooter not going to connect, but they are now looking for the tower. Fortification's going to come through, of course. Will be refreshed if they decide to go for the melee barracks. But with Clockwork being down, a little bit difficult to defend. But they don't want to commit any further. Okay, back to the farming we go. The line drawn. Did you see that from Vitaly? He's like, don't let them pass this section of the map. They are not allowed out of the base.
Yeah, I like it. You definitely don't want to let them out of the base. I think they're really close to their best chance at fighting back on G2IG, which they'll have the Crimson Guard on Clockwork. I think that's the last piece they need. They have the crit on Sven, so at this point you're hoping for like a big combo and then some big crit cleave hits on whoever you vacuumed. But you do want this Crimson Guard to help mitigate a lot of the damage.
They're actually smoked up here baiting this Wisdom Rune, and it's kind of nice. The question is, will they find anyone? Aegis expires, Mouz here in the mid lane. He actually has his 4-staff backpacked, probably by mistake. Not realizing. Oh, there it is. Yep. There, pops it in. Okay. So, they finally get a Wisdom Rune here on G2IG. As they will smoke again. I mean, that's 2 back-to-back smokes. You've got to get something. The Dire scan just off the mark. Mouz here to pop it. They do get the hook shot on through, and Mouz kind of take it, but Pyke just lays into Monet. He can't stand his ground at all. He's on the run. The rebound comes out, and Pyke just destroys the Sven. Bobica falls onto the backside. 1v1 up against Lumpy. Oh, that is not the carry Sven you were hoping for. Basher, Marcy, just too much damage.
I mean, this is not a sight you see often, but the enemy carry Marcy actually has more health than Sven. That's actually usually one of the strengths of Sven. He's like so tanky, does damage, so you have a chance at bursting people. But this time you see he jumps in and just does nothing. Same thing on the Weaver. They jump the Weaver with the Tiny. Weaver's full health at the end of that fight. Yeah. That is, that's a position 5 Weaver. You can't kill him. Who can you kill?
This all starts with those early game rotations, right? The couple early kills that they found, and then that fight at the Wisdom Rune is what really snowballed this game for Beast Coast, because these supports ended up so over-leveled and so over-farmed compared to the G2IG supports. Level 11 on the supports to the 16 of Beast Coast. Like, that stuff adds up tremendously.
Yeah, it's a snowbally game, and like if we go back to that Wisdom Rune steal especially, where the Beast Coast supports ended up like a level or 2 ahead of G2IG, if instead Enchantress is even level or even higher level, then her creeps are stronger, which means your tower dives are better, your tower pressure is better, right? You can impact the lanes better, and now your team, it looks way different than what we're seeing right now, which is that once you're behind on Enchantress, who is supposed to win early, right? A Clockwork who is supposed to win early, that was your game plan. And they were kind of doing it for the first 5 minutes, and they dove that tower, and it massively backfired on them.
Oh man, the global AoE roots coming out from Vitaly now as he finishes his Aghanim Scepter. One of the better Ags, and I'm really happy this thing's finally in a point where it's viable. So a lot of people just ignored this thing. But when you pick up that AoE, the Pit of Mallet slows talent as well, this thing is impossible to play around. Like, Pit of Malice slows at 15. You have the AoE root followed up by a second Pit of Malice. And if you don't BKB out of it, you're just dead. Speaking of dead, JT gonna get found here by Mouz and Pyke. The Abyssal Blade for safe measure. As now that Underlord has everything he wants, he's finally gonna go back for those Guardian Greaves. But you can see this is the Hoodwink impact, dude. She is almost the same net worth as the enemy mid lane. There's the Pit of Malice coming out from that Fiend's Gate. He's just trapped the Clockwork. The rest of the team able to get away, but a second Pit of Malice as Bobica will burn here to the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, that was a Weaver TPing into the outpost blind. They had 3 G2IG heroes look at the Weaver and decide we should try to kill that Weaver, and then Weaver killed them. So you really don't have much going for you right now.
I did not realize that G2IG only has 4 kills, dude.
Yeah,
I haven't really looked at the kill score. Like, we've just been watching Beast Coast style around the map, but G2IG, when was the last time they actually got a kill?
Their fourth
20
kill at
minute mark.
20 minutes.
It's been 13 minutes with no or 12 minutes with no kills. I mean, it really feels that way, right? Like, it really does seem like Beast Coast have been completely controlling the map.
Yeah. I mean, you play this one out, you hope for that Wombo combo, but going into game 2, you just know your early game has to be better, because that's what led to this state of affairs. But, you know, you play it out to see if there's a chance.
They're going Conda,
El
Tiny,
Misha.
El Misha.
Oh,
what?
wrong toss target.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, they're just going to turn it around. They see Monet here. There's the Pit of Malice. Pike's going to come in. He's got the Abyssal. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Monet able to make it up for the moment. Gets the blink. The second Pit of Malice comes through as Lumpy's just going to jump into the backside. And Pike still has his eyes set on the prize. It's the Sven. That is going to be GG as G2IG. Your base does not belong to you. Oh my goodness, Beast Coast, an incredible performance. 37-4.
That's an impressive win from Beast Coast. Again, I want to highlight Lumpy, which a lot of this momentum starts with what was essentially a solo kill on mid, Ember versus Tiny. So I don't, you know, that's not supposed to happen. Really good from him, and then he was active on the map. But also just really good rotations from Beast Coast. I think really understanding how to play together, starting with going bottom, helping out that Marcy, which led to that whole series of events. But it wasn't just a one-off. The whole game, they were constantly moving together, getting kills.
Yeah, it really was. This was a team effort, is for sure. The only hero without a death this game is the Weaver. Otherwise, Beast Coast has 1 death on everybody else. So they just didn't give G2IG pretty much any moment to get into this game. As we're gonna go back through some of the kind of the key plays this game, right? This is some of the early aggression, that dive, like you said, that they actually get Pike. It was a really nice kill. JT loses his life, but definitely a worthwhile rotation, right?
Yeah, they maybe still had a chance at this at that time, which, now thinking about it, part of the Weaver versus Marcy carry, like who's carrying, who's supporting, the illusion wall, the illusion you get from the wall, I'd say the Marcy carry is worse, right? Because so much of Marcy's damage comes from sidekick and her ultimate, and you don't get either of those from the wall, whereas Weaver does build more typical carry items that get copied by the wall. So I don't know if that's what they were thinking about, if it was more the lane matchup, the carry to carry matchup, like what exactly went into that decision. But it really worked out for them here, and I'd actually love to see, like, if this exact same draft was played, but you swap Weaver and Marcy, how it would have looked.
Yeah, it'd be interesting for sure. I think just in general, like, their shot calling in the mid game is so good in terms of basically making these rotations. I don't know if we saw it in the highlights here, but the original big Fiend's Gate to the top side, right when they were trying to gank the triangle, and they're like, wait a minute, like you said, how would you like to kill the carry Sven instead? And it works, right? Like, they bring the whole team to the top side. They get Sven, they get the 2 supports as well, because the team responds. They're like, we got to try and save this Sven. We can't allow him to just get dove like this. But then it turns into almost the tier 1 tower, 3 kills, and they make that play not once, but multiple times this game, right?
Yeah, really well done by Beast Coast. I don't know if there's much more you can say than that. Just great all-around play, a very well-deserved win here.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of B Coast versus G2IG. Make sure to stay tuned for more. We'll see you in a little bit.
Let's find out if you
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We are into game number 2 of G2IG versus Beast Coast. It's going to be beginning in just a few moments, but for now, let's recap a little bit of what we saw in game number 1, because Beast Coast put a beat down on the side of G2IG. This was an incredibly dominant game. Does this come back to the draft, or is this just a little bit of everything? What was the secret sauce here?
I do like the draft that Beast Coast had. I don't think that G2IG's draft was terrible, though. I think it had its own strengths, especially that early momentum we were talking about, strong laners, but then they didn't do as well in the lane as I thought they should have, especially, you know, mid, Lumpy getting a solo kill onto Nothing to Say. Even if he did get killed in return, he got the kill first. He got back into a lane that he was not supposed to have an amazing time to start. And then from there, just really good team play from Beast Coast, just showing up everywhere, really making use of their hero strengths with the Underlord ult showing up everywhere, fast, active gameplay. So it felt like Beast Coast just came in as the stronger laning team and understood their draft. Not that their draft was better, just they played it better.
Yeah, I absolutely completely agree. And I am curious to see what the adjustments G2IG are going to make in this next game. We saw Beast Coast have, I think Beast Coast had first pick last game. Most teams are taking first pick. We'll maybe take a look at those stats again once we get into the draft. But I'd say like it's something over 60% of teams are choosing first pick when given the option, which Beast Coast had first last game. This time it will be G2IG. So how that's going to impact the draft, we'll have to see. And then Beast Coast actually choose Dire, which, to be honest, I think the Dire Radiant flip-flop, it hasn't made too much of a difference in terms of maybe Mighty Minds is a little bit better than the Wishing Well buff for the side, you know, if your carry gets pushed out of the lane. That's like about all I've seen. I don't know. How do you feel about the Radiant Dire thing anymore?
I will say one... So, well, actually, this is a little bit different for Pro Dota because they place different starting observers anyways. But I do feel that the Radiant safe lane jungle area where that bounty rune is, it's easier to place observers in there for both sides.
That's true.
To invade and to defend. And it probably comes down to the team a little bit. I wonder if from the Dire side, it's a little bit easier to make your way in there, and we've seen First Bloods be extremely impactful. I don't know if that's taking, like, if that's part of it, or maybe just the timing of Roche being on Dire works out. Not fully sure why teams like one side or the other right now.
Yeah, and just like before, everyone, make sure to head over to stcplay.gg for your predictions. It's a fun way to get, you know, interactive with these games, and, you know, we enjoyed trying to keep you all involved. I think with this next game, I would like another like tempo team-based draft from Beast Coast. I think something along the lines of what we did in game 1 makes sense. It fits their playstyle a lot. I think keep giving Lumpy these types of heroes, right? Void Spirits, Ember Spirits. Clearly he has a way with them that just enables his team. He just gets onto the back line. In the first game, the Void Spirit one, he was kind of this throw everything at me, I'm gonna survive. In this last game, he is the kind of a little bit of a disruptor and then causing lots of damage mitigation just with the Mage Slayer that he's making sure to get onto JT and onto the Tiny in these fights, right? So it's a really cool build that he had a lot of impact again.
Yeah, we mentioned we really like the way he's playing right now, and I'm excited to see what they bring here for game 2. There's quite a few mids who fit that role of like being very annoying. Like we saw the Ember and the Void Spirit. Puck does something similar.
Yeah.
Kind of interested to see him play a different style of mid just to see that come into play. I think he's played Pango, but we have not gotten to catch those games.
Pango is still insane. I like the Weaver ban here. You have first pick for G2IG. They just don't want to give the Weaver up. They obviously had a great performance with it themselves last game, so see what they do. Beast Coast, final ban will be the Templar Assassin. We'll see what they want to do here on the side of G2IG, because there's still a decent amount of options, right? They get rid of the Shadow Fiend, and they go for the Ember Spirit. Overall first Ember Spirit. Huh.
That's, I mean, okay, so Ember is arguably the best mid in the game right now. He's at least in that discussion. He is one of the top mid heroes.
Yeah.
But he is a hero who can be countered. Now, you can't fully shut him down because, like, the Flame Guard is a passive, so he does have better farming speed. But still, it's usually you see, like, a little bit more before you pick the Ember.
Yeah, I mean, the big counter of the Shadow Fiend TA, those are both removed already, which is very helpful. So I'm curious, like, if B-Coast is going to address this right now. I was going to say you can go Dragonite, but the lane is still Ember favored. And the thing is like, Dragonite eventually just scales better than the Ember Spirit in that mid game with, like, the blink timing. You can build an Orchid, and it does shut the Ember down quite a bit. It's just you need help in the lane because he'll go 3 points in the Flame Guard, and Dragonite cannot deal with the Flame Guard at all. So it is going to be a little bit reliant on the support rotations. We'll see. Obviously, Beast Coast, they pick this knowing the matchup. So we'll see how, like, what kind of supports they come up with here to actually, like, kind of assist the DK lane.
That's true. I do think, though, we've seen Embers get killed. There's a couple strong burst heroes right now. For example, we saw the Marcy in that last game, Chaos Knight's another. And so sometimes you just need that starting stun on the Ember to then get him killed off, no matter how good of a game he's having. And that's something Dragonite will be able to do. Maybe you don't crush the laning stage like you did in the past, but you will do okay. You will get what you need, and you will eventually reach that blink to threaten the Ember's life. And it's not necessarily true the other way. Although you're annoying in the lane, as the game goes on, Ember does not, you know, fully threaten the Dragonite on his own in that same way that Dragonite threatens Ember.
Well, they really do not like this Crystal Maiden. 2 games now banned in the second phase. And rightfully so, we see the Hoodwink get banned. I think just watching El Micho on this last game was kind of like, it's like getting mind flayed. You're like, how do we actually deal with this? He out-farmed our Tiny. He out-farmed our
He's pressing Q. How do we stop him?
It really is. Like, the hero is way too good early on. The tree bounce trick shot is going to get nerfed for those of you that are watching. It's 100% going to get nerfed in the quote-unquote D patch that should be coming, XD. But, you know, how long until that patch comes out, we'll have to see.
This is a long tournament. You could put the patch out in between one of the group stages.
There is like a 3-day break between play-ins and group stage, right? So it could be there, because that is technically when Crownfall Act 3 comes out, right, on the 9th, and I don't think the tournament picks back up until the 10th. So you could drop the D patch on like Monday or Tuesday there next week.
Nothing
And this
gets
is a
people
massive
to watch
copium,
Dota like
right?
a new Dota.
Yeah, this is huge copium, by the way.
Ringmaster's coming out, guys.
Oh my god, I swear it's this time. I have been baiting people for months about the Ringmaster release, and I feel a little bad about it.
One day you'll be right.
I know, that's the thing. It's like, I will be right eventually. Shadow Demon picked. Fantastic into the Ember Spirit. It's great with the Dragon Knight as well, being able to do some pretty good damage with illusions when he's in dragon form. Demonic Purge just creates Ember Spirits like worst nightmare of your remnants just don't work anymore. You have no Flame Guard. It is an oppressive hero to play against for sure.
Yeah, and even if you end up with the Shard, which is not that uncommon because of Tormentors, then Cleanse is a bit of a counter to the chains. So pretty good pick there. And Dragon Knight, like the Manta Ags build is no longer a thing really, but it's still nice to get illusions, and you have other heroes to then combo with the Shadow Demon. We're gonna see a Muerta picked up, which I know you love this hero. You want to talk about this, Ricky?
I mean, it's a Bobica classic. He loves this hero. I think Muerta is one of the coolest and most well-designed heroes in a long time, but she has been kind of steadily nerfed, like pretty heavily for a well. I thought it was gonna be a Bobica classic, but now there is the potential of a carry Muerta with an IO. I still think it's Bobica's hero because he plays it a lot for this team. But
I mean, it could be, but it doesn't even change the fact that Io Muerta is such a sick combo, and we see a lot of games go late. G2IG actually, I think, has the record for the most late games currently. They literally have the record for the longest series ever played, if I recall correctly. That happened just a while ago. But Io Muerta, because you give attack speed, which most carries love, but you also give spell amp, which doesn't matter to most carries, but Muerta, since she's been introduced, she is the magic carry, like truly one of the best heroes to match both the benefits that Io gives.
This is a good response, though. Muerta struggles a lot with mobility, and Io helps a lot if it is a carry Muerta because you get, the move speed from Tether. But Underlord's Pit of Malice is so annoying to play around. So I'm a little bit worried if this is a carry Muerta. You could still go for something like a Gyrocopter and just run Muerta as the 4 position, and this could all be like this kind of false flag, kind of, hey, anticipate this carry Muerta, psych, we're going for the Gyro. Something along those lines, who still brings a lot of magic damage for the Dragon Knight, but has great scaling potential with the IO as well.
I will say the Shadow Demon, Muerta is a transform hero for her strongest points, and you can just disrupt her or perhaps an ally and waste a lot of that time. So that, I think we'll see that come into play in at least some of these fights, whether it will determine the game or not. G2IG doesn't think so if they're still willing to pick the Muerta into the Shadow Demon. Skywrath is a hero we don't see
It's a sick pick this game,
often
dude.
right now, but the silence is really good here.
That is an El Micho classic, dude. He loves this hero. And this game, you have multiple route setups. The silence for the Ember Spirit is really frustrating to deal with. But as soon as DK has a Blink Dagger, they are going to walk around hand in hand, killing hero after hero. This is a really cool pick. Not something we see all that often, but in against heroes specifically like Muerta, Io, and Ember, it counters all 3 of them.
And you were talking about a hero that Ember, the Dragon Knight, might need some help versus the Ember. Skywrath Mage is a hero who could roam to the mid relatively early and help tip your lane in your favor. That Timbersaw pick, though, that's looking pretty good.
That's nice. That's really nice. Yeah, Timbersaw pick is really good. A lot of stuff banned or stolen for the previous drafts. Love that. They still get their Underlord, of course, but I am curious how this Timbersaw is going to work and what they can do to address this, because it is obviously going to be the off-lane Timbersaw. They didn't want to reveal the flex of the Muerta. I think if you're Beast Coast, if you're worried about a hero like Gyrocopter, you should just ban it. They get rid of the Faceless Void. Not a hero we see all that often, but that is a carry Muerta counter. So maybe they are... I mean, could they do it? Is this a quick carry Muerta?
I mean, even if it's not carry Muerta, it's a really good IO counter because you Chronosphere where the relocate's coming in. So even if you do decide to match it with a different carry, that would still be really good. So I think it's fair to remove it, even though he hasn't been that popular. He's kind of, like C tier after you like ban out all the S tier carries, and the A tiers aren't looking the best. That's when you sometimes see Faceless Voids come out nowadays. But yeah, when you've got the IO, if you just relocate into the Chrono, it'd be really sad.
I think Gyro really is the best hero for G2IG. It gives you pretty much everything you want in the lane. It's not a great disruption hero for Shadow Demon. Gives you tons of magic damage as well, so that ban makes a ton of sense. And they actually ban out Bobica's Lion, which is a classic Bobica hero in case it's the carry Muerta. So they're kind of covering both bases here.
I wonder if they're thinking about a carry who depends on mobility then, because you hate dealing with Lion as well. That could be one option. She doesn't struggle as much into the Timber offlane since she is ranged and she's pretty fast.
Troll ban. Okay. Here it is. The Marcy. Okay.
What?
IO Marcy carry. So they go back for it. They steal the carry Marcy. We saw last patch how devastating, last patch, I mean a while ago, when IO Marcy was essentially the queen and ball something of the patch. Like, they just ran through every draft in the late game. There was no counter to it. Now, we'll see if Beast Coast has an idea of how they can address it, because you have some good tools at dealing with IO, but you need to deal with Marcy. We saw last game, there's not a lot of heroes that can stand up against her.
I can't believe we're seeing 2 games of Marcy carry in a row. Maybe I can, but she's not usually this highly contested, so it's fun to see both of them together. All right, there's that Wind Ranger we were talking about.
Yeah,
so
I think it's
she should, she should have a decent time in the lane versus the Timber, and then the Focus Fire. You need a lot of damage.
Wait, it is carry Muerta.
So it was a bait.
Okay, so this is why I thought Wind Ranger would be good. She's good against carry Muerta still. And it's Bobica's Marcy. So are they going to actually run the Marcy Timbersaw offlane, or are they going to swap lanes?
That feels weird.
Yeah, I think they might swap lanes in terms of the supports, right? They might just put IO with Timbersaw, but I guess like you just want the IO with the Muerta always.
I think IO Muerta makes more sense.
Yeah.
Than
But the
the
off
other
lane sounds
possible
awkward for
combinations. Yeah. But I guess maybe he could get like a fast Windlace or something and just do a lot of creep dragging, body block, stuff like that. Just get Timber what he needs. And then start roaming maybe to mid. I mean, mid will be a bit of a volatile lane with some help, and Marcy coming in for the gank. Dragonite not a fast hero with escapes, which we've been seeing Lumpy play a lot, so maybe the rebound gank would be better. And Marcy is going to be better for those types of rotations than Muerta would have been.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the sidekick facet as well. So their game plan here is really let Monet scale on the Muerta. Like, they're going to have IO behind her. You're going to be sidekicking the Muerta as well, and just trying to keep the heroes of Beast Coast away from Monet's Muerta. If they can do that, they should be able to actually win these fights. It's not easy, though. You're playing against a Wind Ranger, an Underlord, and a Dragonite. Heroes that are very good at gap closing and actually just sticking on their targets. So we'll see. It's, I think, a pretty solid draft from G2IG here in Game 2. I think all their lanes are relatively strong. I think the big question mark for me is this Skywrath Mage, man. I really think they're cooking something special with this pick.
I mean, based on the way they played, these are the types of heroes to continue doing that, right? The early activity with the Skywrath Mage.
Oh.
The scaling from G2IG, pretty crazy. Like, if this goes ultra late, Marcy Muerta sounds terrifying. But I don't know if Beast Coast is going to let him get that far.
Yeah, based on last game's performance, right? Beast Coast does not kind of let off the gas. As soon as they start getting ahead, they just keep running at you. And they've got a similar draft to do the same thing, right? And that is the Skywrath, Dragonite, Underlord that scares me, right? Like, the Fiend's Gate to pull the team in multiple different times can do the same thing here, right? You pull the DK and you pull the Skywrath in, you know, Blink Stun into the Mystic Flare should kill pretty much anybody. But if they can get space for this Muerta to farm and she actually starts to scale, they're going to be in a really good spot.
Don't mind me, my game just crashed.
Did it crash? I mean, are you stuck at the black screen? Is that why?
Yeah, but I think mine also crashed.
I think it's just okay. Yeah, it's like I think they just paused and the game hasn't loaded yet. So if your game crashed, unlucky. But I think we're paused right now, just waiting for the game to load. We'll have to see in a moment.
It should be cool. We haven't seen Muerta carry in a long time. I'm pretty excited about that. I don't know if it's gonna go well, but I'm excited about it.
There's only a couple teams that run this, dude. It really is G2IG, Azure Ray, and then I think like Shopify was like the only other team that would run Muerta carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool, especially with an IO. Like, it gets crazy if she has a good game and you start the retroactive stacks from the shard, right? Like, you get kills in the early game, you eventually get that shard, and every time she ults and IO uses overcharge, the DPS is absolutely insane. And if you don't have BKBs, I mean, even if you have BKBs, sometimes it looks crazy, but especially if you have if you don't have them, you're just deleted so quickly.
Yeah. Dude, I'm excited for this game. I think it's going to be a really fun draft from both teams. I want to see G2IG show up and put up a good fight here, regardless of what happens. But if Beast Coast can carry the momentum from game one, I feel like they have a similar draft in terms of repeating that performance, right? Like, their heroes absolutely can enable a very similar playstyle.
Yeah, I'm also going to keep my eye on Shadow Demon. I feel like he can be the saving versus this insane damage we were just talking about. Those disruption saves could be huge. The stacking will not be as significant as we see sometimes. I suppose Vitaly did go for the cleave talent last time, and Underlord's a decent stack farmer anyways, even without it. So maybe we'll have a really farmed Underlord this game, because Dragon Knight and Wind Ranger are not the best at farming stacks. So I don't know if you want them, I don't know, power shot it or something, but yeah, maybe we'll have a really farmed Underlord showing up to all these fights with a global rotation, which could also be really good. You bring, maybe an extra aura item that you didn't have before because you're so farmed.
Yeah, they did have Underlord farming pretty heavily in game one, and I think maybe some of it was just those early rotations and kills, but yeah, I think for a while he was second or third on net worth, behind, next to the Marcy for most of the early game. So it does kind of show if the Underlord has a good lane and he has this cleave talent, he can absolutely stay up at the top of the net worth and get those auras online early. And we saw the impact it can have, an early pipe or a mech. And this is, I mean, if there's ever a game to build a pipe, you're against the carry Muerta, might as well grab that pretty much right away as soon as that mech is done.
And actually, a Mage Slayer could be pretty worth it versus a carry Muerta, but
Dragon Knight can
build
build it.
You have, I guess so. He's not as good as applying it. I feel like that's the only time you really see Mage Slayer nowadays is when you have to have it, and you have someone who easily applies it. But maybe you're right. Maybe we'll still see him pick it up.
I think he probably still goes the Blink Dagger and then decides from there. He's like, do I want an Orchid? Do I want Mage Slayer? Do I just want BKB? It's a lot of the same stuff that, you can kind of decide between, but yeah, he has the options. I honestly, I don't even hate the idea of him just going Blink Orchid, because you're against the Ember Spirit, and that is one of those items that it forces the Ember's hand. He's like, well, I want to go Mage Slayer, but I have to get a Yule's Scepter as well. And then you have, Mage Slayer Yules, and you're like, crap. Your power in the mid game kind of falls off. And he's going to have to get either a Yules or a BKB regardless, because of the threat of the Skywrath Mage, right? As soon as Blink Dagger's online, it's a kill on anyone with his DK.
Yeah, you'll have to be very careful of that. So I'm excited to see this Lumpy playing a slightly different style, yet At the same time, I think he'll still be doing a lot of the same stuff of you are the playmaker for our team. You go in first, cause the chaos. And this time, instead of being maybe a really mobile, elusive mid hero, he's a bit more of a tanky initiator on the Dragonite, but you can still cause that same chaos of there's a Dragonite hitting me, we have to react to this. And Dragonite scale really hard now with the new
armor
facets.
Yeah, the Corrosive Dragon is crazy for scaling. It's so much damage. I mean, it gives him everything like he kind of lacked before. Like, yeah, you're like, okay, I miss a little bit of my other dragon facets, but this is just straight up single target damage, and that's kind of what you want. You just want to rip through these heroes.
What do you think they're having him test, pressing 2 keys really quickly like that?
All right.
He's pressing good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. He's like wishing an insane amount of luck to his opponents.
Furycraft, Crownfall Act 2, and what we're getting with it.
Back to baiting people. Okay.
Do we want to bait the entire chat into thinking that Ringmaster and Bird Samurai is coming out?
And a third. I'll take one.
And another third unannounced hero. Wow.
I'll just take one single hero. I'll be happy with that. Ringmaster at any moment. A PvE game mode, you know, that'd be also hype. I don't want to have my expectations too high, but
I feel like if there's a PvE game mode coming, it's Act 4, right? I don't think they would do that in Act 3 because like Act 4 is going to be like the pinnacle of the whole Crownfall event. And I feel like if they're going to do anything for that, that's going to be the PvE game mode. I can't imagine they'd do it with Act 3.
But imagine how insane it would be to have a game mode and a character come out in Act 3, and then 2 characters and another game mode in Act 4. Now,
Okay,
how
hold
crazy
on.
would that be, Ricky?
That would be pretty crazy, but maybe they do the Primal Beast situation, right? Where like the character is in Act 3, but doesn't get released until after the event, right? Like maybe Ringmaster or Bird Samurai are introduced. Because here's the thing, Kestrel, which is theoretically the Bird Samurai, is going to be introduced in the Act 3, right? Because that's where we're heading up to, Ice Rack. We're going to meet Kestrel. And once we find him, we'll kind of get some more background. Maybe they'll hint at him dropping in Act 4. Maybe Ringmaster is in Act 4 in this PvE game mode. It looks like we are remaking the lobby. So let me go ahead and console command to disconnect here. Bear with us, everyone. We are on the way of getting this resolved. Almost there. Okay, so we are, there we go. All right. Oh. Okay, so it looks like we do have some updates. We are about to get this game underway. There we go. All right, so I guess we could continue talking about Crownfall, though. Do you want to, or do we just leave everyone on the cliffhanger of potentially 3, maybe 4, or even 5 new heroes coming out?
And
Who
then
knows?
fishing.
And fishing. Like, we already got fishing, which is amazing.
No,
so
that's a
super
game
cool.
mode of fishing. I need it in the game.
In the game. I see.
In the game. But the crazy part when you still do the mini game in the game, you're so gankable. Like, you're sitting in the river trying to catch fish, and then you get ganked by someone. It would add such a new element to the game. Hear me out, guys. Listen, you're in chat. You're thinking this is crazy. You hate when someone goes jungling because jungling doesn't do anything for you. They're so selfish. But the fisherman, he goes up and down the river. He fishes. He brings you fish. He's helping you. That's cool. We would love the fisherman.
Dude, I mean, there's those little like cutouts in the side lanes, in that like slight little pathway that separates the Radiant and Dire Wisdom runes.
Mhm.
Dude, if you're a support, like hear me out. You're like, oh, I have a moment in lane. You just cast the line into the little down spot there, and you just fish from the high ground, dude. That could be the way to really give support something to do. It's not like there's any timers or anything they're currently watching, you know, in the lane stage. So yeah, just let them fish. I feel like that's just the way to go.
There's those little hot tub spots, you know, in the side jungles now too on both sides. It's perfect.
All right. I think we may finally have this game underway as we are about to jump into game number 2 of Beast Coast versus G2IG. Love to see this as I mean, game 1 massively Beast Coast favored. We're gonna see if G2IG can bounce back and keep this keep their team kind of drawn in this series. That would be best case scenario for them, of course, as they definitely need to win. Don't want to be at the bottom of this group. We're going to see the calling dance of the... I mean, honestly, that is the only facet from Huerta. The other one's a massive bait. Twisted Chakram, sidekick for the support Marcy makes sense. And, of course, the Crits Krieg, big, you know, big fan of that one. Demon's Reach, Corrosive Dragon. I don't even know how to say that word. I'm not going to try. Shield of the Scion and Tailwind. Okay, so really nothing too out of the ordinary for the facets. I think all of these kind of make the most sense. Bobica going for a deep ward here, actually. I love this a lot.
And actually, Shield of the Scion is probably really good here this game because of the carry
so
Morta. And then even Ember and Timber. If you get a good Skywrath ult and maybe Mouz picks up a Glimmer Cape, that's a very powerful shield.
That is a nice jump here on the JT. He's going to go ahead and Timber Chain up to the high ground. He should be able to TP in a moment, but...
Yeah, they're just going to waste his time a little.
Yeah, they're going to waste his time, waste his mana. He does see the Shadow Demon on a ward, so he's going to be able to TP just fine.
Yeah, that would have been such a sick cancel.
I think that was even runes. Oh, no. They get 3 on G2IG. All right, that's nice. 3 bounty runes to start. And a little bit interesting. Nothing to say actually takes the first point in Sleight of Fist in this lane, which we do not see that often against the Dragon Knight. It's almost always that first point in the Flame Guard, and you just shove the wave. A little bit of an audio issue potentially here for G2IG. But I feel like this favors Dragon Knight. His first wave should go well.
Yeah, that's... Well, I guess it might help you keep your distance too, because in these early levels, I do think the Flame Guard's not that strong, so Dragon Knight can get through it, and then with the Corrosive Dragon effect... Well, I guess he doesn't even have a level 1 yet, actually. I was going to say you kind of get to keep your distance with the Sleight of Fist, but... I don't know. Maybe we'll see some sick dodges on the Breathe Fire coming out.
Potentially. Yeah, I think the lanes are going to be very important for G2IG. I don't think they can afford to actually fall behind here, right? Like we saw last game, what happens when this Underlord has like momentum, and we already have like kind of talked enough about this like Skywrath Mage DK, which I just now realized this is 4-position Shadow Demon. So Shadow Demon is being played by El Misho, and it's going to be Mouz on the 5-position Skywrath instead. So thinking, I guess, maybe it's more of a priority to give the Shadow Demon that early farm. And you did mention he can stack really well for the Underlord, and he has gone the Cleave talent, or the Cleave facet.
Yeah, I think... Well, I don't know. Actually, Disruption could have been a cool save top. Like, if Marcy tries to commit, you can Disrupt to save. But... I guess if you have a Silence point on Skywrath, it's kind of similar. You silence the Skywrath, or the Timber. He's not coming in to do anything. So, yeah, maybe it is just about being up here and getting more stacks on the Shadow Demon. Or maybe later on they want more items from the Shadow Demon than the Skywrath.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because if El Misho gets like a really decent timed like Blink Dagger or even an Aether Lens, it ruins this Muerta's game, legitimately. JT we've seen Timbersaws play around that high ground tree quite a bit. When you fall into danger, you start to get low, you just Timber Chain up there. No one can really get to you.
He only gets
Pretty
to do
safe.
it once, though.
Yeah, the tree's gone now. But still pretty funny. Good lane drag here from Bobica to try and give them a little bit of space here in this lane. As we did mention, it's going to be pretty easy for the Wind Ranger into this Timbersaw.
And my worry is, I feel that Marcy as a support, I guess I kind of said this as a carry too, but I feel that as a support, she's very early game dependent. You want kill potential, and when you don't have that, I feel like you have a rough game, especially if you're being first blooded.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you don't really see Shackle come out level 2 on Wind Rangers that often, but there's not a lot Bobica can do there. He's got nowhere to go. Like, the creep wave is not next to him, the Timbersaw's not next to him. That's a big win. As
Pike
Lumpy,
did end up missing a little bit of CS under the tower for it, but
yeah.
maybe that's why Boboka thought it was like okay to be up there. It's like, he's not gonna leave that. Like, carries can't leave farm. It's not possible. But in fact,
JT's
he's breaking new ground.
Yeah, JT actually went for an early point in the reactive armor, which we don't see that often from Timbersaws. A lot of times it's just 4-4-0 just to get as much damage output as possible, but
I think against these two heroes, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Two long-ranged heroes that you don't really want to jump on top of, because, I mean, you might get silenced, she might run away, and then maybe you're the one in trouble. So looking to just sustain through it with the early point in reactive armor. I'd be surprised if we see many more points, though.
yeah, I agree. Who's going to win the click? I think, ooh, I really thought it was Io. Okay, never mind. Well done, Vitali. I mean, that's big, right? Io having Lotuses are twice more efficient, so it's a big deal denying the Lotus away from the side of G2IG there. And they also get the wave drag on El Misho, so the wave is going to be in a very good spot.
Imagine if you were Mirana with 20% more effective Lotuses, though.
Wow. El Misho knows there's a ward here. He's really trying. Oh, well, wait a minute. I guess he just says, screw it, I'm going to go harass the Muerta. Bobica top lane just gets ran down again. Mouz gets the kill. I love the Hasta Luego one. That one is very good. So far in the oh, El Misho. Okay, maybe bit off a little more than you could chew. Should have just stuck with the D ward.
He actually still hasn't removed. I guess he didn't even suspect it, but it's weird not to throw like a casual poison just to check.
He did check, and he was just trying to get it with like the, you know how you can just get close to the cliff and sometimes you'll get vision of it. He was doing that, and he did see it for a moment, and then I think just said, screw it, I'm gonna go stop Monet from farming.
Guess so. The other idea is that since there's no sentry in this area, they won't suspect this sentry's here blocking this camp if he doesn't deward it. And he has time to deward it a little later. Got him killed a little bit, though, so.
Seeing some early aggression here in mid as Bobica comes through. Nothing to say. Falling a little low. I mean, he's kind of struggling in the lane, and there was another TP actually canceled into the mid lane. But overall, it's a decent start. It's really just JT's Timber that's struggling at the moment. He should be able to recover typically with Timbersaw, but Scarf Mage is a lot of magic damage. And those raindrops do not last very long against this hero. Mid lane, NTS falling super low. He dies to the poison burn. And now looking for Bobica. I mean, gets the dispose to try and save him. No way to really chase.
That's a really good kill for
wow.
Beast Coast. I feel like we saw that last game as well. And now Dragon Knight's almost 6. He's actually going to get it off this cat. Oh, he's so close. He's so close. He could be 6 right now, hitting the tower.
They're going to go in. Bobica has the dispose. Dragon Tail comes out. He turns around here onto the Marcy. He has the damage. I think the burn. Oh, the high ground miss from Mouz. Which I don't know if that was the miss or just the exactly same timed wand, but either way, he's going to live. Nice Searing Change there, holding Lumpy back. As the 6-minute power rune comes, they're going to scan bottom. It's top. And it will be scouted. Amplify damage just taken away. And, I mean, this is a really good rune for the Skywrath as he comes top. JT has no idea what the Skywrath's coming with.
That's true. They don't even know what rune it was.
Muerta's starting to do really well in the bottom lane. Up to 40 CS, 14 denies. Mouz hiding in the trees here, looking for an opening. We'll go ahead and throw some spells here into JT. Again, the raindrops just keep protecting him, keeping him alive for now, which is quite nice.
Wisdom runes doesn't look like anything's crazy happening. Just a 1-1 split. Baboka has gotten some ancient stacks, hard stacks in. Marcy's unfortunately not a great stacker. She can't do the duo stack. No skill for it.
Yeah.
So these are a little less efficient stacks than usual. Which I feel like could have been one strength of picking Muerta as the support instead of Marcy. But Muerta's winning her lane, so...
Yeah, I feel like into the Underlord, it's definitely a better stack. We're going to see an Obs Ward actually placed right in the hard camp there to not only scout it, but to maybe deny any more stacking. I think he saw him make that rotation over because there is a Dire Ward that would have scouted him. Yeah.
He's trying to get the D Ward. He's taking half his health from this stacked camp instead.
Yeah. Oh, Focus Fire top lane comes out. They're going to start laying into this Timber Saw. 1 point reactive armor. Is it enough to keep him alive? The Timber Chain doesn't get the Javelin proc and the power shot off the mark. He's out. Very well played there from JT. As the power rune comes out, El Misho gets a haste. That's going to get him away from Bobica, or maybe just kiting him out. Dispo, or rebound off the mark now as Vitali makes the rotation in. Pit of Malice and the Firestorm. 4 stacks of poison will finish the job as now looking for X-Nova. Normally, you don't think Shadow Demon haste is that scary, but my god, you can't get away.
Mid lane. Tether out.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. The silence, the breathe fire amp. As they really want this mid tier 1 tower.
Dire structures are fortified.
Lumby's 1 level ahead off that kill earlier, and he's got 3 points in Worm's Wrath, so they do a lot of tower damage when he gets to hit this, and I think they're probably going to get it on this creep wave right here, unless more heroes come in.
Yeah, the 4 points in that corrosive is so good. And then he's going to get the disruption off. I think they go back to melee form, though, as soon as the dragon ult ends, but you don't get the illusion burn anymore. Wait, what? Why was there 2 chakrams there? Did you see that? Wait, what? What just,
Was it the twisted one? Was it the twisted chakram?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking, I was looking somewhere else.
Huh?
Was it not one regular chakram, one twisted chakram?
I mean, but they were both stationary. I'm confused. Doesn't Twisted Chakram, like, just throw out?
I'll keep an eye on it.
What? What?
That was weird. Okay,
What?
I saw that one. I don't know what just happened there.
Oh,
I don't know.
no.
Maybe there's a visual bug.
Oh, no. What is going
that was
on?
a little wacky.
Something is wrong
rune?
with the chakrams. Okay, we'll see what's going on. It's all the chakrams like returning to the middle of the map every time, but the distance that is equivalent with Timber Saw. Now, whether or not the damage is colliding on that, we'll have to see, but that looks very odd.
Dire are scanning.
Shield rune on the top side. They did manage to take the mid tier 1 tower. It's a slight gold advantage here for Beast Coast. They know about this stack in the triangle, but the Dire triangle already being taken by the Underlord. We know this baby's got tons of damage. 4 points in the Firestorm. 7 stacks. I mean, actually more stacks on the side of G2IG at the moment. I mean, they've got to play recovery for Timbersaw. He's had a really rough start.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, but at least Muerta's at the top. So they've got that going for them.
Oh, Beautiful rotation here onto X-Nova. The Demonic Purge comes through. They didn't get him on the Pit of Malice. It wasn't available at the moment, but will catch the IO now. And they will have plenty of damage to finish the job. Vitaly credited the kill.
Monet runs into Pyke. Pyke's just focus firing him down. Gonna pop the ult to try to live and TP out. Rude in time? No.
Very nice
Long
TP from
channel
Monet.
time.
It is kind of sad that that is like your first ult. Top lane, Lumpy reveals his Blink Dagger here, going for Bobica. Okay, Twisted Chakram's broken. I don't know what's going on here. It's not working.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if maybe it's just a visual bug and it is working, but it's just throwing. Yeah, it looks like my observer is saying yes. I don't know. It's very weird. Okay, it is working. It's just a visual bug. Very odd. I'm sure it's fine for the players.
I feel like he would have paused and been like, hello, what's going on here? So maybe it's just fine. Maybe it's fine.
Okay.
That's a weird one. That's never seen that before.
It's alright. Game's in beta. I'm sure it's fine.
Well, off this start, 4K lead at 12 minutes is pretty good for Beast Coast, but actually I think better than last game for G2IG. Really says something. Lumpy has his blink. I think a Muerta kill would be perfect because right now that's the main thing G2IG has going for them. Both playmakers or like space creators are having a bit of a rough time, so you can now just take down the carry with the Skywrath ult.
Yeah,
they might run exactly into the
they
perfect
saw
target,
him.
but there's a lot of heroes here.
They saw him. They know exactly where he is. Oh, wait, his smoke pops. And IG's actually behind them, smoked up, so they know something's up. All right, nicely done. I mean, they are getting good farm on the Muerta. Maybe, I mean, I guess. It didn't seem like he was, but his smoke definitely popped. Vitaly here, maybe in trouble. They're going to relocate in as well. The Underlord, a fantastic pick off. The Pit of Malice doing some work, pops the mech, but he cannot get out of this one. And the team to split on the side of Beast Coast at the moment to pull them in with the Fiend's Gate.
And Monet picks up another. I mean, he doesn't have the shard yet, but carry Muertas do pick it up later, and that's another retroactive charge to give you more damage and spell lifesteal. Or the spell lifesteal is flat, I think, right? It's the spell lamp that
it's the spell
stacks.
lamp,
Yeah.
But, I mean, Monet is farmed, right? It's a carry Muerta. She's got the Maelstrom going straight for the Gleipnir, and she's doing quite well, sitting at the top of the net worth now. It's the rest of the team that's a little bit struggling. I kind of wonder, like, if it's worth even trying to go for the Muerta, or if you should just keep punishing Timbersaw and the Ember Spirit, you know, with this, like, Blink DK. And we haven't seen them get as active this game as in previous games.
Yeah, I think their draft is a little better for it last game, and almost mandatory with a Marcy carry. Wind Ranger farms a bit better, so they can take it a little slower, along with the support duo being a bit different. But they do seem to be looking aggressive Underlord.
That's an unfortunate location for that Fiend's Gate. It ends up going onto the low ground because you can body block him if he places it on the wall or on the pathway there. Like, he can't actually pass through the gate.
Yeah, that could have been cool. Maybe they were also hoping like Disruption was just in range, that you kind of timed that. But that worked out for G2IG. They do want to play catch up right now, and they're slowly cutting down this gold lead. So the more fights they can avoid right now, the better.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
All right, their own smoke looking top.
This is... Does have Demonic Purge, but with everyone coming through, he's going to throw the Cleanse on himself. Oh, he doesn't have Cleanse. I don't know what that was. Oh, it was Dissimulate. Or the,
self-dissimulate. I'll relocate, bringing in the Muerta.
The big searing chainsaw from Nothing to Say on top of Mouz, just barely off the mark. Lumpy comes in with the blink. They just drop the ult from Skywrath Mage to get away, but in a little bit of trouble. Great Pit of Malice here from Vitaly. Monet and them are gonna go back here with the reload, and they're just gonna try and chase the Timbersaw. Do they have the damage? They get vision, and the Breathe Fire is gonna do it. Man, that actually looks so good for G2IG. I thought they were gonna get more, and it ends up being a 2-for-1.
I think the IO relocate was a little conservative, or maybe Beast Coast just had a good retreat from it. But you spent about like half that relocation time just running into the fight, which means Monet did not just get to attack. Oh, cancel the TP.
He has 20 stick charges, but he has no way out. He has a remnant to the right, but that is such a good find from El Misho.
Looking a little reminiscent of last game. Yeah, here's that fight we saw earlier. So you're going to see the relocate come in near this bounty rune, but the fight moves to the bottom right, which means a lot of this time is spent just like walking in. So imagine if Monet pops in like right there and just starts blasting away at these different heroes. Instead, he just gets here, and yeah, everyone's just kind of like retreated away from him, so there's not much to do.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. JT's recovered quite well on the Timbersaw. We saw him sitting at an abysmal net worth early, but there was tons of ancient stacks for him to clear up. He's picked up his Kaya now. As Nothing to Say with a blade mail this game. Not something we see all that often, but it does give him maybe the ability to prevent focus fire. Yeah, Chalk.
They're making a rotation
weird.
top.
Pike
scouted? Did he see him?
I don't know. Maybe? They don't have a ward
He's
up there,
pinging
right? But,
something. He's very suspicious.
I mean, they see Monet here now. There's the blink. The Dragon Tail comes out. In comes Bobica. The reload will pull them to safety, but the damage comes through. They get the silence. It's the Mystic Flare. He's gone, and Bobica will be next. They're able to cancel the reload out from X-Nova. Oh, no. Vitaly will just take his victory, go right back to the bottom lane. Classic Underlord.
I guess he must have caught in a glimpse or something, but Beast Coast was ready for that. They had all the heroes here ready to react to G2IG, and believe it or not, when you're about 8k ahead and you take a full-on fight, you tend to come out ahead.
Timbersaw is so dead. This is max silence from Mouz, right? I'm sure he's gone 1-1-4 on the Skywrath Mage.
Well, I mean, he's so high level, he's now 3-1-4, but yeah, he's got the silence max.
Why not? Yeah, why not? That works out great. So I'm pretty sure the reload might have gotten canceled by Pit of Malice. I couldn't see for sure in that, but that is just such a good find. And Marcy dead to Pike here, as Wind Ranger is definitely online. Full Gleipnir gets himself a Grove Bow for safe measure. Now working towards the BKB. They're in a very good spot right now.
You've got so many auras from the Underlord. The Dragonite can be your tower damage with the Corrosive Dragon. You could even focus fire towers if you need to, but you're probably just killing heroes with focus fire and then just shoving in the lanes after that. I'm trying to see what G2IG can do here. Because the thing is, like, IO's having such a rough time that it's really difficult for IO to stand close in the fights without also just getting killed instantly.
Lumpy going, or I'm rather getting gone on in the mid lane. He has BKB, and here comes the Underlord again. The Pit of Malice, the silence. Nothing to Say gets out for the moment, but he's burning so fast under this Dragonite's damage, just surviving on 50 HP, but they've got Vitaly finally isolated. The Pit of Malice making a lot of problems for them. Bobica helps finish the job with Nothing to Say, as the rest of the team's got to get out of here. X-Nova, oh, barely surviving, but you lost the Muerta. And the I mean, it looks like these fights are going well for G2IG, and then somehow you look at the deaths and you're like, well, they lost 2 cores somehow.
It comes from just being behind in the lane, right? The fight itself is okay, but when you're 10,000 behind, the Underlord kill just takes so long, and you're focused on that the Muerta ends up getting killed by the equally farmed Wind Ranger. But Wind Ranger's got the focus fire, so she's way better in the one-on-one, especially once Muerta ult is down. So I mean, yeah, here we see it's like, okay, Vitaly gets really low, but it takes a long time to finish up. Muerta's just left on her own up there. Cleaned up. I guess Ember did get out, right? But he was so close to dying. It was like almost even worse for G2IG.
One thing I want to point out is if Muerta pops her ult and then gets Shadow Demon disrupted, she will die to the Shadow Demon illusions in like a second. Because they get the transformation bonus, and they will just rip right through the Pierce the Veil. It's one of the reasons Darkseer is like one of the all-time best counters against Muerta. Because if you get the wall on a transformed like Muerta, she just dies instantly to the illusion. So I think that's what happened. He just,
though, right?
Yeah, you have to wait for the transform for the Pierce the Veil.
Okay.
But once that happens, you just get owned. Yeah. Focus fire into the Shadow Demon ult, just pops him.
Ooh, courier kill on the Orchid. That's a pretty nice kill.
Oh, JT.
Might pay with his life, though.
What? They're just gonna, they're like, well, whatever. No reason to chase. They'll go back to mid lane, save this tier 1 tower. NCS gets a nice rune. Regen does have his Yule's finish, so not as likely to get picked off to the Skywrath Mage and the stuns.
We're gonna go for Roche in the bottom while this is happening. This looks pretty uncontested. I don't think he can fight here.
Yeah. Pike gonna be going for the Orchid. I like the item this game. Very good against the IO. I mean, Wind Ranger has always been one of the primary picks into IO teams, right? Like, you can just silence up the IO, kill him immediately, and then no way to, like, actually reload save anybody. Oh, dude, he's gonna Fiend's Gate? He's thinking about it. He thought about it. Going for that Tormentor play. Mid lane, nothing to say. They are waiting here on Mouz and Lumpy. They're going to TP into the mid. Oh, the Marcy Courier effect. Oh, he loses a Javelin. Unlucky. Okay, smoke up. They just want to keep the pressure on. It's not, I mean, the game's not as bad of a state as it was in game 1, but you're definitely worried now that Lumpy and Mouz are just going to keep finding heroes, and G2IG don't really feel super safe unless they see them.
Yeah, you're one bad fight away from this being totally out of control, though, because right now Muerta is near that top of the net worth, which means she has the items, she has the damage, she's got the Crystallis. You can even sidekick her, right? So she's stronger than usual. And if you can take a really good fight, all focused around Muerta, that can be your recovery. But one bad fight, and suddenly Wind Ranger's going to be maybe too far ahead of this Muerta. Maybe now the Dragon Knight's too far, Underlord's too far, right? And your most farmed hero can no longer compete. So you kind of have like one more shot at this on G2IG before you're really dependent on Beast Coast just screwing up. Which, I don't know, they've been looking pretty good. I don't know if you want to
grab onto the
hope
Shadow
on that.
Demon here. That's a good one. JT gets the kill. They have a ward that's scouting Monet and X-Nova on the bottom side of the map, and Lumpy's going to come in, pops the Dragon Tail, or doesn't actually get the Dragon Tail out, but gets the Dragon form. Dragon Tail should come through as he commits the BKB. Will just burn down the IO. Gleipnir comes out onto the Ember. He's going to be able to dodge for the moment, but the Shackle, will it come through? They've got plenty of damage right into the root of the Pit of Malice. Dang, you're like, oh, I got a Yules. I don't have to worry about Silence and Shackle, but yeah, if Underlord's there, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, there's also so many silences that one silence comes out, the next silence is after. Once that Orchid,
built, right?
Yeah, the Orchid's on the way for Dragon Knight. He had it earlier, but that's the courier that JT killed. But now it is being delivered, and Wind Ranger should be really close to hers. Yeah, like 300, 400 away.
Two tier 2 towers now taken, as mid lane the only one remaining for G2IG. I mean, they've gotten a lot out of this Aegis already. They have a really deep ward on top side. We saw them place under the smoke with Skywrath Mage, so that's kind of scouting any rotations coming in and out of this base. On the top,
this could be scary. They see Monet moving up to that ancient camp.
Yeah.
They're collapsing.
They are. I mean, he gets the sentry down, but they don't see that one little ward, right? So they have no idea.
Yeah, it's a sneaky spot. You're going to need one of those wonky chakrams to catch it.
Yes, indeed. All right, mid tier 2. They do manage to clear up the catapult, so it shouldn't go down quite yet. The Wisdom Rune actually gets sniped here from JT. It's just been sitting on the other side of the map for a while. Dude, JT going like blink. He's just constantly trying to rat and pick up as much farm as he can, which it's working. He hasn't actually died in quite a while. But objectives are falling on the side of G2IG. That is the last tier 2 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
If G2IG can keep delaying this, which they have a lot of experience doing that kind of thing, I do think their scaling starts coming back, right? You have a Timbersaw versus an Underlord Dragonite. That's tons of damage. Even the Universal Hero and a Wind Ranger, you do a bunch too. Io, Muerta, Marcy all have insane scaling. So you are playing this wave cutting game. Like you see Baboka go and like farm the enemy side of the map. Timber Blink
Triple
will let him
bracer.
try to cut waves. Yeah, I mean, you have to buy all these like short-term items to get as much as you can.
Ooh, nothing to say. You might be bringing that trouble to your Muerta instead. They're going to continue to chase. There's going to be the Atos. They got him. They're going to be like, okay, there's a ward over here for sure, but they may not know exactly where.
Little do you know there's two.
Yeah.
Yeah, they reused that sneaky spot they had earlier. They're like, wow, that lived the whole time. Let's just drop another one.
30 seconds on the Aegis. Bobica, I think, is very close to that BKB on, and that will help quite a bit on the Marcy, like allowing him to get in and just fight these supports. Like if he can get on top of the Skywrath Mage, he might actually be able to kill him. But he needs the BKB, right? Like this is the thing with support Marcy. It has to get to the BKB.
Yeah, you can ignore the supports, or you bait Shadow Demon to use Demonic Purge on you, and that frees up your Muerta.
3.8 thousand gold gained during that Aegis. And all 3 tier 2 towers, right? So a lot gained. It's a 13,000 gold lead now for Beast Coast, as they are definitely feeling in control. The Muerta is still farmed, but they are building answers to her. She's got a BKB though. Okay, so couple BKBs done on G2IG. Is that enough, Zach, for them to actually take a fight?
I think you still have to wait for Beast Coast to push up, unless you see them split. But right now you're losing all your vision because there's a gem on who has it now? Lumpy. It got passed over to him. So you have very little vision on the side of G2IG. But if you can bait some rotations,
oh boy, that is a dead nothing. Ooh, he gets out.
Rotations baited.
Okay, that's cool. I thought they would have a second silence, but they did not. All right, very well done.
Yeah, I think you can Remnant faster than Orchid comes out. You would have to have Orchid pre-casted, but I don't think you can target him.
Well, they Demonic Purged him, so you wouldn't have been able to Yules, was the thing. So it's like, I think they just needed to chain silence.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that. Maybe they can find this Underlord.
This would be a really nice kill. He's got a pipe. He's got an Ogre Seal Totem as well, but he does not get out. That is the damage of this Muerta. And they've actually found Skywrath Mage as well. Mouz needs to be very careful. Gonna just try and TP out in the trees, and he makes it. Cheeky TP there. All right, G2IG finally getting something after a very dry spout. Honestly, not even. I mean, that's their first game. That's their first kill in what, like maybe 10 minutes?
It's been a while. It means it's another stack for the Muerta, though.
Yeah, that's true.
She's at like 3 or 4 now. Wait, do you have to get kills, or is it just assists?
I think you have to get the kill.
Oh, okay. So never mind. She's only at 2.
Every coin helps.
All right. Damage potential is absolutely there on the side of G2IG, right? Like, we know the Muerta does damage. We know the Timbersaw can do damage. Even with, you know, lacking some of the net worth that he'd love to have on JT, Timbersaw is still a very high burst hero. Misho denies an arcane. That's a nice rune to take away from the Ember.
Nemesis Curse on Baboka, so all in on damage, which I think you sort of need to be.
Absolutely.
To have a chance at killing them.
I mean, it's a really good item for him. Like, he just wants to BKB ult and kill a hero. So, I like that idea.
Yeah, which I think Shadow Demon could be a really good target for him. The downside is that Shadow Demon will probably just disrupt himself, and you kind of waste some time. But as long as you as a support are wasting the enemy support time, it kind of works out that hopefully your carry Muerta is doing some damage to someone else who cannot be disrupted saved. And let's see, Roche, pretty long spawn.
Bobica, he's shackled. I mean, they were trying to make a play here onto this
Ag
Windranger.
Druid on
Instead, Monet has to just BKB and TP home. I don't even know if how they heard or saw them coming through that portal, but really good play. Roshan in a minute and a half, so a little bit of luck here for G2IG as, you know, Marcy's dead. They're in a really good spot to go for Roshan on Beast Coast, but it's just currently still on cooldown.
Mortis decided to go MKB to have a chance at killing Windranger. These guys just pushing down. They're going to bait Lumpy. He's going to use his ult to hit the tower.
Yeah. They just don't want to give them the ability to defend. Like, they know the Roshan is, you know, wasn't there. They're just going to threaten the tower. And my God, Lumpy is doing so much damage now with the help of this Windranger. The jump in here from JT. Disruption to buy him a little bit of space, but now they're going to jump in. Oh, they jump right into the Pit of Malice. Bobica's forced to pop that BKB just to get away. That Mystic Flare had his name on it. And now that they forced out some cooldowns, they forced out the BKB. Look back for Roshan, see if it's there.
Hopefully this timing works out for them, because it's actually about to spawn, but they might check and then walk away when they see it's not up yet.
Someone's going to wait in there. They know it can't be too long, right?
Right? Right? Hopefully Shadow Demon stays down.
I mean, Underlord can just Fiend's Gate bottom, and he is just going to cut this top wave, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I like his play from G2IG. They're trying to find something right now. While they assume Beast Coast is camping around Roshan, which they're mostly right. And yeah, they might find the Underlord.
That's a really good pickoff. Very good pickoff. El Micho actually TP's in top for this, but he's got to get back bottom. The Roshan's up. And if G2IG find this out, they can get here much faster. They have a couple TP still available, but they hear the Roshan's roar. Nah, that's it. They're going to give this one up. They're not going to risk taking the fight. Not with Underlord potentially having buyback.
Yeah, they were full retreat mode. Monet BKB'd, TP'd out, because they didn't know who was coming in. They didn't have that information. They just know they got an Underlord kill, and we will take that. We will not retreat. And I think it's a decent trade, because I kind of expected them to not get anything while Beast Coast got Aegis. So the fact that they at least pick up an Underlord kill is quite nice for them. And did it go to Muerta? No, it went to Marcy. But
oh, man.
Actually, I guess that's kind of okay, because Marcy's scaling is pretty good, but you would like that stack on your Muerta.
That's such a nice kill from El Micho. Look at the Tormentor. Bobica gets credited the Shard, which this one's been changed a lot. I honestly don't even remember which one it is now. Is this the you can rebound off of enemies? Yes.
Yeah, it can be used on enemies, and it's a lower cooldown.
Okay.
And Marcy also gets the speed boost.
Okay. It's actually kind of a cool one. If you do just want to like run it like the support, she doesn't have to have an ally go in with her. So.
Yep.
And they got rid of the minimum cast range on it, right? So you can just rebound in place. Looking for
yes,
JT.
but that's not the Shard.
Yeah. It's more just quality life. Oh, they got him on the silence. He gets the blink. Dude, what a Pit of Malice. You're kidding me. Just cuts off the backside. Does manage to survive for now, but in comes the Gleipnir. A second Pit of Malice. JT should be okay here. He's going to make it. Okay.
Dead shot from Monet knocks Pike away, so gets JT out alive. Nothing too big committed there.
Quick blink response from JT. Absolutely necessary, or else he was going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that's still a sick Fiend's Gate, though. Blocking off that path. Almost got them a kill.
AC being worked on here for the Dragon Knight, which it seems a little bit awkward because you're into, you know, a Muerta, but it is just generally a good item on the Dragon Knight. You need it for the high ground push as well. You want to be able to apply that negative armor to the towers. Stacks it up with your Corrosive Breath.
Lincoln's queued up for Ember. I kind of feel like he needs a BKB.
bottom tower
All right,
has
still
fallen.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. The AC is done. And honestly, with the Dragon Knight having the Aegis, I think this is a really smart call. He's the one who's going to be on the high ground, just hitting the tower, as evident by the fact that he blinks onto the high ground and starts hitting the tower. Send some illusions on the bottom. I mean, that tier 3 bottom is just getting walloped.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they're not pushing bottom since they already did most of the work there. They're actually going to make a smoke play on top.
This is a scary jump, but they actually get a really good find. The Skywrath Mage goes down first. Huge gate onto the backside, rooting up for a second. Pitamalus comes through. They get the Gleipnir. Monet's forced to ult. They take down the Io. He is going to start laying into the Dragon Knight, but the Dragon Tail comes through. He gets a good shackle as well. Monet forced to BKB. Lumpy saved by the disruption from El Misho. And he gets the blink out. Oh, no. If you get the Aegis there, this would have been okay, but now in some trouble. You still have a Yule's protecting this drag. Oh, never mind. He gets caught so quickly with the help of that Bloodthorn. Taken down on the Ember Spirit. His buyback's available. You do get the Aegis. As he jumps in aggressively, they get the silence, they get the Dragon Tail. They're just going to look for Monet, and Pike just chases him down with the BKB. NTS will find the Shadow Demon on the backside, but the chain stun is just way too much. The Gleipnirs, the Dragon Tails, the Shackles, it's just constant.
Doesn't care about objectives.
I mean, a Yule's to buy some space, but guess what? Pike under the cover of his own axe. It's an ultra kill for this Wind Ranger. 4 heroes dead as the IO about to respawn. And Beast Coast might have just punched this as a 2-0. They're going to clean up full lane at Barracks top, and they're just going straight for tier 4 as they know why Megas. We can end the game. They're not buying back. That was a dieback on Nothing to Say's Ember. And that's the GG. Beast Coast have done it. They take a 2-0 here over G2IG.
Very nice game from Beast Coast. Better performance this time from G2IG. It was a bit of a closer game, but they were on the back foot for a good chunk of it and just kind of holding on. And that last fight, I don't know. I think they were trying to find something and depend on the Fiend's Gate rotation time being a little too long, and that maybe you can burst someone down with like Marcy ult and Morta ult, which they kind of did. They got the Skywrath, but I think they needed to back off after that rather than go for more. Marcy got totally controlled up by the Shadow Demon ult, so it's like, oh, maybe Muerta has a chance to do something. But then the issue with Io being so poor compared to the core Io's match 2 is that instead of trying to kill Muerta, you just kill the Io, and suddenly Muerta, who is depending on that extra power from the Io, just has nothing.
Yeah, it was a very good performance from Beast Coast once again. And we'll be going to a short break before we come back with some highlights, and we should hopefully have an interview after that. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll talk to y'all in just a moment.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back, everybody. As promised, I've got some stuff to talk about after this game. Of course, it was a very convincing 2-0 from Beast Coast over G2IG, and well-deserved. I mean, they played an incredibly clean series. Zach, what do you think, was the problem for G2IG here? Is it draft? Is it just execution? What do you think?
It feels like their early laning stage is struggling and then coming together as a team, because sometimes you can have bad lanes, right? It's unavoidable in Dota, but that means you have to come back together and make something happen to recover. And it felt like in both these games we saw them struggle in the laning stage, and then that recovery act also was a bit lacking. And once Beast Coast was in control, we saw them play really well together and just keep that lead, grow that lead until they could finally close it out.
Awesome. Looks like we do have an interview with Beast Coast, so we're gonna go ahead and check in with them and see what they have to say. Hello. So congratulations, first off, on an amazing 2-0. So I got a question for you. You guys have looked pretty solid coming into this event. I just want to ask, what did it mean for you guys as a team to qualify, but so convincingly qualify for Riyadh here?
I think we're taking it step by step. Our focus is to keep improving. We don't really think much anything else, honestly. We just focus on that.
Amazing, love that. And Mouz, I gotta say it's been really fun to watch your team dynamic. You guys play super aggressive. Who's really the player, the shot caller in these games? Because it seems like you guys have a pretty set game plan and you don't really falter at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the natural playstyle of South Americans. I think we just like to fight and keep owning them. And yeah, it's basically everyone, honestly. It's mainly our cores. I think they like a lot that style, so we just everyone else follow up, We just supports, we just follow up what they want to do in the map. Just basically that. We try to be very aggressive, but we also, when you don't have to be aggressive, we try to be also smart.
I love that. Awesome. Thank you. Zach, what do you got?
Yeah, I was wondering, so in game 1, you guys pick the Weaver and the Marcy, and it looked like there was a little bit of a pause for a bit. Were you guys deciding between which one should be carry and which one should be 5?
Yeah, we were actually deciding. My carry Pike wasn't really sure what he wanted to play, and he made up his mind at the last second. I almost picked the Marcy, but it ended up pretty well for us.
Do you think that game would have looked different if you guys swapped that?
Yeah, I think so, because I haven't played Marcy that much, and I didn't really feel that comfortable. And I think Weaver had a little bit of harder of a game. But I would have played the Marcy anyways, honestly. And it probably decent, but I think Marcy carry was a better option for sure, because it owns the spend, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm glad he made that decision at the last second he could then. I had another question then on, so it's kind of unavoidable. There are sometimes pauses in games. At the start of this game, there's a bit of a pause after the draft. Does that throw you off your game plan? Do you guys kind of forget how the draft was supposed to go? How do you guys like refocus after something like that?
It didn't throw off the game plan, but it threw off the emotions of my players, you know? They were like kind of rushing, what's going on here? I want to play, you know? So it was a little bit of that. We didn't really lose much focus, but it was a little bit of, you know, we didn't focus a bit for that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Last question for you. I just gotta say, it's very cool to see you guys on the Beast Coast roster. Like, what does it mean to be part of Beast Coast and see Beast Coast still kind of a dominant org here in South America?
I mean, for me particularly, it feels pretty amazing. You know, I work really hard for this, and also my teammates. So we're just very grateful, you know, that we have such a good organization with us. I'm very grateful, and I just keep being grateful every day and trying my best, you know.
Amazing, man. Hey, again, congratulations. You guys are in a really good spot now in this group stage. It's been a really solid day for you guys, and just want to thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you. Good luck.
Amazing. So obviously, for those of you who maybe didn't know, that's Mouz from Beast Coast. He is probably one of the I would say the strongest supports coming out of South America. He said he's been working really hard. It definitely shows. The team is looking so solid here in this group, and that 2-0 means a lot for them, but it also means a lot for G2IG, who is now in a pretty rough spot in this group, dropping to 2-6. Oh, did I lose you? Oh, Zach, we lost you for a moment.
I don't know. There we go. We're good now. Sorry.
Oh.
I don't know what happened there. Fortunately for G2IG, LGD also got 2-0'd, so they're not like in the bottom spot guaranteed. But kind of rough for the Chinese teams as a whole. They're struggling in both groups. Maybe they had a rough interpretation of this patch with the fastest being so new.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from this game, and it's gonna just be the Beast Coast show, man. Like, both games were super low kills for G2IG. They got 9 this time, but it was kind of this early momentum that it looked really good for them, but then suddenly the rest of Beast Coast would show up to the fight, and then it just kind of falls flat. I think a lot of it being this Underlord effect of these big Pit of Malices, the auras that he's bringing, and just these early BKBs from this Dragon Knight. It just kind of shuts down any aggression that they could bring to the fight.
Yeah, I mean, so they're drafting for decent early game. Like in the first one, we talked about the timing they could have between like the team play. In this game, there's less synergy on that front, but they have early aggressive heroes like Marcy. But then their laning stages aren't going that well. And then what does a Marcy do? She doesn't have like anything to do in the lane. I don't know. That part's weird. And because of that, we see a lot of this game is just them playing recovery from that laning stage. And, you know, sometimes they do find a couple pickoffs, but it does feel like Beast Coast is just reaching the point where they're diving the tier 3. They don't care. They're just, you know, under the fortify. Like, yeah, we can keep going. Look, blink further. It's fine, guys. Kill Muerta. Go chase that Ember. Chase Timber. All right, they felt so strong at the end here. Look at that cleave, man.
Yeah,
Cleave's
they
huge.
have so many counters to the cores on G2IG, right? Like Ember Spirit as well as the Muerta don't like being held down, and they are just constantly being rooted in place, like by the early Gleipnir of this Wind Ranger. But then you also just have like Pit of Malice, you have Atos from the Skywrath. It's just so devastating for them to deal with. Like the control is just it's awesome from Beast Coast, and they play around it perfectly.
Yeah, really good performance. If they keep that up, who's their last match tomorrow? I think VP. Ooh, that should be a fun one. I think VP's also in the middle of the group. And if either team could grab a 2-0, then perhaps that's direct qualification to the next one. I think we have the stand-ins or the standings that we can show in just a moment to see where we are at. Because that's it for Group A today. We do have another series for Group B. But let's see, Group A. Yeah, like both these teams in the middle really need some wins. VP still has another game going on right now.
Yeah, I think for Entity and Blacklist, they're in a really good spot at their 6 wins. Entity actually just got the 2-0 over LGD, right? So that was the kind of the big problem for LGD here, is they needed to at least draw to get kind of somewhere out of that position 6. But we have Group B coming up in a moment, and it's going to be a little bit difficult for Azure, as they're going to be going up against a pretty rough team. Heroic, who's at the top, that's going to be on the mainstream. I think you and we have Mouz versus Aurora coming up, which right in the middle. This is a make or break for that 3rd or 4th position potentially. So either of these teams start to pull ahead, they might be able to secure their spot for the next stage, or they're gonna have to play in that second elimination. We'll have to see. But as we said, coming up next, Mouz versus Aurora. You and I love both of these teams, so I am excited for this one. I think they both have very fun drafts. Supreme from the mid lane plays hyper aggressive, and Aurora, the kings of stacking, it would seem.
Yeah, a bit of a greedy lineup versus Mouz has had their own style of drafts, which is fun. So I haven't gotten to catch many of their games. I'm excited to see what they bring to fight against this greedy style of Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, everyone, we've got one series left here today for day 2 of these plans. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with that final series. Stay tuned for more here on the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. We'll see you soon.
Snap to see on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the 5th and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets, the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Sneaking through the back door of my heart, would you close it for? I can tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like God, light, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall. So deep at all, so deep in love. Really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall at all, baby. And you make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, let's go all the way, all the way. Got me in the face. You got it, I want it, you love it. You make it so I can't deny it. Cause you make me wanna say, cause I'm feeling you, cause I'm feeling you, yeah. Cause I'm feeling you, yeah. Cause it got me, baby, it got me saying, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you don't know how sipping a beat is what sipping feels. Cause you make me surrender to your love.
What's your favorite hero on the offlane right now that your team won't let you play in officials?
That won't let me play?
Yeah, they won't let you play.
Maybe Morphling. Yes, I want to play Morphling very badly. But because it's very fun to play with the strength, with the strength build that minus cooldown, all the skills, but it doesn't provide anything to the team, like no team fight, nothing. But I want to play, but you know that, yeah.
What's your favorite hero when you play Strength Morphling to turn into with like low cooldown abilities?
Maybe it's Ember or Tiny. It's very strong. Yeah, maybe we can see it on the tournament. Maybe someone could play it, but maybe not me.
It's going to be the final series of the day here for play-ins, day number 2, as Mouz will be taking on Aurora. And it's been an exciting day so far. Some teams with big wins and some teams with some unfortunate losses. But as is the nature of group stage, some teams got to go home, right? Not everyone can advance to the next stage. So we'll see what happens. Zach, how you feeling, man, as we go into this last one here today?
I'm feeling good. I'm looking at that shot of those camels leading up to this. You want to be that group of 3 camels in the front, not that camel in the back. That camel in the back's about to get left behind. So we got 2 teams here fighting to be those 3 camels in the front. We got Mouz and Aurora, which we were saying right before this, we were pretty excited to see these teams. Aurora has a very unique style of play that's pretty different from a lot of other teams. And then Mouz is a roster that came together pretty recently, and they have some unique picks that, like Witch Doctor. Other people stopped playing Witch Doctor once Voodoo Festeration got nerfed, but Bangan is a Witch Doctor specialist, and a lot of teams have been banning it against him.
Absolutely. And Aurora had a really solid day 1. They were sitting at the top of their group with 3 wins, 1 loss. Today, they took a 0-2 against PSG Quest, which has kind of slowed their momentum maybe a little bit, as we can hop into the standings and kind of just see where Group B is. But also, we'll be able to see kind of where Group A finished, because all of those games are done. And like we said, it's a little bit of a rough start here for the side of LGD and G2IG, but Blacklist firmly in first place. As we look at Group B, we have all of these teams about to play their next series, but Mouz and Aurora both sitting at 3-3, so a huge series for both of these teams. A 2-0 would mean you're almost firmly in the top 3.
Yeah, you'd be in a really good spot for it. Top 3 gets to qualify directly to the next group stage. 4th and 5th are going to have to play a little mini tournament, which at least you're not directly disqualified like 6th place would be, but that's still a lot of pressure. It's just a best of 3 that could determine whether you get to keep playing Dota or you have to go home. And these are Dota players. They want to keep playing, so they'd rather get the wins here, the 2-0s, and just get to move on safely.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what happens. I think this should be a fairly close series. I think for the most part, it should be exciting at the very least. But we do have a prediction, remember, so if you guys are in the audience here, you can go ahead and head on over to stcplay.gg and participate by predicting which team you think is going to actually win. I don't have any predictions yet. I'm waiting for the draft. I always do. I think it's important to see what these teams are cooking up. And Mouz earlier, if I'm not mistaken, got Tiny both games, which is not something we see all that often. But they also went with a late Alchemist pick that kind of ran through Azure Ray. So I am curious if we're going to see that Alchemist again, or what they are going to be bringing to this stage. But, a little bit of an opposite performance for each team. Aurora with an 0-2, Mouz with a 2-0. It could affect how they're going into the series, right?
Yeah, Mouz 2-0, done. Easy. Camel in the front. I don't know. It will be exciting. I think we'll get to at least see some different heroes because, like you said, with the Witch Doctor bans, that means some other broken heroes coming through, right? Which might be why they got the Tiny that you mentioned, but maybe it'll be something else this time. Depends what Aurora does not want to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at Mouz and this roster. I know some of you should be pretty familiar with these guys. I know you and I are at this point. We have seen a whole bunch of this team through recent tournaments. I think they have become one of the stronger teams in Western Europe of recent. I think a lot of people kind of underestimated this roster as they were kind of recently formed, I guess you could say, but they've looked really solid.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch these guys. It's a pretty diverse lineup too. They're from like all different places. Some SEA Dota mixed in with European Dota. So it's a cool mix, and I feel like that then shows in the way they draft, bringing the different ideas together. Now that can be a little difficult sometimes. Cultural differences can make it hard to like communicate, coordinate, but so far looking good for them. And it's always fun to see these teams. Like I love seeing all these different ideas come together in one team to create a new play style.
Absolutely. Yeah, this team is fun to watch, definitely. I will say I am curious to see if they're going to do something kind of unique for this one, but here you guys go. Ulnit, Supreme Force, Narman, and Bangan. I have to keep putting emphasis on Olnet. He has had some pretty insane performances so far in this event, and I am very curious to see what he's going to get to play in this next series. But it's time to take a look at their opponents. We've got Aurora lined up here, and again, another really exciting team. Very stack-heavy team, and that is something that we're going to be kind of highlighting a lot in this series.
You know, Lornoff there. That's the fun new pickup from earlier in this year. They had a stand-in Lornoff, but they actually played really well together, so that at the end of it, they decided to pick him up. It's now been a couple months since then, so hopefully they've continued to grow together, get any communication issues out of the way, good to go, and all play greedy styles. I don't know, man. It's so funny to see these drafts that you just think it cannot work, and you know, Jabs that we just saw right before this. He's a lot of it because, you know, mid and carry, it's like, okay, greedy hero's fine. That's mid and carry. Then the offlane is like, yeah, I want to be Naga, you know, stuff like that. He hasn't been doing it this patch that I've seen, but, you know, what is it? What's the hero he wants to play?
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to say the least, but I really like the addition of Lornov to the stack. He was a big up-and-coming mid laner coming out of Eastern Europe, and then, like you said, was standing in for Aurora for one event, and they're like, that's pretty good. We should just make this a thing. And yeah, sticks with the team ever since, and they've had some pretty solid success, so I am excited to see how they do in this event. So far off to a pretty good start, but it is time that we jump into the draft for game number 1 here between Mouz and Aurora, as we're just barely starting the bans here, and I'm gonna be a little bit of a spoiler alert, shocker, no one's gonna get Tiny.
He's a good hero. Crash landing is just such an insane amount of damage. That's definitely getting nerfed. You guys are like Tiny, go play Crash Landing Tiny right now. You have I don't know, we probably won't get anything till the end of this tournament, right? So you got like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it is well, I don't know, man. I feel like D-Patch could come out next week. I think it's definitely possible. It's not like they need to change a lot, right? And that's the thing with facets right now, with there's still just slight balances. Like, we're pretty far into this patch. Just drop the D-Patch and just some minor tweaks, you know? And I think that'd be a pretty good thing.
Yeah, minor tweaks, especially to some of the most broken heroes. We see here that priority selection, the majority of teams want first pick because it means you get some broken heroes such as
dude, this is a classic Aurora pick, dude.
It's a little different than usual, I gotta say, from the other broken heroes people are going for, but you're right. Gyro is something Aurora likes to run.
Yeah, this is absolutely classic Aurora. It's something that flexes really well to the support. You can actually go ahead and pick it up as the carry if you want to run it as the carry. You can go back for the IO. They grab the Pangolier on Mouz, which they are one of the heroes that will, or one of the teams that love to first phase this. I think generally Pango is still incredibly strong. Borderline, I don't know if he's like broken, but there is somebody at Valve who is like, guys, we can't make Pango not playable. He has to be first phaseable. Most picked heroes. All right, second most picked of the tournament. Only a 41% win rate, but I mean, obviously still incredibly strong.
Maybe whoever made Pango. Yeah,
Can you
Breaker's good.
What? Dude.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. You're right. We haven't actually gotten to see him in a lot of the games we're casting, but I mean, he's just a pretty solid position 4, right? You do the creep dragging in the off lane, like even in the worst matchups, you can always do the creep dragging, and then you rotate. You go tip that mid lane in your favor. You tilt them out because you bash twice in a row. They're raging. You know, you've already won the mental warfare. The game goes late. You're cutting creep waves, just going all over the place. And I think the part that slept on, and it's a little hard to see, his innate ability, herd mentality, right? We're back to the camels together. You get the XP boost for the lowest level, 50% more, I believe, right? It's a lot. These early fights do snowball the game, and when you barely hit that extra level over them, you just hit that level 3 timing. Sometimes that can just win your laning stage.
This is actually so different in terms of drafts from what we've been seeing, right? They get rid of this is all target bans. 23 Savages Morphling. We're going to see the Elder Titan band out from Ollie. We're going to grab the Witch Doctor band, like you pointed out, even a Razor band. And then they go and pick up Grimstroke, which is honestly a great hero with Pangolier, but not something we see a ton. Maybe it's a little bit of a deny pick, obviously, because Pango does not like playing into that ultimate from the Grimstroke, but still you're hiding the flex on the gyro, and I think that's important. We could see another support pick here or a flex core that can fight into the Pango mid, and then you go back for the IO. So that is likely your safe lane, I'd imagine.
I mean, you can still flex it, right? That's going back to talking about Aurora and their greedy styles. Gyro 4 has dropped off a little bit, but some teams still like it, and it's got good scaling potential, and Aurora is definitely a team that will do that. But you're right, could just be your very stable safe lane. Like, what do you pick to shut that down in the laning stage? It's not that easy, but you can pick stuff that's good against IO or Gyro in general for later on. That Grimstroke pick, yeah, a lot of teams don't run it, but we were saying Mouz has some heroes they like, and Grimstroke is one of them. They play it when other teams do not, and it will actually be pretty good versus IO. Not that they knew that when picking it, but the ultimate will just soulbind IO most likely to the carry, but I don't know, depending on positioning, maybe get something else. And that's pretty useful to just double focus whatever. I don't know what they're going to pick yet. Somebody's going to lane against Clockwork maybe, but something that'll pair with Grimstroke could be good. You could pick like a support and I don't know. It depends if you want to keep that Pango flex alive. You could reveal your carry if you want. Right,
I think
Hero.
Yeah, I feel like you don't mind picking your carry matchup at the moment, but you don't know the offlaner, and that's where things get a little bit scary. So we'll see.
With the Clockwork pick, I mean, I feel pretty comfortable in saying it's probably Gyro carry, right? So
yeah,
I think you could pick a carry matchup here, or you could pick your offlaner to shut down that Gyro IO.
Gonna go for the Sven. I think this is really smart because it does do fairly well against something like a Darkseer, which they could absolutely pick here, right? If you run like Darkseer Clockwork, pretty high damage offlane that can usually punish a lot of carries. And if you're blind picking it into the offlane matchup, Sven's a solid pick.
Yeah, it's also nice versus IO because you might just get a huge crit cleave and kill the IO, or as you're killing IO, you're doing damage to the carry. So it's just nice to have. And actually, the Warcry, pretty good. The AoE is smaller than what Flat Cannon can reach, but if you still hit, a couple of the heroes on your team, you're massively boosting the survivability against Gyrocopter's Flat Cannon.
This is like a classic Lauren hero. We don't see mid coddle all that often, but if this is a Pango mid, which it's starting to look like it, because I don't think you want to put Pango off lane into the Gyro lane, but if it is mid Pango, it should farm okay. Actually, they are going to ban out the Storm, so they are still thinking they could flex the Pangolier to the offlane.
Wouldn't mind, because right now you only have Sven stun that combos with Soulbind, which you can just use Soulbind as a leash, but I really prefer when there's at least a few spells. It doesn't have to be like the big Doom type spells. Like even Sven stun, it's really nice because you don't have to feel pressured that I've got to save it for Soulbind. It's like, nah, just throw it out, sets up the Soulbind, then someone else throws out a cheap single target ability. So I'd love to see something else that could combo with that. And you're probably running Jakiro Sven, so you're off lane. Well, I guess if it's Pango Grimstroke, that's okay. But if you're going to pick an offlaner, then someone who can maybe run at them with Inks well.
Actually ban out the Vengeful Spirit. Maybe a little worried of a Venge offlane here, which you said they love to pick kind of like these greedy drafts on Aurora. Venge offlane would kind of fill that role, right? She does need her Aghanim Scepter. And then the Beastmaster ban. Okay, I like this. These are both really good bans.
It could have been a lot of tempo from a Beastmaster offlane.
Yeah.
Plus Keeper the Light, Clockwork gets active early, and then Io Gyro just farm but relocate into any fights.
I mean, we might just see Underlord, man. It is a little awkward with Clockwork, but it's probably still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, like Clockwork, you just get through the lane together, and then Clockwork's free to roam because you're Underlord, right? It's not going to be easy to kill you. Though, I mean, Jakiro slow will be pretty annoying, and if Sven has a decent time, you could be a little at risk if you're left alone.
We'll see. They have, actually, both teams have plenty of reserve time here before going into this last pick. Both the spirits removed. There is still, of course, the Void Spirit, which we've seen some teams have a lot of success with. I actually don't hate it this game into the Aurora draft. There's really not a lot of lockdown for it.
Yeah, not stuff you can't dodge anyways.
Yeah.
Being able to dodge out from the Keeper Illuminate Blast is going to be important. So even though it's a melee hero with Dissimulate, you can at least dodge a couple. A Spirit Vessel builder could also be good because of the IO, but I'm not sure who. No one's coming to mind for that.
Invoker. Supreme's an Invoker player.
Guess we could see that. They'll get to see this last pick too. So if you know it's a good Invoker game, we'll give it a go. I feel like we haven't seen him have a ton of success though.
Yeah, not at all. I'm just trying to think of what you could play. Like, I know Supreme can play it, and I know it builds Vessel. I don't think it has a great lane against the Caudle, just because Caudle's going to shove constantly. But Aurora taking their time on the final pick here, deciding what they want to do. Again, most likely going to be an offlane hero here. To me, it's probably the Darkseer or the Underlord. I feel like both of those teams still fit kind of what you want to do.
But have you considered Viper?
I honestly did not. This was not on my list of offlane heroes. Unless they're doing a weird offlane gyro and they're going to run Viper mid, but I feel like Viper better fits the offlane.
I wouldn't put it past Aurora, but yeah, Viper offlane a little bit more standard. And I'll tell you what, that lane does sound pretty scary. Clockwork Viper versus Jakiro Sven. If you trap anyone in those cogs, if you don't get lucky with, you know, creeps help you break the cogs so you can escape quickly, you're going to get a lot of poison stacks up on you.
Yeah, absolutely. So what are we thinking here from Mouz? Do you think it's the mid laner? We're going to run offlane Pango? I think Pango Grimstroke seems like a pretty decent lane, so I actually would be okay with picking a new mid laner here into the Caudle, something that might fit the draft a little bit better. You have something like Puck that you could do.
Yeah, something elusive from the mid lane could be good, since Viper's also not a hero with much lockdown. So it's really this hook shot on Clockwork that is maybe your most reliable stun. And then otherwise you got Rocket, Battery Assault, Cog, sure. But those are very, very dodgeable. So I think any kind of elusive mid could be good, and you just run Pango in the off lane.
That's the Void Spirit. Yeah, I like this one the most. This one makes the most sense to me. It does exactly what you're talking about. It's elusive. It doesn't struggle too much against the Caudle lane. And he's going to be really good at helping find Ollie on this IO. I think that's the most important thing. He needs to be able to find the back line. And he can just follow up the Pango. Right? There's nothing really to stop the Rolling Thunder outside of the hook shot.
Yeah, he has a lot of AoE damage too, so like he doesn't even have to necessarily focus the IO. He could just be doing his own thing and happen to chunk off half of IO's health. It does mean Soulbind really does not have a lot of pairings until maybe more items come in, and then we're going to get some double cast items. But yeah, it's fine. You'll just use it for the leash.
Okay. I like it. Any interesting facets here? It looks like everything is kind of what I expected. Whenever you have the IO afterburner on Gyro, makes more sense. You can build up the extra movement speed. Double jump Pango every single game. Grimstrokes, Instigate is a must pick. Anyone who gets the
Dude,
other
I
one
want
is
Fine Art
briefing.
to be so good. I'm waiting. I actually thought we might see it. Maybe we will. Like with the Broodmother pick,
Yeah.
you go Fine Art, because it's actually an insane amount of damage, but it's way harder to run than Instigate. So you're not wrong, but it's not fun. I want to see Fine Art.
I agree, dude. It's a cool facet. It's one of those things where Fine Art is like situationally good, but Instigate is always good. And I think that's when it comes to facets, people are always going to choose the one that is just generally good all the time. Mid Keeper of the Light always goes for Solar Bind, as that's where a lot of your kill threat's going to come from. So Lorinov will have that available immediately upon hitting level 6. He will see him rotating with that extra cast range. So I'm excited. This should be a really fun game.
I think so. I am curious what Gyro's build is going to be, because we've seen some cool stuff with Chop Chop plus an IO who kind of covers your mana needs. So I think my favorite was seeing a drums build on the gyro, like first item, and then you would just disassemble, reassemble for the charges. I keep forgetting to double check if that even still works. If it doesn't, then I guess you don't really do that. But I thought it was really cool to see.
Yeah, it'd be funny if it still does. All right, here we go, everybody.
I mean, he just got Falcon Blade.
Yeah, I mean, that's the typical, right? Falcon Blade, Chrysalis, Ags. His team seems to be kind of the go-to for this hero. This is the final series of the day, everyone. It is Mouz Esports taking on the side of Aurora as game number 1. The winner of this series, if it ends up being a 2-0, is going to be in a really good spot for their group, but it could end up in a draw, and we'll be right back where we started. Both these teams sitting at tied for 3rd place. So we go through all the facets here. Again, and I think a lot of these make sense. The Mouz Esports one, nothing surprising for either of these teams. I think the Solar Bind is one of those abilities that if you do not respect it, you can really lose some of your like mid-game momentum, because that thing is so difficult to play around.
Yeah, especially with some of these heroes with escapes, you can technically escape from Solar Bind, but if they just follow up, you're actually super slowed at that point. So we'll see how you commit, because Clockwork is one of those heroes who can just keep chasing you down as you're affected by Solar Bind. And Clockwork actually does a crazy amount of damage. Yeah. So if he's getting amped up by Solar Bind, I mean, you better watch out.
Yep. All right. As we are looking top lane here, they might try and find a grab onto this gyro. I mean, these are 2 really high damage supports. Inkswell plus the dual breath. 23 Savage about to get the surprise of his life. Oh, actually, he just goes for Stroke of Fate level 1, so no Inkswell, as all he's doing his best to try and offer some help.
Close.
The Afterburner, is it enough? Dude, it actually is. Ooh, 9 HP! The auto attack, the vision just barely granted. They get the first blood for Bengen. And Gyro's gonna miss the entire first wave. He's trying to just shove it under the tower.
Makes
it
it
doesn't
back
miss
for
the entire
2
first
creeps,
wave, but
oh,
that
that's
is rough.
still a rough start. Really good play from Mouz. I like that order of events too. They don't start with Stroke of Fate. They wait till the creeps line up to get just that extra bit of damage, which we see actually it totally mattered, right? That was the last attack that killed Gyro.
Absolutely.
And they're immediately chunking down his health again.
That's such a cool play. Really well
Now
done.
imagine if he had fine art.
It'd be even more damage. I'll remind you in a little bit later why, you know, Instigate is picked when a hero dies instead of TPing out.
Don't worry, it won't happen this game.
It will never happen. Yeah, of course. Oh, that is a sick little play there from Supreme. Canceling the Illuminate, gets the deny on the range creep. Good stuff there. Bottom lane, Jabs actually taking a little bit of damage, but a really nice cogs there from Q to actually hold them back for the moment. You need to play for your level 3 timing, right, on Aurora in this offlane. That's when things get really scary, and Bengen's actually doing so much damage to this Viper.
They're doing a great job of abusing this power spike they've got right here, this level 2 to level 1, because this is actually the time to punish Viper. Many people in pubs, you're too passive, and then Viper gets scary, and it's impossible. But he's actually super weak level 1, and they are taking advantage of that to keep him low. Didn't get a kill, though, so he is going to slowly catch up as this creep wave has shoved in. And like you said, once he hits level 3, he becomes way scarier with that second point in poison attack.
Yeah, and he did go the poison attack facet, which called Poison Burst. I actually hate both of his facets, to be honest. I think Vipers are just not interesting. It's definitely better for farming, but here we go. They're just going to play out the level 2 as Q manages to get the cogs to trap Bengen in place, running him down here with the battery assault, blood grenade, 4 points in that, or 4 stacks of the poison attacks. Not enough to find the kill, and now Q, they turn it around. Jabs has to come to the safety as the Lotus will go to Olnit. That's big.
Ooh, Bengen almost had a salve cancel. The poison burst from Sven. The AoE, I guess, is kind of small. Haven't really seen it too much because the hero Viper just isn't that popular right now.
It's popular
Actually,
in
that's bigger
Jabs'
than I
mind.
thought. That's
He
true.
loves
Jabs has always had certain heroes he likes when no one else does.
Mid lane, pretty even, but slightly favoring Supreme in terms of denies and last hits, so he's doing really well. Again, it's one of the reasons you pick the Void Spirit. He's one of the few heroes that can actually dodge or mitigate a lot of the damage from this Void Spirit, and they actually blocked the small camp here, or the medium camp behind the mid tower, so Lorinov won't be able to get the double stack for now. He's only able to get one of them, which is definitely something you want to play around as a mid coddle.
He does get it unblocked, and it's not too bad. He didn't miss too many stacks because of that.
Yeah. Jabs bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Can Q make it in time? I don't. Well, maybe. He doesn't have mana on the clockwork, though.
That is the Cogs nerf coming in. This used to be 5 seconds lower cooldown.
That is really unfortunate. They get the kill onto the Viper, and Q, he's going to get caught for the Stormhammer, and they get 2 heroes now. Bangan, double kill. Olnit will just deny himself to the tower to get back into this lane as fast as possible.
Chap just a little too far out, while Clockwork was, I think, getting... No, he wasn't getting the bounty rune. I actually don't know what he was doing.
Maybe he was coming back from Water Rune?
Maybe. Yeah, that might be it. Well, I mean, wouldn't you walk past the bounty rune in this case?
Top lane,
Oh, top
23.
lane.
Taking a lot of damage, but Aurora turning it right back as the Afterburner is making him just zoom him on down, and then get 1 kill, likely to be 2, as that second or third Rocket Barrage will be coming out. Tries to pop the Lotus, a Fairy Fire, it's not enough. Double kill for 23 Savage. Huge momentum swing in the top lane, as this full creep wave is going to go right into the tower, and they're going to lose some precious XP here as well.
You see why they're willing to first pick the Gyro. Even after that rough start they had, he's back on top and getting kills. I feel like they first pick it and they bait it out, and they see like, oh, if we can get IO, we just do carry Gyro. If we can't get IO, support Gyro.
Lorinov, oh, he actually does get Solar Bind. Supreme's got another Astral Step. He should be fine. But the level 6 from the Coddle there, absolutely essential. Otherwise, Supreme just dives him and gets the kill. Actually off the mark there with the other Illuminate, and Supreme's going to go back in, try and just do what damage he can. He really desperately needs an Urn Charge. So an early pick makes the world of difference, but because of this rotation, Jabs forced to TP out in the bottom lane as they see the Clockwork rotating every single time. Supreme now falling low, does have 11 wand charges. Astral Steps again to dodge this one out. A never-ending fight here in the mid lane, it would seem, because they will get that D ward once they find it.
Coddle secures himself an Illusion rune, which he doesn't really need the runes. It's more about denying him from Supreme, which actually Illusion sometimes hit or miss, but this game would have been really good to dispel Solar Bind, or even like some poisoned attack stacks if you were to gank Viper. So a little aggression lost from Mouz for not having that rune.
23 Savage might just... Is he just going to solo kill him? Run him down? He's trying.
Lucky he hits on the barrage.
Oh, Void Spirit, though, is there. He needs one more attack. He's got so much move speed for the Afterburner, but it's not enough. Just baited. The TP in from Supreme pays off. He's immediately going to refill the bottle on the Wisdom Rune.
The perfect voice line for that. It would have been a really sick play, right? And he was so close. Depending on his luck, because Rocket Barrage can just hit some like random things in the range, right? The creeps ate enough Rocket Barrages that Pango barely lives there.
It's Coddle time, baby. Rotating to the bottom side. His ward instantly destroyed by Bangan. He's going to die for this one, and there's the first Urn Charge going for this Coddle. And this is when things get scary, as Lorinov will have that Vessel sooner rather than later.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed. But Void did all right, especially with some help from the rotations coming in. So he's doing okay. Should be able to start making some rotations himself. Just got a little unlucky with that last rune. We'll see if 8 minutes he can get a little bit luckier.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Who wins the rune? It will be an amplified damage too. That's pretty
You have Inkswell, right?
sick.
I mean, this is a really good combo. They have a smoke as well if they want to make a gank.
I mean, if they see Coddle, he dies to the amplified damage. You just double Astral Strike him, and he dies. There's just no way you can survive that. I guess maybe if you TP in quick enough on Q, you might be able to punish it, but I think he still
Rotation
dies.
bottom.
Yeah, they're going to look for the Sven. You bring so much magic damage to the table. That Warcry does not help you, and you can absolutely not run away. And here comes Coddle once again. Well, instant D-Ward from the Jakiro again. As Lorna needs to be a little bit careful. They are smoking, like you said, and there's the amplified damage. And so quick. In trouble. They're going to try and survive, but it's not there. Call down coming through from 23 Savage. Double missile onto Supreme. He double Astral Strike. Can 23 Savage stay on top of him? He's falling low. He's got the missile to chase. 3 seconds for a shield for the barrier. It's going to connect. Sven's coming through as well. Q is here. He's got an Astral Step in 3. He's going to make it out on Supreme, but now maybe the Sven's the one that's in trouble. Trying to throw these cogs on through, but it's not there. Good disengage from Mouz. They get the big kill on the Coddle. And they get out on everybody.
Looks like it. That was really close. The IO heal didn't save the Coddle, but it required the Void Spirit to use the second Astral Step, which almost got him killed. It was really close. And again, that's where the nerf to Clockwork comes into play. The power cogs, again, just off on the timing because it's not maxed out yet.
So the vessel's done, right? This is when things get a little bit scary for the Keeper of the Light. If you are not ready for the rotation, like he probably just ignores the Void Spirit and just runs down other heroes with this vessel. So we're gonna see another 10-minute rune. This one going to Supreme. Now you're definitely ignoring him.
Definitely,
He gets a
yeah.
shield rune.
Yeah, you probably rotate bottom again, especially once Ollie has level 6 on Io, which he's fairly close, because at that point then you can just gank bottom, or maybe the bottom lane comes to mid, like some variation of you guys making a play together on the bottom side, so you can just Io relocate in.
Yeah, they're almost at the level 6 on Q. I think he gets it off these 2 creeps. It's gonna be very close. Yeah, he should. So that's Hookshot online, and with this, that's like a potential game changer in terms of the pressure that he can add to this to the map. One thing to note, we haven't really even talked about this offlane Pango, but he's kind of owning.
In getting farm or what?
Yeah, like he's doing much better than I expected, right? Like I thought this lane was gonna be kind of rough into the gyrocopter, but he's still getting XP. He's got double bracers and mana boots. They're actually rotating everybody to the top side of the map, and if they actually connect onto the gyro here, it'd be amazing. Io is gonna be the one that breaks the smoke, gets the tether off. They're gonna be able to get on top of him. Here comes the missiles though. Supreme needs to be very careful. 2 missiles down, pops a shield rune. Q's coming in as well. And with that commitment, it's a heavy burden, as you're gonna lose the Void Spirit in the process. The rest of the team cuts their losses.
Good reactions by Aurora to get that return kill. If they activate Inkswell a little sooner to cancel the tether, they don't have to commit so hard. They probably get that kill and get out. But it is scary because you might miss the stun. And also maybe you're thinking really greedy, like, oh, he'll lead us to the gyro, we can get 2. But Aurora was ready to react to that. It'll give a little space to Sven to catch up. He has been struggling a bit against this Viper. He's pretty far behind the gyro, so it's going to take quite a while.
Yeah. Not a super valuable rune in the mid lane there, but denying it from the Void Spirit, quite good. As he's closing in on a Manta, will absolutely need this game, right? You need it. Excuse me. You need a form of Dispel playing against the Coddle, the Spirit Vessel, as well as the Solar Bind is just devastating. So yeah, I really like the Manta pickup first item for the Void Spirit. I think that's really good idea. We'll see the pipe. Yeah, Guardian Grief's queued up for a while on the Pango, but gonna go back for the pipe instead, realizing that a lot of magic damage this game.
Yeah, especially from the heroes that are going to be active right now, right? It's the Coddle, the Viper. Gyro will bring in a lot of physical damage later on, but he's still scaling. And actually right now, a lot of his damage comes from Rocket Barrage and Call Down, which is all magic. So
yeah,
I think it's a good call to get that pipe first.
Yeah, and he's close. He's just slowly making his way to the Aghanim Scepter. He'll have it before you know it. The Sven's net worth is remarkably low. This is the one that's surprising to me. Is obviously he had a rough lane into the Viper. I didn't think it was gonna go this bad, but he is really struggling to get into this game.
Usually you can just go jungle a little sooner, but I guess there's been a lot of rotations down here too, if you think about it. Coddle kept coming down here. And actually a Rocket Flare scouts out the Ancient stack that Sven's probably hoping to use to catch up later. And Gyro's on his way. It's kind of worth it if you just steal this, but actually they want to go for the 14-minute rune. Ah, no, okay, they decided this Ancient stack's worth it. Let's just take this. Sven makes it just in time to see this happen. He's like, aw, my stack.
It's like, guys, what? Is the missile gonna get the last hit? No. It's like, dude, what if you just watch the Black Dragon die at 1 HP
That's
to the
so
missile?
sad. He gets one Ancient creep out of, what was that, a triple or quad stack?
I think it was quad stack, yeah.
So really nice play from Aurora. Good
And
Rocket
they
Flare to
block it,
scout that
too.
kind of info.
Yeah, they'll deward it immediately. So that's just a really smart rotation. Like, we've seen Aurora a lot of times play around heavy stacks in the triangle and in the jungle in general. And this time, I mean, they have their own stacks already. You have a gyrocopter, but realizing, hey, they're probably stacking for the Sven. Let's just smoke over, take those away. We'll grab 2 sets of ancient stacks for our gyro instead of just 1. Yeah, you can see it, man. Everybody on Aurora stacks. This team is so good at doing this.
And they leveled up their game too. They're like, wait, there's only so many stacks we can make, but I want more. Oh my god, the enemy team, they have stacks. So I really like that play to go invade. It's something I feel like we don't see enough when you can tell the enemy is going to stack to then pick a hero on your own team that can also steal those stacks, which you won't always be able to do, but sometimes you get an opportunity to, and sometimes it makes your rotations easier. Rather than having to try to find a hero, you just kill the camp. You know exactly where it's going to be, and it's a huge amount of money. Like a 4 stack of Ancients is like 1,000 gold.
Yeah, it makes a big
Okay, a little
difference.
less than that, but it's like 800 or.
Yeah, it's like it's close enough, right? Especially if you're the team that like stacked it, it ends up being 1,000 gold that you're losing, right? Because you're losing the stack bounty.
Yeah. And it's the mental victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I like the build from Viper this game. He's got the Mage Slayer. He's one of the few heroes that actually kind of benefited from the change. Like there's very few heroes that actually liked the change to Mage Slayer, right? Because it lasts longer, but it doesn't last as long, but it increases its damage, right? And for Viper, who's like definitely kind of like a single target, I'm just gonna run you down, it actually increases his damage output significantly because he reduces their magic resistance every attack.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll see if he is allowed to attack, because so far it's just 0, 1, and 2. But Clockwork should be able to set him up to actually get those attacks in.
Let's go Mage Slayer, BKB. I think this is correct. Like, you actually just play as a stand your ground in the fight, because if you try to like play more of a carry, like going for like Dragonlance and stuff, and like maybe Hurricane Pike, then you go back for like, I don't know, Manta to play for the real late game. I think you just want to match the timing of your Gyrocopter, who's got an Aghanim Scepter. He's going to go a BKB. You just want to play really aggressive. You have a 4,000 gold lead. It's not a ton, but like, look at the difference between the Gyro and the Sven, dude. It is night and day.
I think that's the big thing. I think between talking, like 23 is telling them, it's like, hey, my lane went pretty well. I've stolen stacks. I've gotten kills. And Jab's telling them, yeah, I shut down the Sven, right? We have a really good timing there. So good heads up play. They can use this. Maybe they're actually just going to go for a Roche.
I mean, you can. You actually can.
Yeah. Or not.
They're seeing multiple heroes coming up here. I don't know if they saw the smoke under their ward. They might have. They jump in. Q gets the cogs off. He's trying his best to survive. The tether comes through. They heal him up quite a bit. Supreme taking so much damage. The silence won't connect him before. Can they actually look for more? Bengen just getting owned by the Solarbind Vessel on the backside. Force immediately pops a Rolling Thunder. He might have to just TP. They're chasing. They want to look for more here on the side of Aurora, but they get one kill. They force out Rolling Thunder. They get God Strength. They back away. They're going for Roche.
Yeah, there's no way you can fight this without Macro Pyre and Pango Roll. Sven's maybe rejoining his team, but they're going to be too slow for this.
Yeah, no chance.
You can maybe
This
look
is
for a
such a good
pickoff if Aurora splits up on the way out. So let's
Lord
see.
goes mid to D push.
Shows
but
mid. think he might be
Flare
able
scouts
to.
them. They know exactly where they are.
Oh, yeah, good flare.
Well, you now have a security on the gyrocopter now. So even if you're managing to get the dream fight where you blow up the gyro before the IO can save him, he's got a second life that you can always rely on, where he'll have BKB and then of course the heals from the IO.
And doing that really early too means that the second Roche should spawn top, which will be a cheese for the IO, which will practically be a third life on the gyrocopter if you can time that well.
Yeah.
The banner might be pretty good this game actually. They don't have good banner killers on Mouz. Maybe Jakira double hit, but he's like so short attack range. You probably kill him if he walks up.
Yeah, if he walks up, he just gets Viper Striked and dies. I like the wards here on the bottom side of the map from Bangan. Puts one on the oh, well, that one just expired. XD. Well, I liked the ward that was there a moment ago. But you do have the Twin Gate one, which is useful for sure. Helps scout some of these rotations that are going to be coming through on the corners of the map. Aurora has their own on the top side, though. So both teams kind of paying attention to the Twin Gates right now. It's 23 Savage. Mostly paying attention to the triangle, as there seems to always be a stacked camp there. And I still don't know how they managed to do that. It's mostly him. He's pulling himself up by his own bootstraps. Incredible. Arcane used and an illusion bottled up there for Supreme, which we mentioned. Illusion, very good this game.
Yeah, he's closing on the BKB on Gyro. They still have 3 minutes on Aegis. I think, how far is this? It looks like they're gonna come over for their Tormentor, and then he'll do this Ancient Camp, and that'll be his BKB. And you'll have about, at that point, like 2 minutes of the Aegis. You can go, I think I saw a line drawn bottom, so maybe picking up these tier 2s bottom, then mid. You got that
surprised. I'm surprised Ollie's not backing. Like, he's kind of running low on resources here, but he does have 20 stick charges and a Lotus, so maybe it's okay. But yeah, there it is.
If you stand next to Lornoff, you'll get healed too.
True, actually. I mean, I forgot Coddle's just going to give him all of his mana back and then hit him with a single Illuminate. Mid tier 1 tower will go down here. Nice play from Supreme. As they had a ward here kind of scouting everyone on Mouz, making this move into mid lane. So they're just deciding do not want to risk fighting there.
Maybe they can. Viper's not ready to fight yet. Viper's still working on BKB. We were talking about that timing lining up, but he farms so much slower than the Gyro that he still doesn't have his yet. He's close though. About, what is this? 400, 500 left?
Q with the jetpack. Just got it. Looking mid. Gets on top of Narman. And that Spirit Vessel, just way too much damage. Ink swelled up Supreme is like a, just in case you need to get out. We'll see. They bring in the IO even for this with the gyrocopter. So reload's over. Do know about the ward now. He did throw that up there on Q. Which Q has a pipe. What in the world? How did the Clockwork afford a pipe already?
He is 0, 1, and 7, and he has 61 last hits.
Okay, that'll do it. He did farm a lot. Pipe done, jabs, BKB is done now too. Oh, they are getting to some big items. Lornov has the Octarine working towards his BKB. Dude, that is such a fast BKB on the Gyro. Look at that, man. 2 minutes, 40 seconds faster than the average as he now queues up the Daedalus. Aurora's just playing the efficiency game here. It is 6-9. Nice. But, dude, they are winning so much on the map at the moment.
Yeah, not doing too much with the Aegis, actually, besides farming. Like, a little bit of a tower push here. They might get this tier 2. But it seems like they just wanted this Aegis to guarantee their farm and maybe just set up the cheese play we were talking about. Since the sooner you do the first one, the sooner you get the second one. Yeah, looks like an uncontested tier 2 here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you cannot keep up with the Gyro. I mean, Sven has been slowly climbing on the net worth, right? He was literally 6th on the cores, but now up to 3rd position here in net worth. Aegis about to expire. Again, this is kind of, like you mentioned, just a farming Aegis and to put it on cooldown. And it works. They did exactly what they wanted. Q's coming through. He knows the ward's over there. But
yeah, Mouz is trying to play around this Observer. They know they're behind, so they need to play in their vision, but That's the hard part for them, as Aurora did see that is there. So you know that they know that you know the whole mind game. So they've just been avoiding that area.
Good smoke into a deep ward. I like this one a lot too. Radiant scan. It's actually doesn't connect to the Coddle, just barely. But they will see him on the ward now. That being said, dude, Q has been constantly trying to jetpack over here for vision and look for the heroes on the high ground, but they are just smoked. And they're so like they're gonna commit onto him. All right, they'll say finally we're just gotta get something here, and it will be the clockwork. A nice kill. Question is, can they get more? Still a little bit of time left on the smoke there for Supreme, but it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, they're just gonna use this to try to take the top tower. That's God strength for your clockwork though. So as soon as clockwork's up, you could look to fight because that's Daedalus done on Gyro. They actually smoke him now, so maybe they don't even need the clockwork. Actually, they kind of do. He's the only initiator.
They are looking at Supreme here. That is one astral step down, gets the Manta to remove Solar Bind, so we'll be okay. This is the problem with the Aurora draft that we talked about earlier. You do not have stuns outside of Clockwork. You're gonna need a Scythe of Ice from the Coddle, and I'm sure he's gonna build one immediately after the BKB, because that is typically the play, right? You get BKB, and then you go Scythe because you have so much cast range on the Coddle. But without the Clockwork, you really lack the initiation at the moment.
He's making his way over, doing his little taunt on the way.
I love the robot. It's so good.
It's a good one. Gyro shredding that tower. He's got so much damage. Casually hitting for, was it like 250 damage right now?
Yeah, on his way to a butterfly now as well, which not a item that Sven's love to play into. You're absolutely required to go back for an MKB, which he might recognize that the item is going to be, you know, something he has to build for. But
Radiant's middle tower.
top lane, Bangan TP's out. It'll be fine.
Ooh,
close shot not in time.
It is kind of nice because you're playing against IO. Instead of needing the MKB, you can plan to just hit the IO, cleave some damage over, and then just hope that a couple hits will finish off, and you get a little lucky on the evasion. But you're right. As you go later into the game, you will at some point need an MKB or Bloodthorn from someone.
Dude, I love that missile. It's one of the best cosmetics that was ever added to the game.
Which one, the rocket flare missile or like
no, the
gyro
missile for gyrocopter? Yeah, it's just
one
so
that walks
good.
in.
Yeah, it just like just starts running at you, and you're like, oh no, no, no. Someone kill it. Wards from both teams here on the top side of the map. There is a sentry, however, for Aurora, but it's just out of range. And there, Bengen's like, wait a minute, they see us. One of the benefits of the Jakiro change, right? Instantly dewards. It's so good.
Yeah, he's getting a couple bottom at the start of the game, right? Both teams are setting up here because this is the second Roche we've been talking about. Both teams recognize its importance. Mouz is set up first, and they have the vision advantage. You do have Rocket Flare to scout for you a little bit, and the Jetpack.
Olned might have to BKB this. Do they get the stun off in time? They do not. He's going to turn around with the God Strength, but guess what? 23 Savage will just turn it around. Flare out from Q. The Soulbind holding back the side of Aurora. Honestly, not a bad start here from Mouz if they can get out. Here's going to be the Rolling Thunder from Force. Missile connects. Bangan's on the backside, trapped here, trying to make his way through the tree. Supreme's gonna go in, has an Ink Spell. This is a huge grab onto 3, silences them up, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. They get the IO, but can you finish off 23 Savage? He's the big target. A Stormhammer is out, but Olned getting shredded by the damage from from the Jab's Viper, and just so much coming through from this Coddle as well. And Q flying high in the sky here, does not want to let Narman get away, but not much of a choice now. Great buyback from both supports, but ends up being Aurora's win.
I feel that was a bit of a mistake. Yeah, as we see the replay, Sven being in the front, so this is already after Sven gets jumped, so they try to still take the fight after that, and they get a really good initiation on the Gyro and Io. It was probably as much as they could hope for, but you see like Sven without the BKB, because he used it earlier, he like tries to join the fight and then is just immediately killed. And I think that's like, they should have swapped spots with the Void Spirit, because the issue with Sven, like once you get hookshotted, sure you can pop BKB, but then there's the Viper ult that's going to slow you down. If you don't BKB, there's Solar Bind, there's the knockback. But a Void Spirit wouldn't care about that, and he'd be able to jump away. And we've seen a lot of elusive heroes do that for their team. They take the point, they tank some spells, they still get away. Sven can't do that, and because of that, I feel he spent most of his time just running away in that fight.
One of the things that was really funny at the tail end of that, I didn't notice initially, when Sven started to run in, Q just threw a cog at him from the backside. He just sniped him from max range, just bonks him with a cog as he's trying to run, and it just hits a full Illuminate right to the face and dies. And you're like, oh. If there wasn't enough problems, just a random cog from downtown.
I love power cog change. It's so good. It's so fun. Like, even if you're losing, it's just so funny to kick the power cogs around.
Yeah. 13,000 gold lead for Aurora now, as they are going to threaten this high ground. Aegis for 3 minutes, 45 seconds still. And like you said, the cheese onto the IO. This was the timing you're playing for, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw that stat. Gyro doing all the building damage for his team. They're doing a great job of playing around him as the focal point. Not only earlier making the stack, setting him up, but now they just send him in front, hit the tower, will sit behind you. If they ever initiate on you, we will hookshot in. We'll pull you out. You know, we got the heals from the Illuminate.
Gyro,
or maybe you'll just stand there
Satanic.
yourself.
Yeah. Force. He's okay for now. I mean, they actually managed to get a stun when he popped the Satanic, so he didn't really heal up too much, but you have the IO and the Coddle behind you, so you're just going to keep dumping health into him. But here comes Supreme with the Ink Swell. Can they chain stun, bring him down enough? He's just surviving through everything.
That was actually a lot of damage
everything
too. That was a lot of damage, but you see the difference the heals make between the double Illuminate heal, healing
BKB
IO
Satanic,
and Gyro.
he just turns it around. He wants to get these heroes. The fortification buys him a little bit of time, but...
Oh, Sven AC. Because Sven's not even here. I was like wondering...
Where is he?
What's going on? I think he's farming up the AC. Or they just really didn't want to back for that one. It turns out they didn't need to, actually. They left.
Well, they have an Amplify damage now, and they are definitely going to put it to good use. They're going to try and just force something out of Supreme here. A very difficult hero to grab, so I don't think he's going to be too... Well, unless you get caught from the hook shot. Nah, he'll be okay.
Someone kill that rocket! Wow, the Manta dodge over Dissimulate.
Dire structures are fortified.
Bangan's going to get caught on the far left side here. Tries to force staff onto the high ground, but can he get away? A second force staff will be enough to save him, and now 23 Savage with the amplified damage sets his sights back on these lane of barracks. Still has Satanic available. No BKB, but can Olned actually get in here? You gotta be... Dude, this flak is just ripping through the back line.
Yeah, you almost need to smoke in the back just not to get hit by flak cannon.
I mean, we've seen how much damage they can do to 23. Like, they have a lot, and it wasn't with the Sven before. Oh, the stun actually just catches Supreme before he goes in, but now he's going to have time. There's going to be... In comes the Sven, but the Viper Strikes got him, and the flak is just way too much. The Solar Bind as well. They can't do anything. Every attempt from Mouz is just thwarted.
If they commit the BKB right away, I think they can kill 23, but that's where
Aegis.
losing that Aegis fight earlier
They're gonna go for a
set them up
wraparound.
now. Yeah, they need to try to get the kill, the first kill without committing everything, and that's so hard. Look at this.
Oh, he just pops the BKB. He's like, I'm not gonna let you get onto my IO. You cannot touch my Coddle.
23 is not even as worried about using his BKB. He knows even without it, he's so much survivability.
Yeah, just pops Satanic, tries to heal through it, and he is. The heals from the IO as well as the Coddle's enough. The hookshot through from Q is trapped the Sven. He's broken, has to BKB to run, and that is not what you want. Finally, Gyro's Aegis will be grabbed as Force helps finish off the clockwork. He's going to go for the Rolling Thunder, and oh, wait a minute. He's actually stuck on the high ground here. 23 Savage in some trouble. Do they finally get to kill the Force Staff? The Ice Path as well. Can they do it? They finally make it happen as they look for the IO next. Supreme will burn most likely. Oh, nice dispel from Narman. He's okay. Jabs, you kind of forgot about this guy. Just laying in damage on the backside here with this Viper, but they will commit the God Strength. It is 4 dead for Aurora. as they finally show some signs of life here on Mouz. It's a massive win. Is it enough?
That might have gotten them back into this. There was a bit overcommitment. So he had Aegis, so he was willing to go far, but it means he dies in kind of an awkward spot for his team, especially as Clockwork dies, who's the only one who can really disrupt fights with power cogs and hookshot. So Gyro spends the whole time running away. Really good roll in the back. You see Io can't connect to the Gyro, which part of the reason he's surviving so much is not only the heal from Gyro, but then Illuminate double heals. Heals the Io, which then heals the Gyro. Then the Illuminate hits the Gyro. Io's popping everything. So without that tether connection, Gyro's actually a lot more susceptible, which is why when they did a very controlled push, it was going so well. But then I think getting a little overexcited there at the end of the Aegis, trying to get it like, oh, I want to be efficient with the Aegis. I want it to die. It kind of broke their positioning.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Cheese Aegis, and Io, like you said, getting rolled up, never even gets the opportunity to tether Cheese and completely reset the fight. If that Cheese happens, I think Mouz lose the game. Like, legitimately, I think the game would end because Gyro would turn around full HP, full mana, kill like 2 or 3 heroes, and I don't believe they have buybacks at the ready after that one, so that would have been pretty devastating. Overall, really good plays from Mouz. Still a little bit behind, but definitely showing that they have the damage to try and burst through these heroes. I think a lot of it's going to be onto the Pango. He has to get to the back line. He cannot allow this Io and Coddle to just keep doing this.
Yeah, Void Spirit went dataless, so he actually does a lot of damage. So I think maybe Void Spirit and the Pango, or maybe Void Spirit plus Ink Swell's enough. Someone's got to delete this Gyro. Or sorry, the Io. Like, if we see the damage going into Gyro, and then it just doesn't mean anything because they're just healing him up, right? So you have to break the source of that healing, which is the Io.
Absolutely. All right, well, they grab their own Wisdom Rune here. The enemy Tormentor is up, and I think Aurora would like to play to try and steal the Tormentor away, but Mouz is... They're not as easy to kind of bully anymore, right? Oh my god, the healing done. 20,000 from both of those two.
That's a lot of healing. Ooh, he's got the double Illuminate. What was that?
Yeah, if you do a full channel refresh, you can do an instant like baby throw of an Illuminate to clear the wave.
Illuminate.
That's Aghanim Scepter done for the Coddle now, so Will-O-Wisp online. And that is super annoying to fight around in these fights. I mean, we're talking about, you know, Sven having to commit BKB fairly early already because of just Clockwork or Viper Strike, but now you have the Will-O-Wisp, and you don't have a hero that's great at dealing with it, honestly.
Yeah, I guess it's Jakiro, but...
Again?
Yeah, 3 melee heroes. You'll at least get, like, 1 good pulse if they don't... Is potentially enough. I mean, that's already, like, 3 flat cannon shots flying in, hitting everybody.
Mouz are still in this, man. It's only a 6k lead now. It's 36 minutes into the game. It's an MKB done on the Sven. They're strong. They actually have the XP advantage. Yeah.
Yeah. If Aurora ends up losing this, they'll really kick themselves on overcommitting on that second Aegis. But they're not out of it either. I mean, top Rax was taken, or at least one of them, so that lane is pushing for them. They still have a 7k lead, which is not a huge amount at this point, but it's something. So this third Roche fight will maybe be our decider.
They'll flare it. They know. I mean, this is a really fast Roche, too. Now, the question is...
Okay, this positioning is much better around this ward. Olnet's waiting in the back.
Smoke's going to pop. 23 Savage knows. They're like, all right, there's got to be a high ground ward. Do not risk it. They get some vision on Force for the flare. As Q still hiding on the Clockwork.
I feel like he needs a blink.
Amplify damage as well for Supreme. This is a very scary Void Spirit right now.
Doing a little bit of a wrap around here.
I like this movement. Honestly, Aurora's just going to cut the wave and then force Roche. So if you're Mouz here, I think you need to be careful about them getting the high ground near the Roche pit, which I think they're kind of moving their way over.
And bottom lane slowly pushing in for Aurora as well, so you might bait someone to go back, or more likely they realize how important Roche is, and they just lose like half their tier 3 for free to a huge creep wave.
I mean, both teams are just going to keep cutting this top wave, but with Roshan available, they're just going to get started on this. There's the call. They know. They're going to use this as bait potentially, as Forrest will walk up, tries to get the D ward, gets silence from the gyrocopter. Miss is going to connect the Will-O-Wisp as well, holding him in place. The stun is there. Can they bring him down fast enough? The Glimmer Cape, the Guardian Greaves, the Pipe, as well as the Crimson Guard, everything spent. And
Tower's
23
about to
Savage
fall
on the
to creeps.
backside. They're going to go ahead and just jump right in. Force gets the roll up. Stunned up once again. Hookshot is out. Eliminating the Pango would be massive. He's so important to the fight. Can they finish him off? They do. And 23 Savage, he's on the offensive. Still has that BKB ready, but they forced the Sven. His BKB spent at the moment has to back away. And you still have that cheese. And they're just going to heal up completely, go right back into Roshan.
I really like the way Aurora did that, from first identifying where they were set up around the cliff. They suspected. I don't think they saw something exactly revealing it, but they knew it was possible. So they take a long path around, cut the creep wave to set up around Roche, to now set up their own vision that Mouz has to move into. But at the same time, the mid and bottom lane is pushing in. So bottom, it didn't end up mattering too much, but in the mid lane, they took the tower for free with those creeps. So that's going to make the push much easier now when they come in with this Aegis, Cheese, and who ended up with the Ags? Clockwork. Oh, that's a really good one.
Yeah, I was going to say, Clockwork getting an Ags now makes things even scarier. If you get multiple heroes inside the cogs, it's terrifying, but just the ability to scout makes Flat Cannon way better. You can just triple flare the entire high ground of the base, and no one is safe from the flak. So.
Yeah, this rocket flare spam is going to be really good coming in.
We'll see what they can do. They need their mid wave to push in. They want to be able to pressure both top and mid at the same time. Haste Rune's going to get scouted. As I think 23 is going Divine, dude. He's got a Sacred Relic queued. I feel like that's a Divine Rapier if I've ever seen a Divine
I never
Rapier.
thought about this. Just disassemble Daedalus. If you want it super
I guess
fast.
you can. Yeah. Oh, here they go on a 23 Savage. The stuns are there, but the Will-O-Wisp is out, and Olnet's actually in trouble. A nice jump on the backside from Supreme, and 23 Savage is going to die. They get on top of the IO. He does have buyback. He can reload back in this, but you've spent everything, and 23 Savage is back. Hungry for revenge, looking to kill Forrest, but this Pango has been a massive issue. The perfect fight here from Mouz. Can they get out of this, though? Another Will-O-Wisp is out onto 23 Savage, or onto
IO buyback.
A nice hookshot. IO is into this fight. They've got Forrest. Supreme stuck inside the cogs as well. He can't get out. Double kill for 23. A dieback on the Pango as Ollie. He's going to end up back in his fountain, but he's going to TP immediately.
Radiant's top barracks are under
So,
attack.
I mean,
Radiant structures
you're going to buy back Supreme. I feel like if you don't push them out of your base now, I don't see that ever happening.
Supreme's
again.
trying to catch Ollie as he rejoins the fight. Oh, but Ollie's smoked. He's so lucky.
Oh, they got on top of the Sven. Nullifier. Everything dropped on top of him. Satanic to heal up 23. And everyone dying to the flat cannon. That is game. As Aurora will take game 1 in this series. Beautiful play from them, and just honestly really... It's like a slow and steady, but just methodical execution from them.
Yeah, I do think there was a little bit of a slip up on the second Aegis, and then this third Aegis. I actually think they could have done this a little bit more cleanly as well. Like, Io came in, but then didn't want to pop cheese, so he actually just died to the cleave as they killed Gyro. But fortunately, they had a big enough lead that it didn't matter, and they just came back in and won the game. So overall, pretty well done. They'll work to address some of those small things. It was good on Mouz to identify, like, oh, maybe we can do it, you know, and they took some good fights. But yeah, just too far behind from earlier in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was the dream kind of fight that they got there on their high ground, right? They get onto the entire backline, they kill the IO, they get the Gyro, but it's just the Aegis, so you're fighting from so far behind at that point that IO just buys back, play into the second life, and you spent everything, right? Rolling Thunder, God Strength, all your BKB, I guess your only BKB on the Sven. And there's too much sustain out of Aurora. This IO Coddle doing, I think it was Let's do the yeah, 24 or 20 or 42,000, 43,000 healing between the two of them this game. That is, yeah, I mean that's more damage than the Void Spirit and the Sven combined. Like it is ridiculous.
Let's see, I think it was this fight. Oh no, it's a later fight. This is the one that Mouz did manage to find a decent fight in terms of like the initiation, but Sven having had to use BKB earlier kind of got them. I wonder if he should have gotten a blink sooner, because I feel like getting that initial burst is extremely important when you're fighting against this sustained heal of Io and Coddle, and then like jab, slowly building up the poison damage. I think you just need to like, jump the right target and burst kill them, which blink is good for. But it was a tough game regardless.
Yeah. Sven goes in there and he like looks like he didn't have to commit BKB, but then Lornov drops the Will-O-Wisp and he's like, well, I have no choice. I actually can't hit the Will-O-Wisp, and if I do, I die, and if I don't BKB, I die. So it is...
I die.
Yeah, it's just such a good decision from Aurora this game to just play around these big items and just kind of play their advantage. They know they're going to like outscale Mouz. The lane was so atrocious for this Sven that, yeah, I mean, jabs on the Viper, he finished the game like 1, 2, and 7. It's not even like an amazing performance. The whole point of him was to just make the game bad for Mouz, and you know, it worked.
Yeah, I think they were very confident in their gyro IO lane. Hey, we know we're gonna win that one. We know we're gonna make stacks for the gyro. That's gonna be fine. We just need to make sure the enemy carry can't do anything. So that's what the Viper pick was. Like, I just screw that Sven over. Like, even if he gets farmed, I will Viper strike him and make him worse than our carry gyro. And it totally worked out for them here.
It did. It was a fun game 1, but we're going to go to a break and we'll be back with game number 2. The final game of the evening here between Mouz and Aurora. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in a bit.
Go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are heading into the final game of the evening. It is game number 2 of Aurora versus Mouz, and dude, Aurora looks so clean in this first game. Very similar to the strategy that we have been seeing Aurora run for quite some time. Dude, this first pick gyrocopter having tons of value. Pair that up with the IO and the Coddle, dude. This guy was immortal.
Yeah, it was a really cool strategy. I think you got to be really careful that gyro IO. I mean, that's a classic combo, and the fact that they just open gyro, you can still run it support. It just depends if you actually ban out the IO. But if you're banning out the IO, then maybe you're letting something through. I can't quite remember what they banned instead, but inevitably, right, you have to pick and choose your battles. And I don't know if you pick to play into gyro IO a second time here in game 2.
I think they banned the Morphling is what it was. Like they banned like 22 Savage's Morphling, and then they banned another like specific hero, right? Something that they like to play. For those of you that are in the audience, you can join by predicting who you think is going to win the series at stcplayit.gg. So head on over there, tell us what you think, and yeah, it's fun. Good way to stay involved in the tournament and see you know, how you're doing on your predictions. I think for you and me, we've been pretty good so far today. A lot of the drafts that we've liked have been the ones that actually came out ahead.
Yeah, and it looks like they banned ET, which
that's what it was. Yeah, all
that is something Aurora likes to run. And actually, even if you ran carry gyro still, ET would be another really good pairing because you could reduce everyone's physical armor and then just shred through them with flat cannon. Actually, magic resistance as well because you'd have the call down and rocket barrage.
Yeah, they play a lot of Elder Titan there. I think one of the teams that play it more than anybody else, so we do see it a lot of times respect banned against them, but there's so many combos you can run with the ET, and if you get it early in the draft, and as soon as like, especially with the picks order that they had, like you see the gyrocopter, you respond with an ET, and the enemy team has to double pick something, and you're like, all right, well, we get to double pick 2 heroes that are gonna combine really well with this Elder Titan, and we kind of know what like the enemy team is already aiming for. So it's a cool ban. They kind of have to deal with it, but I think overall right now, I actually didn't see. Do you know who got first pick on this one? Well, I think we'll find out in just a moment which team chose which. But
yeah, Mouz actually picked it.
Okay,
I was just about to talk about that, so I was looking for it.
All right, go for it. Yeah. Talk to us why first pick.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, we've been highlighting that a lot of teams seem to like first pick right now. There's quite a few broken heroes at the top. You just can't ban them all. But gyro is actually not one we usually have in the discussion of broken heroes you need to first pick. So it's actually kind of interesting that even with the first pick for Mouz, I don't know, like maybe they try to go for their tiny, but then Aurora might still feel comfortable. Like, yeah, actually, we're still just gonna go gyrocopter, you know, like we're gonna do it anyway. So they might still get what they want, even here as their second pick.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think it's time for the draft. So we've got this one underway. First bans are going to be the Bat Rider, followed up by the Brewmaster. So these heroes we keep seeing quite often. Both teams 100% pick selection for first pick. It's not surprising. This is what everyone's been going as you were explaining. Enigma, Shadow Fiend, a lot of the same bans from game 1. But we'll see what Mouz want to do with their first pick. I mean, Aurora could very well just be like, yeah, we'll take the gyro again. We don't care.
I think you could. They really like that gyro. They have a double ban here. Last time they banned Dragonite, and now you can ban 1 extra. So they're actually going to ban the Tiny out to make sure Mouz does not get it. And I guess you could still just do the Dragonite. But maybe you want the Dragonite as the counter pick, because if your first pick, Dragonite's not like typically a first pick hero, you know, but you see a mid hero that you think you can deal with using the Dragonite, then you counter pick the Dragonite.
This Darkseer ban is actually kind of cool because it does free up the safe lane flexibility quite a bit, and it is going to be the Gyrocopter. They do go back for the first phase Pangolier, which we saw Force play last game. It could be mid lane for Supreme. They like to flex this. It's one of the reasons we see it picked up so early. And Pango is still just generally very impactful. I know last game you're probably like XD caster. They didn't do anything. He did. He had a lot of impact still. He was the only reason they were ever able to kill the IO and like inevitably kill the Gyrocopter. But what? That is like one of the worst heroes in Dota.
Okay, but hear me out. Pango's impact came from the rolls. Now he doesn't want to roll. And you're thinking, wait, but carry Bloodseeker, that's not good. Jabs will totally run Bloodseeker offlane.
That's true.
And you don't know what you're playing into.
That's a really good point. Okay, yeah, if you flex this, I think it's better as an offlaner. I think Bloodseeker is an unplayable carry right now. So I will be shocked if this ends up being carry Bloodseeker. I think it'll have amazing impact from the offlane with just Rupture. And I think that's all you need out of this hero. So I'm with you on that one. Really good call.
Looks like on this list of most contested heroes, Weaver and Monkey King are still in here.
Yeah, they actually ban out 2 carries. They go for 23 Savage's Sven as well as his Morphling, his Gyro removed. They're doing their best here to limit the carry pool. All heroes that actually play well into the Pangolier lane, as we saw.
There's actually so many supports available too because there are so many core bans.
Dude, Disruptor? Pretty sick.
I mean, if you wanted to steal the Grimstroke, you could have double Rupture.
Then he just goes the facet where you just bonk them in the direction, and it's very funny. Dude, which facet do you actually take on Bloodseekers? I feel like this hero is not a hero.
Dude, what even are the facets on Bloodseeker?
Arterial
Spray.
Spray.
And they move, right?
Yeah, they move 50 distance every auto attack. The other one is you can activate your Thirst for a little bit more move speed, which is just terrible. Like, it's not good. Neither of his facets are very good. They nerfed the heck out of Thirst as well. So this hero hasn't really been picked a ton, but if it is just an offlaner and all he's going to do is build auras and Rupture the Pangolier, it's kind of good. So I'm curious what they want to pair this with. Clockwork is still available. You could just pick Clockwork again and put it as the 5 position and just cause havoc for the Pango, but if you want to be able to flex it to the off lane, it makes it awkward with the Bloodseeker. Maybe they just go back for the IO and go Crystal Maiden. Okay, I mean that's actually really aggressive carry or safe lane support.
I think you do want some strong laners, and Frostbite's really good versus Pango off lane, which is what we saw last game. So if you want to pick a stronger carry than Bloodseeker, we're talking about the flex. I really feel like they are going to run it off lane. But I think you're going to need another strong support, which fortunately a lot of them are still in the pool. So you got your choice coming up here. Yeah, go back for the Grimstroke. Mouz is really comfortable with this Pango and Grimstroke. We didn't really get to see it shine too much last game, but I know it's something they've played a lot. And it's pretty good here. The Silence versus the Crystal Maiden. Instigate. You can also use that to cancel.
Okay, I mean, they're just running it back. They don't feel like their draft was an issue. If they're
Listen,
like,
guys, Gyro IO was the problem. We banned it out. Same draft. Let's go. Round 2.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what you want to do now for Aurora, because you see this Jakiro on the 5 position. You're probably running the offlane Bloodseeker. but maybe they still flex the Pango. Like, it could still put the Supreme Pango mid, but then you're like upping the priority on the Pango, and there's Rupture, so that feels kind of bad.
You need a carry who does not care about Bloodseeker, at least, right?
I mean, no one really cares about Bloodseeker besides Pango. It's like him and Night Stalker, but Night Stalker got nerfed into Oblivion for some reason. They're like, what if we just removed him from the game? And they're like, oh, that's give this guy a race.
I think he wanted an initiator again. Is Clockwork still available? He is.
Yeah.
Ooh, Beastmaster instead. Wait. But that's probably offlane Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Unless it's mid Beastmaster.
I mean, I don't think Aurora's going to get too lost in the sauce here. I think this is your 3-4 combo, Hoodwink Beastmaster, and it is actually a carry Bloodseeker, which I feel like loses the lane against Pango. Legitimately.
What?
I don't think it has any chance of standing in that lane.
What if it's mid Bloodseeker?
I mean, that's even worse. This hero is not strong in lane anymore. It's one of the things that, like, I don't understand. Like, Bloodseeker used to be this, like, kind of lane dominating pick that you would counter with Rupture eventually, but it doesn't even win lanes anymore. So maybe Crystal Maiden is going to be enough to help keep him alive. Like, you have the Frostbite into the Bloodright, which is a great combo, but you can just like swashbuckle spam and shield crash spam, and I think Bloodseeker just loses his lane. So I'm a little bit curious to see how well that one's going to play out. I mean, they can't go for the Sven. It's banned this time, obviously, so we can't see the same draft from Mouz. But you're going to need to pick something that deals with the Beastmaster. I mean, Troll Warlord's not terrible. Maybe an Ursa, though, is your best bet.
That could be okay. You can't get tempoed by this Beastmaster. So beating him in the lane is probably one of the safest ways. And then potentially stealing stacks. We were talking about how good that can be in that last game. Is TA crazy? I guess the boar is kind of annoying. So is the double axe.
I mean, I don't even hate the TA that much. Actually, it's okay. You have a lot of minus armor from Pango. Amplifies all of his damage output. And Bloodseeker doesn't really do a whole lot against her. If he ruptures her, he's not rupturing the Pango.
Yeah, maybe a universal hero who's a natural Lincoln's builder could be good too, because you've already got Roar and Rupture you'd love to dodge out. I'm trying to think of who we've seen do that, like Brood Mother maybe.
Okay, safer pick, the Dragon Knight for the mid lane. I mean, supposedly for the mid lane, right? They're going to ban out the Monkey King. I was kind of surprised it made it through last draft, and then it finally gets banned out here.
But doesn't that Monkey King ban mean they think it's either Bloodseeker or Beastmaster mid then, right? I guess it could have been Monkey King mid versus the DK.
Yeah, I think it's the mid versus the DK they don't want to deal with.
Okay, but what if they ban another carry?
Then I don't understand Dota at that point. If they ban another carry here, I lose all my credibility as a caster. They got rid of Phantom Assassin, though. Interesting ban. Not a hero we see all that often, but does do pretty well against the Beastmaster. And she rips through these supports. And there's the Troll Warlord, so that was one of the other big lane counters. And they banned Huskar. Okay. Terrorblade, the last pick for Mouz. This guy does not care about Rupture at all. He just walks away and then sunders his own illusion, which he probably takes the fragment, I would imagine, because your illusion will always spawn with max HP.
Okay, or get this. You take the other one with no minimum threshold, you get ruptured, you intentionally walk yourself down to death,
God.
and then you swap.
How about that, Ricky? That would be kind of funny. I'll give you that one. And I'm all about the funny ha-has in Dota, more so
and
than
then the finishing blow is fine art ink stroke from...
Okay, now we're getting a little bit too lost. So last pick here from Aurora. They go back for the Keeper of the Light. A tempo magic damage from the mid lane. Fantastic against the Terrorblade. I thought they might have gone the Zeus here, but Lorinov just wants to keep his boys topped off. We'll see that Solar Bind Vessel combo once again. And I mean, this time Dragon Knight's not a hero that likes to build a Manta style or a BKB early. Like, he wants to build a Blink.
Yeah, and I think he has to, because otherwise, I don't know. I guess if Pango gets a Blink, it's okay if you don't, but I do think the combo with Inkswell to Blink Stun is kind of the way you're going to make plays, and then the roll's going to come in, and hopefully Terrorblade's like attacking. He's got Condemned. Isn't that the minimum life threshold?
Yeah, that's the minimum life threshold, yeah. We'll see. I mean, it's just generally better as a Sunder option. I think for most of the game, people still think that's the better facet, but I think people still haven't explored his other facet enough.
Okay,
I still
but
cannot believe this is Carry Bloodseeker, dude. I cannot.
But imagine Carry Terrorblade gets an armlet, reduces his health down. Bloodseeker sees him because he's low health, but he still manages to get the Blinks Sunder kill. Would that not be the greatest Dota game we've ever seen?
It'd be funny, except Bloodseeker has the vision advantage and just presses Rupture and he instantly dies. You know, it'd be funny if it happens, but you know, it's gonna be difficult. I'm not 100% sold on the Bloodseeker pick here. Yes, it's gonna potentially shut down Force, but this hero has been kind of unpicked for the most part for good reason. He's a weak laner. He doesn't have incredible scaling. I mean, generally, Agi carries have been kind of weak as they can't really build enough items to do damage and tank up.
Yeah, I agree. I'm excited to see what Bloodseeker can do, because I actually like the other 4 heroes a lot that Aurora has. I think they'll play together really well. Tons of mana between Caudle and Crystal Maiden. Keep that axe spam going. And Terrorblade is not a hero who likes dealing with a lot of early magic damage. And nowadays we see a lot of Aghanims builds from the Beastmasters. You get the stacking going on. Hoodwink pretty fast. She can come over here, stack. So you could have a really nice tempo while Terrorblade's still trying to farm up. And, I mean, you'll have Jakiro Dual Breath. It's pretty good at slowing people down, but I don't know if that's really enough.
Oh, Smoke pops up onto the high ground. The interesting thing here is Aurora does have a ward behind them, so if the smoke does pop, they'll see him. Oh, they're up onto the high ground now. Who's going to find who? Smokes are going to expire. They get on top of Ollie. A huge 4-hero reflection and a nice shield crash. Mouz is going to just destroy them, but hold on. The Caudle, these Illuminates, the damage is so dang much, and Jabs is here as well with these axes. They're just going to start falling one by one. Q on the run. Force doing his best to chase them. They're turning the attention on over to Bangan. Bloodright comes out. Force gets silenced up. Bangan going to go down to Jabs. How many heroes are dead right now? 4? Almost 5 now is Force trying to hobble his way through the trees. Lorinov has another Illuminate here in a short while. But now, looking to go back for...
Crystal Maiden's back.
Crystal Maiden's here. He goes for the shield crash, but he gets him on the silence. Ollie and 23 Savage. He's trying to just body block something.
Body block.
Waste as much time as he can.
Actually, a body block would have been sick, too.
It would have.
Because he might have missed creeps, you know, depending when he dies. So if you body block it, it runs under. It might be okay. Actually, he died so early.
4-2.
Okay, so... Mal's got first blood on Supreme. That's usually really good. Caudle got 1 kill and 3 assists. I think that outweighs the first blood.
So we got this first blood timing. The earliest is at 42 seconds before the horn. Interesting stat. How many kills? What's like the max number of kills in a first fight though? Like very rarely do you see a rune fight result in 6 heroes dying. So this turns out really good for Aurora. This amount of deaths. It adds up a ton. Jabs living through all of it, comes out with a bracer, like almost a full wand now. And like you said, Caudle, I think probably the biggest winner. Getting closer, like getting that urn almost immediately is wild.
That's true. It's going to be so fast. And it's really good this game, right? Versus this Dragon Knight. and the Terrorblade. You want to bring so much early magic damage against him.
Bottom lane,
Another kill down here, Narman.
The
One more?
thirst, movement speed, XD, not enough.
Nice body blocks by Force.
Wait, did he actually take? Did he switch away from Arterial on the Bloodseeker on his facet? We'll see. Root into the silence. Okay, get some. No, he didn't. He still has it. Why is there a mana cost indicator on thirst? Am I stupid? Did they change this ability?
Hang on, I've got to read. It's gonna take me a long time. I'm not a good reader.
It's like a paragraph. I can't even read, dude. I went to the NA School of Education. So I feel like the active is from the facet, so I'm probably wrong, but I feel like that's where the active actually comes from. Maybe they changed it even more so.
Maybe it's a bug. I don't know. I can't understand if there's an active. I didn't think there was one either, but you know, Bloodseeker's so uncommon. I have really not seen him at all, so maybe there's something I didn't understand.
In the danger zone, top lane goes down to Q and Jabs bottom lane.
Bushwhack 2.
Oh my
Two
God,
boars.
Is he actually just dead? The dive bomb? Can they continue the chase? Does Jabs even want to? I guess you don't even have to get the kill. Like, just keeping him low in lane is good enough.
Yeah, because you're not even. It's not just about your own lane where you have a low health Terrorblade. Now the bottom lane, 23 Savage. He's like, oh yeah, thanks. Extra move speed down here.
I just want to have my production remind us that to see the damage at the 10-minute mark for the Hoodwink, that I am also going to be very interested on again.
And the stacks.
Yeah.
Stacks and damage.
Interesting.
We're figuring out Aurora.
They popped the meta in the top lane, but even with that, it's just two boars just laying into this Terrorblade. The Acorn shot just deleting his health pool as well.
Racking up that damage.
Dude, this boar is doing so much work.
Hoodwink got the Blightstone.
Is the boar
so.
piercing damage or something? Like, why is it doing so much damage to this Terrorblade?
I don't think it should be doing piercing damage, because piercing damage actually does less to heroes anyways.
Oh, is it? Okay, I couldn't remember which one it was.
Actually.
Adjust glasses loudly. I mean, we've been seeing this bottom lane go fairly well for 23. It's just Frostbite into Bloodright every single time. It's a good combo. 2 points in the Thirst now gives him a little bit more sustain. But you're not really slowing down the Pango either. Oh, top lane. They're finally getting on top of Jabs here. A decent amount of damage. He's going to pull the Hawk out, though. There's going to be a lot of damage into Bangan from this Hoodwink again. Oh, man. And with
He's got Bushwhack in a second if Bangan walks up too close.
I love the taunt on Hoodwink. I tried so hard to get that item just so I could have that taunt. It's so good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Unlucky on the tree shot bounce. It might have been really close to killing Shakiro.
Oh, here comes that Bushwhack like you were talking about. The Acorn shot just to secure it. Oh, that's going to chase down, get the kill onto Q, but has to pop the stick, make it underneath his tower, and Jabs will just get himself a double kill. Oh boy, this offlane is a disaster for Mouz. Bottom lane, they're actually gonna get aggressive here onto Ollie. This Crystal Maiden, Frostbite in one, doesn't get it off in time, and 23 Savage doesn't have the damage himself. Q, TP's down here, gonna try and look for Force. We'll know about the ward here, obviously, in a moment. Ooh, whoa, that Bushwhack missed. That's surprising.
Yeah, it looks like it hit the cliff.
Yeah. Oh, Swashbuckle missed. Force now in trouble. That Bloodright's going to connect. The TP coming back again from the Crystal Maiden. The tree bounce. Oh, he got unlucky again, but the Bushwhack will secure it thanks to that Thirst Vision.
Jabs, in the meantime, doesn't even feel pressured. Because of those earlier kills, the lane's just been by his tower, so they get to make this rotation without really losing anything. I say as they now commit on Jabs.
He is now feeling the pressure. He's not making it out, is he? Oh my goodness, he does.
Nice call.
All right.
If he didn't TP, he definitely dies.
Yeah, that's a really sick go from Mouz there. It was a sick wraparound from Olned into the trees. Bottom lane, 23 Savage. Dies to the Pango Grimstroke. And this is the thing with Bloodseeker I just don't quite understand. He is so farmed in this lane, apparently. And it's just so easy for them to find these kills. If he gets alone for a moment, the damage from Pango and Grimstroke should not be underestimated.
Yeah, it's a good combo. The Inkswell, well, really Inkswell plus any melee hero is pretty good, but the shield crash extra slow. Really yeah, it's just really easy to deliver.
Do you remember when Grimstroke Ricky was picked for like a week and then they nerfed Ricky into the ground? That was a good time.
Actually, I kind of do, yeah.
Yeah. They're like, uh-oh. We don't want that guy here. We gotta get rid of him.
No invisible fun.
It's alright. We gave Nyx Assassin the ability to see all invis heroes. Top lane, Ollie's gonna come through the gate, try and offer some additional pressure to this top tower. You have zoned the Terrorblade off the lane entirely, and with the double boars here, a wave coming soon, they will get this. There is no stopping this without a rotation from your mid lane DK, and I don't know if he can really afford to do that, because if he rotates, Coddle rotates.
I think he just wants to farm at this blank. He's pretty close. He's actually had a really good time in the lane.
Oh, bottom lane, the Inkswell, the silence. Can they get the kill? 23 Savage is going to turn out, but here comes Lorinov. The TP, nope, no chance. Very good response from Aurora. Yeah.
Can find anyone else, but Narman's already cut his losses long ago. Top, they find Bangin. Roar for the Jakiro. Maybe Olnik can get something out of this with the Dragonite rotation.
If you can get the Beastmaster, it's really good. There's the Dragon Tail into the Inkswell. He's going to go down. Very nice rotation. All right. So they protect the top tower. They protect the Terrorblade. They get 2 kills off of it. Dragonite is owning this game.
They might be able to get something else as well, because Dragon Form still has half its duration, and Blink is on the way.
Yeah, it's worthwhile.
They're trying to play a little aggressive.
Yeah,
they're trying to play pretty aggressive top, but they hadn't actually finished the tier 1 tower, which allows all these rotations in. I think they wanted to use Roar, which is why they were looking so hard, but going a little bit too far there.
Uh-oh.
Back Rupture on Illuminate? Do they have Blinding Light?
He's earned up. He did not have ult. Did he have ult? I couldn't tell. Blink reveal here from the top. Supreme with the Inkswell, the follow-up, and that's another big kill here onto Jab's Beastmaster, who was off to a great start.
Dragon Form ends just after that kill.
Yeah.
Literally the last second you could make that play.
Huge Blink timing this game, honestly. That's going to do so much work for them.
I mean, it's 9 minutes. Dragonite's at over 5K. That's huge.
Yeah.
He's at a really good time.
We were so focused on these side lanes because there was a lot of action going on there, but the fact that Dragonite is so over-farmed compared to the Coddle is really sick from Supreme. Like, that is shocking.
Yeah, he's gonna have to put in the work though, because his side lanes did struggle, and getting a couple kills on the Beastmaster, great start. Still looks like he's gonna need to help them a bit more, so they're gonna have to try to keep rotating around the ult, which he has up again actually, so they can maybe look at Lorinov if he sticks around. I think Lorinov is still just jungling though.
Yeah, getting some stacks from Q here. 10 minutes, damage dealt. Oh, it's even actually. What is this? Okay, that's kind of cool actually. We don't really see that often, but
I mean, Beastmaster does a lot of damage with his wild axes and the boars, right? Camp stack, though, they are killing it on Aurora.
This is what they do, man. This is what they do. God, I love our production team. They're so good.
All these stats are so cool. There's so much in Dota, but it's like hard to keep track of everything. So when you get the nice layouts of everything, it's easy to help to understand the impact of different heroes, such as Acorn Shot.
Or Beastmaster
damage dealing.
Ancient stacks.
Yeah, how close is this Ags? He actually went for some smaller items along the way. Sometimes we see straight arcane Ags, but he is working on it, maybe about halfway there. Which for the game he was having, I thought he would be really fast, but those 2 kills really slowed him down.
Yeah, they did. He was kind of pulling ahead of the Bloodseeker even at one point, but bottom lane, they're actually rotating everyone in to secure this tier 1 tower. It's a really good dodge here from 23 Savage to just retreat into his own jungle, try and farm up here on the Bloodseeker, which I'm a little bit curious what his item build is going to be this game. A lot of times you go Maelstrom on the Bloodseeker, but maybe he's thinking of doing something else. No, he is just going to do the Maelstrom. Okay, yeah. Milner, BKB, Ags. That's kind of just the default item build for this hero top lane. Q. And all I need to be a little bit careful. Reflections out, but DK not here. As the
I mean, the fact that we're even still looking top, right? Because that tower's there. That's all because of that earlier rotation, which if they didn't, maybe they didn't feel so much pressure to find a deep roar, like they would have just taken that tower and then played normally from there. We could be looking at a pretty different game.
Yeah, absolutely. Tower ends up getting denied by the Terrorblade, so unfortunate for Aurora, but Mouz actually feeling still pretty strong. It's a slight gold advantage for Aurora because, like you said, the side lanes were really rough. You have a lot of stacks to farm.
I think it's literally the stacks.
Yeah, it really is.
Stacks and maybe bounty runes. I don't know. I don't remember how many we're at on that front.
So, Coddle. Vessel, Boots of Travel, done for him. As they are looking maybe to go mid lane here. Supreme is just going straight into the BKB. Which we talked about. He's not a hero that likes to build Manta anymore. You kind of just need the BKB or you feed to the Coddle. Unless you actually find him to start the fight. So, it's a really smart build from Supreme this game. Dragon form out, laying into this tier 1 mid, and it doesn't, well, I was like, it doesn't look like they're going to defend, but they are just kind of running down the river towards mid now. Fortification to stall this one out. This is a big tower to keep alive. You are stacking your triangle a lot. You do not want to give them access to this. There's Vessel, Solar Bind, it's coming through. Can Q close the gap? Gets him with the stun, the sharpshooter. Can they finish the job? Another Solar Bind. He needs a little bit more, but they're afraid to chase. So he will survive. No more Vessel charges for Lorna. If he had it, absolutely dead. Force gets ruptured and then just an instant TP.
Yeah, I mean, if this is where we like to talk about Dota being a snowball game. If Dragon Knight's having just a little bit worse of a game, then that's a Dragon Knight kill right there. But instead, he is high level, very farmed. Strength gain is great and gets to live with like 100 health or something there.
And they're going to set their sights back on the mid tower. They bring Olnit on the Terrorblade. He can meta for this if he really wants, but tower is fairly low. They've got plenty of heroes behind him, and that's going to be last hit for Terrorblade. Supreme grabbing a haste rune. Smoked up as well, looking for another hero, seeing if they can find it, but I mean, 23 Savage would be best, and the line that they're drawing is perfect. They see the ward drop though, so they actually know exactly where they're coming from. 23 Savage just be very careful here.
Scan connects.
Yeah, they know. He is so dead. Does get the blood right off as the team is coming through to try and support Lorna. Does he get healed in time? He does not. And Supreme just TP's out. Solar Bind onto 2. Wait a minute, Supreme canceled his TP. Rolling Thunder from Force. They want to just keep going. Both supports just food for the Pango as they got him. Terrorblade looking for more. Lorna slowed up the double jump here. Not enough to catch him. As Beastmaster, no TP to respond bottom. They get 3 big kills.
That was such a sick play that backfired. Lornoff used Blinding Light to knock Dragon Knight towards Hoodwink to land the Bushwhack. But then Dragon Knight killed them. So maybe it would have been better letting him TP out there. But it was a very cool play. We might get to see it here in the replay, yeah. So they thought, oh, this is too deep, guys. We should get out. It's like, oh, guys, I'll knock. Ah, damn, we missed it. But, I mean, in the end, Pango got here. They got the roll. They got the kill. So actually, he's really glad his TP got canceled.
Yeah, the Pango roll, we mentioned last game, right? Like, if this hero can get onto the backline, he just rips through the supports. They don't really stand a chance against the Rolling Thunder, which, you know, is exactly what happened that game. They get the Soul Bind onto 2, and it's both of the supports, and that's free game for the Pango.
Radiant are scanning.
See where's Bloodseeker at? Maelstrom. He had the Mjolnir queued up, but it looks like he's recognizing the game's a little bit rough. It's speeding up faster than he'd like, so he's going to go for BKB. Ags for Beastmaster, halfway to Blink. See, that's the thing. Like, Beastmaster's more of a pickoff hero now, so the fact that he got set back so much could have been having like 2-3 roar kills by now, but now he's still trying to get to that point.
I mean, he's farming, sure, but this game is dead even now, and I think Dragon Knight to me is the one who's going to have the most impact in this game. Like, if he finds his target, if he gets onto the Coddle, there's no surviving this. Bottom lane, though, they're looking for 23 Savage as in the... Ooh, wait a bit. Bottom. There we go. 23 Savage gets the silence off, trying to make it to his team. The heal's there. No way. Okay, he's going to TP. The roar from Drabs grabs the Jakiro, and... Ooh, that was close.
Perhaps Bloodseeker's a better hero than we thought.
Was it the Bloodseeker or was it the Coddle heal? I don't know, but I mean,
dude,
it worked.
Because of his facet, he could knock the Pango towards where he wanted to run, which allowed his team to bushwhack.
I'm gonna say no, but no, it was a nice response there from Aurora for sure. They kind of sniffed this out. Like they were running bottom on 2, trying to figure out where the heck this team was, and it happened to line up exactly as they were trying to gank 23 Savage. So it's a really good response. Amplified damage, scouted top.
Amplified damage. I think you should actually give it to Beastmaster. He has a blink on the way and roars up in 15 seconds. Give it to him and go find a kill. All right, it's gonna go to Lorenoff. It's okay. You can still do the same thing.
They have a ward scouting some heroes on the top side of the map, right? There's like a deep ward behind the Twin Gate, and they were able to see some of the Mouz heroes. Supreme blinks in, does not find his target.
He has BKB on the Dragon Knight. If you get caught off guard and get blink roared maybe before you can use your BKB, you might be burstable between Solar Bind and Drums of Islam, all that, but as long as BKB comes up, should be fine to just dive in like crazy. Actually, even the pipe on Pango as well should protect his team from a lot of that damage. Wow, that was...
This is why Hoodwink is so good, dude. Instantly clears the wave without showing, just hides in some trees, TP's out. They lose their observer ward for that, knowing like, all right, there's no way he gets out here unless he saw us move. So nice stuff there from both teams.
Oh, you know what? I thought Jab's got a blink, but actually he's gonna go straight BKB.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he had it queued up. I saw it, but yeah, BKB instead. Force with another pipe to start this game. Gonna go back for the Guardian Greaves, which we saw last time. I mean, he would pipe Greaves Crimson Guard. Like, that was his build last game. And I don't know if Crimson Guard's as useful, but he still might do it to try and just allow or enable his team, right? The Dragon Knight and the Terrorblade are plenty of damage. Jabs. We'll scout some of these heroes here. They know something's up. He's going to send in the boars, and he will instantly TP, knowing that there's some response coming through here. Yeah. Dude, this ward is so valuable. It is seeing everything.
They might just be able to go Roche, though, if they want.
Well, it's bottom, right? Yeah. They could just go through
Portal.
Portal
it's about to move
Roshan.
over. So they can establish. They can see if they get a pick off. If they can't, they can at least set up wards down here.
A lot of damage from Coddle now. I mean, this is expected. The Solar Bind Spirit Vessel combo. A lot of that, plus the Illuminate spam. And with Roshan, if they grab this, it's pretty big, but Aurora, no. They're sniffing this one out. They are smoked up, heading to the bottom side here, seeing what they can find. As Coddle.
Beastmaster does not have a TP,
Force.
though.
Silences him for the moment. Rupture is out. Force is going nowhere. 23 comes in, pops the BKB, and we'll just bonk him until he dies. Supreme does get a nice Dragon Tail stun there onto the freezing field. Supreme has his own BKB still. They're trying to force it with the Coddle, as they're bringing Beastmaster now into this bottom fight.
He's got his BKB. He had to walk here because he had no TP.
You just have to wait out Coddle ult. You don't have a choice.
At the same time, Dragon Form is going to be down.
Yeah.
That might hurt. Coddle more though. I think no Solar Bind reduces his damage way more. I don't know.
Solar Bind
it's
forces
similar.
the BKB.
That's true. Yeah, and they feel comfortable with it. No Dragon Form, but they know there's no Coddle ult, so they're just right back into the pit.
I mean, it's almost up. It's 10 seconds. This thing is so fast. And they're going to scout this with a boar. They're knowing something's up here. Does it make it into the pit? It does. So they see the Roche half HP. Sharpshooter just collapsed this Terror Blade as Lornov going to come through, start throwing these Illuminates. Jabs smoked up. They see Supreme. Roar would be a big kill. They get him. So much damage to Vessel. There's going to be the Bushwhack. He's instantly deleted. You gotta respect the Solar Bind amp is now Roshan will go to Aurora. A little bit similar to last game. They seem to be one of the best at fighting around these pits, man.
Supreme did not get the BKB off there in time. Or maybe just didn't think that, you know, maybe he thought he could tank it. It's like, yeah, one Roar, I'm so farmed, I'm so tanky. But the chain stun into the Bushwhack, which I think added a little bit of Solar Bind, right? Because it moved him into all the magic damage. It killed him in the 2 stuns.
How does the Hoodwink have this much net worth? What?
What do you mean? Top damage Hoodwink, press Q. His name's literally Q. He was made for this hero. Press Q, win game.
I don't understand, bro. He has a Gleipnir. That's not okay.
That's really good versus the Terrorblade. You can root all the illusions. You'll do so much damage with Acorn Shot. And it's a little bit more setup for your team, right? Which currently you're just depending on Beastmaster Roar and Frostbite. But now you'll have another AoE root to work with.
23 Savage is just going to farm with this Aegis, to be honest. Like, he doesn't really care about, like, joining fights right now. It's kind of sad watching him farm with 4 points thirst and he gets like 70 health off of an ancient creep. You know, where in the past he used to get like over, like, I don't know, almost 200. Ooh, that's a nice little freezing field there for Ollie. Just take some enemy caps. Why not? It's very unlikely he's going to get a full ult off in any of these fights. Oh, that being said, Supreme, Dragon Tail. They do get the Rupture, though, onto Supreme, and here goes 23. Just gonna bonk him. Supreme just TP's out. Okay, I mean, they keep Ollie alive, though, which is really nice. The heals from Lorinov are doing work this game. 23 Savage with the completed Mjolnir. Force mid lane, though. Slowed up by the boars. He'll walk away. There's an Amplify damage. I think they scouted it. Well, maybe not, actually. It just spawned. Dude, he's past
Lanes are
the
pretty
Pango.
tanky nowadays. Pavis health talent got the barrier up in time too. It's not so easy to kill these supports anymore.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Double damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Jabs grabs the Amplify damage. You have no BKB on this Dragon Knight. I feel like you could fight, but they're just going to continue slow pushing this tower and farming. Like, Jabs, his heat map has to literally just be the triangle. I don't know where else he's been on the Beastmaster other than showing up for the Roche bottom and then going right back top to the triangle.
One line to the bottom lane, one line back.
He's just been up there farming the whole time.
They see Supreme in a ward.
He's got no BKB. Bottom lane, Jabs he might just solo kill Ulnit. He does. The amplified damage. Oh my god. Goodbye, Bangan as well. Double kill. 2v1ing these heroes. It's not even close. This guy is a beast master. See what I did there?
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy he just 2v1 down there. But I mean, once the Drums of Slam is going, he does so much damage, which is why he's transitioned to this pick-off type hero. But then, yes, Supreme not having his BKB earlier off that attempt on the Crystal Maiden where she lives, they just end up running him down. A lot of momentum going to Aurora. Suddenly a 14k lead, and they still actually have 1 minute and 20 seconds on this Aegis. I don't know if they really want to poke high ground with like 10 seconds. Yeah, they have lines drawn bottom. If they can take these two bottom towers, I think they'll be really happy with this Aegis.
I feel like they have to pressure it, right? I'm kind of with you on that. Beastmaster slowly pushing in with the boars, but I feel like you want your Coddle to be there. Like, speaking of which, Lorna went for a Midas, which is not something that we see all that often on the mid Coddle.
Hell yeah.
But he's like, yeah, whatever. I could farm more, right?
Let me see. Is there a talent he wants?
Dude, he went Vessel, Boots of Travel, Octarine, then Midas.
Does he want the 25 faster for Illuminate damage versus Terrorblade?
I think it is.
Or the Dispel.
I don't know, dude. I literally have no idea which one it is. We're going to see them smoke up on Mouz. They do smoke on the backside of Aurora here as well. The scan connects. They're going to get a high ground ward. Both of them. Ollie will see the ward and immediately disengage. Supreme's trying to find his target. Can't do it. Roar just solo kills the Pango again. Oh my god, this Beastmaster 2-hero bushwhack. Supreme loses all of his health. 23 Savage will finish the job. Jakiro and Terrorblade, the only survivors. This one
expired,
is over, man.
Yeah, you're just going straight up here. No Aegis needed.
Hoodwink did 3,200 damage. Yeah, I mean, where's Bangan gonna go?
What do you not understand about pressing Q, Ricky? Press Q, win game. Top contested hero.
That bushwhack was insane. They're gonna decrease the AoE on bushwhack by like 25 or something. They will. I think like that's a legitimate
Leave
nerf
Acorn
that could
shot,
happen.
nerf
Leave Acorn
bushwhack
shot,
radius.
nerf bushwhack radius by like 25 or something. Dude, how do you even go into them? We saw. I guess you don't have Aegis. It is. What's the, okay? Yeah, the game's looking real rough for Mouz here. What is your like way back into this? How can you pull this game back?
We haven't seen Allnet be able to just stand and fight so far. Meta is, yeah, we see the Beastmaster just killing people over here. That was a really good bushwhack, actually, both of them before they can do anything. So that's how like a lot of these fights are happening, is that the initiation off the Blink Roar is happening. And that feels like a little bit of being outplayed, because you have way more ways to start fights on the side of Mouz, but they just weren't quite able to make the same moves between like the Blink Stun on the Dragon Knight, the Ink Swell, you know, Pango Roll. They just didn't find the fights they needed to, and now it's it might be a little late.
Oh, Supreme, never mind. They're gonna go on to the. I mean, he's got PKB. 23 Savage pops the Rupture, trying to run Supreme. You cannot chase. 23's fallen low. If Force can stay on top of him, maybe you get the kill, but he's so damn fast.
He's
Jazz
so fast.
tanking everyone, trying to solo the team, but can't do it. He will die. You lose that Dragon Knight as the Rolling Thunders come to an end. The supports isolate off Force. Big shield here from this Pango, trying himself to keep himself in this fight. Sharpshooter off the mark, a nice Force tap, but Force stuck on the high ground. A really good solar bind, but can they keep him? Olnik goes in with a BKB, trying to lay into 23, but he can't see him. He's gotta get something. They're just hiding in the trees, and no Olnik. He gets the Sunder onto Lorna. Perfect target. But now 23's back. Q has done so much damage in this fight, and 23 will clean it up. Full heal.
I got a question for you, Ricky.
Yeah, hit me.
Have we even seen Rupture used on Pango?
Nah, once, but he TP'd out bottom. Yeah, this was like right after the lane, like kind of end of lane stage. Yeah.
I was just watching that fight. I just think it's so funny. Like, we've been questioning this Bloodseeker pick. It's like, oh, but it counters Pango. But then it's like, it's never even on the Pango. It's just on other heroes. Just outrun the Pango in that last fight till roll ends, and then they just kill the Pango. Maybe that's the second counter.
Yeah, I guess. My thought process comes down to this. Can 23 Savage be literally any hero right now and they still win?
If he was a different hero, he wouldn't have outrun the roll in that last fight.
He's just gonna run in, has BKB, bonk, 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 Supreme. Okay, this is funny. Wait a minute, the Guardian Greaves? Yeah, no, still not enough. And 23 Savage has a massive shield to play with. They get themselves another kill, thanks to the assist there from the supports. Looking for Narman, will not chase into the fountain. 23 Savage, look at the smile on his face. He's just having a good time.
You guys see I pushed that guy like 300 units. How much damage does that convert to?
Like 200 maybe, I don't know. He did a lot of damage in the fight, for sure.
They're going to buy back, try to defend their last barracks. You do still have BKB meta. He picked up a Crystallis. He'll do the damage if he gets to just sit and attack, but... Man, I mean, look at that. They just keep pushing him back with spell spam.
This is just such a painful experience for Mouz. Like, 2 games in a row, it's been kind of the same thing, right? This Coddle has just ruined their ability to take fights completely, and now he's just going Dagon for fun. He's like, yeah, why not? I don't need any more control. I'm just gonna zap people.
I want to insta-shot 2 creeps at the same time.
Yeah.
I want to highlight, before anyone gets too like annoyed with the Bloodseeker winning and Mouz not playing well. Remember at the start of the game, that like 4-2 trade? That did affect the lanes quite a lot, and sometimes you just get a bad fight and the whole game is incredibly rough. I feel like that did kind of affect Mouz, where Supreme, he had a good time in the mid lane. He got the first blood. The rest of his team had to deal with the other 4 kills affecting their lanes, and they did not have a good time.
Okay. 28,000 healing. I mean, it's a Bloodseeker. He's got to have that kind of healing numbers. Aegis picked up for 23 Savage. They'll get themselves the last banner, which, I mean, this is kind of the... Dude, Jabs went Dagon as well. He's got so much spell lifesteal, which is really kind of a way to keep himself sustained in these fights against the Terrorblade, as he's going to finish up the Shiva's Guard relatively soon. Just needs about 150 gold. I mean, we saw him tanking 4 heroes and nearly killing, you know, the Dragon Knight in the process. So he is very scary.
I was trying to sit around this ward, get a pick off if anyone wanders over. It's kind of what they have to play for, is for Aurora to maybe be a little overconfident, just a little scattered. And if you can get a quick kill, which you do have the Blink Dragon Tail, right? It's instant. You can get the chain stun. Allnet will do the damage. But the full team fights are pretty impossible. Like you said, he's just tanking 4 heroes on his own. But yeah, good on Aurora. No one's scattering off. They're staying all together.
Yeah, it's been a really clean series for them. They have looked super good, and it's not that surprising after how good of a day 1 they had. Like, they looked really solid yesterday. Struggled a little bit this morning, but they very well experienced team. I don't know, man. You even get... Dude, this Bloodseeker is impossible to kill now. He's actually so tanky. Smoke on smoke. This is it. The game-deciding fight here as he just blinks in, and Terrorblade so dead. He's gonna get the Sunder, but can they actually keep themselves in it? That's the question. They're on top of Lorna, trying to finish the kill. He might be able to do it. Allnet, he does. Supreme's gonna burn onto the backside as 23 Savage gets a triple kill, and the GGs are out. Just too far behind. You have too many problems to deal with. And a really sick 2-0 here from Aurora.
I can't believe the Bloodseeker pick worked. Nah, I mean, they all played well, right? And I do want to say that starting fight helped them out. They gave them just a leg up at the very start, but they did tons of stacking to enable the Beastmaster, which did get killed. I do want to credit Mouz for that, right? I do think they had some like good rotations to give them a shot even after a rough start, but not enough this time.
Yeah, for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back hopefully with an interview and a breakdown this final game of the evening. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. As promised, we've had a very fun day of Dota as Aurora grabbed themselves a 2-0 to finish this one off, and we will have an interview with them in just a little bit. But Zach, let's talk about this last game a little bit, because we were, a little unsure with the Bloodseeker. How did it end up working out? Like, what was the key here? Oh, actually, maybe we should just ask them. Looks like we do have an interview. We got 23 Savage, I believe, so let's go ahead and jump into our interview with Aurora. Hello, hello. Congratulations on a pretty amazing series here. How you feeling?
Great. I think we just lost like 0-2 in the morning, and now we won, so it doesn't feel that bad now.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask about that, because you guys looked really good day one. You finished top of the group at 3-1. A little bit of struggle this morning. How were you guys feeling coming into this tournament as a whole? Like, how well prepared were you guys?
We've been scrimming for like 2 weeks, so I think we are as prepared as we could be.
I love that. All right, Zach, I know you got some questions for him specifically, so I'll let you ask a couple here.
I know a lot of us are curious about the Bloodseeker pick. He's not very popular right now, but he is just a classic response to Pango. Did you call for it? Were they pushing Bloodseeker onto you? What was going on there?
I call for it. I think it's really good against Pango first pick. So, yeah, I call for it.
Is it good in the lane or just the rupture later on? Because in the end, I actually think you didn't even rupture Pango that often throughout the game.
I think it's both. Like, Pango will be scared to like rolling first, and in the lane he cannot really like kill me because I can always heal a lot after hitting creeps.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, one more question. So in that second game you were playing Bloodseeker, you actually didn't end up farming stacks that much, but that first game you're playing Gyro, tons of stack farming. Your team is one of the best at stacking, I feel. Like when we watch, you guys have crazy stack numbers. How much do you guys talk about stacking when you guys are playing?
We didn't talk that much, just like when I came to the triangle, it's always there. But we didn't talk about it. Like, it's just a surprise to me as well.
So the supports have it, and it's just delivered to you. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Zach, you got any other questions?
I got one more, but I don't know if you'll know. I saw Lornoff bought a pretty late Midas that game. Do you have any idea what he was thinking?
I think he just want to farm. He always buy that on Kodal, and I really have no comment about that because I didn't even know like he buy Midas as well. Like I thought he bought it like fast, but I saw it in the end of the game, so it's up to him.
Okay, good. You trust him with the itemization. All right.
All right. Well, 23 Savage, just again, congratulations for the 2-0 hero. Puts you guys in a really good spot. We're going to let you go, but hopefully we get a chance to talk to you soon. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick interview, man. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Awesome. Well, it's always fun to hear from the players and kind of get their perspective. He's just like, I don't know. I didn't even realize he bought the Midas until later. He's like, I just trust Lornoff. He'll do whatever he wants on this hero.
Yeah, and I love hearing he's not, he's the one who wants to farm stacks, but he's not calling for it. It's always there. I walk to the triangle. Oh, look, a quad stack. How nice. How convenient.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at how this game unfolded. We got some highlights here from game 2 of Aurora versus Mouz, and it does kind of feel like Mouz was in a decent spot with the Dragonite for a while. But, dude, this is the breakout fight at the beginning of the game, and Lornoff hitting like 4 to 5 hero Illuminates is just terrifying.
Yeah, they actually have a lot of AoE spells between Illuminate and then Axes, right? And then there was also the Blood Right, Crystal Nova, Acorn Shot bounces. So maybe a little better equipped for a mass fight like that, but you don't usually expect to run like 5-on-5 into that situation. You're usually expecting like a smaller fight, in which case Mouz would have been good, right? They have good first blood heroes too, so they certainly didn't expect a result like that. Here we see some of the good moves Mouz was making after they were a bit behind. But yeah, this BKB fight comes out, just knocks the Panko around. Yeah, Roll never even gets to come out because of that. And yeah, then a huge kill onto Supreme here, that roar. I feel like this is where the game really broke open.
Yeah, because this is what we saw in game 1 as well, right? Like, they positioned and played around Roshan so incredibly well on Aurora. And it seems to just be one of the absolute strengths of this Coddle. Like, you can constantly poke and prod until you get a moment to fully initiate or fully commit. And it just secured them Aegis every single time. It secured them a good fight. And at this point, you're just too far behind. 39,000 gold advantage at 34 minutes playing into the Aegis on Bloodseeker. They commit everything to finally get Lornov. And you're like, we did it, guys. We got him. And then you just GG out. You know? That's like the moment where like your team smokes to kill a support and GG's out, because it's like, what other option do you have? You're so far behind.
Like, he's having a great time. It's like, yeah, just killing people, doing nothing. He's like, yeah, I just roared 1v2. Look at that, guys. Easy peasy. And Beastmaster's a hero, man. For any team that's going to be so good at stacking, then Beastmaster's going to be a great fit, right? You're going to accelerate that hero. And there was a slip up. He got focused by Mouz. Good play by them, but he eventually still reaches that point. The Aghanims, BKB, Blink, and you just, hey, that guy looks fun to kill. Just blink, roar, kill him. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it really is. He had such an amazing game, and it was off to a rough start too. Like, Jabs was not doing super great in the lane, but it is, like you said, it's a hero that takes advantage of the stack so dang well. But that's it for today, man. We've had a really fun day. We've got a lot more coming up tomorrow, though. So let's take a look at the standings, see how things have unfolded. I think there's still maybe 1 or 2 games still going on these other streams. But for now, we'll see Blacklist International and Entity are guaranteed top 3 in their group. They are all the way through to the next phase. Heroic now with their 7th win, actually, is they're up against Azure. Oh, did they actually just 2-0 them? Is that official?
I think so. So that guarantees Heroic is in, and unfortunately for Azure, that means they are out.
Yeah, they did 2-0 them. Yeah, so Azure out at 0-8. It's really sad to see that. You know, you always want teams to be able to get some wins here, but they are definitely gone. There's no way that any other team can be eliminated in Group B, right? Mouz has 3 wins now. It's actually currently at 4 wins, if I'm not mistaken. They're up 1-0 in their series at the moment over PSG Quest. So yeah, that series is still going on for those of you that want to watch. But Heroic, Blacklist, and Entity already guaranteed to the group stage, so really good performances from them so far. And this 2-0 from Aurora gets them way closer to getting that to the playoffs as well, or to the group stage. But let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We can see what series are still to be played. I think there's a couple actually really important ones. As we have Blacklist International versus Entity. That one not so important, as they are both through already, but should be a really exciting series. These teams have looked incredibly strong. And then Mouz versus PSG Quest, which will be very close. And then we have one more series, I think, after that, but we are still waiting to see exactly which one it's going to be. It could be it could be either Beast Coast and VP, or I don't know, one of the nouns. Or it's hard to see. We'll go back. We'll see.
Yeah,
tomorrow,
but the Group A games will be all important, because Blacklist versus Entity, sure, it doesn't matter for the standings, but that's essentially the 2 top teams of the group, so it should be a really fun one. And then the others all, it could matter a lot, because there's a potential for tiebreakers depending on how the results break out. So it'll be really fun to keep an eye on, because it could lead to even more Dota.
Yeah, I mean, we see Azure definitely eliminated in Group B, but there is still that standings between 3 and 4 that teams are still fighting for, right? There's 1 spot left in Group A, but there's 2 spots still available in Group B for that playoff spot, so there is still a lot to fight for. But that's what the final day is for. So everyone, we want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. This is the end of day 2s for the play-ins here at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. My name is Cryptic. I've been here with ZQuickSotics. We want to say thank you all so much for watching. Have a wonderful night. As always, we'll see you here tomorrow.
Bye.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional. emotional weight above air. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was just a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listened to you long enough, now here I'm not a man. Failure is not an option. Throw away your red light, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, I still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's been many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. Win, win, win. I got to win. Yeah, I got to win. I'm unstoppable. I got to win.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه،
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream?
I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witnessed the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone There's a million shining stars, but it's divine. They keep on sending us dreams, dreams.